265 Chapter 265. What was her reaction? On the other side, Zhu Yang came back after finishing his business and happened to see his boss sitting on the sofa drinking big gulps of water. Beads of sweat began to drip down Zhang Hong's forehead. He seemed to be feeling a little hot. He unbuttoned 2 buttons, revealing a small part of his well-built chest. Beside Zhang Hong was a beautiful lady with blonde hair and blue eyes who said, "I'll come back in the afternoon." "President Zhang, is there anything else?" Zhang Hong nodded slightly. "Go back and rest. I'll let you know when you'll be back in the afternoon." Watching the woman leave the office, Zhu Yang walked to Zhang Hong's side and reported, "President Zhang, I've already sent the things over." What was her reaction? Zhang Hong's gaze looked at Zhu Yang. His eyes revealed a trace of expectation and nervousness. "She seems to like it. President Zhang, you're so thoughtful. You even investigated Miss Ding's preferences. If Miss Ding knows you're so considerate, she'll be very touched." Zhu Yang thought happily, maybe Ding Shan will agree to be with the boss when she's touched. By then, I'll probably have to call Ding Shan Lady Boss. If Zhang Hong got together with Ding Shan, he would spend a lot of time dating. By then, he wouldn't have to work with the workaholic Zhang Hong all day. Moreover, he had heard that men's tempers would improve greatly after falling in love. Zhu Yang didn't dare to hope that Zhang Hong would become gentle as long as he didn't reveal that terrifying expression of killing without seeing blood. Hearing Zhu Yang's words, Zhang Hong's expression did not have any noticeable change. Only the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and his originally fretful brows also relaxed. The office door was opened, and Yin Hui and Li Chen walked in with their arms around each other. Yin Hui shouted exaggeratedly as soon as he came in, "I think I saw Jessie leaving your place just now." "Oh my god, old Xiang, are you serious? Are you learning to dance from Jessie?" "Li Chen, can you imagine old Xiang dancing? Why do I feel that the scene is a little scary?" After he finished speaking, Yin Hui couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Chen tried to imagine Zhang Hong dancing in his mind, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. He nodded approvingly and said jokingly, "Do you think old Xiang's family will be so angry that they'll ban your variety show if they know that he's here to participate in a variety show and that he's going to sing and dance?" Even though Li Chen didn't know Zhang Hong's family background very well, if the heir of a top-tier family came to dance in a talent show, his father would break his legs. The elders of their families were usually profoundly prejudiced against the entertainment industry. After all, if celebrities in the entertainment industry were placed in ancient times, they would be considered actors. What were actors? It was a lowly profession that changed ways to please the audience and the nobles on stage. Even though the times have changed, the prejudice between classes has not changed. Hearing their laughter, Zhang Hong's eyes were like a pair of murderous daggers as they fell on the 2 people. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Did they dare to laugh at him? Was it because he hadn't dealt with these 2 for too long that they were itching for a beating? Zhang Hong's thin lips formed a sharp arc as he looked at the 2 of them from the corner of his eyes. He said coldly, "It just so happens that I'm a little bored practicing by myself. The 2 of you are quite free, so come over in the afternoon to practice with me." Upon hearing this, Yin Hui couldn't smile anymore. He immediately waved his hand and refused. "What does this have to do with me? I'm the boss, I'm busy." Then, Yin Hui grabbed Li Chen and pushed him in front of Zhang Hong. "He's freer than I am. Let him practice with you. I won't keep you company. Goodbye." Yin Hui wanted to leave immediately. Li Chen didn't expect their friendship to be so fragile. He grabbed Yin Hui's collar and dragged him back. "How can you betray your brother like this?" After saying that, he turned to Zhang Hong and squeezed out a flattering smile. "Ah yeah, I was joking with you. Please don't take it seriously. I fully support you in the direction of becoming an all-around trainee who sings, dances, and raps. My good brother, when you're out of trouble, I'll be your #1 fan." "Li Chen, aren't you embarrassed? You're such a hypocrite." Yin Hui made a vomiting expression. The 2 of them quieted down after a while. Yin Hui tidied up his collar while looking at Zhang Hong seriously. "Old Zhang, tell me the truth. Have you thought about it? Will your family really come and ban my variety show? It's fine if you get caught and beaten up by your family, but I can't let anything go wrong with my variety show." 266 Chapter 266. Dancing. Zhang Hong didn't want to bother Yin Hui at all, but he didn't want to be bothered by Yin Hui anymore. He impatiently said to Yin Hui, "With me around, who would dare to touch your lousy variety show?" His words were so domineering that Yin Hui immediately felt relieved. Li Chen took a sip of water and looked at Xiang Hong in confusion. "What if your family sees the show after its broadcast? Is it okay? They can't control me." Xiang Hong didn't seem to take this matter to heart. However, when his family was mentioned, he subconsciously frowned. His expression looked a little irritable, as if he didn't want to continue discussing this issue. Yin Hui and Li Chen looked at each other and didn't ask further. Li Chen looked at the time and said to Xiang Hong, "Let's go and eat." Xiang Hong shook his head. "You two can go." Li Chen was a little surprised. "Even if you've forgotten about your friends, you won't refuse to have a meal with us, would you? You don't have anything to do right now. What will you do if you don't eat?" Xiang Hong glanced at him unhurriedly. "Do you think everyone is as free as you two? I still need to practice later. Then it doesn't matter if it's just one more meal, right?" Li Chen didn't expect Xiang Hong to be so serious. Initially, he thought that even if Xiang Hong was serious about Ding Shan, he was probably only playing around in this variety show. After all, Xiang Hong was the president, and there was no way he could be a trainee. "My time is very precious. You can go if you two don't have anything else to say. Don't stand here and be an eyesore." Xiang Hong displayed an attitude of chasing people away. In the end, Yin Hui and Li Chen were courteously invited out of the office by Zhu Yang. The two of them stared at each other outside the door and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Heavens, he's for real? Was it worth it for a woman? In my opinion, why don't you send more flowers and perfume? Why go through so much trouble? Li Chen knew many ways to please a woman, but he couldn't understand why Xiang Hong chose the most incomprehensible way. "I don't get it either. Maybe this is old Xiang's exclusive romance. I don't understand a single one of them. Forget it, let's go and eat." Yin Hui shook his head and left with Li Chen. After Li Chen and Yin Hui left, Zhu Yang was also planning to go since he was hungry, but just as he was about to leave, Xiang Hong stopped him. "Wait." Zhu Yang trembled and hurriedly turned to look at Xiang Hong. "President Xiang, what's wrong?" The expression on Xiang Hong's face was somewhat complicated. Hesitation, irritation, and helplessness appeared on his face one after another. In the end, he seemed to have finally made up his mind. He stood up and said to Zhu Yang, "You stand there. No matter what you see later, maintain this posture and expression, understand?" Zhu Yang was perplexed. He had no idea what Xiang Hong wanted to do. However, since the boss had given him such an order, he could only nod. Understood. Xiang Hong walked to the top-class stereo system he had just moved into the office this morning. He turned it on, and a loud and bright sound came from the stereo system. Xiang Hong rotated his wrists and moved his limbs a little. Then, he began to dance with the accompaniment of music. Zhu Yang was dumbfounded. It was as if he had been struck by lightning and could not move. He looked in a daze at Xiang Hong, unfamiliar with the dance. Only one thought appeared in his mind. Would Xiang Hong kill him? If Yin Hui and Li Chen were in the office at this moment and saw Xiang Hong dancing, they would burst into laughter. But as Xiang Hong's secretary, how could Zhu Yang dare to laugh? He was so scared that he was about to cry. How could he watch Xiang Hong dance? Would he pay a heavy price? Countless ways of dying appeared in Zhu Yang's mind. Xiang Hong didn't seem to care about Zhu Yang's expression. He finished the entire dance and then turned off the sound system. He then let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. He didn't forget his actions. In the beginning, Xiang Hong could not accept being a trainee, not to mention that he had to sing and dance on stage. He had never considered this in the first 20 years of his life. To Xiang Hong, it was customary for Yin Hui and Li Chen to mock and ridicule him for wanting to sing and dance on the stage. Even he couldn't imagine himself singing and dancing in front of so many people. However, Xiang Hong had already joined the show and even made a promise to Ding Shan. In Xiang Hong's world, once he had decided on something, he would never give up halfway. No matter how difficult it was, he would continue to do it. 267 Chapter 267 Rapid Improvement. Overcoming the psychological barrier was the first stage. Xiang Hong used to be a high and mighty CEO who controlled the life and death of others in their workplace. Now, he was going to become a trainee performing for the audience. No one could accept such a huge gap, so Xiang Hong let Zhu Yang stay at the last minute. Zhu Yang was Xiang Hong's assistant. To Xiang Hong, he was someone he was more familiar with. To Xiang Hong, performing in front of Zhu Yang was still acceptable. Moreover, Zhu Yang would not dare to laugh at him. After he finished dancing, Xiang Hong looked at Zhu Yang and saw that he was still in a daze. Zhu Yang saw that Xiang Hong had finished dancing and returned to his senses. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't force out a word for a long time. Xiang Hong could also see that Zhu Yang did not dare to speak. He smiled and did not seem to have any psychological burden. Instead, he asked, "What do you think?" Zhu Yang felt a chill on his back, and his tongue seemed tied up. He stuttered when he opened his mouth. "I think it's pretty good." Could he say no? He still wanted to live for 2 more years. Xiang Hong didn't care about the authenticity of Zhu Yang's evaluation. He initially didn't need to listen to Zhu Yang's evaluation. He still had a clear idea of how well he danced. Letting Zhu Yang watch was just to let him get used to having an audience. "Alright, there's nothing else for you to do. Go out." When Xiang Hong saw that Zhu Yang was still looking at him with a worried expression, he felt a little amused. He casually waved his hand, and Zhu Yang hurriedly nodded and left. After closing the office door, Zhu Yang still felt like he was dreaming. He had just watched his boss dance. Oh my god, he would have 3 consecutive days of nightmares when he returned. Zhu Yang wiped the cold sweat on his forehead as he recalled the scene of Xiang Hong dancing. At that time, he was very flustered and couldn't concentrate. He couldn't remember anything now, but some fragments were still in his mind. Now that Zhu Yang had relaxed, he realized that although Xiang Hong's dance was not as good as those of male idols on TV, it was still relatively smooth. He had made all the moves that should have been done. There was no way to tell that Xiang Hong was a newbie who had just practiced the entire morning. This rate of improvement was too terrifying. Zhu Yang didn't know about other people's situations, but if it was him, he might not even remember the movements for the entire morning, let alone jumping out completely. Zhu Yang knew that Xiang Hong was serious and efficient in his work, but he had never expected that when it came to singing and dancing, Xiang Hong would also put in his usual work spirit. As expected, people who were efficient in learning would improve much faster than ordinary people, no matter what they did. Moreover, Xiang Hong had also found Jessie. Jessie was currently the instructor of Spectre Dance Studio. She was a top female dancer and charged an astronomical amount for a single lesson. The students were heavenly kings and queens in the country. With an excellent teacher like Jessie, Xiang Hong's progress would naturally be faster. But what shocked Zhu Yang the most was that Xiang Hong seemed to get used to being a trainee very quickly. He did not feel that singing and dancing were embarrassing things for him. His movements were natural and relaxed when dancing, as if this was just an ordinary job. His mental fortitude was way too strong. Zhu Yang sighed as he thought. It seemed that he wouldn't be suddenly assassinated by the people sent by his boss when he returned home at night. After a simple lunch, Ding Shan dealt with some work matters. Currently, the studio has just gotten on the right track and is still recruiting people. The relevant procedures had not been completed yet. She had to ask about these in detail to avoid any accidents. Other than that, she also had a lot of things to do, including a few endorsements currently being discussed. She needed to get in touch with the brand's person in charge at any time, and a few directors came to her door to cooperate with her. The script would probably be sent over in a few days. By then, she would have to start arranging her next stage of work. Ding Shan could be very busy, but she felt these days were fulfilling. If she was not active, her career was on a decline. Celebrities in the entertainment industry were most afraid of not being busy. If they were not busy, it meant that they did not have a work schedule, which meant that they did not have any follow-up work. Once they did not have any works that continued to appear in the eyes of the audience, no matter how famous a celebrity was, they would soon be forgotten by the audience. There were a lot of newcomers in the entertainment industry every day, and some competitors at the same stage were also waiting to take a share of the cake. 268 Chapter 268 Low-Profile Taste. Ding Shan was well aware of the fierce competition in this industry. Even though she was very popular now, she could still feel a sense of crisis at all times. However, this crisis was positive, urging her to move forward and driving her to work hard. After leaving the rest of the work to Xiao Zhao, Ding Shan looked at the time. It was almost 4 in the afternoon. She put down the documents in her hand. I have to go to the training room later. I'll see if the festival team has any other arrangements tonight. If I'm late, you can rest first. Xiao Zhao shook her head. Sister Shan, I'll wait for you to come back. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Ding Shan couldn't help but smile. She extended her index finger and gently touched Xiao Zhao's forehead. Why are you getting more and more clingy? Didn't you say that the employees don't want to see their boss? Xiao Zhao chuckled. I can't wait to be with you every day. I'm not interested in men anymore. I want to be Sister Shan's little follower. I'll go wherever Sister Shan goes. Ding Shan felt helpless and amused, but her heart was warm. Although she had no family, she still had close friends like Xiao Zhao and many fans who liked her. She was not alone. By the way, Sister Shan, after knowing you're coming to film the show, the brands interested in signing with us sent a few sets of clothes overnight. I didn't dare to touch them. Do you think we should mail them back or? Xiao Zhao took out a box and opened it. There were several sets of clothes in different styles. Ding Shan looked at the brand logo on the box and smiled. The person in charge of this brand sure reacted quickly. After Ding Shan got rid of the Ding family, her popularity rose. In addition, she had recently begun to change her style, gradually showing her unique fashion taste. Some of the more sensitive brands had also felt Ding Shan's potential and extended an olive branch to her. However, before the contract was signed, many brands interested in collaborating did not think twice about sending clothes in advance. This niche luxury clothing brand called Per immediately arranged for someone to send the latest clothes over after learning that Ding Shan would be a talent show coach. In addition to expressing their sincerity, there were other thoughts. If Ding Shan accepted their clothes, it would mean that they could reach an agreement to cooperate in advance. Moreover, Ding Shan would wear their brand's clothes in this show, which could be considered a wave of publicity for their brand. If this show became famous after being broadcast, they would profit considerably. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if Ding Shan didn't want to work with them and didn't want to wear the clothes they gave her, it would only be a loss of a few sets of clothes. This loss was almost negligible compared to brand marketing and advertising investment. Then, Sister Shan, do you want to wear their brand's clothes? Yes. I happen to have the intention to cooperate with them. It's good to show my goodwill in advance. Ding Shan smiled and picked out a caramel-colored double-breasted retro suit dress from the clothes sent by Per. The dress's fabric was high-end and comfortable, and the details were exquisite. Overall, it looked low-key and elite, with a sense of elegance. Coupled with a pair of short white boots with thick heels, it looked precisely in line with Ding Shan's current mature style. Isn't that too low profile? Just now, Junjun told me that Chen Tong changed into a very exaggerated hot girl style fashion brand in the afternoon. Sister Shan, although your dress is good, it can't catch people's attention immediately. Will she steal the limelight in front of the camera? Xiao Zhao said worriedly. Ding Shan shook her head slowly. We're on a talent show, not a fashion runway. The main characters should be the trainees. Why should I dress so high profile? And sometimes, being low-key has its benefits. This dress is low-key but has a sense of nobility, and it can reflect the partner's taste. Xiao Zhao nodded, not fully understanding, and looked at Ding Shan with admiration. Ding Shan took a small, delicate, butterfly-shaped brooch from the jewelry box and pinned it on the dress. The details added a little liveliness to the initially calm and low-key dress, but it did not seem too eye-catching. Instead, it highlighted the low-key and luxurious atmosphere. Ding Shan arrived at the training room. The afternoon trainees were still in the midst of intense training. As soon as Ding Shan entered, everyone's attention was drawn to her. Other than Ding Shan, the rest of the team was boys. The young and beautiful female instructor was rare and eye-catching, especially in the afternoon when Ding Shan had changed into a new set of clothes. She had a mature and elegant charm that was different from the morning. 269 Chapter 269 Interview Session. A group of young trainees in their teens and 20s was mesmerized, and some even forgot to blink. Ding Shan smiled at them, and a few boys' hearts suddenly sped up, and their faces turned red. When Zai's eyes also revealed a bit of infatuation, he quickly walked to Ding Shan's side and softly said, "Hello, Miss Ding." Are you here to check the results of our practice? Ding Shan glanced at Wen Xiao. Seeing that Wen Xiao had such a strong desire to perform in front of the camera, a mysterious smile flashed across her eyes. Then, she nodded gently. I'll check it later. You guys can practice first. I'll go and have a chat with the instructor. Although the festival team had invited 5 coaches, they were all celebrities with high status. Each of them had their work to deal with. The festival team was too thick-skinned to let the 5 coaches teach more than 100 trainees. Therefore, the festival team had also arranged 4 instructors for each team to help the trainees learn more quickly. However, the instructors were only responsible for technical guidance and could not control the trainees. The ones who could handle the trainees were still the coaches. Ding Shan chatted with the instructor and understood most of the team members' basic level, strengths, weaknesses, and learning progress. After she thanked the instructor, she took out the observation record book she had written in the observation room and read out one of the names. The first one to be called was a very introverted trainee. After his name was called, everyone's eyes turned to him. He was so nervous that his legs were shaking, and his mind was blank. Ding Shan smiled helplessly. Don't be nervous, I will not beat you up. Come out for a moment, let's have a chat. Ding Shan and the first trainee who was called out walked out. The group of trainees in the classroom immediately exploded when they saw the 2 of them walk out. Everyone was a little nervous and scared. Oh my God, why does this sound like the time when our form teacher called for someone to go out and have a chat? This is too scary. I heard that the instructors saw our performance in the observation room this morning. I guess Miss Ding is dissatisfied with the performance of some people. I didn't slack off in the morning, so my name shouldn't be called, right? I'm so nervous, but it's not bad to be able to talk to Miss Ding. I guess I'll only have the chance to talk to a big star like Miss Ding in this variety show in my life. Everyone was in a heated discussion. When Xiao lowered his head, his thoughts were different from the nervous trainees. He hoped that Ding Shan would call him out for a chat. That way, he would have the opportunity to be alone with Ding Shan. Ding Shan was a teacher and he was a trainee. There was a considerable gap between their statuses. Although he was confident that he could make Ding Shan like him, he needed to have the opportunity to get close to Ding Shan. Otherwise, they would not even be able to talk, and Ding Shan would not have a deep impression of him. When Xiao's eyes flickered, and he made up his mind, if Ding Shan didn't look for him later, he had to find a reason to talk to Ding Shan alone. Ding Shan chatted with the trainee outside the training room for about 5 minutes. She looked at the information in her hand and said, "You said that you're not used to being here, but Judong, time is of the essence. There's not much time left to adapt slowly to the environment. You're good at singing, but you didn't go to the dance group to practice in the morning and afternoon. Do you want to give up on dancing? During the evaluation, even if you score high marks in the music section, if you can't do well in the dance section, the teachers won't show you any mercy. Do you understand?" The trainee named Judong lowered his head and trembled like a frightened quail. Ding Shan sighed. "Even if it's for your sister's sake, you should give yourself the courage to break through." Judong raised his head abruptly, and his eyes widened in surprise. Judong didn't participate in the show entirely for himself. He had a sister who had been seriously ill since she was young. To treat his sister's illness, the family had no savings. Therefore, Judong decided to participate in this show. If he had the chance to become famous or become a Taoist, he might be able to earn money to treat his sister's illness. However, Judong was very introverted and would usually blush when talking to others. After joining the Ding Shan battle team, he had barely spoken to anyone. If this continued, Judong would not get any good results in his first review. Hearing Ding Shan mention his sister, Judong's eyes gradually turned red after recovering from his shock. 270 Chapter 270 The Complaint. Ding Shan didn't plan to say too much. The rest was up to Judong to figure out. She flipped through the information sheet in her hand and said to Judong, "All right, you can go back now. Call Wang Le over." After a while, Wang Le came out. The tall Wang Le stood in front of Ding Shan, and Ding Shan had to look up to see his face. When she saw Wang Le's desireless and gloomy face, Ding Shan felt her blood pressure rise. The teacher in charge told Ding Shan that Wang Le had been fishing in troubled waters in the morning and afternoon. Other people couldn't remember the dance moves and were anxious like ants on a hot pan, but he wasn't flustered. He leaned against the wall and almost dozed off. Ding Shan took a deep breath and asked Wang Le, why don't you train with your teammates? Are there any difficulties that you can't overcome? Wang Le saw Ding Shan was looking at him seriously and was a little nervous. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Miss Ding, you know that I can't sing or dance. I want to go back and be a nutritionist. I've embarrassed you by joining your team. But don't worry, I'll be eliminated in the first selection round. I won't give you any more trouble in the future. As soon as he mentioned being eliminated, Wang Le's dull eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of excitement. When Ding Shan heard Wang Le's words, she didn't know what to say. She didn't expect Wang Le to have any fighting spirit at all. She rubbed the space between her brows and said helplessly, I know you were forced to be a trainee, but look at your teammates around you. They're all training seriously. Your attitude will affect them. Taking a step back, even if you treat training as work, you still have to correct your attitude, right? If your attitude is so negative, the audience might misunderstand that the other trainees in your company have the same attitude. Do you think your boss will be angry? Wang Le didn't think so much, and his expression was a little nervous when he heard this. He gave it some serious thought and felt that Ding Shan's words made sense. He was wearing a trainee's uniform with the company's logo on his right chest. If he were too passive, it would hurt the company after the show broadcast. Ding Shan continued to guide him patiently. But if you perform well on the show, your company might think you're serious and even raise your salary, right? Wang Le was suddenly enlightened, and his gaze toward Ding Shan became filled with admiration. He nodded. I understand, Teacher Ding. However, Wang Le's expression quickly turned into one of distress. But I'm not interested in singing or dancing. I don't even know what I should do. You just do whatever others are doing. Ding Shan could only say this. In short, it would be fine if Wang Le did not appear too negative in front of the camera. Ding Shan found more trainees with more significant problems to chat with. Although traditional and old-fashioned, this kind of conversation style used by the high school's head of teaching to educate high school students was beneficial. In addition, Ding Shan's analysis of the mentality of these trainees was very accurate. After a few rounds of conversation, most of the trainees with negative attitudes and unconfident attitudes had adjusted their attitudes. Ding Shan finished her conversation with the last trainee and suddenly saw Wen Xiao walk out of the training room. He came to her and revealed an innocent and harmless smile. Ding Shan didn't plan to talk to Wen Xiao. It seemed like Wen Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer and was planning to take the initiative. Do you need something? Ding Shan's face was calm and even revealed a gentle smile. I do have something to report to Teacher Ding. Wen Xiao's expression became slightly more severe, and he said in a deep and worried tone, it's like this. Mysterious person X left the training room in the morning and hasn't returned yet. The other trainees are all talking about it. Professor Ding, since we are all trainees, we shouldn't give them such special treatment. This will make the others uncomfortable and even affect the unity of the whole team. What do you think? Oh, so he's here to complain. Ding Shan knew that Wen Xiao was trying to find an excuse to get close to her. It just so happened that Mysterious X didn't come to the training room today, so Wen Xiao thought of reporting this matter to her. Not only would he have a reason to communicate with her, but he could also show his enthusiasm for the team. 271 Chapter 271 Gentle Green Tea. Ding Shan nodded perfunctorily. You're right. I'll talk to Mysterious Person X. Thank you for reminding me about this. Seeing that Ding Shan had no apparent reaction to this matter, Wen Xiao was a little dissatisfied. From his point of view, the mysterious man's absence meant he didn't put Ding Shan and the entire battle team in his eyes. Ding Shan should at least be angry, but she didn't seem to have any emotions. Why was that? Could it be that Ding Shan had a good impression of that Mysterious X? At the thought of this, Wen Xiao felt a sense of danger and the smile on his face became a little stiff. No, he couldn't let Ding Shan be attracted to that mysterious man. It seemed that he couldn't take it slow. He had to do something to make Ding Shan focus on him again. Damn it, Ding Shan had a good impression of him in the beginning. Why did this Mysterious X suddenly appear out of nowhere? Wen Xiao's eyes flickered. With one look, Ding Shan could tell that Wen Xiao was probably thinking of some evil tricks. She was not in a hurry and was instead interested in watching a show. She wanted to see what Wen Xiao was up to. "Teacher Ding, don't move." Suddenly, Wen Xiao's pupils dilated as he looked at Ding Shan with a severe expression, his tone somewhat nervous. Ding Shan furrowed her brows. She couldn't figure out what Wen Xiao was trying to do for a moment. Seeing Wen Xiao's gaze shift to the top of her head, Ding Shan was about to look up when Wen Xiao stretched out his hand to support himself against the wall behind Ding Shan. His entire body leaned close to Ding Shan as if he wanted to hug Ding Shan. Ding Shan jumped in shock and almost wanted to punch Wen Xiao. She didn't expect this man to be so bold. Could it be that he tried to hit her forcefully? Wen Xiao stretched out his hand, lightly patted Ding Shan's fluffy hair, and gently blew it. After he was done, he lowered his head and looked deeply at Ding Shan. He lowered his voice and said, "Teacher Ding, a leaf just fell from your hair. I've removed it for you." The man's deep and magnetic voice was charming to the ears. Only Ding Shan's reflection could be seen. The distance between the two of them was very close. Ding Shan could see his slender neck and prominent Adam's apple just by lifting her head slightly. She could also smell the refreshing scent of men's cologne on him. This kind of scene that often appears in love idol dramas could almost make a woman lose the ability to think instantly. The sudden increase in distance with the opposite sex, that moment of panic, could easily be mixed up with the feeling of falling in love. If Ding Shan was a simple little girl with no love experience, she might have already blushed red, embarrassed, and uneasy. She might even have developed a hazy infatuation with Wen Xiao. Ding Shan couldn't be blamed for falling into Wen Xiao's hands in her past life. This man was a male version of green tea. He had too many tricks up his sleeve. If one didn't know his true colors, one would be easily deceived by his fake gentleness and affection. "I was wondering why you suddenly told me not to move. You frightened me." Ding Shan pretended not to understand the burning gentleness in Wen Xiao's eyes. She very slowly patted her chest, pretending to be frightened. "All right, you can go back first. I'll be checking everyone's training results later. Tell them to prepare in advance." Wen Xiao never expected Ding Shan to have such a reaction. He was very confident in his appearance and acting skills. He had once relied on this set of actions and gazes to make a few ex-girlfriends fall in love with him. But why did Ding Shan not have any reaction to the ambiguous atmosphere he created? Could it be that Ding Shan's reaction was too slow because she had never been in love before? Wen Xiao was very disappointed. He felt a sense of helplessness towards the whole affair. If Ding Shan knew that in Wen Xiao's heart, he was comparing her to a bull who did not understand the essence of his performance, she would probably be unable to help but curse. The disappointed Wen Xiao turned around and entered the training room. As soon as he left, Ding Shan patted her head in a highly unlucky manner. The thought of Wen Xiao affectionately blowing away the leaves on her head made her feel goosebumps. It seemed that she had to be more careful of Wen Xiao in the future. This man was no longer satisfied with lying with his mouth and had even started to touch her. Ding Shan sorted out her mood and walked into the training room. She didn't notice that on the next floor, not far away, a pair of eyes had been on her. 272 Chapter 272 Reason. As he watched Ding Shan enter the training room, Xiang Hong's expression turned extremely ugly. Standing beside Xiang Hong, Zhu Yang could naturally tell that his boss was in a terrible mood. "Miss Ding didn't interact with the trainee at all," he said hurriedly. "There must be nothing between them. It must be an accident." Zhu Yang also saw the scene just now. From a distance, the atmosphere between the two of them did feel like a young couple. Zhu Yang was perplexed. He initially thought that Ding Shan and his boss had already reached the stage where everything would go smoothly. Who knew that a third party would suddenly appear out of nowhere? What exactly was going on? "You want to interact? How do we interact?" Upon hearing Zhu Yang's words, Xiang Hong's mood not only did not improve but became even worse. His gaze was like a knife made of ice. Zhu Yang felt a chill spread through his body when he was stared at. "President Xiang, I didn't mean it that way." Zhu Yang wanted to explain, but Xiang Hong was not in the mood to listen. He directly turned around and left. "Ayo, what's going on? Wasn't he fine this morning?" President Xiang even gave Miss Ding Shan some drinks. Their relationship should be further developed. When Zhu Yang thought of this, he suddenly realized something. With Xiang Hong's proud and cold personality, he he would probably not tell her even if he had given something to Ding Shan. As for Ding Shan, even if she weren't a fool and guessed that the person who sent the gift had investigated her preferences, she would probably think that the person who sent the gift was just an ordinary fan of hers. She would never guess that it was Xiang Hong. How could he do good deeds without leaving his name? Zhu Yang suddenly felt that he had found the key to the problem. When Xiang Hong returned to his office, he saw Lin Sai sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking coffee and reading a financial magazine. When he saw Xiang Hong enter, Lin Sai immediately sensed that he was not in a good mood. He frowned and asked, "What's with your expression? Who provoked you?" Xiang Hong's expression in front of his good friends was also very monotonous. However, as Xiang Hong's good friend for many years, Lin Sai could still observe the different emotional states that were revealed in the subtle changes in his expression. For example, even though Xiang Hong still had a sour face, his slightly slack mouth and sharp eyes showed he was depressed. Xiang Hong's current mood was indeed not very good. In the first 20 years of his life, he had always felt that he was a very stable person. It had been many years since he had been excited by anything. Probably because of his success in his career and his strong mentality, he looked at many people and things from the perspective of a superior, like a god who would not leave the altar and get involved with the emotions and desires of mortals. An elder in the family commented on him, extremely smart, but lacking a trace of humanity, too heartless. However, since that little fox appeared, Xiang Hong's attitude has changed. Previously, he had only observed everything about her from afar, but now that he was by her side and had contact with her, her influence on him seemed to have increased. As the scene from earlier appeared in his mind, Xiang Hong could tell that it was that man who had suddenly approached Ding Shan, and Ding Shan had been entirely passive. But even so, he was still very depressed. He even thought, why didn't Ding Shan push him away when he got close? Wasn't this little fox usually very clever and cunning? Why was she so dazed at such a critical moment? She would be at a disadvantage easily. Didn't she understand? Oh, is it because of that woman? Lin Sai thought for a moment and guessed the reason for Xiang Hong's emotional fluctuation. Indeed, Xiang Hong had specially come to attend Yin Hui's variety show because of that woman. He was utterly bewitched by that woman now, and he was angry because of that woman. Xiang Hong shot a glance at Lin Sai. "What brings you here?" This meant that he didn't deny it. Lin Sai furrowed his brows. Seeing his good friend lose his soul over a woman made him feel a little upset. However, as someone who had experienced such things, he knew it was customary for Xiang Hong to be emotional. With these two feelings mixed, Lin Sai felt a little awkward. He sighed and said to Xiang Hong, "I've done some research on Ding Shan." 273 Chapter 273. Not simple. Xiang Hong raised his eyes and glanced at Lin Sai. He did not seem very interested, as if he was saying, "If you want to tell me, then I'll just listen to it." From Xiang Hong's point of view, he was only interested in Ding Shan as a person. Ding Shan's identity, background, and occupation were unimportant to him. Therefore, he had never investigated Ding Shan before. He trusted his judgment of people. Moreover, he wanted to understand not the labels other people had placed on Ding Shan but the real her under those labels. However, Lin Sai did not think so. Xiang Hong knew Lin Sai was worried about him, so he did not stop Lin Sai from investigating. He only told him not to do anything overboard. He did not expect Lin Sai to investigate so quickly. When Lin Sai saw Xiang Hong's carefree attitude, he felt even more helpless. In that instant, he thought that he had been unnecessary. "I haven't found any information on her biological parents." That's strange. Her experience before the Ding family adopted her was completely blank. "I couldn't find a single trace. It seems like human traffickers most likely abducted her." When Lin Sai said this, he felt little sympathy for Ding Shan. Regardless of Ding Shan's character, just looking at her childhood experience, she was indeed a pitiful person. After hearing Lin Sai's words, Xiang Hong tapped the table with his fingers, his eyes turning deep. The little fox's background was even more pitiful than he had imagined. All these years, he had no idea how she had managed to survive in the Ding family. Moreover, she could not find her biological parents now. In other words, she had no family left in this world. When he thought of this, Xiang Hong felt a dull pain in his heart. Xiang Hong looked at his phone's photo album. Ever since he followed Ding Shan's Weibo, he would conveniently save every photo she posted. Ding Shan's smile in the photo was bright and radiant, without any gloominess. However, Zhang Hong seemed to be able to see through her smile and see the lonely and helpless moments she had endured alone. Zhang Hong's fingers gently touched the beautiful girl on the screen. His movements were so gentle that it was as if he was touching a fragile, precious porcelain. Oh right, there's one more thing. Ding Shan started her studio a while ago. I thought she would sign with a new company, but I didn't expect her to start her studio. Lin Sai's tone revealed a hint of surprise. It wasn't that there weren't celebrities who had their studios and companies these days, but most of them were short-lived. Almost none of them were able to make it big or strong. There were many complicated factors in this. It was not just ambition and means that could turn a celebrity idol but a behind-the-scenes capital that controlled the market. However, Ding Shan's courage and boldness made Lin Sai look at her in a new light. Zhang Hong nodded. I think Yin Hui mentioned this to me before. He wanted to sign her. It seems that this woman is very ambitious. She is independent and clear-headed in her career. Zhang Hong, I know my words are unpleasant, but as your brother, I still want to remind you not to take it too seriously. With your qualifications, you can find any woman you want, so why do you have to take her so seriously? This woman is not simple. I advise you to be careful. If I could control myself and not follow her, I wouldn't have come to this variety show. Zhang Hong laughed at himself. This feeling of losing control was perhaps called being moved. Even an expert like Zhang Hong was unable to control his own heart. He could only allow his emotions to be affected by one person, and one person entirely occupied his vision. Lin Sai did not expect Zhang Hong to say that. He frowned. Then, his eyes became slightly dazed as if he had recalled something. His expression turned ugly. After a long time, Lin Sai sighed. You won't turn back until you hit the wall. All right, I'm not going to care about you anymore. The music in the training room sounded, and more than 20 trainees lined up in 5 rows, singing and dancing to the music. However, everyone's movements were very disappointing. Some people could complete the entire dance, while some limbs were stiff, and even their movements were not coherent. Singing was also a disaster. Other than a few people with higher singing standards, the others were more or less out of tune and rushed to film. When the music stopped, Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief and rubbed her brows. Everyone could see that Ding Shan was very dissatisfied with the trainee's performance, and her expression was a little nervous and uneasy. 274 Chapter 274. Bribing the teacher. Today's practice will end here. I believe you all know your performance. This is the first training day, so I won't beat you down. Go back and rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Ding Shan also knew that this was only the first day, and many people had not even adjusted their state of mind. Even if she were anxious, it would be useless. She could only take it slow if one meal could not make one fat. Teacher Ding, wait. Ding Shan had just walked out of the training room when a man in a suit called out to her. Ding Shan was a little puzzled. She looked at the other party, but before she could ask, the other party took the initiative to say, Teacher Ding, did you like the drinks and desserts from this morning? You sent it. I like it. Sorry for the trouble. Ding Shan didn't expect the man to be the one who gave her the drinks and desserts. She was about to thank him, but the man waved his hand. No, it's not me. Mysterious X arranged for me to give them to you and even told me your preferences. It's him? Ding Shan was a little shocked. This mysterious person X looked very arrogant and didn't look like the type of person who would chase after celebrities. Moreover, when he looked at her, his expression was entirely unlike a fan who saw a star he liked. Instead, it was more like a hunter. The hunter, who had been in disguise for a long time, finally sees his prey. Why did mysterious person X know her preferences? Could it be that he was like Wen Xiao and wanted to obtain some benefits from her? If the mysterious man was not her fan, he was suspected of bribing the teacher with the things he sent. Yeah. Zhu Yang revealed an excited smile and thought. As expected, he had to do it. Now that Ding Shan knows her boss's feelings for her, she must be very touched, right? Ding Shan still didn't understand mysterious person X's intention for giving her these things. However, she looked at the man who suddenly appeared in front of her, and her eyes gradually became confused. You came to find me to tell me this. This man suddenly appeared in front of her. Could it be that the mysterious person X incited him to come and ask for benefits from her? No, no. Zhu Yang had already thought of a reason in his heart. He was about to open his mouth to explain when the program team staff in uniform ran to Ding Shan's side, panting. Teacher Ding Shan, do you have time now? The higher-ups have made last-minute preparations for the program to be released in advance, so they need to take a few sets of photos for the instructors. After that, they also have to take photos of the trainees. Time is a little tight, so I wonder if you can spare some time tonight? The festival team was going to release their program in advance. This news surprised Ding Shan. It seemed that after her reincarnation, many things had indeed deviated from the original development trajectory. Ding Shan did not have anything else to do at night, so she nodded. I'm fine with it. The program team staff heaved a sigh of relief. All right, I'll send you the national producer's uniform later. A nationwide producer. Ding Shan was stunned for a moment. Wasn't she a teacher? What was a national producer? But before Ding Shan could ask, the staff member left in a hurry, probably to inform the other instructors. Ding Shan had doubts in her heart, but she felt that the festival group probably wouldn't dare to do anything too out of line, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about. With this interruption, Ding Shan forgot what question she wanted to ask Zhu Yang. However, when she looked at Zhu Yang, she suddenly realized that this person should be one of mysterious excess men. The staff of the festival team usually had a name tag on their chest, so this person didn't look like one of them. Do you know the identity of this mysterious person X? Ding Shan asked tentatively. How would I know? Zhu Yang naturally did not dare to reveal the true identity of his boss. Ding Shan also knew that she wouldn't be able to get any information from the man in front of her. She thought for a moment and asked, where does that mysterious person X usually go? He didn't come to training all day. As his instructor, I should at least know where he is. You've been in contact with him. Do you know where he is? Zhu Yang hesitated and thought, it should be okay to tell Ding Shan this, right? Maybe it would increase the chances of the two of them meeting each other. Thinking of this, Zhu Yang told Ding Shan the floor of Zhang Hong's temporary office and handed her a piece of paper with a number written on it. This is the contact information of that mysterious X. If you need him, you can add him as a friend. Ding Shan took note and thought, this mysterious X is mysterious. If I didn't meet this man in front of me, I wouldn't know where to find him. 275 Chapter 275. High Profile. The festival group didn't mention if the instructors and trainees could be added as friends in private. However, Ding Shan didn't like to add strangers, and she wasn't that familiar with Mysterious X. She planned to go to the floor where Mysterious X was located and ask around. If she could find him in person, there would be no need to add him as a friend. In order not to delay the shooting at night, Ding Shan could only call Zhenjun, who had already gotten off work, and ask her to hurry over to do her makeup and style. I'm sorry, Zhenjun. The festival group has made an emergency arrangement, so I'll have to trouble you to work overtime. Ding Shan said apologetically when she saw that Zhenjun, who had rushed over, had even buttoned her clothes wrongly. Sister Shan, what are you saying? You're willing to wait for me because you trust my professional abilities. I'm more than happy to be able to get Sister Shan's approval. Sister Shan, what style do you want to wear this time? Is it sweet or mature? Zhenjun asked as she took out the cosmetics and tools from the makeup box. I don't have any other requirements as long as I'm beautiful. Ding Shan looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes shining. Xiao Zhao looked at Ding Shan in surprise, then smiled excitedly. Sister Shan, I thought you would continue to keep a low profile, but it's hard for you to keep a low profile with your looks. I think you should have been more arrogant. Sister Shan, you were such a low profile before, and Chen Tong thought she could be better than you. I don't like her. We were on the show earlier, so I naturally couldn't show off too much. After all, the live recording is still focused on the trainees' performances. If the instructors had stolen the limelight, it would inevitably cause a bad impression on the audience. But we're shooting the posters now. When the time comes, the official Weibo will post promotional photos of the coaches to hype up the show. I will disappoint my fans if Chen Tong suppresses me during the official Weibo post because I'm keeping a low profile. When it is time to keep a low profile, Ding Shan could keep her calm, But when it is time to maintain a high profile, she will not hold back. The exact time Chen Tong, on the other side, obviously thought the same. Chen Tong's makeup team was busy. The makeup artist was applying eyeliner for Chen Tong when Chen Tong suddenly slapped her hand. Chen Tong scolded angrily, "You drew such deep eyeliner on me. Are you trying to make me look like an old witch?" The makeup artist was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. The assistant beside her saw that Chen Tong was angry again and hurriedly came over to persuade Chen Tong, "Sister Chen, time is tight. Don't take it to heart. You're lovely today. Look at your makeup, it's so perfect. No one will be able to steal your limelight." Chen Tong looked at the woman in the mirror. Although she was lovely, her expression was a little gloomy and fierce. She snorted coldly, "What do you know? That Ding Shan is not to be trifled with. I'm a female mentor of the same level and type as her. She wants to suppress me in the promotional poster. I can't lose to her this time." Chen Tong used Ding Shan's name to become famous. Even now, people still call her Little Ding Shan. This time, she was participating in the same variety show as Ding Shan, so it was an excellent opportunity for the audience to distinguish her from Ding Shan. She had to surpass Ding Shan in all aspects to get rid of the title of Little Ding Shan. Chen Tong clenched her fingers, her eyes full of confidence. "What are you still doing? Are you waiting for me to invite you? Wipe off the eyeliner and repaint it. My makeup today must be stunning and shocking at first sight. I must suppress Ding Shan until she can't lift her head, understand? You don't need to come tomorrow if you can't do it. Just get lost." Chen Tong vented all the pressure and anger in her heart on the makeup artist. Seeing that Chen Tong's mood was so unstable at the moment, the assistant beside her didn't dare to say anything. After Chen Tong was done with her makeup, she slowly stood up. Looking at her flawless makeup, her tensed face finally relaxed a little. The assistant was about to say something, but she suddenly stopped and shouted, "Sister Bing is here." Chen Tong turned her head and saw the manager the company had arranged for her, Du Bing, enter the room. Du Bing was the company's top manager and had more than one artiste under her. Chen Tong was one of them. Last month, Du Bing had gone overseas with an artiste to attend a film festival and had only returned a few days ago. Du Bing was usually very busy. Today, Du Bing had taken time out of her busy work to come to this variety show. It might have been CEO Wang's arrangement, but it also showed how much the company valued Chen Tong. 276 Chapter 276 Shilla Jewelry. Du Bing passed a gift box to Chen Tong. "Chief Wang especially gave this to you. Put it on." Chen Tong's eyes lit up. After opening the gift box, she surprisedly said, "This is the Rose Princess style." The jewelry in the gift box glowed dazzlingly under the light. This jewelry set was one of the Noble Epic high-end jewelry series released by the international top jewelry family, Shilla. It was called Rose Princess. Only the super VIP customers of the brand could buy the high-end custom-made jewelry from Shilla, and they were only lent to the brand's global spokesperson and image ambassador. There was a female star in the entertainment company that Chen Tong was working for who was very famous internationally. She was the spokesperson of Shilla in the Asia-Pacific region, so this jewelry set should have belonged to that female star. It wasn't easy to borrow haute couture clothing and jewelry. Sometimes, celebrities from a company would freeload haute couture clothing or jewelry from the company's brand spokesperson. However, Chen Tong's status was far lower than that of the company's internationally famous female star, so she usually did not have the right to borrow this haute couture jewelry. CEO Wang had invested a lot in Chen Tong to get her such a set of top jewelry. The status and value of a celebrity were not only reflected in their popularity. The saying goes, Buddha depends on gold clothes, and man depends on clothes. The clothes and attires of celebrities could also reflect their position in the entertainment industry. To get the brand's recognition, a star could be plated with a layer of gold. Although Chen Tong was very popular in the country, she did not have many brand endorsements. In other words, there were a lot of female celebrities like her in the country. The top luxury brands did not even look at her. It was difficult for her even to borrow a high-end custom-made set, let alone get a spokesperson. President Wang had sent Chen Tong a set of high-end custom-made jewelry, equivalent to forcibly raising Chen Tong's status. The audience didn't know how Chen Tong got this jewelry set, but as long as they saw Chen Tong wearing this set of jewelry, they would think that a well-known international luxury brand loved Chen Tong. Chen Tong hugged the jewelry box and grinned from ear to ear. Once again, she felt she was lucky to have someone to rely on. Even if she didn't like President Wang, there was no doubt that this person was her most significant source of confidence. As far as I know, Ding Shan doesn't have any decent jewelry endorsement, so she probably won't be able to bring out any decent jewelry when she shoots the poster. This time, you have to make good use of this opportunity. If you surpass Ding Shan's popularity in the variety show, your status in the entertainment industry will also greatly improve. I believe you understand this, Du Bing said. Chen Tong nodded thoughtfully and said with some pride, Sister Bing, don't worry, I'm confident I can beat her this time. Although Ding Shan was on a hot search for a few days, she hadn't had any new work for a long time. Her popularity is only high on the surface, and her fans aren't very active on the internet. Her ability to collect data is far worse than mine. Chen Tong had already asked her assistant to give instructions to her fans. When the festival group announced the coaches on Weibo, her fans would go to all the forums to post and comment. When the public saw that Chen Tong's popularity was higher than Ding Shan's, they thought that Chen Tong's popularity had already surpassed Ding Shan's. By then, Chen Tong could step on Ding Shan's fame and become one of the top female celebrities in the country. At this moment, Ding Shan did not know about Chen Tong's situation. After Zhenjun had done her makeup and style, Ding Shan took out the pearl earrings the brand sponsored for her and put them on. Xiao Zhao watched from the side and said worriedly, Sister Shan, this pair of earrings was given by the brand you endorsed last year. The design isn't the latest, either. If someone with a dirty mouth finds out about the earrings, they'll gossip. Ding Shan also knew that Xiao Zhao's words made sense, but she did not have any luxury jewelry endorsements in her hands now. After leaving the Ding family, all her savings had been used to open a studio. The money in her hands was not enough to buy that luxury jewelry priced in the millions, so she could only make do with the jewelry she had in the past. Zhenjun wanted to pull out some of Ding Shan's hair to cover her earrings. After the festival team releases the official announcement on their Weibo, there will be people searching for accessories worn by female celebrities. If someone found out that Ding Shan was wearing earrings from last year, some people would say disgusting things like Ding Shan being outdated. 277 Chapter 277 The King of Looks. Ding Shan gently held Zhenjun's hand and shook her head. It's fine. Trying to cover it up will only make others say I'm guilty. I have nothing to be guilty about. If they want to say it, let them say it. Ding Shan wasn't someone with a fragile heart. She could withstand the ridicule and abuse from the outside world. Moreover, she also believed that one day, she would not be as embarrassed as she was now. She was not afraid of being at a low point. She could turn the tables and rise from the ashes. All right then, but Sister Shan, your looks are heaven-defying. You're the most precious and beautiful jewel. You don't need any extra embellishments. Zhenjun looked at Ding Shan's beautiful face and said with emotion. She did not say this to comfort Ding Shan. She thought so. Ding Shan has been in the entertainment industry for so many years. Although many people defamed her, no one could deny her dominant position in the entertainment industry with her looks. Under the topic of comparing the faces of female celebrities in the entertainment industry, there was an iron law that almost everyone acknowledged: which female star in the entertainment industry was more beautiful. If Ding Shan were there, she would choose Ding Shan. If Ding Shan weren't there, they would continue discussing. That's right, that's right. Sister Shan's face is like a goddess's, even without makeup. What do you mean by the heavens are begging to feed her? Look at Sister Shan, and you'll know. Xiao Zhao immediately nodded in agreement. All right, stop flattering me, you two. I don't need to worry about my lack of confidence when I'm with you two. Please don't praise me anymore. If you praise me again, I'll walk sideways when I go out later. Ding Shan felt a little amused. Seeing the two of them praise her so seriously, she felt a little embarrassed not to give them red packets. While the 5 mentors were preparing for the next poster shooting, the trainees also received the notice. Not only did the trainees have to take a half-body photo, but they also had to prepare a self-introduction. When the time came, the self-introduction of the trainees would be included in the show's trailer. Some trainees were newbies who had just entered the entertainment industry, while some were mature trainees who had already made their debut and were ready to start again on this show. But no matter what type of trainee they were, the thought of introducing themselves to the national audience made them very nervous, but at the same time, they were very excited. The shooting for the trainees was scheduled after dinner, but most were not in the mood to eat in the cafeteria. Everyone rushed back to the dormitory to touch up their makeup, do their hair, and practice self-introduction in front of the mirror or mobile phone. For a while, the trainees' dormitory was in a mess. Xiang Hong had also received the notice, and Yin Hui had come to tell him personally. Xiang Hong frowned when he heard that they would shoot the posters and record the self-introduction. Why so suddenly? Yin Hui rubbed his hands together excitedly. It's like this. My variety show is going to be released on Youku. It was originally planned to be broadcast next month, but I heard that Pomodoro is also preparing to release a talent show. The broadcast time is set for the end of this month, so I hesitated. So you plan to seize the initiative? Xiang Hong lazily leaned back on the sofa. It seems like you're pretty confident in this variety show. That's right. Don't you know who invested in the variety show? It's a variety show that I, young Master Yin, personally produced. How can it not be popular? Yin Hui still wanted to praise himself, but Xiang Hong snorted in disdain. But I heard you bought more than 10 advertisements on 5 to 6 social media platforms. If you are confident in your variety show, why are you spending so much on marketing? So much money that you can't burn it all. Being exposed by Xiang Hong heartlessly, Yin Hui was a little embarrassed. What do you know? Good wine needs good packaging, or else who would know that it's good wine? Oh, I don't understand. Xiang Hong's tone had a trace of danger that Yin Hui was familiar with. Yin Hui hurriedly changed his words. No, I don't know anything. I mainly feel that with President Xiang personally participating in my variety show, there's no need to worry about it not being popular. With Ding Shan joining us and with both of you around, my variety show will be popular all over the country, and then it'll set off a national talent show and start chasing craze. Yin Hui mentioned Ding Shan and Xiang Hong at the same time. This statement pleased Xiang Hong, and his eyes immediately became much gentler. Yin Hui thought, he's not even in a relationship yet, and he already cares so much about Ding Shan. I don't know how exaggerated it will be if he really is in a relationship. By the way, didn't you dislike Chen Tong before? I also feel that she is sometimes insensible. The planning director told me a lot about her problems. Sigh, what a headache. So, I thought of an idea. I will let Ding Shan be both a coach and national producer. 278 Chapter 278. A perfect photo. After saying that, Yin Hui looked at Xiang Hong expectantly, as if he wanted to hear Xiang Hong's praise. Xiang Hong frowned. What's a national producer? It's just a title. It's just a gimmick for publicity. It doesn't have any other rights. Seeing Xiang Hong's dull expression, Yin Hui hurriedly said, Don't think I'm doing something unnecessary. The entertainment industry values such titles and gimmicks. Let me put it this way. If we compare variety shows to a movie, Chen Tong and Ding Shan were originally female leads, and their scenes were the same. But now that Ding Shan has the title national producer, the audience will think that Ding Shan is the female lead, and Chen Tong is the second female lead. Even though Ding Shan and Chen Tong were both female coaches, their shots were similar. Ding Shan had a different identity than Chen Tong during the show's promotional period. No matter how much Chen Tong stole the limelight, it would be difficult for her to suppress Ding Shan. Hearing Yin Hui's explanation, Xiang Hong nodded his head slightly. Although he didn't think that others would steal his intelligent little fox, he was still delighted that Yin Hui's method could help Ding Shan. Xiang Hong looked at Yin Hui. It was rare for him to find his good brother quite pleasing to the eye. He patted Yin Hui's shoulder. You've done well this time. His tone was like a big brother praising his little brother in a gang. It was rare for Yin Hui to be complimented by Xiang Hong. For a moment, he was confused. After laughing for a while, he suddenly thought of something and said to Xiang Hong, You still have a shoot later. Do you want me to find you a stylist and makeup artist? You don't need to. Xiang Hong leisurely put his hands behind his head and leaned on the sofa. Yin Hui looked at Xiang Hong's face, which the creator favored, and suddenly felt that his question was unnecessary. With Xiang Hong's face, even in the entertainment industry, where handsome men were everywhere, almost no one could compete with him, not to mention his unique temperament. It's infuriating to compare people. Why does this bad-tempered guy have so many good points? Even if he didn't like him, he couldn't hate him. After everything was ready, the staff led Ding Shan to the filming location. As the male teachers spent much less time on makeup and styling than the female teachers, Chen 11 and Su Yang had already finished their shoot. At this moment, the photographer was taking photos of Li Yang, and it looked like he was almost done. After Li Yang was done with the shoot, she saw Ding Shan and walked toward her with a smile. Her eyes were filled with admiration and amazement. "You're so beautiful tonight. Even I, a woman, feel moved. You're the king of looks in the entertainment industry. Sister Li, please don't make fun of me." Ding Shan smiled in embarrassment. Her eyes were like crescent moons, and she looked sweet and cute. "It seems like Chen Tong isn't here yet. Why don't you go and film first? We'll go back together after you're done." Seeing that Ding Shan had no object irons, Li Yang called out to the photographer who had just taken a photo of her. When the photographer saw Ding Shan, he was so stunned that his eyes were dazed. After returning to his senses, he excitedly discussed the shooting ideas with Ding Shan. The photographer's inspiration suddenly gushed out like a spring in front of such a beautiful woman like Ding Shan. He guided Ding Shan into various poses, standing in the center of the spotlight. "Well, raise your chin again, and you can show a smile. Yes, that's it. Take a picture of the side of her face. This one looks good too." To those in the art industry, Ding Shan was like a muse that could provide them with endless inspiration and imagination. The photographer looked at the young girl standing in the light. The light illuminated her facial features, and her originally white skin seemed to glow. She turned her face slightly to look in the direction of the light source. Her smooth outline had a delicate sculpted feeling, comparable to the model of her facial features, and had the elegant temperament of Oriental classical beauty. What surprised the photographer even more was that Ding Shan's eyes had content. She was unlike many models who only knew how to pose and find angles in front of the camera. As an actress, her eyes had a sense of a story that she wanted to tell but couldn't. She looked at the light, and her eyes revealed the courage to pursue and the determination to break out of the cocoon and rebirth. That kind of unstoppable sharpness made the whole photo vivid and rich, with a movie-like texture. In the extreme beauty, the audience also felt a profound impact. The photographer was so excited that he wanted to immediately upload the photo to his computer and enlarge it countless times to appreciate it. He was fascinated by the photo's atmosphere, details, and composition. Only when Ding Shan called him did he return to his senses. 279 Chapter 279 Won't Lose. Ding Shan thought the photographer was distracted, so she smiled warmly and asked again, "Do you need me to adjust my posture for another shot?" The photographer was still a little excited. Seeing Ding Shan ask him with such a gentle attitude, he hurriedly said, "There's no need for that. Miss Ding, you did a great job. The photos are perfect. The publicity will be very effective." "That's good. Thank you for your hard work." After Ding Shan thanked the photographer, her body relaxed slightly. After shooting for so long, she was a little tired. As they walked out of the studio, Ding Shan smiled at Li Yang. "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go back." They were about to leave when Li Yang suddenly lowered her head and whispered to Ding Shan, "Chen Tong is here." Ding Shan looked up and saw Chen Tong, dressed in a high-profile way, walking over. Chen Tong was stunned when she saw Ding Shan. She sized her up for a few seconds, then, her eyes showed a hint of fear and disgust. Chen Tong walked over to the two of them and said, "Yeah, I'm late. Are you two done filming? Sister Shan, you're dressed so formally today. People who don't know would think you're going to a film festival to walk the red carpet. It's just a promotional poster. You don't have to be so serious. Otherwise, you will steal the limelight from the trainees when the show airs, don't you think?" Chen Tong's words seemed to be complaining about Ding Shan's beautiful dress. It was no wonder Chen Tong felt that Ding Shan was too much of a threat to her. Ding Shan's clothes and makeup were usually low-key and reserved. She suddenly became high-profile, making it harder for people to look away. Even when Ding Shan was standing behind Li Yang, Chen Tong still saw her at first glance. Sure enough, Ding Shan's low profile in the past was all an act. This woman was waiting to steal her limelight, but she pretended to be virtuous and not fight for it. It was pretentious and disgusting. Hearing Chen Tong's sarcasm, Li Yang couldn't hold it in anymore, even before Ding Shan could say anything. She glanced at Chen Tong and said, "Instructor Chen Tong, you're wrong. Our instructors are also the face of the show. This show still needs the 5 of us to attract the audience's attention. How can we not dress up well? Even a rough person like me has a new hairstyle. Shan is young and pretty, so it's natural for her to dress up." Seeing that Li Yang was obviously on Ding Shan's side, Chen Tong was even more annoyed. She gritted her teeth and suppressed the hatred and anger in her heart. She squeezed out an indifferent smile. "I don't care about this anyway because no matter how much effort some people put in, it's all in vain. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see." Seeing Chen Tong arrogantly walk past the 2 of them into the studio, Ding Shan smiled helplessly at Li Yang. "Sister Li, why are you being so calculative with her? She's just that kind of person. The more you pay attention to her, the more she'll be angry. It's better to ignore her. My temper isn't as good as yours. I really couldn't hold it in just now. Look at her, she couldn't wait to wear jewelry from head to toe, yet she still had the cheek to mock you. Also, you wait and see. After the festival group releases the official announcement on Weibo, her team will buy the hot search to compare with you. You have to be prepared in advance." Li Yang kindly reminded her. "Yes, thank you for reminding me, Sister Li, but I'm not afraid of her." Ding Shan nodded. "Also, the jewelry she was wearing just now didn't seem cheap. I think I've seen it in a magazine before," Li Yang said. "It's the Rose Princess set of high-end jewelry from Shilla." Ding Shan said. "You know it." After Li Yang recovered from her shock, she felt anxious for Ding Shan. She managed to borrow high-end jewelry from Shilla. "This is going to be troublesome. Please take care of yourself." Li Yang looked at Ding Shan's jewelry with some hesitation. "Well, I don't have any high-end jewelry brands to endorse. I can't do anything about it." Ding Shan smiled helplessly, but she wasn't in a hurry. "It's okay, Sister Li. Jewelry is just an item to set off people. Even without those things, I'm confident that I won't lose to anyone." Li Yang sighed. She thought of all the trouble that Ding Shan had with the Ding family and said with some regret, "The Ding family has delayed you. If you were in a better management company, with your appearance and temperament, you would have long been the darling of a fashion brand." 280 Chapter 280 Ruthless. Fashion brands value their spokesperson's resume and temperament very much. Ding Shan had previously been scammed by the Ding family and acted in many bad movies. In the eyes of those top luxury brands, it was naturally a severe stain. No matter how famous Ding Shan was and how good her looks and temperament were, it was difficult for them to consider working with her. Therefore, celebrities also had to cherish their reputation. For some celebrities who had signed multiple big brands as endorsements, once there was a serious scandal, the endorsement cooperation was immediately suspended, and they would never have the chance to win the favor of the brand in the future. Fortunately, although Ding Shan had acted in some lousy films, she had not been involved in any scandals. As long as she slowly accumulated representative work, she would still have the opportunity to discuss cooperation with big brands in the future. Ding Shan was about to go back with Li Yang when they walked to the corner of the corridor and saw a person standing in the shadows. Under the dim light, Ding Shan could feel that person's gaze on her. She couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Then, she saw the man walk out from the shadows, his bright obsidian-like eyes staring straight at her. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he called out, "Teacher Ding." Li Yang quickly recognized that the man in front of them was Mysterious X. It seemed like he was waiting for Ding Shan. "It seems your team member has something to discuss with you," Li Yang said to Ding Shan. "I won't disturb you then. You guys can continue chatting." After Li Yang left, Ding Shan looked at Xiang Hong suspiciously. Just as she was about to say something, Xiang Hong pushed open the empty room door and said to Ding Shan, "It's windy outside. Miss Ding, come in and talk." When she saw Xiang Hong enter the room, Ding Shan looked left and right. She hesitated for a moment, then followed him in. However, she did not close the door when she entered. Instead, she left a small gap. Seeing that Ding Shan's vigilance was relatively high, Xiang Hong was instantly satisfied. "It's good to be alert, It's not easy to be stolen by others. Ding Shan saw that Xiang Hong didn't say anything and remembered that she had initially planned to look for him, so she directly said, "Where did you go today? Although your identity is special, you're still my team member. You didn't train with the others all day, so the other team members are suspicious. In addition, I don't know much about your strength, so I wanted to find some time to talk to you." Ding Shan spoke in a rather severe tone when her vision suddenly darkened. Xiang Hong had walked up to her. The sudden approach of the man made Ding Shan take a step back in alarm. "Is Teacher Ding trying to understand me?" The man's voice was low and magnetic as if it had a little hook. Ding Shan looked up and could see the pair of deep eyes. That familiar feeling appeared again. The closer this man was to her, the stronger that feeling became. Ding Shan was perplexed. She tried her best to recall, but she still couldn't remember seeing this man's face. It was reasonable to say that she would never forget such an extremely handsome face, but she had no impression. When Ding Shan's gaze landed on Xiang Hong's face, he saw that she looked a little nervous. For a moment, he thought that she had remembered. However, when he saw the confusion in Ding Shan's eyes, he immediately understood that she had not thought of him at all. As expected, women were heartless. After a night of passion, they could not remember anything. Ding Shan didn't understand why the man in front of her suddenly revealed a trace of resentment and dissatisfaction in his eyes. How? It was as if she had done something wrong to him. Please, why was he looking at her like that? She didn't even know him before. "You're my team member. Of course, I have to understand your situation. That way, I'll know how to help you." Ding Shan suppressed the complicated thoughts in her heart and said in a severe tone, "Help me? How can you help?" As if he had heard something funny, Xiang Hong laughed. He usually looked cold and distant to everyone, but when he smiled, the contrast was extreme, like the spring wind melting the ice and snow. Ding Shan was mesmerized by the man's 2-second smile before she returned to her senses. She looked to the left and tried not to look at Xiang Hong. "I can only help you by understanding you first." The conversation between the two of them was like a tongue twister. If it were in the past, Xiang Hong would not have the patience to talk about such nonsense. But now, he felt that this was very good. Being able to speak to her, even if it was just some nonsense, was it not very romantic? He enjoyed it and never got tired. 281 Chapter 281 Motive. "All right, then, Miss Ding, you can come and get to know me better. I'll welcome you." Xiang Hong squinted his eyes and said in a leisurely tone. It was as if a store owner was saying welcome to the customer, or a chef was saying please enjoy to the customer. Ding Shan suddenly felt strange, and the air around her gradually became ambiguous. She thought that she and the man in front of her were like 2 drops of water on a glass, slowly approaching a critical point and about to merge uncontrollably. Ding Shan took a deep breath and regained her rationality. Her tone returned to normal. "What did you call me over to say?" She couldn't let this man delay her, so she had to end the conversation quickly. "It's nothing. I just wanted to remind Teacher Ding that sometimes it's better to keep a distance from the students to avoid being used by people with ulterior motives. What do you think, Teacher Ding?" Xiang Hong recalled the scene of Ding Shan and Wen Xiao approaching each other during the day, and a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Xiang Hong knew that Ding Shan was a brilliant person. Logically speaking, she would not be deceived and used by a man like Wen Xiao. However, according to his understanding, Ding Shan had never been in a relationship before. He was still worried that the hypocritical Wen Xiao would bewitch Ding Shan. Of course, these concerns were not the main reason. The main reason was that he was jealous. He had just come to her side, and Ding Shan had not even recognized him. She still treated him as a strange man. He did not even have the chance to get close to her. So what kind of trash was Wen Xiao? How dare he get so close to her? Xiang Hong's words confused Ding Shan. When did she stop keeping a distance from the students? Moreover, if she wanted to keep her distance, he was the one who was so close to her. But instead, he was reminding her. Ding Shan was a little unconvinced. "Of course, I understand this logic, but since you've suggested that I keep a distance from the students, shouldn't you take a few steps back? Also, speaking of ulterior motives, I still want to ask you why you sent me drinks and desserts. What's your motive?" Xiang Hong was taken aback. He was a little surprised and confused. How did Ding Shan know that he was the one who had sent those things? Could it be that she had specially gone to investigate? Purpose. Xiang Hong felt somewhat helpless, but he also wanted to laugh. What purpose could he have? Oh, he did have one. His only goal was her. However, Xiang Hong didn't understand why Ding Shan's first reaction when she found out that he was the one who had given her the gift was not that he had a good impression of her but that he had some other purpose. Was he scheming? She didn't suspect Wen Zai's motive for getting close to her, but she questioned him. Seeing that Xiang Hong did not answer immediately, Ding Shan felt that this person would likely be like Wen Zai, approaching her for benefits. Although she could not understand what other value she had to a man like Xiang Hong, she was still very important to him. You're not going to tell me that you're giving me this because you're my fan, are you? Ding Shan stared at Xiang Hong and asked. Can't I? Just as Xiang Hong thought of an excuse, Ding Shan found one. He smiled and said, if I'm not teacher Ding's fan, why did I choose you out of the 5 instructors? Ding Shan didn't know what to say. She didn't believe that this person was her fan. She had seen many fans who liked her, and she knew how fans would react when they saw their idol. The man in front of her seemed to be interested in her, but it was more like the interest of a hunter in his prey. Xiang Hong could tell that Ding Shan did not believe his words. Indeed, his little fox was clever. How could she be easily deceived? No matter your purpose, since you've come to this variety show and become my team member, I still hope you can get good results in the next evaluation. Even if you don't train with the other team members in the future, you must practice hard on your own. Ding Shan didn't know if mysterious person X would listen to her. He didn't look like the kind of person who would listen to others easily. However, to Ding Shan's surprise, mysterious person X nodded obediently and said, all right, I understand. Don't worry, miss. Ding. Ding Shan was a little embarrassed by the other party's good attitude. She even suspected that she had misunderstood the other party's intention. While the two were talking, there was some noise outside. The trainees seemed to have finished recording their self-introductions and were discussing with each other. Ding Shan looked at Xiang Hong. Have you finished recording your self-introduction? 282 Chapter 282. Stay away from her. Seeing Xiang Hong nod, Ding Shan opened the door. Since you're done recording, you should rest. The two walked out of the room, one in front of the other. Ding Shan thought that since the room was at the end of the corridor, no one would come in. However, she saw a familiar figure when she walked out of the room. Wen Zai was leaning against the window, a lit cigarette between his fingers. He looked very used to smoking, even with a sense of a ruffian, forming a strong contrast with the image he usually presented. Wen Zai probably didn't expect people to be in the room next door. He turned his head and saw Ding Shan and Xiang Hong. After recovering from his shock, Wen Zai hurriedly put the cigarette in his hand and awkwardly greeted Ding Shan. Teacher Ding. Ding Shan was not the least bit surprised to see Wen Zai smoking. She had long known that Wen Zai had many different faces. When she tore off the gentle and pure mask on the surface, the real Wen Zai was a rotten bastard. Why did you sneak here to smoke? Was the pressure too great? If you're done recording, then go back and rest early. Ding Shan smiled gently as if she had just not seen the scene. Seeing that Ding Shan's expression was normal, Wen Zai heaved a sigh of relief. Got it, teacher Ding. Wen Zai put on that innocent and gentle expression again. After speaking, he looked at Xiang Hong and asked with a puzzled tone, why is teacher Ding with person X? We met by chance and chatted for a while. It's getting late. I have to go back first. See you tomorrow. After Ding Shan finished speaking, she smiled at the two of them and turned to leave. After Ding Shan left, the smile on Wen Zai's face faded. He looked at Xiang Hong in an unfriendly manner and mocked. It seems that some people aren't as virtuous as they look. They've done a lot of things behind our backs. When he saw Ding Shan and Xiang Hong appear together, only one thought occurred in Wen Zai's mind. This mysterious B***starred was trying to hook up with Ding Shan. In this day and age, was the competition to live off a woman so fierce? Wen Zai didn't expect that there would be someone in Ding Shan's team who was prepared to take the same path as him. Hey, what are you doing? Wen Zai saw Xiang Hong walking toward him with a terrifying expression. Wen Zai felt a sense of fear when he was stared at by the man's cold and sinister gaze. He hurriedly said, I'm warning you, there are surveillance cameras here. Xiang Hong sneered and grabbed Wen Zai's wrist. Wen Zai was startled and tried to struggle with all his might. However, Xiang Hong's strength was terrifyingly muscular. It was as if he was bound by an iron chain, unable to move. "Stay away from her." Xiang Hong didn't say anything threatening, but the terrifying aura he emitted made Wen Zai's legs go soft. That feeling was as if someone had a gun pointed at the back of his head. Wen Zai was so shocked that he could not say a word. "Captain, is that you? What are you doing here?" Not far away, someone seemed to have recognized Xiang Hong and shouted excitedly. Xiang Hong glanced at the trembling Wen Zai as if he was looking at trash. Then, he released his grip, and Wen Zai immediately fell to the ground. Wen Zai felt as if the bones in his wrist, which Xiang Hong was holding, had been shattered. The bone-piercing pain almost made him cry out. Xiang Hong turned around and left. When his team members saw Xiang Hong walking out from the shadows, they hurriedly walked over. "Captain, where did you go today? Will you be coming to the training room tomorrow?" Xiang Hong glanced at his team members. With his hands in his pockets, he leisurely walked toward the stairs. "Didn't Teacher Ding give a few team leaders a mission? You guys will wait for me at the dormitory door at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Don't be late." After Xiang Hong left, Wen Zai slowly got up from the ground. He was in so much pain that his forehead was covered in a cold sweat. However, his mental humiliation was even more humiliating than his physical pain. How dare this mysterious person X be so arrogant? Wen Zai had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that the relationship between this mysterious person X and Ding Shan had already reached that stage? Otherwise, why would he dare to look down on him? Furthermore, the mysterious person X had just threatened him to stay away from Ding Shan. Wen Zai increasingly felt that the two of them had most likely hooked up. Detestable. Wen Zai gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. If it weren't for this mysterious B***** X, Ding Shan would have fallen head over heels for him. But now, Ding Shan was utterly mesmerized by this mysterious B****. Wen Zai forced himself to calm down. The humiliation and unwillingness to give up ignited an even stronger urge for revenge in his heart. 283 Chapter 283 Change. Even if mysterious person X was one step ahead, he still had a chance to win. He was the strongest among the trainees and was confident that he would be one of the trainees who would eventually step out. In addition, he had already studied Ding Shan's psychology. Even if Ding Shan was interested in mysterious person X, he could take Ding Shan back step by step. Wen Zai knew that Ding Shan was his only shortcut if he wanted to survive in the entertainment industry. He had to find a way to capture Ding Shan's heart again. The next day, Ding Shan arrived at the training room early in the morning. The moment she entered the room, she could feel a completely different atmosphere from yesterday. At her request, the trainees all changed their dressing styles. Some trainees who always wore heavy makeup only had a light foundation layer today. Although their apparent actual facial features were not as exquisite as with heavy makeup, they reflected the vitality of the young. Some trainees who only knew how to put trendy elements in their messy outfits changed into simple shirts or t-shirts. The simple style reflected their characteristics. At the very least, Ding Shan could distinguish them at a glance, and the audience could quickly remember each person's characteristics. Among the trainees, Mystery Man X's team was the most eye-catching. They were also barefaced and matched, but the members of Mystery Man X seemed to be dressed more realistically. Everyone had a new hairstyle, which appeared to have been professionally designed and adjusted according to each person's face shape. After the transformation, the team members of Mysterious Person X, who were originally ordinary among the trainees, had become dazzling. Ding Shan nodded approvingly and said to everyone, "I'm delighted with everyone's new appearance today. I know that some people may not be used to appearing in front of the camera without makeup, but I want to tell everyone that the audience will only like your authentic self if you accept it first. How can you expect others to idolize and worship you if you're not satisfied with yourself?" The trainees looked at their teammates around them. For a moment, they felt that it was not so unacceptable to have no makeup on. After removing all the gorgeous decorations, they felt much more relaxed. In this era where even ordinary people are worried about their looks, I understand your uneasiness and worries. You want to be as perfect as possible and let the audience see your most beautiful side. There is nothing wrong with that, but in this highly competitive talent show, it is more important to let the audience remember your true characteristics. To be able to become trainees, you are already very outstanding. It would be best if you learned to be confident. Confidence will make you look like you are glowing. Confidence is the most infectious beauty. Ding Shan's words moved the trainees. Everyone seemed to have realized something. Although they couldn't clearly express that feeling, it was as if a new window had been opened in their hearts, and a bright light shone in. Among the 5 teams, I praise Mysterious XS team. Everyone can learn from their teamwork. It's simple but also fully highlights their advantages and characteristics. It's perfect. Ding Shan was not stingy with her praise for Mysterious XS team. She knew how to create a healthy competitive atmosphere in the team at the right time. When Ding Shan praised Mysterious Person XS team, the other groups looked at their members with envy and carefully studied their dressing styles. Hearing Ding Shan praise his teammate, the corners of Xiang Hong's mouth curved up. If she complimented his team members, it would be equivalent to praising him. Xiang Hong's team members were also a little embarrassed. At first, they did not understand why Xiang Hong had asked them to wake up early. Later, Xiang Hong brought a fashionable man to help them design and match their clothes. After dressing up, they seemed to have changed into different people, looking particularly energetic and sunny. Instructor Ding, your team's trainees do look different today. I couldn't tell who was who in the past, but now I can quickly distinguish them. Director Jin whispered to Ding Shan. Ding Shan nodded. Yes, I believe the audience will feel the same way. And they seem to be more confident. Not bad. Director Jin had been in the entertainment industry for many years, and his eyes were very sharp. He immediately noticed the subtle changes in the temperament of Ding Shan's team members. 284 Chapter 284 Themes Song Evaluation. Ding Shan smiled in relief. As expected, her psychological suggestion to the trainees was practical. After the routine morning run, the trainees continued their intense training. The day of the theme song evaluation soon arrived. The location of the assessment was a large room. To save time, the trainees were divided into 3 groups to sing and dance to the theme song. After the performance, the instructors would grade them. Is everyone ready? Don't be nervous, play at your normal level. After Li Yang finished speaking, he nodded to the staff member who was playing the accompaniment. The first group of trainees walked to the front of the 5 instructors. The music started, and the 3 trainees began to dance and sing. The 3 trainees were from Chen Tong's team, so their pitch was fine, but their breathing was unstable after the dance. They were out of breath halfway through the accompaniment, and their dancing was weak. The 3 of them probably felt their problems, so the more they sang, the less confident they became. In the end, their singing voices were so low that they could barely be heard. Chen Tong took the initiative to let her team members be tested first. She was good at singing and had been strictly training her team members' singing skills. She felt that her team members would be much better than Ding Shan's, so she was full of confidence to let them go on stage. But she didn't expect that the performance of these trainees would be so bad. Chen Tong looked at the 3 trainees angrily, her eyes full of disgust. Under her gaze, the 3 trainees suddenly felt even more inferior. They lowered their heads and did not even dare to say a word. After the grading ended, 3 more groups of trainees went on stage. They were from teams Li Yang, Chen 11, and Su Yang. The performance of the 3 groups of trainees was very uneven. The strong ones sang and danced well, but some new trainees were not even coherent in their dance moves and were far from reaching mastery. At the moment, Su Yang's team performed the best in the rap battle. Li Yang concluded, "My team has a lot of rappers, which is normal, but they don't like to practice dancing. You see, it's a mess." Su Yang's expression didn't look so relaxed. He lowered his head and gave a meager score to one of his team members. Chen Tong glanced at Su Yang's score and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, why did he give his team member such a low score? She was secretly giving her team members high marks. Why did this Su Yang have to be so severe? When they arrived at Ding Shan's team, Chen Tong was excited and was ready to pick on her. Chen Tong felt that Ding Shan was not a professional in singing or dancing, so how could she guide these people? These people's performances would be the worst, so she would ridicule Ding Shan later. Chen Tong glanced at Ding Shan with disdain. The members of the Ding Shan battle team began to perform. What surprised the teachers was that the performance of Ding Shan's team's first group was very stable. All three of them completed their performance. No one forgot the dance moves halfway, no one gave up rap because the rap part was too complicated, and no one was out of breath halfway through singing. Chen Tong was initially prepared to criticize Ding Shan's team members and was stunned. She was in disbelief, and the mocking words she had prepared were stuck in her throat. Chen Tong was still considered a professional when it came to singing. She could hear that the atmosphere of the Ding Shan team members was much more stable than the other teams. Not bad. Although the performances of these three people weren't the most outstanding when combined, they didn't have any obvious shortcomings, and their performances were complete. Su Yan commented. Chen 11 also nodded. Their breathing is very stable, and they're strong. Chen 11 couldn't describe the feeling. It seemed that the overall mental state of Ding Shan's team members was better than the other teams. They didn't look as nervous and afraid and had a very confident feeling. Ding Shan smiled humbly. This is the result of their hard work. However, their performance is still lacking in many areas, and they must work hard. TSK, from what I see, you're picking out the best people in your team. I think there's no need to do that. It'll be even more embarrassing if your performance gets worse. Chen Tong couldn't stand it when others complimented Ding Shan, even if it was her team members. 285 Chapter 285. Performance on the same stage. Ding Shan was too lazy to care about Chen Tong's sarcasm and let the next group continue to perform. Seeing that Ding Shan was ignoring her, Chen Tong felt like she had punched cotton. Not only did she not vent her frustration, but she also became even angrier. She was so mad that she immediately gave the three trainees of Ding Shan's team low marks on the score sheet. What's there to praise? There's no highlight at all. Ding Shan also saw that Chen Tong had given her team low marks. She tightened her grip on her pen, and her eyes revealed a bit of coldness. After a few groups of trainees performed, Ding Shan's team was left with only 3 people. They were Mystery X, Wen Xiu, and another trainee. The 3 of them went on stage together. Ding Shan glanced at Wen Xiu indifferently before her gaze fell on Mysterious Person X. Mysterious Person X was finally going to show his true strength today. Ding Shan felt that Mysterious X's aura was out of place in the entertainment industry. Subconsciously, she didn't think that he had any strong stage performance. The strongest and most popular Ding Shan battle team player was still Wen Xiu. Even though Ding Shan did not like Wen Xiu, she had to admit that Wen Xiu's overall strength was extreme. In her past life, even if Wen Xiu did not use her, with his abilities, he would still be able to make a name for himself in this show. However, there were too many capable newcomers in the entertainment industry. As a newcomer without any backing, it was difficult for Wen Xiu to find good resources. The men's group training system in the country was not mature either. The idol group was at its peak but was very weak in the future. The team and members were facing the dilemma of losing popularity. Later, Wen Xiu had to rely on Ding Shan's help to gain a firm foothold in the entertainment industry. Most of the other trainees in the same batch as him had gradually been forgotten by the public. From this, it could be seen that Wen Xiu was smart. He knew very well that making a name for himself in the entertainment industry would be difficult. However, he had already planned to seduce Ding Shan during his first stage performance. In the end, the facts also proved that although his method was disgusting, it was very effective. Unfortunately, the Ding Shan in this life was no longer the silly Ding Shan. Wen Xiu deliberately placed his gaze on Ding Shan and revealed a smile. His eyes were confident, and he looked exceptionally young and handsome. Being stared at by such a young and handsome man, most women would find it hard to remain unmoved. As if she didn't see Wen Xiu's burning gaze, Ding Shan only indifferently said, "Are you ready? Let's start then." Seeing that Ding Shan's expression didn't change much, Wen Xiu was disappointed, but he quickly found an excuse for himself. It must be that Ding Shan was too slow. It seemed that he had to be more obvious next time. She didn't seem to understand such an ambiguous hint at all. As the accompaniment started playing, Wen Xiu turned to look at the Mysterious Person X standing beside him. His eyes were filled with contempt and pride. This Mysterious Person X was indeed very arrogant, but he would not be able to be arrogant later on. Wen Xiu had absolute confidence in his ability to perform on stage. At 14, Wen Xiao became a trainee at a well-known foreign entertainment company. Later, he successfully became a dancer in a foreign male idol group. However, this male idol group did not become popular overseas. The company saw that they had no traffic and popularity, and could not make much money, so they disbanded the group. Even though the group had been disbanded, no one could deny Wen Xiao's strength. Not only was he good at singing and dancing, but he also had rich stage performance experience and was highly expressive. When Xiao looked into mysterious person X's eyes, there was a hint of provocation in his confidence. Ding Shan also noticed the tension between the two and worried about mysterious person X. When Xiao was a professional men's team player, if this mysterious person X performed with him, his aura would be completely suppressed. However, mysterious person X didn't look nervous at all. He looked relaxed and lazy, as if he didn't care about today's review. The rhythm of the music gradually picked up. The three of them started singing. When Ding Shan heard mysterious X's voice, she was shocked. He was so lovely to listen to. The man's voice was low and magnetic, to begin with, and when he sang, his unique tone was very recognizable. Although mysterious person X did not have any complicated singing techniques, his pitch was perfect, and his breath was steady. His voice was very comfortable to listen to. When Xiao also heard mysterious person X's voice, his confidence cracked. 286 Chapter 286. Picked up a treasure. Initially, when Xiao thought that mysterious X would make a fool of himself during the review, he thought, a rich second-generation heir who participated in the show with the mentality of just having fun must have no real ability. However, when Xiao did not expect that mysterious person X's music level was not weak at all. Moreover, this person's voice was unique and more recognizable than his, a prevalent type in the music market. When Xiao bit his cheek hard, his expression was highly unsightly. It didn't matter. Even if this mysterious person could sing, dancing was his strong suit. He couldn't lose to this person in dance. After a short intro, the music became more robust, and the three of them began to sing and dance with the rhythm. As when Xiao finished the dance, he was distracted by observing mysterious person X's performance. However, what shocked Wen Xiao even more was that mysterious X's dance movements were very smooth and coherent. Although it is evident that mysterious person X was unfamiliar with how to control the release of strength, he was ultimately able to get the rhythm of the music right. He did not make a single mistake, and his actions were standard. Ding Shan was also stunned. Why was this mysterious B***starred so good at singing and dancing? Had she not brought in a time bomb but picked up a treasure? Mysterious person X's acting style was also very different from the others. When Xiao's performance style was utterly the style of a trainee who had been professionally trained to be fluid. It leaned towards being cool with a hint of charm and integrated into his youthful and sunny style. This style was relatively popular in the current market, and it was easy to please the audience. Mysterious person X's performance style was very personal. He did not make any facial expressions during the performance. At most, he would look at the coach and interact with the camera. Logically speaking, such a performance would appear very rigid and inflexible, but mysterious person X was very relaxed during the performance. The sense of freedom brought by this relaxation was more attractive than the confidence that Wen Xiao showed. It showed a unique stage style that was arrogant, handsome, and indifferent. Overall, it was even more eye-catching than Wen Xiao's performance. Li Yang's eyes lit up as she watched mysterious X's performance. Her keen professional insight made Li Yang realize that mysterious X had massive potential in the entertainment market. Chen Tong, who was at the side, saw that Ding Shan's teams Wen Xiao and mysterious X performances were outstanding and eye-catching. She was suddenly so angry that she was about to explode. Initially, she had her eyes on both of them. When they first performed on stage, she wanted to recruit them into her team, but both chose Ding Shan. Even more frightening was that these two people's strength was stronger than she had imagined. Initially, Chen Tong thought that the mysterious person X was just forced in by the behind-the-scenes investors, probably to use his face to please the audience. But he was not bad at singing and dancing, even better than the new trainees. Chen Tong could already guess how famous these two people from Ding Shan's team would be in the audience after this episode's broadcast. There was no need to mention Wenxiu, who already had a fan base of a few million. The mysterious man's face was almost irreplaceable in the entertainment industry. Once the show was aired, it would go viral. Chen Tong felt a deep sense of crisis. She seemed to be able to see that the title of the strongest team was getting further and further away from her. Detestable. Why did this hypocritical and disgusting woman have such good luck? After the three finished their performance, the five coaches on the scene were silent for a few seconds. Then, Chen 11 took the initiative to comment, "Very strong. As expected, there are so many strong people in instructor Ding Shan's team, I'm already feeling the pressure. The three of them are very good, but the one that surprised me the most is Mysterious X. I saw on your resume that you have no prior singing or dancing experience." After Xiang Hong had participated in the variety show, Yin Hui had arranged for someone to write a resume for him at the last minute. Many of Xiang Hong's descriptions were blank on the resume. When Su Yang saw the resume, he even sighed to Chen 11, "Is indeed a mysterious person." He didn't reveal any information. "Yes, I don't." As soon as Xiang Hong finished his performance, he turned to look at Ding Shan. When he heard Chen 11's question, he nodded lazily and answered, "So, you've reached this level after 5 days of training? I can't believe what you just said." Li Yang was in disbelief. She was someone who had seen a lot of things, but she had never seen such a genius. 287 Chapter 287, Announcing the Rank. "As long as it's efficient," Xiang Hong replied. Li Yang couldn't help but be curious. She leaned forward and stared at Xiang Hong. "Then I would like to ask you, on behalf of my team members, what is considered high efficiency?" Xiang Hong didn't want to chat with anyone, but when he saw that it was Li Yang who asked, he remembered that Li Yang and Ding Shan seemed to have a good relationship, so he explained, "Remember all the movements first, then practice them in parts. I'll record the practice with a camera. If there are any problems, I'll train harder." All the trainees present were stunned. Why did the painful training process seem so easy after Mysterious Person X said it? Could this be the difference between people? Xiang Hong didn't quite understand why everyone present was looking at him in surprise. He still remembered that Jesse had also lamented yesterday that his progress was so terrifying that it was almost inhuman. However, Xiang Hong felt that this was not a difficult task. Singing and dancing were far less complicated than his job. As long as he put in enough practice time, it was straightforward to quickly master the performance of a song in a short time. If all the trainees present could hear Xiang Hong's inner voice, they would probably want to strangle him to death. It was infuriating to compare people. "I'd like to ask you, X, your rap just now sounded like the underground style of Heija. Have you been in contact with the underground rappers of Heija before?" After Su Yang finished scoring, he raised his head and looked at Xiang Hong with great interest. Hearing Su Yang's words, Ding Shan was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand rap, so she couldn't tell what style Xiang Hong's rap was. She only felt that Xiang Hong's rap rhythm was very smooth, and he could be considered at the top level among all the trainees. It's not convenient to answer that. When he heard Su Yang's question, Xiang Hong's face was expressionless, and he only indifferently refused to answer. Ding Shan observed Xiang Hong's expression and felt a hint of gloominess in his expression that was hard to detect. "Oh, I see. It's okay, I was just curious." This was because there were fewer and fewer rappers in the Heija style. Even if there were rappers that combined this style, they were not authentic at all. These years, young people have been keen on learning the new style of rap that has been popular in Wind City. The old Heija style has gradually been eliminated. It's a pity. I quite like Heija rap. It's wild and crazy enough. Anyway, I'm looking forward to your next performance. Mysterious X's excellent performance attracted all the instructors and trainees present. On the contrary, no one paid attention to Wenxiu, who had also performed well. Wenxiu, who had been neglected, had a hideous expression. However, he could only endure it with all his might because cameras were still recording at the side. How was that possible? At this moment, Wenxiu was still in disbelief. He could not understand how an arrogant, overbearing, rich second generation could have such a strong stage performance. Moreover, this man's qualifications were excellent. He had the style that young girls would like. In comparison, Wenxiu seemed a little ordinary. Damn it! Where did this Mysterious X come from? Not only did he stop him from seducing Ding Shan, but he also wanted to steal his limelight on stage. Ding Shan saw that the expression on Wen Ziyu's face, which everyone had forgotten, was hideous, and she felt a slight sense of joy in her heart. Initially, she thought that she would have to take action to suppress Wen Ziyu. Now that the mysterious person X had appeared, it had directly hit Wen Ziyu's self-confidence and self-esteem. He did not even need her to do anything, so how could she be unhappy? After all the trainees had finished their performances, the section group took away the scoring table and started to count. After the scores were calculated, the ranking list was sent to the instructors. Li Yan held the ranking table and announced the rankings. Of the top 3 most eye-catching teams, a trainee from Li Yan's team was first placed. This trainee had once stepped out of the martial arts world, and his overall strength was extreme. His ranking as first place had convinced all the trainees. The second place was a trainee from Chen Tong's team. This trainee had previously won second place on Super Voice and was the best of all the trainees present. Hearing that her team was in second place, Chen Tong let out a sigh of relief. A smile finally appeared on her gloomy face. When the third place was announced, all the trainees were so nervous that their breathing slowed. Third place, Li Yan dragged out her tone and then announced in a higher pitch, Mysterious X. 288 Chapter 288. Class allocation. The trainees present were silent for 2 seconds. Then, several members of the Mysterious X team immediately applauded fiercely, and then the crowd applauded. This must be a genius. I couldn't believe he could perform so well without any acting experience after only 5 days of training. Sigh, I'm feeling a little disheartened. It seems that I'm not suitable for this job. I might as well go home and farm. Hee. Don't say that. There are 9 places to step out of the way, so we all have a chance. Besides, I heard that the rankings after that will depend on the audience's votes. Today, only the coaches are giving marks to everyone. In the future, whoever can step out of the way will still have to see the popularity of the audience. What you said makes sense. Let's continue to work hard. Even if we fail, it's good to have more fans. Wen Ziyu's face turned pale when he heard that he was not in the top 3. According to his expectations, he should have been in the top 3. If he performed well, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get first place. However, he did not know if it was because Mysterious X had affected his mentality and caused him not to perform well, or if it was because of Mysterious X's fantastic performance that his performance was too ordinary. The teachers did not praise his performance much. Only Chen 11 gave a more perfunctory comment. Wen Ziyu's overall ability is powerful, and his stage style is also very mature. In the end, Wen Ziyu obtained a 6th place, barely entering the top 9. There were 9 positions in the talent show, so the top 9 were pre-selected candidates in the trainees' hearts. The 6th place was already unattainable in many trainees' spirits, but Wen Ziyu was not satisfied. He wasn't interested in 6th place. For this kind of variety show, the audience would only remember the first place and the most dazzling person. The center position on stage also belonged to the most famous person. What was the 6th place? Was it a green leaf to set off others? He didn't want to be a green leaf. After Li Yang announced the rankings, Ding Shan stood up and said, "The rankings have been announced. This will be your first evaluation since coming here. The instructors have stringent requirements, but I want to tell you that the competition in the market is even more brutal. I hope the rank trainees won't be proud and will continue working hard to become stronger. The trainees who are ranked lower also don't be discouraged. You still have a chance to turn the tables. I hope you will work hard to become the dark horse that stunned everyone." Ding Shan's words made the trainees' blood boil. Everyone applauded fiercely, and Ding Shan's words also inspired some of the people who were ranked very low, and their fighting spirit was reignited. When Chen Tong saw that the festival group had asked Ding Shan to come out and make a summary speech, she was very unconvinced. Why should this opportunity to be in the limelight be given to Ding Shan? She was also one of the 5 mentors, so why didn't they choose her to do the closing speech? HMPH, if the festival group didn't give her a chance, she would fight for it herself. Chen Tong took 2 steps forward and squeezed into Ding Shan's side. She roared, "Mentor Ding Shan is right. This is only an evaluation. In the future, it will still depend on the audience's votes. So, everyone must perform well in front of the camera, understand? Seeing Chen Tong stand out and become the center of attention, Ding Shan felt helpless, but she was too lazy to argue with Chen Tong. Just as she was about to leave, a staff member at the side suddenly handed her an envelope. Ding Shan was stunned for a moment before she opened the envelope and quickly read through it. After Chen Tong was in the limelight, she was very proud and satisfied. The live director looked at her helplessly, but he didn't dare to step forward and criticize her. This made Chen Tong understand a principle: she had to fight for her opportunities. She and Ding Shan were both instructors, so why would she let Ding Shan be in the limelight? The festival group was biased towards Ding Shan, and so were the other coaches. If she didn't fight for herself, she might not even get a shot in the end. Chen Tong understood this and suddenly felt enlightened. She smiled and said to all the trainees, "All right, everyone must be tired. Let's go back and rest." Wait a moment. Chen Tong was very unhappy to be interrupted. She frowned and looked at Ding Shan. The festival group has something to announce. Ding Shan waved the envelope in her hand. Without even looking at Chen Tong's ugly expression, she turned around and said to all the trainees, "After the rankings are confirmed, the program team is going to split everyone into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. 9 people will be from Class A, and 13 people will be from Class B." Following Ding Shan's announcement, the trainees all started discussing. The ranking was already cruel enough, and now they even had to divide into classes. 289 Chapter 289. Pink Uniform. Now, I'll distribute the class uniform to everyone. After Ding Shan finished speaking, a few staff members brought clothes of different colors and handed them to the trainees. Among them, the uniform of Class A was bright pink, the uniform of Class B was light blue, the uniform of Class C was light green, and the uniform of Class D was gray. The trainees of Class D looked at their dull uniforms and then at the good-looking and youthful uniforms of the other trainees beside them. They all felt wronged and sad, and a few were about to burst into tears. After Xiang Hong received the pink uniform from the staff, his expression changed. Pink? Why was he wearing pink? Did that be ** Yin Hui specially arranged this? If he discovered this was Yin Hui's doing, that guy would be dead meat. At the same time, Yin Hui, sitting in the office, sneezed and muttered to himself, "Who's talking bad about me behind my back? Yin Hui, you're bold to let the trainees of Class A wear pink uniforms. If old Xiang finds out that you arranged this," Lu Chen, who was eating fresh cherries on the table, laughed evilly. "Don't you want to see that guy in the pink uniform? It must be especially tender. I'm doing this for his good. His temperament is too cold, and there's no affinity at all. Pink is so good, it can make him look youthful and cute. Maybe Ding Shan's heart will be moved by his youthful and cute appearance. Ha ha ha, you're something. I didn't expect to have the chance to witness Xiang Hong's dark history. This trip was worth it." After that, the two of them laughed smugly in the office. On the other side, the trainees had all changed into their class uniforms. Ding Shan didn't want to pay too much attention to Mysterious X, but her eyes couldn't help but drift in his direction. It couldn't be helped. He was too cute in pink was Mysterious X. Ding Shan didn't know why the word cute came to her, but she felt that the clash between Pink and the mysterious man was very contrasting. The contrast was so great that it was funny and cute simultaneously. Mysterious Person X seemed to have sensed Ding Shan's gaze. He raised his head and squinted at Ding Shan. Ding Shan's expression immediately changed to a serious one. The speed at which she changed her expression was as fast as a movie queen. Xiang Hong helplessly smiled. This cunning little fox. After the evaluation ended, the festival group and the instructors discussed the schedule for the next few days. The instructors had to film the sponsor's commercial the day after tomorrow, while the trainees had more work. Not only did the trainees of Class A have to film the sponsor's commercial, but they also had to film the theme song's music video with the other trainees. After the program was broadcast, major music websites would publish the theme song and music video. The night after the live stream ended, the highly efficient festival group officially announced the lineup of the instructors on Weibo to hype up the program. "Sister Chen, the official Weibo has at us. The fans have already started to post comments and share numbers. Should we post another Weibo to respond to the officials?" Chen Tong's assistant came over with her phone and said, "I'll post it later. How's the official at Dingshan's Weibo data?" Chen Tong didn't even look at the data related to her and directly asked about Dingshan's situation. "The official site hasn't at Dingshan yet. I guess they'll announce the mentor at different times," the assistant explained. "Oh, then you keep an eye on her data and ask Sister Bing when the hot search will be released. Dingshan will buy the trending search. She can't suppress my popularity. Go and find a few more marketing accounts and ask them to post more negative news about Dingshan, plastic surgery, or whatever. Go." Chen Tong arranged it in a hurry. Even though she was fully prepared, Chen Tong still felt a little uneasy. Dingshan's popularity was too high some time ago. It was the kind of popularity she dreamed of. She wondered if the audience was still paying attention to Dingshan after so many days. However, Chen Tong was also confident in herself. In the past few years, the operations of her fan group have been excellent. Her ability to create data was influential among A-list female stars. Most female stars did not dare to go against her. Although Dingshan had been in the industry for many years, many of her fans were ordinary viewers who did not play much with the internet. They were not Dingshan's loyal fans. These familiar viewers liked Dingshan at most, but they were not good at analyzing data. So, when it came to the combat power of her fans were stronger. "Dingshan, let's see how you will turn things around this time. Just wait to be my foil." 290 Chapter 290. I have no money. Sister Shan, Chen Tong bought 3 hot searches at once. What should we do? Should we buy the trending searches too? Xiao Zhao was so anxious in the bedroom that she was pacing around the room. When she turned her head and saw that Dingshan was still reading her script calmly, she quickly walked to Dingshan's side and raised her voice. "Sister Shan, aren't you worried?" Dingshan put down the script in her hand and smiled helplessly. "What's the use of being anxious? It would only make her more nervous. It's her business if she wants to buy the trending searches. I don't have money anyway, so I won't buy it." Dingshan's "I don't have money" was said so confidently that Xiao Zhao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "But you and Chen Tong are both coaches of the show. Before you participated in the show, the audience often compared the two of you. If your popularity is suppressed by her during the official announcement, it will be awful for your future development." "You're right, but I don't have a better way now. The studio has just been established, and I've invested all my money. Where would I get the money to buy hot searches and data?" Dingshan picked up the script in her hand and continued to read it slowly. At the same time, she said in a calm tone, "But this isn't a big deal. The show hasn't even aired yet, so I don't mind fighting with her for that bit of popularity." After being reborn, Dingshan was very clear about many things. Many of the most famous seniors would not appear on the hot search for several years, but no one could deny their influence and status in the domestic film and television industry. On the contrary, some internet celebrities and famous stars fought for a few hot searches and even scolded each other on Weibo. Besides adding to the netizens' laughing stock and audience, what good would it do for their image? In this fast-paced industry, Dingshan still believed in the principle of a steady stream flowing over a long period. She was not fighting for overnight popularity, but she wanted to work steadily and move up step by step until she stood at the top. Many people were at the foot of the mountain, which was extremely crowded. However, there were only experts at the peak. There were very few of them. Looking at Dingshan's calm and determined eyes, Xiao Zhao's initially anxious mood slowly calmed down. She was a little ashamed of her impetuousness. Dingshan was so quiet. As Dingshan's manager, how could she be so impatient? Xiao Zhao calmed down and began to think of countermeasures in her mind. Although they did not have the money to buy the hot search to compete with Chen Tong, Dingshan had been famous for many years and had a broad audience of fans. This was also a massive advantage for Dingshan. Thinking of this, little Zhao was not so flustered anymore. She turned on her phone and began contacting the management of Dingshan's various fan groups and fan clubs, preparing to discuss how to deal with the following situation. However, after Xiao Zhao browsed through the official Weibo of the festival group, she was surprised to find that the officials had only announced the names of 4 mentors so far. Dingshan was not mentioned. What was going on? Xiao Zhao subconsciously almost panicked again, But when she remembered that she had just secretly decided to be steady in the future, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to calm down. Xiao Zhao was going to make a phone call to the section chief to ask why they had not yet announced Ding Shan's position as a teacher. At the same time, Chen Tong, who was on the other side, also discovered this. "Sister Chen, what's going on? Did the people running the Weibo account forget to at Ding Shan?" Chen Tong's assistant smiled. "If that's the case, that's great. We don't even need to do anything. Ding Shan's popularity has completely disappeared. Look, Sister Chen, the netizens on Weibo are all talking about you now. The number of reposts on your Weibo has exceeded 400,000. Not only that, but the netizens also found that Chen Tong was wearing a rose princess set of jewelry from the Schiller family." At this moment, Chen Tong's fans were ecstatic. It was as if they were celebrating the Spring Festival. They went around the square to show off to other netizens. Chen Tong had won the favor of Schiller and would soon become the new favorite of the fashion world. Chen Tong was happy to hear her assistant's words. The officials had yet to at Ding Shan on Weibo. If it were a mistake of the festival team's operations staff, it would be a good thing. "Let's go. I think Ding Shan is also in a hurry. Let's go and see her." Chen Tong's lips curved into a smile, revealing an expression of anticipation for a good show. In Ding Shan's bedroom, Xiao Zhao was about to call the festival group, but she heard a knock on the door before the call went through. 291 Chapter 291. "You look like a clown." The rapid and loud knocking on the door made Ding Shan raise her head. Xiao Zhao put down her phone and went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the fake smile on Chen Tong's beautiful face. "Arya, why is it so quiet here? It is as cold as Ding Shan's popularity on the internet." "Sister Shan, I heard that the officials seem to have forgotten to at you. How could they make such a low-level mistake? Even if you're not as popular as you used to be, they can't ignore you like that." Before Chen Tong even entered, Ding Shan could hear her loud laughter. Ding Shan furrowed her brows and slowly stood up. She walked to the door, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and looked at Chen Tong coldly. "Isn't it all because of you that I wasn't tagged by the official Weibo at?" Ding Shan's strange words stunned Chen Tong. "What does that have to do with me?" "That's right, what does it have to do with you?" Ding Shan smiled. "So, what are you doing here?" Chen Tong was confused by Ding Shan's words. She glared at Ding Shan angrily and said viciously, "Ding Shan, do you think you're at the top of the entertainment industry now? Even if you want to be arrogant, you need to have the capital. Don't you see how cold you are now? Even the officials have forgotten to promote you. I know you must be very sad right now, right? I'm here to comfort you. It's not a good feeling to have no popularity, but it's normal in the entertainment industry. You'll get used to it." Looking at Chen Tong's proud and arrogant face, Xiao Zhao was so angry that she wanted to kick Chen Tong out. Xiao Zhao was worried that Ding Shan would be sad after hearing Chen Tong's words, but when she turned her head, she could not see any sadness or anger on Ding Shan's face. "If you want to show off before me, please get the facts right first. I'm an officially invited mentor. Would they forget to promote me?" Ding Shan shook her head and looked at Chen Tong mockingly. "Do you know what you look like now?" Before Chen Tong could say anything, Ding Shan smiled and said, "The clown." After that, Ding Shan ignored Chen Tong's shocked and angry expression and closed the door. "Ding Shan." Chen Tong was so angry that she almost kicked the door. The assistant beside her hurriedly pulled her back and begged, "Sister Chen, you can't kick the door. There are cameras in the corridor." Chen Tong's face was red, and her chest was heaving up and down violently. She clenched her fists and closed her eyes to calm herself down. "I can't be angry, that woman did it on purpose. If I'm furious, I'll fall into her trap." When she opened her eyes again, Chen Tong looked a lot calmer. "Ding Shan, I'm here to comfort you. Why did you close the door? Should you close the door and cry? Even if you're the last to be officially announced, you're still the festival's supervisor. Don't be too sad, you can't force popularity. Even if some people stay in the industry for 2 more years, they will still fall, right?" Chen Tong said while pinching her throat. After she finished speaking, she revealed a sneer of ridicule. In the past, Ding Shan would always use her seniority to suppress her. Did she think she was the queen? A phoenix without feathers was inferior to a chicken. Did Ding Shan not understand this logic? Pay, Why did she have to compare her to a chicken? Chen Tong pouted and turned to her assistant. Let's go. Remember to arrange for Ding Shan's black material. In the room, Xiao Zhao heard Chen Tong's mocking words outside the door. She was so angry that she threw her phone on the sofa. What's going on with the festival group? Why are you the last one to be announced? On what basis? Ding Shan sat down and poured a glass of milk. She smiled when she heard Xiao Zhao's words. Why don't you think of the bright side? The last one is still the finale. You can't say that. Xiao Zhao was suddenly anxious and showed the data on her phone to Ding Shan. Sister Shan, look, the official Weibo at Chen Tong. The number of reposts is about to break 1 million. The netizens are all talking about her. She's very popular now. If you are announced after her, the netizens will only think that the festival group placed you behind her because your popularity is lower than hers. It would be fine if Chen Tong were a female star with no fan base. But Chen Tong's fans were famous in the entertainment industry for their strong combat power. They guided the direction of the comments, did the data, and splashed dirty water on the comments. Each one was more skilled than the other. In the face of such an enemy, revealing a single flaw would likely lead to a tragic defeat. Xiao Zhao's expression was solemn as she frantically thought of a plan. When she looked up, Ding Shan had already washed up and was preparing to go to bed. 292 Chapter 292. Announcing the mentors. Oh my God, how could she still be so calm? How could she fall asleep in this situation? Xiao Zhao, why are you looking at me like that? This should be something for the festival team to worry about. Do I have to post on Weibo right now and say that I'm the 5th coach of this show? The festival group invited me over to be their teacher. They have no reason to offend me. What good would that do them? I'm guessing they have their plans. Even though Ding Shan didn't know what the festival team had planned, she felt Yin Hui wouldn't go so far as to set her up. If he set her up, wouldn't that be the same as setting up the program? Yin Hui cared so much about the program, so he would not do that. Oh right. Ding Shan seemed to have recalled something. When we were shooting the poster last time, the staff seemed to have mentioned national producer to me. I don't know what that meant. Xiao Zhao, who contacted the management of the fan group and the fan support club on her mobile phone, did not hear Ding Shan's last sentence. After the exchange with the management staff, Xiao Zhao stood up. It had been a sleepless night for her. This could be considered the first challenge she faced since becoming an agent. Ding Shan still had a shoot tomorrow, so she should rest early. Xiao Zhao checked the windows, closed the curtains, and then said to Ding Shan, Sister Shan, you should sleep. You still have work tomorrow. Don't worry, leave the situation online to me and the fans. We've long been prepared for this day. Ding Shan was usually busy with work, so she didn't know much about the situation of the fan group. Xiao Zhao directly managed the fan group and the fan support club. Xiao Zhao had learned a lot of tactics for the entertainment industry's online public opinion war through the exchanges with the administrators these days. Now, it was time for her to make her appearance. The city quieted down, but the internet was still very lively. Today's most important event in the entertainment industry was the Mentor's official announcement by Idol Creation Camp. This variety show had also been leaked online before, but because the festival team had kept it a secret, the audience wasn't too sure about its actual situation. Today, this program has finally unveiled its mysterious veil. Break through the night, walk on the waves, Idol Creation Camp, we meet at the peak. Starlight Entertainment posted a Weibo post at 7 o'clock in the evening, accompanied by a poster with a dark blue starry background. In the middle of the poster was the logo of Idol Creation Camp. As a newly established entertainment company, Starlight Entertainment was not very famous in the entertainment industry. When this Weibo post was first posted, it did not set off much of a storm on the internet. But then, Starlight Entertainment posted 4 Weibo posts within an hour, tagging Li Yang, Chen 11, Su Yang, and Chen Tong, the 4 mentors. Chen 11 and Su Yang are currently the most popular male singers in the music industry. Both of them had more than 10 million fans on Weibo. As for Chen Tong, she was currently a very famous little princess of variety shows. She had participated in many popular variety shows. Although she did not have many representative works, she had made a name for herself in the entertainment industry with her beauty. She was once known as Little Ding Shan. Li Yang was a manager, so her popularity was naturally not as good as the other three celebrities. However, after some investigation, the netizens found that Miss Li was not simple. She graduated from the country's top media college and has been in the entertainment industry for 15 years. She was once the publicity director of a top female stars studio. After she changed her career to a manager, she made countless top stars in the entertainment industry famous. She was known as the superstar pushing hands in the industry. In terms of experience, Li Yang was the most senior of the four. The netizens were boiling with excitement. This lineup of coaches was too luxurious. It would probably cost a sky-high price to hire one person, but Starlight Entertainment hired 4 people for a talent show. After the 4 official Weibo announcements were posted, they quickly made it to the entertainment hot search list on Weibo that day. The hot search list was updated every half an hour, and almost half of the spots were occupied by the 4 mentors and idol creation camp. The popularity continued for a few hours. Not only did it not die down, but it also caused even more people to discuss it. Netizen love to eat little peaches, don't praise too early. Domestic talent shows have always been mediocre. Can those who are selected be called idols? The market has been too reckless for the past 2 years, and I'm already tired of aesthetics. Netizen Eric Z, I'm here for our Tong Tong. Chen Tong is a super beauty with myriad styles in the entertainment industry. She's also the little princess of the variety show group. She deserves all the flowers and applause. 293 Chapter 293. The Fifth Mentor. Netizens sleep a little more. Senior Li Yang has always been behind the scenes and has never shown her true face. I heard she is a strong woman among the women in the entertainment industry. To be able to invite such a mentor, I think this variety show will not be too bad. Netizen VVVV, welcome to Chen 11's new album. Every one of them is a masterpiece. You won't be disappointed. I must follow brother Chen 11's variety show. Netizen Green Lemon, the last time I watched a talent show, Su Yang was still a contestant. Now, he's already a teacher. Time flies. I'm looking forward to it. I hope this show won't disappoint me. The netizens were all expressing their curiosity and anticipation for the show. When they saw that the festival team had only announced 4 coaches at the same time, everyone thought there would be only 4 coaches left for the show. All the marketing accounts also released the news of the official announcement of the 4 mentors of Idol Creation Camp. Among the 4 mentors, Chen Tong was the most popular. Chen Tong's fans were already mighty. Their ability to generate popularity, comments and quarrels were even more substantial than the fans of some top female stars. After the official Weibo post was released, Chen Tong's fans seemed to be in a carnival. They posted all related topics to celebrate. They even left comments under some posts discussing Chen 11's and Su Yang's music styles, telling ordinary viewers how outstanding Chen Tong was. The actions of Chen Tong's fans made Chen 11 and Su Yang's fans feel a little uncomfortable, but they held back and didn't say anything. After all, the program was not online, so it was best not to quarrel. It was customary for Chen Tong's fans to be so happy. In their opinion, Chen Tong was the only female celebrity mentor in this talent show, so it is evident that Chen Tong was still the team's favorite little princess of the variety show. However, just as the netizens were enthusiastically discussing the 4 coaches, an account that claimed to be an internal staff of the festival group posted a Weibo message. It's not 4, but 5. 5. The netizens left comments under this Weibo post. Is what you said true? Who's the 5th instructor? Everyone, let's disperse. This person is talking nonsense. They would have announced it long ago if there had been a 5th instructor. Why did they have to wait so long? In the face of doubts and questions, the self-proclaimed internal staff of the festival group posted another Weibo. I'm not lying. It's a certain female celebrity. She's very popular. After the second Weibo post was posted, the netizens' curiosity was piqued to the peak. The number of people who doubted the second Weibo post was much less. Everyone was guessing which female celebrity would be the 5th coach. Chen Tong's happy fans suddenly felt something was wrong. They took turns commenting on the second post. Fire? How popular could it be? With our Tong Tong fire? Don't talk big, alright. No matter who it is, our Tong Tong is the most beautiful. That's right. Moreover, Tong Tong is very professional in singing and dancing. She's the most beautiful teacher, Tong Tong. Chen Tong's fans didn't know if there was a fifth coach or who the fifth coach was, but they were evidence that they couldn't let this person challenge Chen Tong's position as the team's favorite little princess among the 5 coaches. If it was an older female star, there was nothing to worry about. However, it would be terrible if she were about the same age as Chen Tong or even a female star of the same type. The speculation and discussion about the mysterious fifth mentor made idol creation camp even more popular. Seeing the netizens discussing the fifth mentor, Chen Tong felt something was wrong. She had a bad feeling. She had been in a good mood. Although Ding Shan ridiculed her after she went to find her, Chen Tong felt that she still had the upper hand. At the same time, she was a hot topic on the internet, but no one talked about Ding Shan. Even if the officials announced that Ding Shan would be the fifth mentor, Ding Shan would not be able to surpass her popularity quickly. However, something happened. At a time like this, someone said that the festival group had a fifth coach. This undoubtedly made everyone who knew about the variety show curious about this fifth coach. This was equivalent to all the popularity of this show suddenly gathering on this mysterious fifth coach. If they announced that the fifth instructor was Ding Shan, they would have to go all out. Chen Tong's expression changed completely. She stood up abruptly and said with a trembling voice, "Contact Sister Bing, quick." 294 Chapter 294. Welcome back. However, before Chen Tong's assistant could get through to do Bing's phone, the officials of Idol Creation Camp officially announced the identity of the fifth mentor at midnight. Irreplaceable, irreplaceable, the only pure white jasmine in our memories. When she returned, she was a wild rose that bloomed in the thorns. Hello, Ding Shan. The accompanying picture was a poster with a background different from the other 4 mentors. On the poster, the beautiful girl standing against the light was like an angel who had descended into the world. Her attractive facial features were like the handwriting of a god, and her 3-dimensional facial features had a pure and cold beauty that belonged only to Ding Shan. This kind of contradiction was perfectly integrated into this woman. Ding Shan's eyes were sharp and determined, and her determination was as if she had just broken out of a cocoon and was reborn. Everyone who saw the poster was shocked. This was the actual ceiling of the entertainment industry, and no one could replace Ding Shan. At the bottom of the poster, a few words were written in bold font: the fifth mentor and national producer. This was Ding Shan's double identity in this show. Not only was she the fifth coach, but she was also the producer of the entire country. Although many of the audience members did not know what national producer meant, at this moment, no one had the time to pay attention to these details. Because they were amazed by this photo that was perfect in all aspects, they all left comments. Everyone knew that Ding Shan was beautiful, but they never thought that her beauty was so unique, extreme, and sharp. This was utterly different from Ding Shan's previous style. It turned out that the cute and innocent little girl in everyone's memory had already grown up. After experiencing those terrible things, she transformed into a brave girl. Now, she was back. When Ding Shan's fans saw the poster and slogan, they almost cried. Others might not know how hard it was for Ding Shan, but they did. She was a little girl who had started cultivating at a young age and in a family without any reason or warmth. Her value was squeezed out by her parasite-like family. In the end, she bravely escaped from the abyss. However, after leaving the abyss, everyone was suspicious. After experiencing so much wind and rain, would that delicate and beautiful flower still be the same as before? Since the incident with the Ding family, Ding Shan has rarely appeared in the public eye. There was no schedule, no news of her filming, and no one knew where she went. Some people said that Ding Shan was going to leave the entertainment industry, some said that Ding Shan had lost all her resources after leaving the Ding family, and some even said that Ding Shan needed money and had gone to be the mistress of a rich man. Ding Shan's fans endured the considerable pressure and encouraged each other. They didn't leave Ding Shan when she was at her lowest point. They persisted. Finally, the day they had been waiting for had arrived. Ding Shan's fans all left comments below this official Weibo. They didn't use fancy words, just a simple sentence: "Welcome back, Ding Shan. Welcome back, Ding Shan. Welcome back, Ding Shan." The neat comments surprised the passers-by, and many people were touched. It was said that there was no sincerity in the entertainment industry, but the relationship between fans and idols was not sincere. At this moment, Chen Tong was looking at the official Weibo announcement about Ding Shan. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling. In 5 minutes, the number of shares exceeded 300,000, and the number of likes reached 700,000. This rate of growth was something that her fans could never achieve. This was Ding Shan's fan base. In addition to loyal fans and good-looking fans, those who had watched the movies she acted in when she was young were all her potential fans. These people might not usually be the ones to post comments and data on Ding Shan's behalf, but when such a significant event occurred, these people would be the first to stand up and express their support and love for Ding Shan. No other female star on the same stage as Ding Shan could compare to her terrifying influence. Ugh, why? Chen Tong suddenly screamed and threw everything on the table to the ground. Then, she smashed everything in the room as if she had gone crazy. The assistant was so scared that she dared not go up and persuade Chen Tong. Didn't she become a Taoist since she was young? Why haven't these people forgotten her? She's not like before. Why do these people still like her so much? After Chen Tong threw everything down, she stumbled toward her assistant and grabbed her collar, almost strangling her neck. Sister Chen, calm down. The assistant's voice was trembling. Chen Tong's eyes were bloodshot. No, I can't lose to her. I can't. 295 Chapter 295. Sinister Tactics. Chen Tong could almost feel that if she lost to Ding Shan this time, it would be tough for her to suppress Ding Shan's popularity in the future. She didn't want to be the little Ding Shan who was called a fake under the halo of Ding Shan. Chen Tong's eyes were burning with madness. She turned to look at her assistant and said in a hoarse voice, "There's no need to continue with my data collection." Chen Tong knew that it was useless even if her fans continued to create numbers. Her fake numbers were simply laughable compared to Ding Shan's current popularity. Hearing Chen Tong says there was no need to continue with the data, the assistant was stunned for a moment. Then, she had a bad feeling in her heart. Sure enough, Chen Tong said in a gloomy tone, "Get a portion of them to spread negative news about Ding Shan on the internet, and the rest to pretend to be Ding Shan's fans." In the online battle between the fans of celebrities, there was a very sinister tactic, to let one's own fans pretend to be the other party's fans. These fake fans would go to many posts and make extremely arrogant and despotic remarks. By spreading nasty rumors, they would destroy everyone's good impression of this celebrity and attract hatred for her. There were many fake fans in the entertainment industry. Some celebrities' fan clubs would even set up accounts to do this. Hearing that Chen Tong also wanted to use such a tactic to defame Ding Shan, the assistant hesitated for a moment and tried to persuade Chen Tong. "Sister Chen, should we discuss this with Sister Bing first? There's a risk in doing this. Are you my assistant or do Bing's assistant? Now, you don't even listen to me." Chen Tong was already annoyed, but when she heard what the assistant said, she was furious. She slapped the assistant's face and said fiercely, "What's wrong? Are you looking down on me now? You're happy to see me make a fool of me, aren't you? I'm going to deal with Ding Shan, and you're trying to stop me. Why do I feel like you're more like a fan of Ding Shan's?" The more Chen Tong spoke, the angrier she got. She grabbed the assistant's hair. The assistant was in so much pain that tears were falling. She desperately tried to explain and beg for mercy. "I didn't mean it that way. Sister Chen, don't be angry. I'll go and arrange it now." Chen Jiao sneered and pointed at the assistant's nose. "Do it cleanly, and don't let Du Bing know about this. Also, when you talk to me in the future, use your brain. If I find out that you have other thoughts." "Sister Chen, I know I was wrong. I will not tell Sister Bing," the assistant promised as she wiped away her tears. On the other side, Yin Hui was sitting on the sofa eating beef brisket noodles with tomatoes delivered by takeout. After a busy day, this was the first meal he had today. Idol Creation Camp officially announced the 5 mentors on Weibo today. To Yin Hui, this was a big event. The popularity of the mentors would directly determine whether his program would be famous after it was broadcast. Therefore, he had been busy with this matter the entire day, confirming all the details. "Old Xiang, you're brilliant. You asked me to arrange for someone to leak the news that there's a 5th coach on the program, and as expected, the netizens became curious. I've looked at the real-time popularity chart. After I posted this, the number of people participating in the discussion increased by 9%. Old Xiang, I love you so much. Yin Hui was sweating profusely. After eating, he wiped his mouth, raised his head, and excitedly said to Xiang Hong. The room was filled with the smell of beef brisket noodles with tomatoes. Xiang Hong stood up in disgust and opened the window. A cold wind blew. Xiang Hong stood in front of the window with his hands in his pockets. There's no need to be touched. I didn't do it for you. Yin Hui rolled his eyes and kept his touched expression. Yes, yes, yes. How could you be so good to me? If it weren't for Ding Shan, you probably wouldn't even watch my variety show. HMPH. We've been friends for so many years, yet I can't even compare to a woman you've just met. Just met? A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Xiang Hong's mouth. He did not just get to know Ding Shan, they had long been connected by the god of fate's red string. Don't use such a jealous tone, it's disgusting. In terms of the evil tongue, Xiang Hong had never disappointed anyone. 296 Chapter 296. The dirty entertainment industry. Yin Hui was so angry that he was about to fight back when his phone rang. It was a video call from Li Chen in the group chat. After Yin Hui picked up the call, Li Chen's first words were, "Yin Hui, you're good. This show is top-rated now. You should quickly find a few more advertising sponsors and insert them into the show when it's broadcast. The advertising space should be at least 8 figures. You've struck it rich this time. Your father won't call you a prodigal anymore. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you talking about? Do I look like a greedy person? I'm doing this variety show to realize my dream. Forget it. How can a layman like you understand? By the way, old Xiang is also beside me." Yin Hui turned his phone around and pointed the camera at Xiang Hong. With old Xiang's looks, figure, and temperament, when his trainee identity is announced tomorrow, won't a bunch of young ladies cry and call him hubby? I'm already regretting not joining your show. It's not bad to be a star. Li Chen laughed cynically. You don't have to worry about that. Old Xiang hasn't liked a woman for more than 20 years. I think he's serious this time. Even if he becomes a celebrity, no matter how many people like him, he'll only have one person in his heart. The single Yin Hui complained to Li Chen, "You don't know this, but when I saw Ding Shan's poster today, I thought it looked perfect, so I changed it to my phone wallpaper. In the end, when Xiang Hong saw it, he looked like he would cut me into pieces. I was so scared." Li Chen laughed out loud. Since Xiang Hong couldn't hit him now, he said arrogantly, "Xiang Hong, I also think that Ding Shan's poster is pretty. I'm going to use it as my phone wallpaper for a week. You won't be angry, right?" Ha ha ha. Xiang Hong looked at him with a dangerous look. Yin Hui was shocked and hurriedly said into the phone, "I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up. I'm hanging up." Yin Hui was worried that he would be the one to die if Li Chen were to say anything that would anger Xiang Hong. After hanging up the video call, Yin Hui looked at the time and realized it was already very late. "You're not going to rest?" Yin Hui yawned. "You still have to film an advertisement tomorrow. You can go back first." Xiang Hong sat in front of the computer again. Yin Hui thought Xiang Hong had to deal with some company matters remotely. After all, Xiang Hong was the boss of a company, and he had suddenly come to his variety show to be a trainee. His work must have piled up. What a workaholic. Yin Hui said in a low voice and then stretched his back. "Then I'll go first." Although Yin Hui had just entered the team of entrepreneurial elites, he was not as hardworking as Xiang Hong. He really could not stand staying up all night. After Yin Hui left, Xiang Hong's gaze fell to the computer. He wasn't dealing with work matters but paying attention to the direction of public opinion on the internet. Since he learned about Ding Shan's identity, Xiang Hong paid particular attention to the entertainment industry to understand Ding Shan's environment. He would find time to read posts and news about the entertainment industry daily. At present, Xiang Hong's understanding of the entertainment circle could not be comparable to a senior fan. Still, he could at least be considered a trendy netizen who was familiar with all kinds of internet slang. After understanding this circle, Xiang Hong also discovered that under the glamorous surface of this circle, there were some dirty and ugly things. There were also some unspoken rules similar to that of business. This industry was also a market, and the market's dividends were like a cake. Entertainment companies and celebrities all wanted to get the most significant piece of the cake, so the competition in this industry was particularly fierce. A small change could easily cause a large-scale online battle. The various celebrities and fans also evolved step by step in the battle and developed different unique tactics. Tonight, Ding Shan's first public appearance after a long silence attracted the attention of the entire internet. The nation's daughter has made a high-profile return. She's both a talent show coach and a national producer. I'm looking forward to it. Ding Shan, who was already very popular, welcomed another peak in her career after the topic of the mysterious fifth mentor. It topped the hot search list and occupied the topic square. The official Weibo post had exceeded 1.6 million reposts. Ding Shan's return had shaken the entire entertainment industry. Such a terrifying amount of traffic and popularity would undoubtedly make many celebrities of the same age group and type as Ding Shan feel envious and scared. People were selfish, and vanity in the entertainment industry was more likely to breed jealousy. Those who were jealous of Ding Shan and afraid that Ding Shan would steal their cake of benefits would not let this night be too peaceful. 297 Chapter 297. A marketing expert. Ding Shan woke up from sleep and found out she was on the hot search again. Sister Shan, do you know how many people are talking about you on the internet? That official report of you is on fire. I went through a few websites and saw art bloggers recreating that poster overnight. You're now called the goddess of beauty by people outside the industry. Xiao Zhao had been holding it in for the whole night. When Ding Shan got up, she immediately rushed over excitedly. Last night, Xiao Zhao was so excited that she couldn't sleep. She thought that something had gone wrong with the festival team and that they had forgotten to promote Ding Shan. She called them, but they said they would make an official announcement later and even said it was some marketing strategy. At that time, Xiao Zhao had thought that the festival group was patronizing her and almost wanted to scold them. What marketing? Was there such a marketing method? The internet was now filled with discussions about the other four coaches. When the official announcement of Ding Shan was made, the audience would probably have no energy to pay attention to her. However, Xiao Zhao had neglected the marketing level of the festival group and the energetic netizens. In just one night, Ding Shan, who was originally not a topic of discussion, suddenly became a hot topic of debate on the internet. Ding Shan's fans were shocked by the popularity. The number of followers on Ding Shan's Weibo's trending topic increased by more than 400,000, quickly surpassing several A-list female celebrities in the same period. All right, I know. Xiao Zhao, you didn't sleep all night, did you? Look at the dark circles under your eyes, go and sleep for a while. Ding Shan took Xiao Zhao's phone and urged her to go back to sleep. Sister Shan, why aren't you excited? Seeing Ding Shan's reaction, Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. First on the entertainment list's hot search, you didn't even spend a single cent. Other celebrities had to spend a lot of money to get to the top of the search list, but Ding Shan didn't pay a single cent to get to the top. It was all because of the attention of the netizens that she got to the top. Ding Shan almost laughed at Xiao Zhao's words. I'm happy you can save money for our studio. How can it be enough to be happy? This is something worth setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Sister Shan, you should be excited. Xiao Zhao was pushed back to the room by Ding Shan, and she turned to look at Ding Shan in surprise. Ding Shan didn't know how to explain it to Xiao Zhao. If it were her in her past life, she would probably be very excited to see her popularity, right? However, Ding Shan had died once, so her mentality was much more mature than her peers. Many things in the entertainment industry could no longer make her happy or sad easily. She currently maintained a normal heart and felt that it was good to have a stable mentality. She had her plans and persistence in her heart, so she would not be easily affected by the outside world's comments and heat. After urging Xiao Zhao to bed, Ding Shan had a simple breakfast and wrote a reply to the official Weibo. As soon as the Weibo post was sent out, the comments increased almost exponentially. Ding Shan looked at the number of fans on her homepage. Good lord, she had gained more than 1.7 million fans in one night. The festival group's operation seemed to have achieved a marketing effect that exceeded their expectations. However, Ding Shan felt a little strange. Although she was pretty popular, she was still just an ordinary celebrity. Only one of the 5 coaches came to participate in this show, but the festival team had specially created a topic for them to talk about and gained so many fans for her. It was as if someone was helping her behind the scenes. Could it be Yin Hui? However, even if Yin Hui wanted to market this variety show, there was no need to spend so much effort to help her. Ding Shan had also seen the Weibo post that a self-proclaimed internal staff member posted. That Weibo post was the turning point of all the events that night, pushing the audience's curiosity to its peak. It was equivalent to attracting the popularity of the other 4 coaches, all of which were focused on her. If all of this was not a coincidence, then someone behind the scenes was pushing the development of the event, and that person was too powerful. Would there be such a marketing expert in the festival group who would do so many things to help her? Ding Shan didn't want to overthink things, so she muttered to herself, "It's probably just a coincidence." It just so happened that an internal member of the festival group who had violated the rules posted a message that night, and that was all. Ding Shan took a deep breath and decided not to think about these things. She then scrolled through the official Weibo. After announcing the identities of the 5 mentors, Starlight Entertainment released a short video about 5 minutes long in the morning, introducing the information of more than 100 trainees. Ding Shan opened the video. In the last 10 seconds of the video, Mysterious XS poster popped up. 298 Chapter 298. A scumbag? The other trainees were introduced with their names, ages, companies, specialties, hobbies, additional information, and an individual poster in the trainee uniform. On the other hand, Mysterious Person X only had a poster and no further information. Ding Shan could not help but look at the poster for a long time. Ding Shan knew that the mysterious man's looks were superior to men, but she didn't expect him to be so photogenic. Ding Shan, who had acted in so many movies, knew that although some people were beautiful in real life, they would lose much of their beauty in the original camera. If a person looked good in the original camera, he would only look better in person. Mysterious XS face was not afraid of the original camera, which was weak compared to a magnifying glass. In the photo, he was wearing a platinum trainee uniform. Many trainees wore the same uniform, so it wasn't easy to distinguish them. Therefore, to stand out, most trainees would do various actions to attract the audience's attention. However, Mysterious Person X did not move or show any expression. He just stood there casually, and the photographer seemed to have taken a photo casually. However, this photo was more stunning than any other photo that had been taken. The man's sculpted face was clear and sharp, and his superior facial features were handsome with a hint of coldness and laziness. He didn't even look at the camera, only slightly revealing the side of his high nose bridge. It was only the side of his face, but he was so handsome that it made people lose their minds. Ding Shan was also stunned for a few seconds. When she returned to her senses, the video had already finished playing. She paused for 2 seconds, dragged the progress bar back for a few seconds, and then paused the scene. Looking at the photo of Mysterious Person X, Ding Shan felt a strange sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity was not because the two thoroughly understood each other after these few days of contact. It was more like they had met before and even had an intimate interaction. Ding Shan rubbed her forehead. Who was this man? Why did she have this feeling when she saw him? Ding Shan thought of the address that Zhu Yang had once told her. After hesitating, Ding Shan changed her clothes and went out. Ding Shan wasn't sure if she would be able to see Mysterious Person X. This man seemed to have very high authority in the festival group. Even the staff members looked at him with respect and politeness. The address that Zhu Yang gave Ding Shan was the 5th floor. The 5th floor was connected to 2 buildings, with a corridor in the middle. After she went upstairs, Ding Shan immediately regretted it. What was she doing? She should have continued to pay attention to the trend on the internet or posted a few daily photos to interact with her fans, but she had come here to enjoy the cold wind because of a strange feeling that she suddenly had. Ding Shan stood in the corridor, hesitating for a moment before preparing to go back. Suddenly, a door not far away opened, and a tall blonde beauty walked out. The blonde beauty stood at the door and talked to the person in the room for a while, then turned and left. The moment the blonde turned around, Ding Shan saw a familiar face. Mysterious X. It was him. Ding Shan didn't know how she left. She only felt that her mind was a mess. What was the relationship between the beauty and mysterious person X? Ding Shan didn't want to make any suspicious guesses, but it was only 8 o'clock, and a beautiful woman walked out of a man's room. It was hard not to make some suspicious guesses. Judging from mysterious person X's temperament, his original identity might have been a rich second generation. After participating in this show, he might have felt that the training life was too dull. Ding Shan thought it was customary to find a beautiful woman to accompany him. But Ding Shan thought of that night when mysterious X smiled at her while dancing. Although Ding Shan's taste in men was terrible, her emotional intelligence was not zero. She could still feel the hint of ambiguity in that smile. Oh my God, could it be that this mysterious X was a scumbag? Ding Shan's mind was a mess. One moment, she felt that her guess might be wrong, and the next moment, she thought it was too easy for her to meet scumbags. In the future, she had to be more alert to all the men around her. Ding Shan walked out of the elevator in a daze and overlooked Yin Hui, who was waiting for the elevator at the side. When Yin Hui saw Ding Shan, he was stunned for a moment. He was about to greet her when Ding Shan walked past him without even looking at him. The elevator was about to close, so Yin Hui had to go in first. Yin Hui was a little confused. Why would Ding Shan be here? 299 Chapter 299. Investigating the surveillance cameras. Could it be that she was here to look for Xiang Hong? Yin Hui jumped in shock. He was extremely shocked. Had the two of them already developed to this stage? This was a talent show. As a mentor and a student, it wasn't perfect for the two of them to talk about love privately. Did he ask for his opinion? Xiang Hong, you've hidden it well, huh? You've managed to win over the great beauty Ding so quickly. Please, there are so many people here. What if someone takes a picture of you two meeting in private? A big star and a trainee. Oh my God, if the scandal between you spreads on the internet, I don't have to do this variety show anymore. As soon as he entered, Yin Hui shouted. Xiang Hong's sharp eyes quickly turned to Yin Hui, and his tone was a little tense. What did you say? Why are you looking at me like that? Yin Hui was frightened by Xiang Hong's gaze and immediately apologized without any backbone. I'm sorry, I spoke a little too loudly just now. President Xiang, I don't mean to blame you. I hope you can keep a low profile here and not cause any trouble. Can I call you brother? You just said that I met Ding Shan in private. What do you mean by that? Xiang Hong impatiently asked the main point. I saw Ding Shan while waiting for the elevator, but she didn't see me. Didn't you two meet? There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Yin Hui muttered. Xiang Hong had a bad premonition. Get me the surveillance footage of this building, Xiang Hong suddenly said. Yin Hui was stunned for a moment. Seeing Xiang Hong's serious expression, Yin Hui did not ask any more questions. He took out his phone and called the staff. After more than 10 minutes, Xiang Hong looked at the image displayed on the surveillance camera. The screen showed that Ding Shan arrived at the 5 feet floor at around 8 o'clock. She took the elevator straight up and then took the elevator down after about 6 minutes. In the middle of the 6 minutes, she walked to the corridor in the blind spot of the surveillance camera and seemed to have stood there for a long time. She's probably here to look for you. She came to this floor without any hesitation. Yin Hui was analyzing the situation at the side. Then, he was a little confused. Then why did she leave after only a few minutes? Could it be that he was afraid of disturbing you? Xiang Hong already knew what was going on. He turned off the monitor and said, I didn't tell her where I usually live. If you didn't tell her, then who did? Very few people know that you live here. In any case, it's not me. I'm not the kind of person who would talk nonsense. That's not the most important thing. Xiang Hong frowned, looking a little anxious. The most important thing is that Jessie had just come out of my room in the few minutes she was standing in the corridor. She's going to a singer's concert the day after tomorrow, so she came to say goodbye to me. Yin Hui was stunned, but he reacted quickly. So you're saying that Ding Shan saw Jessie walking out of your room early in the morning? Oh my God, what are you doing? Can't you say goodbye over the phone? Jessie grew up in country so she's more ritualistic in this area. Plus, she was worried about my training after she left, so she came over to chat with me for a while. Xiang Hong sighed. I can't blame anyone for this. It's just that I'm afraid that Ding Shan will have some misunderstandings about me. Yin Hui rolled his eyes. How can I not misunderstand? If I see a man coming out of my girlfriend's room early in the morning, I'll blow up the whole building immediately. Xiang Hong looked at Yin Hui speechlessly. Mind your words. Ding Shan and I have not reached that stage yet. That's just a matter of time. Anyway, that's the general meaning. What are you going to do now? Do you want to go to her and explain it to her? I'll handle it. Xiang Hong lowered his head as if he was thinking about how to solve this problem. Then, he raised his head and looked at Yin Hui. Oh right, why did you come to find me? Oh, I almost forgot. This morning, a foreigner said he wanted to talk business with you. The staff sent him to my office. Also, this is an express delivery for you. The courier station's staff left it in my office. Yin Hui pointed at the package he had just placed on the coffee table, then said with some dissatisfaction, I'm really impressed. I'm the great young master of the Yin family. Why am I acting like your servant? I don't need such an insensible servant. Xiang Hong smiled. When Yin Hui heard this, he was so angry that he almost jumped up. Don't go overboard, okay? You're in my territory right now. Be careful that I don't do anything to you. 300 Chapter 300. Thank you. Just as the two were bickering, Ziyang knocked on the door and entered. When he saw Xiang Hong, he said respectfully, President Xiang, the contract is ready. Xiang Hong nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and stared at Ziyang. Being looked at by Xiang Hong like this, Ziyang almost felt breathless. He thought, could it be that there was something wrong with his work? Ziyang's expression was stiff. Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, Xiang Hong asked with a flat tone, You were the one who told Ding Shan that I'm here. Ziyang was stunned for a moment, and then a guess appeared in his heart. Could it be that Ding Shan was here to look for the boss? This was a good thing, but why did the boss look so unhappy? Ziyang nodded. Yes, I told Miss Ding that you were the one who sent her the drinks and desserts. She asked me where you usually stayed, so I told her the floor you were on. Xiang Hong's expression showed no emotion. He continued to ask, what else? Oh, I've also given her your contact information. Will she add you soon? A smile appeared on Ziyang's face. Thinking that he had personally pushed the relationship between his boss and Ding Shan forward, he had a strong sense of satisfaction and pride. But very soon, Ziyang discovered that Xiang Hong's expression seemed even more grave and stern. What was going on? Could it be that boss and Miss Ding fought? I have to thank you. Every word that Xiang Hong said was like ice. Ziyang's heart went cold, and they immediately felt terrible. President Xiang, alright, let's go to the meeting room first. I still have to shoot an advertisement in the afternoon. Xiang Hong did not have the patience to listen to Ziyang's repentance, but he did not intend to blame Ziyang. Xiang Hong was not a narrow-minded person, not to mention that Ziyang did this out of good intentions. What made him anxious was that after Ding Shan got his contact information, she still hadn't added him. What was the meaning of this? Was she not interested in him at all? Then why did she come to this building to look for him today? Xiang Hong felt that a woman's mind was even more difficult to guess than her competitor's schemes. His decisive judgment seemed to have failed when it came to her. As expected, the person who was moved first would inevitably fall into a passive situation. Xiang Hong sighed. Forget it, I'll just take it slow. On the other hand, Ding Shan had returned to her bedroom. Zhenjin had already arrived and was preparing to style her for the advertisement shoot in the afternoon. Zhenjin felt that Ding Shan seemed to be in a daze when applying eyeshadow on Ding Shan. Ding Shan was indeed still thinking about the mysterious man X. When she discovered that the mysterious man X was probably a scumbag, Ding Shan was a little disappointed. This disappointment was not only because she felt that she had misjudged him again, but also because she seemed to have developed a good impression of this strange man who had suddenly appeared. Although that feeling was far from liking him, it was the first time Ding Shan had such feelings for a man. Forget it. She didn't even know his identity. Why should she be bothered by his matters? Their relationship was only that of a mentor and a trainee. Ding Shan had just decided not to think about the mysterious X anymore when Xiao Jiao walked into the bedroom and said to Ding Shan excitedly, Sister Shan, this mysterious person X is too handsome. There's practically no male celebrity in the entertainment industry who can compare to him. Sister Shan, Didn't you come to this show because you wanted to unearth potential newcomers to our studio? This mysterious person X has such good qualities. Do you want to take the initiative to talk to him? Xiao Zhao had been looking at Ding Shan's beautiful face all day and had long become immune to the beauty of ordinary humans. Her standard of beauty was also unusually high. At this moment, for Xiao Zhao to be so excited, it was clear that Mysterious X's appearance was outstanding. Ding Shan sighed and slowly shook her head. No, this person. There's a small flaw in his character. Xiao Zhao's eyes widened, and she tilted her head to look at Ding Shan curiously. Really? But he's too handsome. If we can sign him, our studio won't have to worry about not having a brand name. Sister Shan, what's wrong with him? As long as it's not too serious, I don't think it's unforgivable for his face. Ding Shan patted little Zhao's head speechlessly. Look at what you're saying. Are you saying that your values follow your facial features? Anyway, I'm not interested in signing him now. By the way, why don't you sleep a little longer? Yeah, I'm too excited to sleep. Sister Shan, you can continue with your makeup. I'll see if the fan club's management is looking for me. Xiao Zhao took her phone and walked away. She only picked up her phone after she was far away. 301 Chapter 301 Winning the Championship. Seeing that Ding Shan seemed to have some opinions about Mysterious X, Xiao Zhao did not dare to tell Ding Shan that she had just followed Mysterious Man X's personal Weibo and Weibo topics. She had even joined 2 newly established fan groups of Mysterious Man X. In 10 minutes, the 2 fan groups, which initially did not have many people, were full. The founder had already created the 7th fan group. Seeing such an alarming increase in the number of fans, Xiao Zhao felt that Mysterious X would become very popular. It was only because of the popularity of other famous trainees that Mysterious X did not cause widespread discussion. There were more than 100 trainees in the officially released video. Some were new to the audience, and some were mature trainees or internet celebrities who had long been famous and had a fan base. As soon as the video was posted, the trainees' fans began to promote their idol. Initially, the most popular ones were a few mature trainees with experience forming groups, such as Wen Xiu. Within 3 hours after the video was released, he became the hot search on Weibo. Ronin's member refines his debut on variety shows in the country. The king of the stage returns. Although Wen Xiu's company probably bought this trending search, Wen Xiu's popularity was worthy of this trending search. In the hot search, Wen Xiu's fans crazily reposted Wen Xiu's self-introduction poster with the caption, "Xiuqiu, baby, I love you. Even if I have to go bankrupt, I'm going to vote for Xiuqiu to step onto the path of Dao. Reserve a Dao position in advance, Wen Xiu." At this moment, Wen Xiu was also paying attention to his popularity on the internet. Seeing that he had made it to the hot search and his fans were also posting in support of him, the corners of Wen Xiu's mouth curled into a smug smile. If he continued to maintain this popularity, he would be able to make a name for himself. Wen Xiu was very confident in his appearance and style, and his eyes revealed an ambitious desire. No, not only did he want to step out, but he also wanted to win the championship. The phone rang, and Wen Xiu picked it up. It was the manager that the company had assigned to the trainees. The manager called Wen Xiu and urged him to perform well in the show and try to attract a new wave of fans after the show was broadcast. Finally, he also asked him to be friendlier to the other trainees and to build more social relations. He also asked him not to make any bad news during the variety show's broadcast. Wen Xiu replied impatiently. After he hung up the phone, he sneered. Friendly? That trash was just a stepping stone for him to become a group. He was going to become a top star in the future, and those people were not worthy of calling him brother. Among the trainees that Wen Xiu looked down on, there was one person who stood out. Mysterious X. Wen Xiu clenched his fists in anger. A rich second generation that suddenly appeared was good at dancing, talking, and singing. He had underestimated this guy in the past. But so what? Wen Xiu laughed contemptuously. He now had more than 3 million fans. After the show was broadcast, more and more people liked him. The mysterious man didn't know how to be an idol. With his ugly face, it was as if someone owed him 20 million yuan. The audience would not like it. After being a trainee for so many years, Wen Xiao was aware of what kind of artists the market needed and what idols the audience liked. He had adjusted his style and even had plastic surgery in the past few years. He was very confident that he was now the perfect product, able to meet all the expectations and imagination of the audience for an idol. He only needed a chance. He needed someone to help him and send good resources into his hands. Ding Shan's beautiful face appeared in Wen Xiao's mind. It seems he has to hurry up, Wen Xiao thought. Wen Xiao returned to the dormitory and put on exquisite makeup. After deepening his eyeliner, his original sunny and clean temperament was added with a hint of charm. Wen Xiao, are you done? The bus to the filming location is about to set off. A trainee from class shouted from outside the door. What are you rushing me for? Wen Xiao roared impatiently. The trainee who called out for Wen Xiao was speechless. Many trainees did not like Wen Xiao. Everyone felt that this person was too pretentious. He was one person in front of Ding Shan, one in front of the camera, and another in front of the trainees. It would be a pity if he didn't learn face changing. If the festival team director had not required the class of trainees to arrive at the assembly site together, they would not have bothered with Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao was finally dressed up. Even his hair was exquisitely done from head to toe, and he even had perfume on. 302 Chapter 302 Group Photo. The afternoon commercial shooting was held outdoors. The trainees of class arrived at the shooting location by bus and saw the instructors getting off the bus not far away. Ding Shan got out of the car and looked around. She quickly saw Chen Tong talking to a middle-aged man not far away. Both had a smile and seemed to have a good relationship. That's the person in charge of the sponsor's communications, Xiao Zhao whispered to Ding Shan. His name is Wang Shi. Ding Shan nodded and thought, Chen Tong's social skills are amazing. She's so close to the sponsor in such a short time. Let's go over first, Ding Shan said to Xiao Zhao, and the two walked towards the resting tent setup. Behind Ding Shan, Chen Tong looked at Ding Shan's back as she left. She gave Wang Shi an ambiguous smile and pointed at Ding Shan. Chief Wang, did you see that? Wang Shi looked at Ding Shan, his perverted triangular eyes revealing a satisfied and greedy expression. Ding Shan arrived at the resting tent. The filming team had already set up the scene and adjusted the lighting. Ding Shan had shot a lot of advertisements since she was young, so this kind of ordinary advertisement was not difficult for her. All of her shots were done in one take. The photographer was impressed with her expressiveness throughout the process, and her camera sense was also perfect. After Ding Shan finished filming, there was nothing much to do, so Xiao Zhao suggested they go and see how the class of trainees were doing. Ding Shan didn't want to go at first. She subconsciously didn't want to see a particular person, but seeing that Xiao Zhao seemed very interested, Ding Shan nodded. After they went over, before the trainees could start filming, Xiao Zhao said, Sister Shan, I'll get 2 bottles of drinks. Wait for me. After Xiao Zhao left, Wen Xiao walked over from a distance. When he saw Ding Shan, Wen Xiao walked up and said with a bright smile, Teacher Ding, you're done. He's so professional. I'm still a little nervous. Ding Shan indifferently glanced at Wen Xiao and said with a calm smile, Don't be nervous, just relax. Ding Shan had just finished speaking when she saw Wen Xiao take another step closer to her. He took out his phone and looked at Ding Shan with anticipation and apprehension. Teacher Ding, can I take a photo with you as a souvenir? Ever since I watched your first movie as a teenager, I've wanted to see you with my own eyes one day. I didn't expect that my dream would come true. When he said the last sentence, Wen Xiao's voice lowered, and his tone became more and more ambiguous. His eyes were also fixed on Ding Shan, and that burning affection was almost about to surge out. Ding Shan's scalp went numb, and she immediately stepped back. At the same time, she thought, I was still a child when I shot my first movie, and you're interested in a child. He knew how to make up stories. Such a hypocritical Wen Xiao, her past life, believed his words without a doubt. Ding Shan felt embarrassed about her past life. Wen Xiao saw that Ding Shan was only coldly looking at him and took a step back. Ding Shan's face didn't even have a trace of emotion, let alone shyness. Wen Xiao was slightly surprised, but he quickly consoled himself, it's fine. She's just too slow-witted because she's never been in love. At the thought of this, Wen Xiao raised his voice again. Teacher Ding, Can I take a photo with you? The staff at the side looked over. If Ding Shan rejected Wen Xiao at this time, it would inevitably make the surrounding people feel that she was a little unreasonable. After all, Wen Xiao was a Ding Shan's battle team trainee, so such a small request was not too much. Alright, then. Ding Shan couldn't be bothered to expose Wen Xiao's little scheme, thinking they were taking photos, so they had to hurry up and finish. Thank you, Teacher Ding. Wen Xiao looked very excited. He opened the flagship mobile phone that the sponsor had bought for the trainees and pointed the front camera at the two of them. Ding Shan looked at the camera image and quickly felt something was wrong. Don't get too close, in case some people with ulterior motives gossip. Ding Shan moved 2 steps to the side. Wen Xiao, who wanted to get close to Ding Shan to take an intimate photo, gritted his teeth and showed an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Teacher Ding. I didn't think of this carefully. After taking 2 photos, Ding Shan relaxed her body slightly. Just as Ding Shan was no longer on guard against Wen Xiao suddenly approached Ding Shan. As if he had fallen, he wanted to hug Ding Shan. When Ding Shan reacted, Wen Xiao's hand was almost on her shoulder. Looking at Wen Xiao's suddenly enlarged facial features, Ding Shan's pupils contracted. At this moment, it was too late for her to retreat or push Wen Xiao away. 303 Chapter 303 I don't hate him. Just as Wen Xiao's plan was about to succeed, he suddenly felt a tight grip on his neck. A hand grabbed his collar and dragged him over as if he was carrying a garbage bag. Ding Shan looked at the mysterious person X in shock and then at Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao had almost succeeded, but he was interrupted by Mysterious X. Seeing that Mysterious X was still holding onto his collar, Wen Xiao was humiliated and angry. Let go of me. At this moment, the expression on Xiang Hong's face was extremely unsightly, as gloomy as a night before a storm. His eyes revealed a trace of sharp killing intent as he said to Wen Xiao, if there is something, I hate to say it a second time. Xiang Hong had already warned Wen Xiao to stay away from Ding Shan. He didn't expect Wen Xiao to be so reckless. Xiang Hong's entire body exuded a dangerous aura, and he looked at Wen Xiao as if he was looking at a dead man. When Xiang Hong's gaze locked onto Wen Xiao, he felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his heart. He was already a little afraid but unwilling to yield to Xiang Hong's terrifying aura, so he looked at Xiang Hong angrily. Ding Shan could also sense the dangerous aura from Xiang Hong's body. She turned to look at Wen Xiao and said with a cold tone, Wen Xiao, what were you trying to do just now? Although his plan had failed, Wen Xiao had already found an excuse for himself. He lowered his head and pointed at his shoes. I'm sorry, Teacher Ding. My shoelaces came undone. I accidentally stepped on them and lost my balance. I'm sorry. Although Wen Xiao's tone was apologetic, Ding Shan could not see any sincerity in his apology. His acting was clumsy and hypocritical. Ding Shan suppressed the anger in her heart and said to Wen Xiao and the mysterious person X, you guys go ahead and film. After saying this, Ding Shan felt Xiang Hong look at her as if he had not expected her not to pursue this matter. Ding Shan did not respond to Xiang Hong's gaze. As she passed him, she walked past Xiang Hong and said in a low voice, thank you. Walking to a shady place, Ding Shan recalled Wen Xiao's sudden approach just now, as if she could still smell the pungent perfume on his body. Ding Shan was a little disgusted. She never thought that Wen Xiao would be shameless to this extent, daring to scheme against her in public. She had underestimated Wen Xiao. Wen Xiao had not even entered the entertainment industry yet, but he had already learned such dirty tricks. Seeing that she was not interested in him, he could do all sorts of dirty things. Sister Shan, you're here. Xiao Zhao, who had gone to the sponsor's side to get 2 bottles of fruit juice, ran over. Why do you look so bad? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Ding Shan shook her head and pointed to a spot not far away. Mysterious Project X is here. You should go and see him. Ding Shan could tell that Xiao Zhao wanted to see the Mysterious X. Xiao Zhao smiled in embarrassment but did not go over. She held Ding Shan's arm and said with a smile, I'm not going. I'll stay with Sister Shan. Do you think I don't know you? You usually like to look at handsome guys, so don't worry and go. I won't overthink about it. Ding Shan said with a smile. But Sister Shan, I thought you didn't like him. Although I like to look at handsome guys, Sister Shan is the most important person in my heart. No man can be more important than Sister Shan, Xiao Zhao said seriously. Ding Shan thought about how mysterious person X had stopped Wen Xiao from taking advantage of her, and her feelings were complicated. She hesitated momentarily and said, "It's not that I don't like him." Xiao Zhao's eyes widened. "Sister Shan, you like him?" Ding Shan was taken aback. She immediately reached out her finger and poked Xiao Zhao's head. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I don't hate him." "Oh," Xiao replied and rubbed her head. "So you should go and see him. I won't be unhappy," Ding Shan said. Xiao Zhao hesitated for 2 seconds, but her desire to see a handsome man still prevailed. "Okay, Sister Shan, I'll go. I'll go check on his performance and report back to you." After Xiao Zhao left, Ding Shan rested for a while. When she felt the wind around her, she returned to her tent and took out the script that she carried with her. After reading the script for a while, Ding Shan went for a walk. The sun was about to set, and the setting sun dyed a small part of the sky red while the other side was a low saturated blue-gray. Ding Shan took out her phone and took 2 photos. After taking the photos, she lowered her head and was about to post them on Weibo when she suddenly felt her vision darken. She looked up and saw Mysterious X looking at her. Ding Shan was stunned for a moment. "You," before she could finish, Mysterious X pulled her into an empty tent and trapped her in a corner. He stared at her as if he was going to eat her up. 304 Chapter 304. Do you remember? Ding Shan was confused and flustered. She looked at the tent door and said in a strange voice, "What are you doing? If there's anything, let's talk outside. Now you're on guard." The mysterious person X's voice was low as he slowly approached Ding Shan. "What about just now?" "Just now?" Ding Shan was stunned for a moment before she realized that he was talking about Wen Xiao's matter. Could he blame her for not being on guard against Wen Xiao earlier, which almost allowed Wen Xiao to take advantage of her? Ding Shan suddenly felt a little irritated. She was the victim, but this mysterious person was the one who accused her first. "It happened so suddenly, I didn't expect it either," Ding Shan said stiffly. Xiang Hong knew that he shouldn't be saying this at this time, but he was too upset. When he thought about how she had almost been taken advantage of by another man, he felt angry and resentful. He was even more anxious about why she didn't know how to protect herself. "Can't you see that he has feelings for you? And last time, you didn't push him away, did you? Do you like that kind of man?" "Last time?" Ding Shan was stunned. She didn't understand what Xiang Hong was referring to. She had been offended by Xiang Hong's questioning tone, and the aggression in her gentle personality had been triggered. She said coldly, "It's none of your business who I like, right? What right did he have to talk to her like that? She was his mentor. Besides, his character wasn't that good." She had just seen a beautiful woman walk out of his room in the morning, and now he was accusing her of not being vigilant enough. When he heard Ding Shan say she had nothing to do with him, Xiang Hong felt a trace of pain in his heart. He knew she didn't recognize him, so it was normal for her to say something like that. Besides, his attitude just now wasn't excellent. However, Xiang Hong still felt a trace of sadness that he had never experienced before. It turned out that being treated coldly by the person you liked was unbearable. Ding Shan didn't know why the man in front of her looked hurt as if she had done something wrong to him. She, the victim who had almost been taken advantage of, had yet to feel aggrieved, so what was a scumbag like him feeling disappointed for? Ding Shan took a deep breath and pushed Xiang Hong's chest. "Please make way, I'm going out." Ding Shan's little strength was not enough to push Xiang Hong away. Seeing that the man was only looking at her silently, Ding Shan became even angrier and pushed Xiang Hong again. Xiang Hong stared at Ding Shan's fair hands, and he recalled that night when she couldn't stand being tormented by him anymore. She had used those hands to grab his back and begged him to slow down. But now, she was saying it had nothing to do with him, who she liked. She was the one who had provoked him first, and now she was the one who wanted to push him away. Xiang Hong's eyes turned red. He pulled Ding Shan hard and lowered his head to kiss her lips. Ding Shan was stunned by the man's crazy actions. The man's breath was aggressive, and it slowly took over her breath, almost suffocating her. It was as if fireworks had exploded in her mind. Ding Shan struggled for a while, but the strength in her body was draining away bit by bit. In the end, she was softly held in the man's arms. At first, it was a kiss to vent his emotions, but it slowly became gentle. As Xiang Hong hugged Ding Shan, the negative emotions in his heart gradually disappeared. The feeling of having her again made him overjoyed. In the end, he reluctantly bit Ding Shan's full lower lip and let go of her. He whispered in Ding Shan's ear, "Do you remember, Miss Ding?" At this moment, Ding Shan's mind was like the sea on a stormy night. A trace of an ancient memory gradually became apparent in the chaos and confusion. The room was dark, the man was panting, and the air was filled with ambiguous hormones. Ding Shan's eyes widened as she looked at the man in disbelief. Xiang Hong smiled helplessly. He took out a diamond bracelet from his pocket with his right hand and waved it in front of Ding Shan. "Do you still remember? This is the reward you paid me. Miss Ding is generous." Ding Shan looked at the diamond bracelet, and her eyes turned from shock to daze. When Xiang Hong saw her expression, he thought she had forgotten about the diamond bracelet. He was about to say something, but Ding Shan reached out and covered his mouth. She was on the verge of breaking down. Stop talking. If he continued, Ding Shan would be urged to jump into the river. So it was him. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw him. How could she not be familiar with someone who had slept with her? 305 Chapter 305. What do you want? Ding Shan's chest heaved violently, and she was a little breathless. Her mind was also a mess. Xiang Hong could understand Ding Shan's current feelings. He had suddenly let her know who he was, and she must have found it hard to accept. Xiang Hong grabbed Ding Shan's wrist and gently rubbed his lips against her palm. Ding Shan immediately retracted her hand as if she had been scalded. Xiang Hong wanted to laugh, but he was afraid that his laughter would agitate Ding Shan, so he held it in. "All right, now that you know who I am, what do you have to say? What do you want to say?" Ding Shan felt that Xiang Hong's words sounded like he was coming to settle the score with her after she had bullied him. Ding Shan looked at the diamond bracelet, her throat so dry that she couldn't speak. After a while, she explained that, "I was in some trouble back then, I'm sorry." Ding Shan meant that she was not a woman who would casually have a one-night stand with a man. "Oh, and then?" A faint smile hung on the corner of Xiang Hong's mouth as he unhurriedly asked, "What was there to explain?" Ding Shan felt the air was as suffocating as asphalt. She just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Taking a deep breath, Ding Shan pointed at the diamond bracelet. "You've said it yourself, I paid for it back then. This bracelet is not cheap, so I think it should be enough to pay for my mistake. Sir, it was an accident. I want to express my apologies again." Ding Shan felt that her explanation was quite sincere. She had already given him the diamond bracelet. Could it be that he still wanted more benefits from her? One should not be so greedy. Besides, he enjoyed it that night. Ding Shan's ears turned red at the thought of the man's sexy panting that night. "I can feel Miss Ding's apology, but please listen to my opinion." Xiang Hong's tone was very polite, but Ding Shan felt terrible. "I'm the same as Miss Ding. I'm not a casual person. I'm usually very clean and honest. I was originally prepared to do those intimate things with the woman I love the most, but Miss Ding stole my purity." Ding Shan did not dare to look into Xiang Hong's eyes. She bit her lip. She stole his purity. Was it that exaggerated? Also, did he say that he was pure? She had just seen a beautiful woman walk out of his room this morning. Xiang Hong lowered his head to look at Ding Shan's snow-white neck and slightly reddened ears. The smile on his face deepened as he continued, "Can money measure my purity? So, I think returning this diamond bracelet to Miss Ding is better." Ding Shan lowered her head. Only then did she realize that Xiang Hong had taken advantage of her daze to put the diamond bracelet on her wrist. The man's meaning was clear. He didn't accept Ding Shan's payment. He wanted something else. Ding Shan gritted her teeth and closed her eyes to calm herself down. When she opened them again, her eyes were much calmer. Forget it. She did do something wrong that night, and she was not someone who did not dare to take responsibility. Ding Shan raised her head and looked into the man's beautiful and bright eyes. "Then what do you want?" Xiang Hong could see the wariness in Ding Shan's eyes. At this moment, she seemed to treat him as a creditor who had come to collect a debt. Xiang Hong felt somewhat helpless. However, when he thought about how the relationship between the two of them had deepened after confessing, he felt that this was not bad. As for what he wanted, Ding Shan's figure was reflected in Xiang Hong's eyes. He smiled and said, "Well, I haven't thought about it yet. When I think of it, I'll tell Miss Ding. Anyway, we're now mentors and a trainee, so we'll have a lot of opportunities to meet in the future. Okay, then let me know when you think of it. But I'll say this in advance. If your request is excessive, I'm afraid I won't satisfy it. I hope you will consider it carefully." Xiang Hong nodded and did not raise objections to Ding Shan's words. Seeing that the conversation was about to end, Xiang Hong thought of something else and asked Ding Shan in a severe tone, "Then, how do you plan to resolve Wen Xiao's matter, Miss Ding?" Wen Xiao? Ding Shan furrowed her brows. Hearing this name, she subconsciously felt nauseated. Because Ding Shan did not speak, Xiang Hong said, "I don't think you're going to pursue this matter this afternoon." You can't be. Even though Xiang Hong did not like Wen Xiao, he did not know what Ding Shan was thinking. Perhaps Ding Shan wanted Wen Xiao's type. Ding Shan wanted to roll her eyes. Where did this man see that she had a good impression of Wen Xiao? 306 Chapter 306. He was despised. Maybe he has some ideas about me, but I'm not interested in him. He offended me today, and I'll keep this debt in mind. Ding Shan was Wen Xiao's mentor, and at that time, Wen Xiao had already found an excuse for himself, so it was naturally not convenient for her to pursue this matter on the spot. Hearing Ding Shan's words, Xiang Hong was relieved. He nodded and was about to say something when Xiao Zhao's voice came from outside. It was probably because Xiao Zhao did not see Ding Shan after she returned and was looking around. As if she had found a life-saving straw, Ding Shan immediately said to Xiang Hong, "Then I'll go first. Xiao Zhao is looking for me." Did she want to leave him so badly? Xiang Hong's eyes darkened. After 2 seconds, he looked at Ding Shan and asked, "Don't you want to know who I am, Miss Ding?" After finding out that he was the man from that night, Ding Shan had not asked about his identity. Did she not care about him at all? In his entire life, Xiang Hong had never met anyone who was not interested in him. The others tried every possible means to speak to or gain some benefits from him, but Ding Shan seemed not to want to see him. Ding Shan didn't want to know who the man in front of her was. Perhaps before this, she was curious about the identity of this mysterious ex, but now, after learning that this mysterious ex was the man who had slept with her that night, she just wanted to get as far away from him as possible. To Ding Shan, that night was simply a dark history. Seeing this man would only make her feel very embarrassed, so she naturally did not have the idea of understanding him in depth. At this moment, Ding Shan just wanted to hurry back. Looking at Xiang Hong for one more second made her feel uncomfortable. "You can also introduce yourself," Ding Shan said. Although her tone was normal, Xiang Hong could feel that she was being perfunctory. Xiang Hong was simply helpless. Was he being despised? It seemed like she didn't want to know who he was at all. Forget it. You'll have the chance to understand it in the future slowly. You should go back first, Xiang Hong said. Upon hearing Xiang Hong's words, Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief. She nodded and immediately turned around to leave without the slightest hesitation. Xiang Hong looked at Ding Shan's back and sighed. As expected, after knowing that she was the man from that night, there seemed to be a magnetic force field between the two of them. Although Xiang Hong did not feel awkward, Ding Shan felt very uncomfortable. That was right. To Ding Shan, Xiang Hong was just a strange man who had suddenly appeared. She did not know who he was, nor did she understand him. Even though Xiang Hong told himself not to be anxious, he still felt a sense of loss. He had never felt this way before. When Xiao Zhao saw Ding Shan coming out of the tent, she hurriedly walked up and asked, "Sister Shan, where have you been? I was so worried." "Nothing, I just walked around." "Are you going back?" "Yeah, we're done." Ding Shan got into the special car prepared by the festival group for the instructors and returned to her residence. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, Ding Shan took out the diamond bracelet and looked at it in a daze. The distant memory suddenly became apparent, and the inexplicable familiarity with mysterious X was explained. Ding Shan muttered to herself, "So it's him." "What?" Xiao Zhao, who heard Ding Shan's mumbling, turned and asked. "It's nothing." Ding Shan saw that Xiao Zhao's expression seemed a little ugly, so she put away the diamond bracelet and asked, "Xiao Zhao, what happened? You don't look too good." Xiao Zhao forced a smile. "It's okay, Sister Shan. You've had a long day. Go and rest." Xiao Zhao looked at her phone and tightened her fingers. She told herself, it's fine. She can handle such a small matter. I'd better not let Sister Shan worry about such a small matter. Ding Shan was indeed a little tired today. The conversation with the mysterious person X had exhausted her. Ding Shan did simple skincare before bed and went to sleep. Xiao Zhao initially thought she could deal with all the negative comments about Ding Shan on the internet in one night. Still, she did not expect that the negative news about Ding Shan would make it to the top of the search rankings after one night. The fashion world has abandoned Ding Shan. It's tragic compared to the female variety coaches of the same variety show. Someone bought this hot search. After clicking on it, there were two poster photos of Ding Shan and Chen Tong. The marketing account used a red circle to mark the jewelry that Ding Shan was wearing and Chen Tong's jewelry. 307 Chapter 307 Dealing with the Conspiracy. The Weibo post analyzed, Ding Shan's earrings are from last year's style, and it's only a small luxury brand in the country. Chen Tong's set is the Rose Princess set from Schiller's new collection. I don't need to explain what brand Schiller is, right? Although Ding Shan is more popular than Chen Tong, the fashion brands still favor Chen Tong more. Below this analysis, many netizens left comments in agreement. That's right. So what if she's popular? An internet celebrity's popularity is high too. I don't know what Ding Shan's fans are so proud of. Why don't they just let Ding Shan change her career to become an internet celebrity? Why should she be a celebrity? Our Tong Tong's fashion resources have been good recently. Are some people very jealous? They only know how to create the illusion of popularity through marketing and publicity. But there's no way to fake business and fashion resources. Ding Shan hasn't had any new work for a long time. I think she won't even be able to take on more shows. Otherwise, why would she come to a variety show as a mentor? She was just an actress. What was she doing in a talent show? How could she coach the students? Singing, dancing, or talking? The festival group's invitation to Ding Shan is the biggest failure. I agree, I'm Chen 11's fan. These days, Ding Shan's fans have been coming to our post to promote Chen 11 and leaving comments. Their attitude is so arrogant that those who don't know would think that Ding Shan has won some international award. I wouldn't say I like her uncultured fans. I'm starting to hate her too. With a mocking tone, many of the netizens clicked on the homepage and saw that they were all Chen Tong's fans. Xiao Zhao was obvious that Chen Tong probably bought this hot search. Chen Tong must have seen that Ding Shan's popularity was higher than hers, so she wanted to step on Ding Shan regarding fashion resources. Most of the audience did not know the actual situation. Because Chen Tong's jewelry was of a higher brand than Ding Shan's, they subconsciously thought that Chen Tong's status in the fashion world was higher than Ding Shan's. After Ding Shan woke up, she also saw this hot search. I'm sorry, Sister Shan. I could handle this. Only a few accounts posted about this yesterday. I didn't expect it to be on the hot search today. Xiao Zhao felt very guilty. It's fine. It's not your fault. They're determined to step on me, Ding Shan said in a calm tone. By the way, Sister Shan, there's one more thing. Recently, many accounts have suddenly appeared and claimed to be your fans. These accounts went to the other coaches' posts and said some nasty and arrogant things. Now, many netizens think that your fans are uncultured people. I'm guessing that Chen Tong arranged this incident. How could she be so disgusting? It was little Zhao's first time seeing the horror of the entertainment industry. She was so angry that her body was trembling. Don't worry, she did something, so she'll naturally leave traces. Go and check those accounts and collect evidence first. Ding Shan was not flustered. She had been through so much. Although Chen Tong's plot was disgusting, it was not like she had no way to deal with it. I've already arranged for the core members of the fan club to investigate. We should have the results by noon. Seeing that Ding Shan did not panic, Xiao Zhao was encouraged and quickly calmed down. Today, all the trainees had gone to shoot the MV, so Ding Shan changed her clothes and went to the stage for the MV. There were 3 scenes in the MV: the stage, the forest, and the underwater. The outdoor scenes will be shot tomorrow. According to the classes, Class A had the most scenes for the trainees, Class B also had a few locations, and the lower-ranked classes C and D could only be the background. Although they also had to participate in the performance, they would not have individual shots. When Ding Shan arrived at the recording studio, she saw more than 100 people in an inverted triangle formation, singing a duet. More than 100 people were dancing together, and the scene was spectacular. Mysterious Person X stood in the second row. After the assessment, he must have undergone more intensive training. His dance moves were now more flexible, and he could control his strength very well. He did not look any worse than the first and second place dancers. When Xiang Hong saw Ding Shan coming over, he guessed in his heart, could she be here to see him? Even though this thought was a bit wishful thinking, when Xiang Hong saw Ding Shan's gaze land on him, the corners of his mouth still curled up slightly. As she looked at Xiang Hong, a strange thought suddenly flashed through Ding Shan's mind. She used to think that this mysterious person X was someone who had the capital behind the scenes to put him into the show. She guessed that he was probably a rich man who wanted to experience what it was like to be an intern, or that he had already intended to develop into the entertainment industry. 308 Chapter 308. Don't let her know. However, Ding Shan guessed in her heart after knowing that this mysterious X was the man from that night. Did he join this variety show because of her? Mysterious Person X chose her as his mentor during the first stage performance. He was very determined. Thinking of this, Ding Shan's expression changed. If this person came to this variety show for her, what did he want from her? Ding Shan wasn't an innocent little girl. After rebirth, she understood that a chain of interests connected most people. When Xiao got close to her because she could bring him resources and opportunities, Yin Hui had chosen her as his mentor and was very polite to her because she could bring popularity to Yin Hui's variety show. Then why did this mysterious person X deliberately approach her? What value did he see in her? Ding Shan suddenly felt a little annoyed and tired. She knew it was normal for people to share interests, but the thought of mysterious person X approaching her because he had a motive for doing so made her even more annoyed. Xiang Hong was very sensitive to the change in Ding Shan's eyes. Her initially calm eyes suddenly had a trace of fatigue and anxiety. What's wrong with her? After recording for a while, the director let the trainees take a break. Then, he called over a few trainees with more questions to talk to in private and instructed them to interact with the camera later. At first, the director called for Mysterious X because he did not interact with the camera. He was even looking in a specific direction. However, the mysterious person X ignored the director and walked past him to Ding Shan. In other people's eyes, Mysterious X was a trainee of Ding Shan's team. But to Ding Shan, the man in front of her was the one she had a night of passion with. Seeing Mysterious Person X walk towards her, she suddenly became nervous and uneasy. She even felt everyone around her was watching her and the mysterious man and secretly discussing their relationship. Ding Shan initially gave pointers to the other team trainees and told them to perform well in front of the camera later. When she saw Xiang Hong walking toward her, Ding Shan hurriedly ended her conversation with the other trainees. She looked at Xiang Hong, lowered her voice, and said in an unnatural tone, "The director's calling for you, why aren't you going over?" Mysterious Person X did not answer her. He looked into her eyes and asked, "What's wrong with you? Unhappy? Is it because of what happened on the internet?" Ding Shan was stunned for a moment. The things on the internet? Did he still pay attention to the news related to her? "I'll take care of my matters. Finish the MV recording well, and listen to the director. And cooperate with the other trainees," Ding Shan put on the look of a teacher and said with a severe expression. Xiang Hong wanted to laugh when he saw how Ding Shan tried her best to remain calm. He nodded. "Don't worry, I won't embarrass you." He was her team's trainee, so he would naturally perform well in front of the camera. The mysterious man was right, but Ding Shan didn't know if it was her imagination. But she felt that his tone was a little ambiguous. Ding Shan coughed awkwardly and nodded. "Go ahead then, I'm just here to take a look. I'll be leaving first." Ding Shan left. Xiang Hong looked at Ding Shan's back, thought for a while, and gave Ziyang a call. "Oh, boss, it's all done. Don't worry." On the phone, Ziyang's tone was respectful. Xiang Hong nodded and added, "Don't let her know." Ziyang, who had already suffered once, had already deeply realized his mistake of speaking too much last time. He immediately nodded and promised, "I understand." After Ding Shan walked out of the recording studio, she finally relaxed. Sigh, did she have to spend another month or two with him like this? Thinking of this, Ding Shan felt a headache. Ding Shan returned to her residence and had a simple lunch. Xiao Zhao sent the photos of the core members of the fan club to Ding Shan. Ding Shan selected a few representative pictures, then organized her words and wrote a paragraph, asking Xiao Zhao to post it online in the name of Time Studio. After Time Studio posted on Weibo, Ding Shan used her account to like the studio's Weibo. Very quickly, this Weibo post attracted the attention of the netizens. 309 Chapter 309 Clarification. Time Studio's Weibo post stated, recently, a group of accounts pretending to be Ding Shan's fans had spread a large number of intense discussions, which had attracted the attention of Time Studio. The studio strongly condemned this kind of bad behavior of defaming Ding Shan's fans and had already contacted the official Weibo account to retrieve the active data of these accounts. In the end, Time Studio requested the other party to stop this kind of behavior. Because it was a Weibo post by the studio, the tone was more severe and official. The pictures below the Weibo were active data and screenshots of the comments of those fake accounts. The netizens' reactions to this Weibo post were different. Some people noticed the main account of Time Studio and asked doubtfully, "I don't think Ding Shan has signed with any new company. Where did this studio come from? I've never heard of it before." Those who understood the data took the initiative to explain the information shown by the Weibo activity data. These accounts were newly established and weren't very active before. These geniuses started to post comments at a high frequency. These accounts seem like Ding Shan's fans, but they are extremely uncultured. It seems they are deliberately trying to make Ding Shan look bad. In the end, this netizen even praised Time Studio. This studio knows what data is useful. They are quite impressive. When Ding Shan's fans saw that someone had pointed out the main point, they almost cried. I beg everyone to take a look at these pictures. We, Ding Shan's fans, are well behaved and have never taken the initiative to cause trouble, let alone mock other artists. We've been explaining ourselves these past few days, but no one believed us. Now that the Weibo data is here, everyone should understand. Someone must have bought these accounts to defame Ding Shan. After many of Ding Shan's fans and netizens liked and reposted this Weibo post, the fans of the other mentors also saw Time Studio's clarification and explanation. They rushed over to leave comments, saying that they had misunderstood Ding Shan's fans and strongly condemned the person who deliberately defamed Ding Shan. I'm making a bold guess. Ding Shan's comeback must have touched some people's cake, and some people are getting anxious. I think it's likely to be some celebrities from the same variety show. Forget it, I don't dare to say too much. Her fans are too powerful. I'm afraid they'll send private messages to my family. It must be. Didn't you guys see the hot search? Her fans say that Ding Shan's resources are not as good as Chen Tong's. I can't stand that arrogant look on her face. Ding Shan's previous management company at home was delayed, so she probably doesn't have any good fashion resources or endorsements. Chen Tong has participated in many popular variety shows in the past few years, and with 2 more representative works, she might be able to surpass Ding Shan. The netizens had different opinions, but at least the real and fake fans had been clarified. Xiao Zhao saw that many people in the comments were discussing that Chen Tong might overtake Ding Shan in the future. Some people said that Chen Tong had already decided to act in 2 IP dramas based on popular novels, but there was no news of Ding Shan acting. Xiao Zhao was a little anxious. She gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Shan, your popularity is much higher than Chen Tong's. Why would the netizens say that? Many companies and directors are looking for Sister Shan to film, but these people are talking as if you're leaving the industry. I'm so angry." Ding Shan laughed nonchalantly. "Why are you getting angry with the netizens? They are not wrong. I haven't appeared in public for so long, and there's no news of me acting. It's normal for them to have such speculations. Sister Shan, you have a good attitude, just like my grandfather. When others are about to bully him, he still smiles and only knows how to play with the cat and the bird." Sigh. Xiao Zhao shook her head helplessly. Ding Shan laughed heartily. "Then I'll like to get to know your grandfather. I'm sure we'll get along very well." Xiao Zhao helplessly held her forehead and took out a list of brands. She said to Ding Shan, "But Sister Shan, we still have to think about the brand we're going to endorse. These are the better brands I've picked out. Although they're not very famous, they're very sincere. A few of them are even willing to let you be the spokesperson for a wide range of products, and they're offering very high prices. Speaking of this, Xiao Zhao was a little annoyed again. That Chen Tong isn't even a Shilla promotion ambassador. She's so smug just because she's wearing a set of Shilla jewelry. The brands she endorsed were also small brands and the new darling of the fashion world. I don't know how she has the nerve to say such things. 310 Chapter 310. The second female lead. Ding Shan slowly shook her head. You can't say that. Chen Tong has been gradually moving up the ranks in the past few years. Her company has been supporting her and giving her good resources. She's just lacking representative work. Compared to Ding Shan in her past life, Chen Tong's situation was much better. If Chen Tong didn't do anything stupid or sought death and followed the company's plan, she would one day become a top-tier female star. However, Ding Shan felt that with Chen Tong's personality and character, she would probably not choose to work hard in peace. Xiao Zhao pouted, not understanding why Ding Shan would acknowledge an enemy. Sister Shan, why are you complimenting her? I think you're much better than her in appearance and acting. In the past, she only became popular because of your popularity. In the future, she will never surpass you. I'm just giving an objective analysis. Alright, don't overthink. Ding Shan looked at the brand list that Xiao Zhao took out and chose 2 brands. We can talk about these 2 but reject the others for the time being. Ding Shan's brand choice was relatively niche, but her taste was not bad. Although no big brands were looking for Ding Shan to endorse their products, it did not mean that Ding Shan would not have a chance to enter the fashion world in the future. So, she could not just accept endorsements from small brands. Even if she did, she had to take those with a good reputation and taste. For example, if she chose to take up endorsements for weight loss drugs and wigs now, no matter how popular she was in China, international brands would not consider working with her because they would not lower their style. Xiao Zhao nodded and took note of the 2 brands. Then, she sighed. Sigh, do I have to let Chen Tong's fans ridicule you now? There's nothing we can do about it. She has good resources, that's undeniable. Ding Shan was also a little helpless. She had wasted much time with the Ding family over the past few years. Even if she was very popular now, some of the resources were not as good as those of the female celebrities at this stage. She had to fight for some of the opportunities herself. Alright, I'll let the fans suffer for a while and try not to argue with Chen Tong's fans. Xiao Zhao was not a brainless person. Although she was depressed, she still knew what to do. Well, let them be arrogant for a while. Let's not show that we care too much about this matter. The more we argue with them, the happier they will be. Sometimes, ignoring them is the best way to fight back. Ding Shan walked to the table and took out the scripts she had finished reading. There were about 6 or 7 of these scripts had been sent over recently. She had already finished reading and comparing them. Sister Shan, have you thought about who you want to take? I've read these scripts, and they're not bad, Xiao Zhao said. Ding Shan nodded slowly and took out one of the scripts. Other than this, I don't intend to take on any other scripts. Xiao Zhao was shocked. Ah, Sister Shan, have you thought it through? The only way to get exposed now is through this variety show. Once the variety show is over, if you still don't have any new works. I know, Ding Shan looked very calm. I've read all the other scripts, and they were all based on my previous style, but I've changed my style, so I can't take on the same role anymore. To me, the most important thing now is not popularity, but the value of the game. Ding Shan now needed a good reputation or representative work that showed her superb acting skills. Although she had won some awards before, the value of the awards was not very high. She still needed to rely on better quality work to win more significant awards. Ding Shan handed the script she had chosen to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao saw the name of the script and nodded. This movie is a realistic drama. Although it doesn't have as wide an audience as a commercial film, it's indeed very suitable for you to film now that you're changing your style. Sister Shan, you're the female lead. With your fame, you might be able to drive this movie's box office. Hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Ding Shan slowly shook her head and smiled. No, I don't plan to be the female lead. I want to be the second female lead. You can talk to the company that sent the script and the director to see if they've decided on the second female lead. I won't take on this movie if they've already decided on the second female lead." Hearing Ding Shan's words, Xiao Zhao was shocked and stood up from the chair. "What? Sister Shan, you're going to be the second female lead?" Sister Shan, the second female lead, is a housewife, and her character design isn't perfect. She's not popular, so why don't you play the female lead? 311 Chapter 311, White Fireworks. The script that Ding Shan had chosen was called White Fireworks. The director, Lin Bin, was not very famous. In his early years, he had been shooting literary films and had only gained some popularity in the literary and artistic youth circle. Later on, he filmed 2 commercial movies. Although the box office was not bad, the reputation had not been outstanding. White Fireworks happened to be the director's transformation work. The film was about the emotional entanglement between 2 women and a man. The female lead, Bai Lu, was a naive girl who had just graduated from university. During her internship, she met the handsome and rich boss, Tang Shan. The 2 of them fell in love very quickly. However, Bai Lu did not know that Tang Shan was already married and had a child. Tang Shan and his wife, Zijun, had been married for 8 years. The 2 of them got married because Zijun was pregnant. When Zijun was pregnant, they only knew each other for a month. The 2 of them got married in a hurry, but after they got married, they discovered that the other party was not the lover they had imagined, and their conflict became increasingly apparent. Zijun had given up on her career because of marriage and family. She was very regretful and dissatisfied about this, but she also felt that her husband did not understand her, so she often argued with him. At first, Tang Shan was still coaxing Zijun, but as time passed, he grew tired of it and ignored the noisy Zijun. After meeting Bai Lu, the 40-year-old Tang Shan seemed to have regained the feeling of youth. He and Bai Lu traveled to many places and even gave Bai Lu a custom-made diamond ring with the meaning "the love of my life." However, the sweet bubble would burst one day. Zijun found out that Tang Shan had cheated on her. She was so angry that she was about to go crazy. The first thing she did was to find out all the information about Bai Lu. She went straight to Tang Shan's company and slapped Bai Lu in front of everyone. After she returned, Zijun sent a message to all of Bai Lu's family and friends, telling them that Bai Lu was a B*TCH who broke up with other people's families. Bai Lu, who had no idea what was happening, finally discovered that Tang Shan was a married man. However, it was all too late. Bai Lu had already become a shameless B*TCH who had seduced him in everyone's eyes. Bai Lu's parents were heartbroken and embarrassed. Her father was so angry that he had a heart attack and was hospitalized. Bai Lu's world had collapsed. She even felt that she was a sinner. Every night, she would receive cursed text messages from Zijun. Just like that, Bai Lu finally broke down. On New Year's Day, she jumped off a building to end her life accompanied by fireworks. The story told in the movie was not complicated. Although there were conflicts, it depended on the director's expertise to capture the attention of the picky audience. At first, Xiao Zhao didn't think much of the director of White Fireworks, Lin Bin, but Ding Shan felt that Lin Bin was planning to polish his work this time and then hit the domestic film awards. Lin Bin did not earn much money from literary films in his early years. He was so poor that he could barely afford his rent. Later, he went on to film commercial movies and earned some money, but no one thought of him as a good director. Most people recognized his marketing skills, and his works were known as fast food films. Now that Lin Bin was rich, the thing he wanted to do the most was to prove himself. It proved that he was not a director who only knew how to make money. Sister Shan, have you thought about it? The second female lead in this movie, Zijun, is a lunatic. Even I feel scared when I read about her. Do you want to play this role? Xiao Zhao confirmed again. Ding Shan nodded. I only want to act as Zijun. Okay, I'll contact the director. Xiao Zhao kept the script. Although she still did not understand Ding Shan's choice, she still believed in it. Ding Shan must have her reasons for doing this. She just had to support Ding Shan's choice. By the way, Sister Shan, your popularity will rise to a new level after the variety show airs. By then, there will be more companies wanting to work with you. At that time, I will help you see if there are any suitable scripts. It's okay for you to take on fewer scripts now. Who knows, there might be better scripts in the future. Xiao Zhao said. Yes, after the variety show is over, I'm guessing there will be some newcomers in the studio. If there are suitable resources by then, it would be good to give them. By the way, Sister Shan, how great would it be if we could sign this mysterious X? With his face, it would be fine even if he doesn't have any acting skills. Sister Shan, you still don't know, right? That mysterious person X was very popular now. In just 3 days, his fans had exceeded 1.5 million. He's almost catching up to Wen Xiao Zhao exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. 312 Chapter 312 Cooperation. When she heard Xiao Zhao mention the mysterious X, Ding Shan's relaxed body suddenly tensed up. She said in an unnatural tone, "Is that so?" Of course. How much more would he become when the show was broadcast if he could gain such high popularity from a poster? Mysterious X is the biggest dark horse in this variety show, Xiao Zhao analyzed in an excited tone. Just as Ding Shan was at a loss on how to respond to Xiao Zhao's phone suddenly rang. After she picked up the phone, she was stunned for a moment, then her expression turned into disbelief, and finally, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Ding Shan was a little confused. After Xiao Zhao hung up the phone, she asked, "What's wrong? Who called you?" Xiao Zhao looked highly excited. She stood up and grabbed Ding Shan's hand. "Sister Shan, hurry up and dress up. This is a big pie in the sky." Half an hour later, Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao went out together. Chen Tong's assistant saw the two of them leaving in a hurry and immediately reported the news to Chen Tong. "Where are they going?" Chen Zhao frowned. "Who cares? Maybe she's angry at the netizens for saying she's not as good as you, Sister Chen. So she went out to find a corner to cry secretly," the assistant said, trying to please her. Since Chen Tong taught her assistant a lesson, her assistant learned to be more innovative. What she said now put Chen Tong in a good mood. Chen Tong raised her chin arrogantly. "I guessed so too. She's usually so arrogant, but now she's under my feet. When my new movie is released, my popularity will surpass hers. Let's see if she can still laugh then." 10 minutes later, Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao arrived at a high-end coffee shop next to the film and television park. After waiting for a while, 2 men in suits walked into the room. The man in front was a foreigner, and the one behind him was an interpreter. Ding Shan stood up and smiled politely. She greeted the two. "Hello, I'm Ding Shan. Call me Jeff. Miss Ding Shan is more beautiful than she looks in the photos." Jeff also said a few words of courtesy, but it seemed he didn't take Ding Shan to heart, so he wasn't enthusiastic. Seeing Jeff's attitude, Ding Shan was a little confused. She exchanged a look with Xiao Zhao. After discussing the collaboration, Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao stood up and watched Jeff and the translator leave. Then, Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao paid the bill and walked out of the coffee shop. Xiao Zhao still felt like she was in a dream. She looked at Ding Shan in disbelief. "Sister Shan, is it done? It's that easy?" Ding Shan felt it was a little unreal, but the contract was in her hands. She nodded. "Okay, let's go back first. Don't tell anyone about this." As Ding Shan passed by Chen Tong's room back at her residence, Chen Tong happened to see her. Chen Tong gave Ding Shan an arrogant and provocative smile and said in a deep voice, "Where did Sister Shan go? Did she go to a quiet corner to cry? You don't have to be sad. The entertainment industry changes so quickly." "Ah yeah, did my fans' words make you angry? Please don't take it to heart. My fans love to speak the truth. I can't help it." Ding Shan glanced at Chen Tong indifferently and went straight into her room without paying any attention to her. Seeing that Ding Shan wasn't angry at her words, Chen Tong was highly disappointed. If Ding Shan had scolded her, she would have felt terrific. She hated Ding Shan's disdainful look the most. Chen Tong gritted her teeth and said, "You're good at pretending. Let's see how long you can pretend." Chen Tong was staring gloomily in the direction that Ding Shan had left when her phone suddenly rang. After picking up, Du Bing's angry voice came out. "Chen Tong, what are you doing? I told you not to cause any trouble. Why did you have to cause trouble for Ding Shan? She's just made a comeback and is so popular. Why do you have to go against her?" Hearing Du Bing's words, Chen Zhao was instantly unhappy. She said, unconvinced, "Sister Bing, you're usually so busy that you don't have time to care about my affairs. If I don't think about myself more, I might be stepped on by Ding Shan's fans when the show airs. So what if she is popular? Just a paper tiger. As you can see, the internet says I have better resources than her. Shouldn't you be happy for me? 313 Chapter 313. It's just the beginning. Ding Shan's fan base is not something you can imagine. If people discover that those fake fans are you, then the whole internet will know that you have a conflict with Ding Shan. You have good resources and a good reputation. Why would you take the risk to go against Ding Shan? Du Bing's tone was very disappointing. Do you think I want to control you? CEO Wang also knows about this, and is depressed. You better pray that Ding Shan doesn't make any moves to retaliate. Du Bing hung up the phone, and Chen Tong was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone. Why didn't she let her deal with Ding Shan? What was there to fear when she was just an outdated female star? However, Chen Tong panicked when she thought about how CEO Wang knew about this. President Wang had always liked obedient women. She had done so many little things to deal with Ding Shan. If President Wang had known about it, he would not be happy. However, this wasn't a big problem. President Wang still doted on her. It should be fine after she called him at night and begged him. These people didn't even think about it. If she didn't deal with Ding Shan now, wouldn't she be trampled under Ding Shan's feet when the show aired? The next day, the trainees took the bus to a forest in a nearby tourist attraction to shoot the music video. After the morning shoot, they went to the indoor swimming pool to shoot the underwater scene in the afternoon. Ding Shan was busy taking photos with the photographer in the morning and only went to the swimming pool in the afternoon. The swimming pool only had close-up shots, and only the students from classes A and B had close-up shots. At this moment, they were shooting urgently, trying to finish all the scenes before dark. Ding Shan sat on a chair in the stands and looked at Wen Xiu. As soon as Ding Shan entered, Wen Xiu noticed her. When he saw Ding Shan's gaze land on him, Wen Xiu immediately became highly excited. He revealed his perfect side profile to Ding Shan and even deliberately lifted his shirt, revealing his tight and sexy abdominal muscles. Wen Xiu's greasy and pretentious actions fell into Ding Shan's eyes, and she almost vomited out her lunch. When she thought of how she had cried because this man had misunderstood her in her previous life, and even wrote a short essay of a few hundred words to Wen Xiu late at night as an apology, Ding Shan only wanted to bury herself alive when she recalled those scenes. Oh, and add 2 more mounds of dirt to it. Wen Xiu began filming. While filming, he glanced at Ding Shan, only to find that she was frowning at him. Wen Xiu immediately felt uneasy, wondering if he had performed poorly in some way. At this moment, Ding Shan looked at him and shook her head as if she was very disappointed. Wen Xiu became even more nervous, and his relaxed state disappeared. The director was very dissatisfied with his performance and raised his voice to say, "Wen Xiu, what's the matter with you? There are still many people waiting to shoot. There's no time for you to adjust your state." Wen Xiu hurriedly apologized, but Ding Shan's appearance had already disturbed his mind. He tried a few times but failed to film it well. In the end, the director waved his hand in dissatisfaction and ended Wen Xiu's close-up shot. Initially, the director had designed a few scenes for Wen Xiu. Now, only 1 or 2 were passable, and the rest had to be cut out. Ding Shan watched as Wen Xiu lowered his head and left the filming set in dejection. Her lips could not help but curve up slightly. In her past life, Wen Xiu had put on an act for her. Why couldn't she use the same method to deal with Wen Xiu in this life? This was only the beginning. Her phone suddenly rang. Ding Shan picked it up, and Xiao Zhao's cheerful voice came from the phone. "Sister Shan, Director Lin has agreed to give you the second female lead role, but he has confirmed it with me several times as if he doesn't believe in your ability. I told him you only wanted to play this role, and he agreed after some hesitation." "That's good." Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. "I've never acted in this role before, so it's normal for him to be worried." However, Lin Bin also knew that Ding Shan's ability was not inadequate, and her popularity could attract box office sales, so he agreed after some hesitation. Director Lin's reaction made Ding Shan even more confident in one thing. The role of the second female lead was more complicated and complex than the first female lead. Otherwise, Director Lin wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask her to play the first female lead, but he was hesitant about her playing the second female lead. After hanging up the phone, Ding Shan turned around and saw a person standing not far away. "What are you doing here?" Ding Shan looked at the drenched mysterious person X in front of her and said in an unnatural tone, "You've already finished filming. Why don't you go and change your clothes first?" 314 Chapter 314. The Second Mission. I saw Teacher Ding and thought of coming over to say hello. Xiang Hong's gaze fell on Ding Shan. She seemed to have just finished her morning shoot, and her makeup had not been removed yet. Her slightly exaggerated makeup magnified the advantage of her facial features, giving her a sharp beauty like a beautiful siren. Looking at her up close, she seemed even more beautiful than on TV and in photos. After finding out the identity of mysterious person X, Ding Shan was not used to him calling her Teacher Ding. Looking at the polite man in front of her, she felt this was just a disguise. "Then you can go and change your clothes now. Be careful not to catch a cold." As Ding Shan spoke, her gaze fell on mysterious X's drenched shirt, which stuck to his skin. Ding Shan could vaguely make out the outline of his muscles, and the sexiness of his male hormones assaulted her face. Ding Shan's ears heated up, and she immediately shifted her gaze. That night, she wasn't in her right mind, so she didn't remember the man's figure. Now, it seemed his figure wasn't bad, so she didn't lose out. No, why would she have such thoughts? "Ding Shan, are you also the kind of woman who would be charmed by beauty?" Xiang Hong noticed the change in Ding Shan's expression, but he had no idea what she was thinking. He nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Miss Ding. I'll change my clothes first." Xiang Hong turned around and made a phone call. "Find out what movie Ding Shan is going to shoot." "Okay, boss." Zhu Yan didn't ask much and immediately agreed. Just now, Xiang Hong accidentally overheard Ding Shan talking to someone on the phone, and it seemed like she was talking about filming. After the music video was shot, the festival team gave the trainees a second mission, to perform in public for the first time. The festival team had prepared 15 songs, some of which were classic, while some were recently released songs. Some of these songs focused on lyrics, some showed more dance parts, and some were rap songs of various styles. Out of the 5 teams, each team could choose 3 songs and go through a week of training and preparation. Afterward, they would present their final performance on the first public stage a week later. The first public stage would be held in the capital's Black Forest Theatre. There would be 20,000 audience members watching the performance and voting for the 15 performing teams. The team's instructor with the highest number of votes would have one right to revive and could revive a trainee who had been eliminated in the future. At the same time, according to the ranking of the votes, the 15 performing teams could each receive a different number of lucky tickets. The lucky tickets would be added to the voices of the online audience to determine the overall ranking of this episode's trainees. After the first episode, 36 trainees who were ranked at the bottom would be eliminated. After this announcement, the pressure within Ding Shan's battle team suddenly became low. After getting along for many days, many trainees became good friends. They were all young boys with the same ideals and goals and had been encouraging each other. Upon hearing that so many people would be eliminated, some of the weaker trainees' expressions turned serious. A trainee secretly wiped his tears and said to his good friend beside him, "If I'm eliminated, you'll have to keep going. When I return, I'll get my friends and family to vote for you. You have to do your best." "What nonsense are you saying? You won't be eliminated. We're going to get the most lucky tickets. We're going to walk to the end," the boy said with red eyes. Ding Shan took a deep breath. "I know that everyone has a lot of emotions and thoughts in their hearts right now, but the competition is cruel, and it's even more so in the circle you're in. This is the first time the audience has chosen you. No matter what the final result is, the only thing you can do now is to give it your all to present the best on stage. Try your best so that no matter the final result, you won't have any regrets. Let's go. We'll go to the main hall to choose a song now." Ding Shan brought the battle team members to a vast hall. The other 4 instructors also brought their battle team members to the hall. Seeing that everyone was present, the program's principal director turned on the LCD screen and began to show the 15 pre-selected songs. There were many styles of songs, some leaning towards rock and roll, some very artistic and emotional. The trainees of the various teams lowered their heads and discussed, and the instructors also revealed thoughtful expressions. 315 Chapter 315 Basketball Match. It was unknown when Wen Xiao appeared beside Ding Shan. He lowered his head and whispered to Ding Shan, "Miss Ding, the stage effects of Lion will be very explosive. Sword Spirit, an ancient song, can also be adapted. The audience should be very interested." The camera captured Wen Xiao and Ding Shan's conversation, and it looked like they had a good relationship. Wen Xiao was probably anxious, so he wanted to seize every opportunity to perform in front of Ding Shan. At the same time, he also wanted to get more screen time for himself. Ding Shan was a famous coach, so the festival team would give her a lot of screen time. The more he interacted with Ding Shan, the more he could leave an impression on the audience. How could Ding Shan not know what Wen Xiao was planning in his heart? She nodded her head indifferently and did not make any extreme reaction. She only said, "Let's check out the other songs." Seeing Wen Xiao approach Ding Shan, someone in the team rolled his eyes and lowered his head to the person next to him. "Look, the face-changing king is showing off again." Although there were no visible conflicts in the team, the trainees of Ding Shan's team had found Wen Xiao an eyesore for a long time. The most disgusting thing was that if there were cameras around, Wen Xiao would smile at them affectionately and pretend to be close to them. And once there was no camera, Wen Xiao looked at them like a noble young master looking at his servants with contempt and superiority. Therefore, some trainees secretly gave Wen Xiao the nickname Face-Changing King. After the festival team announced all the songs, the planning director stood up and said, "The priority of choosing songs is up to the trainees to fight for. Do you guys see the basket over there? In a while, the Class A and B trainees would have to compete in a competition with 3 segments: super long-range 3-point shots, 1-minute timed shooting and a slam dunk contest. The final song will be selected according to the total score." When they saw the director say that only the trainees from classes A and B were qualified to participate in the competition, the trainees from classes C and D all lowered their heads in silence. They understood that after they had chosen their songs, they would face the fate of being selected again on the group stage. They had not even stepped into this circle, but they could already feel the unequal treatment from others. Some people stood at the top and shone brightly, while some people were in the corner, ignored by everyone. After the warm-up, Class A and B students began to compete. Several cameras followed their movements, and the harsh sound of shoes rubbing against the floor made the scene feel like a high school basketball court. Among the many trainees, Ding Shan's gaze fell on Mysterious X. She had initially thought, "I wonder how good this person is at basketball. He's a member of Class A. If his performance later is too embarrassing, he'll probably feel embarrassed with his proud look." However, Ding Shan was overthinking. Among all the trainees, Mysterious X performed exceptionally well. He calmly moved the ball, broke through the defense line, and shot. His well-built muscles exuded a perfect sense of strength, and his expression was relaxed, as if he was not in a competition but just playing with the trainees around him. In addition, the mysterious man's figure and appearance were very outstanding. For a time, even the cameraman could not help but point the camera at him many times. Every time Mysterious X scored a point, the crowd would cheer. A trainee next to Ding Shan excitedly said to her friend, "This X has been trained. With this level, he can enter our university's basketball team. He's so good. I even want to learn a few moves from him." Ding Shan didn't know much about basketball, but from the trainee's words, Mysterious X seemed quite reasonable. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Mysterious X, Wen Xiao, who had been trying his best to show off, was so angry that he wanted to smash the basketball in his hand on Mysterious X's head. What made him even more annoyed was that Ding Shan did not look at him after they went to the court. Instead, she looked at Mysterious X a few times. He stayed in the basketball club for a few months to show off in front of the girls when Wen Xiao was a student. His physical condition was good, and the coach even said he was very suitable to be an athlete. Although he had not played basketball for a long time, Wen Xiao felt much stronger than the trainees around him. He guessed Mysterious X was just a rich second generation and did not usually practice basketball. He might be able to steal the limelight from Mysterious X on the court this time. 316 Chapter 316 Song Selection Stage. That was what Wen Xiao thought, but to his shock, Mysterious Person X was not weak, he was solid. He could also see that Mysterious X was warming up rather than competing. He did not use all his strength at all. After 3 rounds of competition, the director announced the final results. Mysterious X was indeed in the first place. The surrounding trainees applauded and congratulated Mysterious X, and Ding Shan clapped her hands perfunctorily. She was clapping when she looked up and saw Mysterious Person X looking at her. Ding Shan immediately straightened her back and clapped with a severe expression. At the same time, she nodded. Xiang Hong wanted to laugh. "It's been hard on you, little fox. You might as well give me a perfunctory reply." As the first place winner, Mysterious X had the priority to choose. Everyone looked at him when the director asked which song he would like to choose. The 15 songs had different styles, but it was obvious that some of them were more suitable for performing on stage. The more impactful a song was, the easier it was to get the audience excited, and it was also more likely to get a higher number of votes in the end. On the other hand, some slow and emotional songs were weaker. No matter how well they performed, they would still appear dull compared to other performances that blew up the audience, and the audience, in the end, would easily forget them. Wen Xiao, who was in second place, clenched his fist unwillingly. He already had a song in mind that he wanted to choose the most, The Lion. The melody of this song was intense, the dance was excellent, and it was full of tension. According to his many years of stage performance experience, this song was the most accessible song to ignite the audience's passion on stage. Many people had the same idea as Wen Xiao. The Lion had attracted the interest of many trainees, and some of them had even started humming some parts of the song. Because Mysterious X was about to choose, many people thought he would choose The Lion. How could the first place not choose the best song? Mysterious Person X, the audience's focus, seemed to have made his choice long ago. He picked up a card with the title of the song without hesitation. "I choose Not Just a Song." The entire audience was shocked. In confusion, many trainees asked the people next to them, "What song is Not Just a Song? Do you have any impressions? Does it sound good?" Among the mentors, Su Yang and Chen 11 looked at each other. Su Yang slowly shook his head as if he did not understand Mysterious X's choice. "This song is not suitable for a first public performance." Su Yang's words weren't without reason. This song was tranquil and gentle. It was too uncompetitive in the middle of a group of songs that danced with a fierce rhythm. Although this song didn't sound remarkable, it wasn't easy to sing. A slow song tested one's grasp of rhythm and aura. If there were a mistake, the audience would quickly notice it. Chen 11 touched his chin, and his eyes showed interest. He had already listened to the 15 songs chosen by the festival team. Not Just a Song was written by a not-so-famous young singer. He had participated in the same music variety show as the young singer before, so he had some impression of him. Obviously, this song, which was very different from the other songs, was just there to make up the numbers. The festival team had to choose 15 songs, and just negotiating the copyright was troublesome enough, so it was normal for 1 or 2 pieces to appear that weren't that good. Of course, Chen 11 wasn't saying that the song was terrible, but it was unsuitable for a competitive performance stage. Moreover, Chen 11 could tell that the song did not seem complete. It was more like a half-finished song. He knew the singer's personality very well. He was a perfectionist, but the song still had many flaws. It was probably sold to the festival group before it was perfected. Ding Shan didn't expect that Mysterious X would choose this song. Although she was an actress, she could tell this song was too quiet compared to the other songs. It might not have much of a competitive advantage on stage. Why did he choose this song? After Mysterious Person X chose his song, the other trainees chose their favorite songs. When Xiao got his wish and chose The Lion, the excited smile on his face was almost impossible to hide. He glanced at Mysterious Person X and thought, what a fool. As expected, he didn't know anything and chose such a lousy song. Isn't he just giving up the good stuff for nothing? Ha ha ha. After choosing the song, it was time to group up. 317 Chapter 317. Group Stage. According to the arrangement of the festival group, if there were trainees from Class A among the 15 teams, the trainee from Class A would be the leader. If there were no trainees from Class A, the group would choose a leader after the grouping was over. The team leader was mainly in charge of mission arrangements and other work, but he was not the team's center. The members themselves chose the center of the team. Now we're entering the mutual selection stage. The trainees will take the initiative to sign up for the team they want to go according to the class order A, B, C, and D. If the captain agrees, the team formation will be successful. If the team leader disagrees, the trainee can only be selected by the team leader who has insufficient people after the class allocation. The rules were not complicated, but it was a little cruel for the trainees of classes C and D. They would again face the awkward situation of being chosen. Classes A and B were quickly assigned. No matter which team the strong went to, they would not be despised. There were even situations where the leaders of several teams fought for the same trainee. The scene was filled with the laughter of the boys. Mysterious Person X did not choose his team members on his initiative. In addition, many trainees did not think highly of the song he chose. So after a long time, only one trainee from Class B joined his team. This trainee was from the Dingshan Battle team and a Mystery Man's X team member. The other teams were almost complete, but Mysterious X's team only had 2 people, which seemed a little bleak. However, Mysterious Person X did not seem to be in a hurry. It was as if he did not care that the people assigned to his team would most likely be trainees from Class D. When they were assigned to Class C, the atmosphere was much tenser. The team leaders were like housewives who went to the market to pick cabbage. They carefully selected the members of Class C who were of decent strength and ruthlessly rejected many trainees who took the initiative to be friendly. The process was a little awkward and cruel, and Dingshan couldn't bear to see it. This was the reality of the program. It would not embellish the brutal competition in the industry, nor would it always try to maintain peace on the surface among the trainees. It would even take the initiative to set up various tasks to emphasize realistic and cruel things. Here, many innocent trainees grew up quickly. Everyone understood that the entertainment industry was where one could earn $1 million a day, but not everyone could reach the top of the pyramid. The more benefits there were, the more competition there would be. The more dazzling the winners were, the more miserable the losers would be. After Class CS trainees were divided into groups, it was Class D's turn. The atmosphere at the scene reached an extremely awkward point. If the trainees in Class C gave the captains the desire to choose, then the trainees in Class D almost didn't even want to look at them, let alone choose. Fortunately, many teams were already full. Only a few teams were still short of members. Among them, Mysterious X's team was the most short of members. When Zayu gloated at Mysterious Person X's misfortune and thought, "Who told you to choose that song? Now, you can only choose a bunch of trash to join your team. Let's see what you have to compete with me on your first public performance. Maybe the day you perform will be the day you get eliminated." Mysterious X looked at the remaining trainees in Class D and chose a few of them. As these people were trainees from Class D, the other team leaders had no intention of snatching them from him. After Mysterious X had chosen his team members, everyone randomly picked a few trainees from Class D to join the team. With that, the grouping was over. Dingshan looked at the members of Mysterious X's team and was surprised to find that the people on his team were all members of his original team. 3 of them were from Class D, 1 from Class C, and 1 from Class B. Needless to say, the 3 Class D members were probably picked up by Mysterious X because of their friendship with the team. Class B and C members had a choice, but they still chose Mysterious X, even though he had chosen a song that no one was optimistic about. What was this? Was he born to be a leader? Even if he made a confusing choice, there would still be people who would choose to follow him. Dingshan looked at Mysterious Person X and fell into deep thought. After the groups were divided, the trainees went to the new independent training room. The first thing he had to do when he arrived at the training room was to choose the center. Dingshan and the other 4 instructors watched the trainees' performance in the observation room, and they found that most capable people were actively fighting for the center position. In contrast, many people who felt they were not strong enough gave up. 318 Chapter 318. The Battle for the Center Position. Of course, there were also people like Wang Le. Not to mention being the center of attention, he wanted nothing more than to become invisible on stage. Looking at his expression, one could tell that he was already looking forward to being eliminated in his first public performance and then going home. On the screen, when Zai's team seemed to have some conflicts, When Xiao and another member of Class B were fighting for the center position. The other members probably felt that they were not as strong as the two of them, so they gave up and came up with a solution. When Xiao and the trainee would each dance, and then they would vote. After Wen Xiao and that trainee finished their performance, more than half of the team members chose the trainee from Class B. Wen Xiao looked at the others in disbelief. How did you guys choose? I can't dance as well as him. Wen Xiao immediately understood without waiting for the few to speak. He stared at the others gloomily. I know, you're all from Li Yan's battle team, so you're deliberately ostracizing me, right? Alright, a small group, huh? There were still cameras at the side so that Wen Xiao couldn't argue with the trainees. He looked at them with a cold gaze, then turned and left. After Wen Xiao left, one of the trainees in the team said helplessly, "What's there to be angry about? Although his overall strength is extreme, his control of this explosive dance is not as good as Jin Cheng's. Jin Cheng is the champion of the national street dance competition." The B-class trainee named Jin Cheng sighed helplessly. Although he didn't want to make things too ugly with Wen Xiao, he didn't want to give up the central position he had fought for. He furrowed his brow and said, at first, he agreed to the vote. In the end, he's not in the center with the voting. He's not happy. Why is he so hot-tempered? Even if the other teams didn't choose the center position, they wouldn't give the others the same attitude as Wen Xiao. After the instructor's review in the observation room was over, Ding Shan found the director and asked in a low voice, "Director, will the festival team cut out the scene where Wen Xiao and the team members argued?" Although Yin Hui had already promised her that this program would not be edited maliciously, it did not mean some scenes could not be cut out. The director was in a difficult position. He looked at Ding Shan and hesitated before saying, "Miss Ding, I know you don't want the trainees in your team to have bad scenes, but if you insist on this request, I'll ask the editor to cut this part out later." "No, no," Ding Shan immediately said, "please don't cut it out. Our show's main focus is the truth. There's no reason to keep the scenes where the other trainees did not perform well and cut out the scenes that would affect Wen Xiao. Just follow the rules, I won't interfere." The director was stunned and looked at Ding Shan in surprise. "Okay, I understand. Miss Ding, you're broad-minded. I thought you were going to plead for your team's trainees." As Wen Xiao was a very strong trainee in Ding Shan's team, the director never thought there would be any personal conflict between Ding Shan and Wen Xiao. In addition, Ding Shan's interaction with Wen Xiao in front of the camera was also very normal. The director's first thought was that Ding Shan was too generous, unlike Chen Tong, who came to him all day, asking him to add more scenes for her or to delete all the quarreling scenes in her team. Ding Shan did not know what the director was thinking. She was only worried that the director would cut out the scene of Wen Xiao throwing a tantrum. This was a rare moment when Wen Xiao was not hypocritical. Of course, she had to let the audience see his true nature. Ding Shan still remembers that after she got together with Wen Xiao in her previous life, she brought Wen Xiao to participate in many popular variety shows and made him famous step by step. However, Wen Xiao was still extraordinarily arrogant and uncultured person. Once, the two of them participated in a variety show called Come to My House for Dinner. The show was set to have celebrities on the road ask passers-by to take them home for dinner. At that time, Wen Xiao went with her to look for passers-by. Because Ding Shan was still rather shy then, she was too embarrassed to ask for a free meal from passers-by, so Wen Xiao patted his chest and said he would go. At that time, Wen Xiao pulled a passerby and said very straightforwardly, "Auntie, can we go to your house for a meal?" When Ding Shan heard this, she felt a little suffocated. The woman in front of her was obviously in her 30s. How could Wen Xiao call her auntie? To a girl, this was very impolite. 319 Chapter 319. A laughable reminisce. As expected, the woman rejected him immediately. She even looked at Wen Xiao in confusion. "Who are you? Why would you come to my house for dinner?" Wen Xiao was stunned. At that time, he already had more than 10 million fans online and could be considered an A-list male star. He had confidently said that he would take Ding Shan to complete the mission assigned by the festival group, but he did not expect that the random passerby he found did not know him. "You don't recognize me." Wen Xiao's face immediately darkened, and he looked a little fierce. The woman was a little scared and took 2 steps back. Ding Shan saw the video camera not far away that had recorded Wen Ziyu's expression and tone. She immediately thought, it's over. If this were broadcast, Wen Ziyu's rude questioning attitude and arrogant self-righteousness would make the audience loathe him. Ding Shan hurriedly stood up from behind Wen Ziyu and said to the woman, I'm sorry, we're filming a variety show. It's a mission, so I'm sorry to disturb you. Ding Shan? When the woman saw Ding Shan, she was stunned for a second before covering her mouth in agitation, looking like she was about to faint. Is it you? Do you want to come to my house for dinner? Then I'll welcome you. What do you like to eat? Are you used to northern food? I watched your play when I was in middle school. I never dreamed that I would see you on the street. Looking at Ding Shan and the woman chatting happily at the side, Wen Ziyu's expression turned even uglier. It was as gloomy as the sea before a storm. Ultimately, Ding Shan and Wen Ziyu completed their mission and went to Ding Shan's female fan's house to have a sumptuous dinner. However, Wen Ziyu put on an icy and impatient expression throughout the process. The female fan's daughter wanted to give him the candy, but he impatiently pushed the little girl away with a slap. The little girl almost fell to the ground at that time. Ding Shan hurriedly coaxed the little girl. After persuading the little girl, she turned her head and saw that Wen Ziyu was looking at her and the female fan's family with a cold gaze. After the recording of the show ended, Ding Shan immediately went to the festival team and invited them for a meal. She also asked them to delete Wen Ziyu's unpleasant expressions from this episode. For the director and the producer, Wen Ziyu's bad temper could instead cause a response and the audience's discussion. It was a perfect contradiction, but Ding Shan was very popular then, and all variety shows were fighting to invite Ding Shan to participate. They didn't want to conflict with Ding Shan, so they reluctantly agreed. Ding Shan thought that this matter was over, but after the variety show was aired, Wen Ziyu went to watch it and found that there were almost no scenes of him. They were all scenes of Ding Shan interacting with that female fan. He instantly lost his temper and roared at Ding Shan over the phone, "Where's me on the camera? Why is it always you? Didn't you say that you're bringing me to a variety show to help me increase my exposure? How did it become your one-man show? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" For Wen Ziyu's sake, Ding Shan had put down her pride and begged the producer and director, and they finally agreed to delete the scenes. Now, when Ziyu was throwing a tantrum at her, Ding Shan was so aggrieved that she almost shed tears. "I'm sorry, maybe the festival group saw that you weren't in a good state then, so..." Ding Shan did not mention that she had asked the director for help. She felt that if she did, Wen Ziyu would not be grateful to her and might even scold her for being a busybody. Ding Shan had already figured out Wen Ziyu's true nature at that time. However, she had always consoled herself that Wen Ziyu was still young and did not know how to control his emotions. He loved her but was careless at times and did not consider her feelings. "I'm not in a good state. Can I be in good condition?" That woman said she didn't know me. "If she knows you, how could she not know me? I've shot many advertisements, and my posters are all over Century Square, but she said she doesn't know me. And you? What were you doing at that time? You're just standing there and watching me make a fool of myself. Were you very proud of yourself at that time?" Ding Shan didn't know what to say then. Before she could explain, Wen Ziyu shouted, "You're such a hypocritical and disgusting woman." Then, Wen Ziyu immediately hung up the phone. The past resurfaced in her heart. The past memories that made Ding Shan sad could only be summed up ridiculously. Ding Shan had never thought that her true heart would be trampled under the feet of others. "Wen Ziyu, I won't help you again in this life. I'd like to see how far you can go without me." Ding Shan took a deep breath and turned to leave. 320 Chapter 320 Broadcast. The next day, news came from the festival team that the trailer and the first stage-edited version of tonight's show would be officially released on Tomato Web. At the same time, the music video for the theme song Sea of Stars would also be released on major music websites. The release time had been announced on the internet in advance. For a while, the topic of idol creation camp broadcast set off a hot discussion among the people. Fans of the trainees, fans of the 5 mentors, and a few variety enthusiasts were discussing the largest talent show in recent years. As the night approached, Ding Shan prepared some fruits and snacks. She and Zia Zhao were sitting on the sofa, ready to watch the show's first episode. Xiaojiao looked highly excited. Sister Shan, I'm going to see you soon. Ding Shan laughed at her words. Aren't I right beside you? Is the eye beside you a ghost? No, no, Sister Shan, you don't know. You're completely different in real life and on camera. How should one describe it? If you're a gentle goddess in real life, you're a domineering queen in the camera. Xiaojiao's eyes were bright and full of anticipation. You're exaggerating. Ding Shan smiled, took a small bite of the pudding, and then looked at the screen. The program started. With a lively melody, the trailer for Idol Creation Camp began to play. Since the two of them were watching the video on the website, they could see the real-time bullet comments at the top of the video. I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to see my idol when Xiao soon. I'll vote for you even if I have to go bankrupt. I'm here for Ding Shan, the first variety show since the goddess's comeback. I'm a 50-year-old woman who has never watched variety shows, but I'm here to join in the fun. When is Ding Shan going to appear? The trailer was a combination of clips from the first time on stage. The scenes were cut very quickly and were only about 2 minutes long. The trailer had edited all the exciting scenes, with the most eye-catching being the appearance of the 5-star coaches. To whet the audience's appetite, the trailer did not expose the content of the 5 coaches' performances, only giving each coach a close-up shot. Although Ding Shan was both a mentor and a national producer, there were not many shots of her. The camera flickered, and Ding Shan's perfect side profile appeared on the screen. The stage lights shone on her face, and her entire body was so white that it seemed to be glowing. Her swan-like slender neck appeared elegant and noble. After the trailer finished playing, Xiaojiao was very dissatisfied. Why are there only so many scenes? It doesn't even show your unparalleled beauty, Sister Shan. And that dress, why didn't they cut it in? Ding Shan didn't care at all and patiently comforted Xiaojiao. The trailer still needs to put more than 100 trainees in. It can't be a private show for the instructors, right? I think it's pretty good this way. Xiaojiao gritted her teeth. She felt even more depressed when she saw Chen Tong's fans praising Chen Tong's dress. Our Tong Tong is a little princess. Her outfit is too stunning. It's so beautiful that it hits my heart. I think that Tong Tong is more suitable to be a national producer. She's beautiful and capable. I don't know what the production team is thinking. It's fine if they found an outsider to be their mentor, but they even made her a national producer. Hey, I think there's some inside story. There were rumors that Ding Shan found herself a sugar daddy. Maybe that's true. Xiaojiao was furious at the comments of Chen Tong's fans slandering and mocking Ding Shan. Why are Chen Tong's fans as annoying as cockroaches? Would they die if they didn't slander Ding Shan when they praised Chen Tong? Ding Shan's fans were much more polite than Chen Tong's fans. They would only praise Ding Shan when she appeared on the screen and would not mention her name in the cameras of other coaches. However, Chen Tong's fans were like Danjicord, who had seen a windmill. They had completely lost their minds. They kept spamming comments throughout the trailer, wishing the whole screen would be filled with comments about Chen Tong. Ding Shan knew that Chen Tong's fans were indeed very aggressive. Chen Tong had not really controlled her fans in the past few years. Instead, she encouraged them to continue to increase their fighting strength. The other female celebrities knew how scary Chen Tong's fans could be when they went crazy. They rarely clashed with Chen Tong and even avoided her fans. 321 Chapter 321 Chen Tong's appearance. Ding Shan vaguely felt that Chen Zhao's fans' way of doing things was dangerous. The relationship between a celebrity and their fans should be healthy and cheerful, but Chen Tong's behavior was like raising poisonous insects. Her fans were getting more robust, but the backlash would be even more severe if an accident happened one day. After the trailer ended, the show's first episode officially went live. On the screen, beams of lights lit up on the dark stage, and the commentator's deep and emotional voice sounded. The stage of dreams is about to open. Young people, there is wind on your shoulders, and on the wind are the billions of stars that light up your dreams. Young people should be fearless, like eagles soaring in the blue sky. Even if there are countless unknowns in the future, you must be yourself that is not defined. The lights flickered, and the music started playing. Welcome to the Idol Creation Camp. Ding Shan's emotions were also affected. The commentator's last sentence, "You have to be yourself that cannot be defined," touched her deeply. She used to be a celebrity with many labels on her. Being stared at by so many people, Ding Shan felt like she was standing on the peak of a mountain with a strong wind blowing. Under her feet was a bottomless abyss. If she were not careful, she would be crushed into pieces. At that time, she didn't dare to be herself. She only knew how to be the perfect idol in everyone's imagination. She didn't dare to cry or laugh in front of others. She didn't dare to vent her anger. She could only choose to digest all the negative emotions quietly. Her rebirth gave her a chance to choose again, but the more important thing she learned was to be herself. She was no longer afraid of others not acknowledging her. She had found her confidence. The program officially kicked off. After the host said a few official words, the performance of the 5 coaches of the festival group began. She's a new generation of capable female singers. Her voice is as melodious as a lark, and she looks sweet and pretty. As the first female coach to appear, she will bring us a song from her new album. Let me give a round of applause to mentor Chen Tong. After the host finished speaking, he waved his hand and directed the camera to the center of the stage. The stage dimmed, and a beam of light shone down. Chen Tong stood in the middle of the stage in a long dress. Her makeup was exquisite. She smiled sweetly at the camera. Her smile was pure and lovely. Wow, Tong Tong is so beautiful. I'm already moved even before she starts singing. You're my wife. I don't need to tell you who's the most beautiful today, right? I can blow on Tong Tong's makeup for a year. I have material for tonight's dream. Yeah, she's much better looking than Ding Shan. Who said that our Tong Tong is little Ding Shan? It's Ding Shan's honor to be associated with our Tong Tong. The screen was filled with comments from Chen Tong's fans, giving Zhao a headache. She was so angry that she crushed the bag of chips. Who wants to have anything to do with her? She was the one who claimed that she was little Ding Shan when she had just stepped out of the industry. Did her fans not have any memory, or were they blind? I'm so angry. Being compared to her is simply the unluckiest thing in the world. Ding Shan was forgiving and did not argue with Chen Tong about her popularity. However, Chen Tong's fans seemed to think that Ding Shan was easy to bully. Every time they praised Chen Tong, they would always bring Ding Shan along and step on her to set off Chen Tong. This was too disgusting. Xiao Zhao was furious. She took the remote control and was about to press the fast-forward button. I can't take it anymore. Sister Shan, let's hurry up. Her fans are just as annoying as her. No need, we'll just continue watching. Ding Shan held Xiao Zhao's hand. Fast forward to what? She still wanted to see Chen Tong's singing go out of tune later. On the screen, Chen Tong was about to reach the high notes. As expected, she made a mistake on the first high note. Although she lowered the pitch later on, the song looked ordinary after that. It lost the charm of the original version. Some of the more sensitive audience members in the live comments asked, Chen Tong seemed to have gone off-key just now. I thought I heard it wrong, so I went back and listened to it 2 times. It was off-key, and she lowered her tone at the end. Those who weren't Chen Tong's fans were already tired of their madness, so they started to echo. It sounds like her voice cracked, and she went off-key after that. I'm a professional musician, I'm sure of it. Isn't Chen Tong a professional singer? How could she make such a mistake on stage? This song shouldn't be that difficult, right? It's even her song, and she's the first to appear on stage. If she makes a mistake when she appears, it won't be good for the show's reputation. 322 Chapter 322. Mistake. Seeing that someone said that Chen Tong's singing was out of tune, Chen Tong's fans were instantly enraged, and their aggression was immediately revealed. Do you have a problem with your ears? I think it's quite nice. I'm also a music professional, so I won't mishear you. You're trying to find an excuse to defame our Tong Tong, right? You're Ding Shan's fan, right? Was she anxious? Are you jealous of our Tong Tong? That's right, your Ding Shan doesn't know how to sing, and who knows what she will perform later. Is she afraid of embarrassing herself, so she's slandering Chen Tong first? In an instant, the audience who said that Chen Tong's singing was out of tune were all ridiculed and insulted by Chen Tong's fans. Some were even forced to say that they were Ding Shan's fans. Some of Chen Tong's fans were too mean, so the website automatically blocked some words. The screen was filled with comments like "you and your whole family *******. In the beginning, Xiao Zhao was pleased when the audience said that Chen Tong had made a mistake in her singing. She opened a bottle of Coke to celebrate. However, she was shocked when she saw Chen Tong's fans shamelessly denying that Chen Tong had made a mistake. Can these people still be called fans? Were they brainwashed? It's fine if you don't want to admit it, but you're even scolding the ordinary audience. Ding Shan also didn't want to see those cursing bullet comments, so she took the remote control and selected the bullet screen filter mode. After the screening, the bullet screen would only show the comments of the higher-ranked users on the Pomodoro web. To a certain extent, a large portion of Chen Tong's fans were filtered out, and the bullet screen suddenly became much cleaner. Xiao Zhao took out her mobile phone and clicked on the Weibo topic square of Idol Creation Camp. She found that the square had also started to quarrel. Because Idol Creation Camp had just been broadcast, many marketing accounts and netizens wanted to ride on the popularity of this show. The show had only been online for a few minutes, and some people had already posted some discussion topics. Chen Tong was the first coach to perform. After she made a mistake, someone immediately posted the video of her singing on Weibo Square with the words, "Chen Tong, the first female coach of Idol Creation Camp, made a mistake. The professionalism of the program is questionable." The marketing accounts were not Chen Tong's fans. They only wanted popularity. Even the title was rushed and dragged into the deep level of program professionalism. Xiao Zhao wanted to give these marketing accounts a round of applause. Still, when she thought about how these marketing accounts had once spread rumors and slandered Ding Shan, she immediately held back her impulse. "Sister Shan, you see, the audience's eyes are clear. Many people can tell there's a problem with Chen Tong's performance. However, facts speak louder than words. It's useless if they want to distort the truth. Not everyone in the world likes Chen Tong brainlessly." Xiao Zhao felt extremely comfortable. She opened the can of Coke and took a big gulp. She felt refreshed. The audience will naturally be able to tell. That's why I said that celebrities do not need to scheme against each other in private. It's better to think about how to perform well in front of the audience, Ding Shan said in a calm tone. Chen Tong wanted to make a stunning appearance and crush Ding Shan, so she specially chose a difficult song, but in the end, she made a mistake. If she had not been so insistent on competing with Ding Shan and had participated in the show with a normal heart, she might not have caused much trouble in the end. Now that the audience was questioning the professionalism of the program because of Chen Tong's mistake, the festival team would probably not have a good impression of her. Not to mention, Chen Tong had changed the song behind the festival team's back, which caused a lot of accidents during the recording. The performance ended, and the camera was pointed at Chen Tong. Chen Tong seemed to know that she had made a mistake. An annoyed expression appeared on her face. Then, she seemed to be saying something to the festival group's director with a dissatisfied expression. The camera didn't record the content of their conversation, but the scene changed to the waiting room. The director's words came out of the loudspeaker in the waiting room, including in the future, no matter how many times the contestants perform, they can only have one chance to appear on the stage. Success or failure is a problem that you have to overcome on your own. You can't blame anyone. This is the value that our stage wants to convey. I hope the newcomers can cherish the stage and show the audience the most realistic picture. Then, the camera zoomed in on a few trainees. After the shock, the trainees' expressions became severe. Someone nodded to the person next to him. "That's how it should be. You have to respect the stage." 323 Chapter 323. An unprofessional coach. When this scene was played, a new round of discussion was set off on the bullet screen. Could it be that Chen Tong requested a second recording? It should be like this, right? Otherwise, the director wouldn't have said those words. "I'm convinced. It's bad enough that this woman's fans are arrogant, but why is she overboard herself? She even planned to record it a second time. Are we here to watch a rehearsed performance? We want to see the most realistic talent show, a talent show without any rehearsals or malicious editing. Perhaps Chen Tong's professionalism is questionable, but I feel this show is real now." Chen Tong's singing broke and went out of tune on stage. Post-production could have fixed this, but the festival team didn't do that. Instead, they put the coach's mistakes in the show. The coaches don't have the privilege of faking it, so the scenes of the trainees must be the most realistic. So excited. I've finally seen a talent show without a script. I came here to watch Chen 11, but now I think this show is good. I'll continue to follow it. The singer I like is also participating in this show. I was worried that he didn't have any backing and would end up being cheated. But now, this kind of phenomenon won't happen on this show. I can rest assured. On Weibo Square, the discussion about the program clip quickly became a hot search. Most of the ordinary audience had the same thoughts as the bullet comments. Everyone felt that through these clips of Chen Tong's performance, they could see the reality and honesty of this variety show. The most realistic talent show in history, idol creation camp. This topic quickly made it to the entertainment hot search list. Although the festival group might have bought this hot search for marketing, the content of this hot search was still recognized by the netizens. Everyone said it was fine, even if the coaches were not that professional. The most important thing was that the program had no shady dealings. At this moment, Chen Tong, called an unprofessional mentor by the netizens, was so angry that her lips were trembling. She clenched her skirt tightly, and her long nails dug into her flesh. The festival group didn't even let her do the post-editing. She was a teacher invited by the festival team, but the festival team had gone too far. Clang! The fish tank on the table was thrown to the ground by Chen Tong, and the little goldfish inside struggled helplessly on the floor. The loud noise startled Chen Tong's assistant, who edited Chen Tong's selfie. The assistant rushed out and saw the little goldfish Chen Tong had liked a few days ago struggling on the ground. The assistant hurriedly found a basin and put the goldfish. She was nervous and afraid. She suddenly felt that her fate was similar to the goldfish. When Chen Tong was in a good mood, she happily fed the goldfish. The goldfish would be the first to suffer when she was in a bad mood. No, she wasn't even as good as this goldfish. She was a poor worker who met a bad-tempered employer who continuously caused trouble. Sometimes, she envied Ding Shan's manager, Xiao Zhao. She seemed to have a good relationship with Ding Shan, and Ding Shan was always gentle with her. She even saw the two of them eating snacks together. This was something she didn't even dare to dream of. "Why are you in a daze? Get over here." Chen Tong's irritable voice came from behind, like an active volcano about to erupt. After Chen Tong's performance, it was Su Yang's turn. Su Yang's performance was very professional. Someone on the bullet screen said, "Just now, Chen Tong's fans said that there was a problem with the festival group's equipment, which was why Chen Tong made a mistake in her singing." Then, how could Su Yang's performance is so perfect? Can't Chen Tong's fans admit Chen Tong's mistake? I can see that the logic of Chen Tong's fans is, it is better to slander Ding Shan than to admit her mistake. They've already started to change the topic, saying that Ding Shan's performance will be much worse than Chen Tong's later. They probably think that Ding Shan is unprofessional in singing and dancing, so Chen Tong's mistakes will not be so obvious after Ding Shan is involved. Ding Shan didn't open all the bullet comments. The high-level users' comments were probably directed at Chen Tong's fans. "Again and again," said Xiao Zhao in disgust. "It's her mistake, and she's dragging you into it. I think she shouldn't be called Little Ding Shan anymore. She should be called a little parasite." However, although Chen Tong's fans' words were disgusting, they were not completely useless. At this moment, the audience had some doubts about Ding Shan. Ding Shan is neither a dancer nor a singer. She is just an actress. 324 Chapter 324. Diverting attention. If Ding Shan's performance was terrible, then Chen Tong's fans were right, and the audience would think that Ding Shan was out of place as a coach. Although instructor Li Yang wasn't even a celebrity, she had been a manager before and had opened an entertainment company. She had a lot of experience in training trainees. Her judgment of people was more accurate than other instructors. It was customary for her to come here to pick trainees with the potential to train. Where's Ding Shan? What did she have? After Su Yang's performance, Chen 11 and Li Yang went on stage to perform together. Li Yang recited a love poem in the interlude of Chen 11's singing. The two coaches completed their first stage of cooperation through this ingenious performance combination. How creative. Instructor Li Yang doesn't know how to sing or dance. It's already very sincere of her to participate in the instructor's performance. I don't think Ding Shan's program will be a recital, right? If she didn't perform with the other coaches, would she have to perform alone later? But she's an actress, how can she control the situation? Won't it be awkward later? It's going to be awkward. I've never heard of Ding Shan singing or dancing. Although her acting is not bad, this is a talent show. Her appearance is indeed a little out of place. Besides, she's a national producer. The festival team probably only saw her popularity. If we want to see how good she is, we'll have to look at the other 4 coaches. These comments were of a much higher standard compared to the aggressive comments by Chen Tong's fans. They mimicked the audience's tone, but the word's content was all hinting, Ding Shan can't do it, she's just a decoration on this show. Chen Tong's assistant looked at the bullet comments on the program and sighed in her heart. As expected, Sister Bing was the best. After Chen Tong made a mistake in her performance and was ridiculed by the audience, the company quickly prepared a countermeasure. Du Bing immediately asked her assistant to stop Chen Tong's fans from arguing with others. As a result, the number of Chen Tong's fans who expressed their opinions towards the show's end decreased by more than half. At the same time, Du Bing also arranged for some people to disguise themselves as ordinary spectators and use a relatively gentle tone to divert the audience's attention. It looked like the effect was pretty good. That's right, Chen Tong had made a mistake, but she was a professional instructor, and her strength was undeniable. However, Ding Shan was different. As long as the audience realized that Ding Shan's ability was not worthy of being a coach or a national producer, Chen Tong's mistake would be insignificant. After Du Bing arranged everything, she made a video call to Chen Tong. On the phone, Du Bing looked a little disappointed and frustrated. She warned Chen Tong, don't act rashly during this period. I'll arrange the rest. Can't you make any more mistakes, understand? By the way, what is Ding Shan performing? Haven't you seen it before? How was her performance? She sang a song, it was terrible. Chen Tong rolled her eyes. I don't know what those staff members are thinking. They praised her. How hypocritical. Du Bing frowned. Singing, right? I'm going to continue controlling the comments on the internet. If there's anything, get your assistant to contact me. Let me review the Weibo post that you will post later. At this moment, Xiao Zhao saw that some of the ordinary audience members on the bullet screen were guessing what Ding Shan would perform later. Some people even said Ding Shan might just come out and twist a few times as a performance. Who are these people looking down on? Sister Shan is an all-rounder, you'll be slapped in the face later. Xiao Zhao punched the soft pillow in anger. Ding Shan didn't look angry at all. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Her sister Shan's mentality could be said to be the strongest in the entertainment industry. Accompanied by the audience's doubts and expectations, it was finally Ding Shan's turn. When the MC introduced Ding Shan, her tone had a hint of nostalgia. She was the pure and kind little flower in our memories. Many people still remember her incredible performance in the drama when she was young. Now, she has become a viral female star in the entertainment industry. Today, let's go back to those touching memories of her singing. Let's welcome Ding Shan to sing the theme song for Little City Girl. After the lights flickered, they gathered on Ding Shan. She was wearing a green dress. Under the light, the silk fabric presented a noble and high-class texture. The tight design highlighted Ding Shan's perfect figure. The top beauty not fully displayed in the trailer was now exposed to everyone. 325 Chapter 325. Director Bao Hua. The speculations about Ding Shan's performance in the live comments disappeared instantly. Just like the audience in front of the screen, they were so shocked that they forgot to type out their thoughts. Everyone was waiting for Ding Shan's performance. A soothing southern melody started playing. Ding Shan raised the microphone in her hand, and her eyes were gentle. The silent bullet screen finally became lively when the song came out of the microphone. I almost cried. I still remember when I watched Little City Girl. I was still a junior high school student. When Xiaohua returned to find her grandfather, I cried so hard that I couldn't breathe. When my mom sent me to school, I still cried and scared the teachers and classmates. I've watched many TV shows after that, but none of them were as touching as Little City Girl. I have to say that Ding Shan was too spiritual when she was young. The little flower she played didn't look like a performance at all. She looked like a little girl from a small mountain village. When I saw Ding Shan, it was as if I could see Xiaohua when she grew up. Maybe Xiaohua lived a happy life with her grandfather after the TV series ended. It's so good. I've already cried until a packet of tissues is wet. The festival team is too good at playing the emotional card. I won't say anymore. After watching this episode, I will review Little City Girl. Ding Shan's singing is also excellent, Her voice is very nice. Although she has no special singing skills, she's not out of tune. Will the coach's songs be uploaded to music websites? I'm going to download the theme song of Little City Girl that Ding Shan sang. The distant memories struck the hearts of the audience. Back then, Little City Girl was a phenomenal TV series popular all over the country. It won the viewership ratings of that year and maintained this record for 5 consecutive years. It could be said that an audience of over 20 years in front of the screen had watched that TV series. The bullet screen was filled with emotional words such as touched and want to cry. Ding Shan's high notes were clear and clean as the song reached its climax. She had perfectly completed the climax of the song. Although she didn't use much technique, her spirited performance touched the audience more. Ding Shan bowed to the audience at the song's end and smiled at the camera. For a moment, the audience in front of the screen seemed to think that this was the grown-up Xiaohua greeting them. Xiaohua told them, "Brothers and sisters, I'm doing well. Please don't worry. Many people have moved to tears again." The MC's eyes glistened with tears, and her voice was trembling. "Thank you, Teacher Ding Shan, for bringing us such a wonderful performance. The theme song Little City Girl has pulled us back to our memories. This is a nostalgic teardrop bomb." What surprised me even more was that Teacher Ding Shan's singing was so good. What does everyone think? The comments responded to the host, "It's so good. I want to play it on a loop for a week. Ding Shan's voice is so special. I'll support her if she becomes a singer. Sister, you're too outstanding. You're so good at acting and singing. Originally, I only liked you as Xiaohua, but from today onwards, I'm your fan." Soon, on Weibo, Idol Creation Camp mentor Ding Shan performed the theme song of Little City Girl affectionately. The tear-jerking song from childhood was so good. The topic had become the most searched, and its popularity had risen. The audience started to post comments about how they felt when they watched Little City Girl in the past. Xiao Zhao was also pleased, and all the gloominess accumulated in her heart had disappeared. She wiped the remaining tears from the corner of her eyes and said to Ding Shan, "Sister Shan, you sang so well. I'm back to the summer I first watched Little City Girl." Ding Shan patted Xiao Zhao's head and handed her a tissue. She was also very emotional. Little City Girl was her first TV drama and her opportunity to enter the entertainment industry. It was also her most famous representative work. She still remembered that when she was filming this TV series, she was just a little girl with no acting experience. She didn't know how to speak before the camera and avoided it. At this time, the director of Little City Girl, Teacher Baohua, who was at a loss, squatted in front of her. He slowly counseled and taught her. Director Baohua told her about Xiaohua's experiences, hobbies, and dreams. Slowly, Ding Shan integrated herself into the virtual character of Xiaohua. 326 Chapter 326 Teacher. Hearing about Xiaohua's tragic fate, the young Ding Shan started to cry. Director Baohua saw her crying and patiently said, "That's it. You have to remember this feeling. You're now a little flower. You have to let the audience see the little flower's life. You have to let them see the little flower's misfortune and pity. You must also let them see little flower's courage and kindness." Director Baohua's enlightenment allowed the young Ding Shan to find her best state. It was as if the goddess of inspiration had blessed her. Her performance in front of the camera was full of spirit, but there was no trace of a deliberately stiff performance. After the TV series was aired, she became famous all over the country and became a well-known child star. Memories of the past resurfaced in her heart, and Ding Shan was very emotional. She thought for a while and found a number she had not contacted in a long time. After hesitating for a while, she sent a message. "Teacher Baohua, it's me, Ding Shan. Are you asleep now?" A few minutes later, Ding Shan's phone rang. She immediately picked up the call. Teacher Baohua's kind and experienced voice could be heard. Shan, I watched the variety show you were in today. You sang well." From the sound of it, Teacher Baohua did not seem to condemn Ding Shan's behavior in participating in the variety show. Ding Shan didn't expect Teacher Baohua to watch Idol Creation Camp. She suddenly didn't know what to do and asked nervously, "Teacher, why do you watch talent shows? How can I not watch the variety show my little flower participates in? This is your first variety show after your comeback. At first, I was worried that you wouldn't be in a good state, but I was overthinking it. You look like you've grown a lot, so I'm relieved. Teacher Baohua's voice was filled with a smile and gratification. When she heard my Xiaohua, Ding Shan was instantly reminded of when Teacher Baohua had taught her to memorize her lines word by word. After the scene in the rain ended, he even brought her a bowl of hot ginger soup. Ding Shan's eyes instantly became wet. Teacher Baohua, I'm fine. I also want to say that I'm grateful to you for choosing me to play Xiaohua back then. I'm able to achieve what I have today all because of you. Without you, there wouldn't be the Ding Shan I am today. Ding Shan's voice was a little choked. Although she did not spend much time with Teacher Baohua, the happiest days in her previous life were when she was in the cast of Little City Girl. Teacher Baohua doted on her like a granddaughter. Sometimes, he would take her to a nearby tea house to listen to the show after filming. He would also often buy her some snacks that children like to eat. She had never felt such care and warmth from the Ding family. I could tell that you were born to be an actress. You also brought the best actress to the audience, so don't say thank you. You should be thanking yourself. After Director Baohua finished, he sighed. You were still a child back then, but your attitude towards learning was even more serious than an adult actor. The actress who played your aunt praised you for being a dedicated little actress. She wanted to throw you to the ground in that scene, but she was too nervous and didn't pass this scene. You were thrown by her more than 10 times, but you didn't cry out in pain at all, nor did you cry out that you were tired. Even my heart ached when I saw it. These memories were already a little blurry. Ding Shan smiled embarrassedly and said to Baohua, Teacher Baohua, after filming the variety show, I would like to come and see you. Are you still in Beijing? Where can these old bones of mine run to? Just focus on recording your variety show. I'll continue watching it. Oh, right, I'm preparing for a new drama next year. Come and look for me then. I'll show you the script. There are a few roles that suit you. I'm thrilled that you're still planning to stay in this industry. This industry is getting increasingly reckless, and they need down-to-earth and hard-working actors like you. Teacher Baohua said emotionally. When she heard Teacher Baohua's words, Ding Shan's heart started thumping. Teacher Baohua was going to film a new movie. In today's era, where popularity is booming, younger audience members might not be familiar with Teacher Baohua's name. But in the entertainment industry, whenever Teacher Baohua was mentioned, he was a big shot. There was once a movie king who had won 2 international awards. To act as the third male lead in Teacher Baohua's movie, he had specially gone to Teacher Baohua's house 7 times. Teacher Baohua was very accomplished among the third-generation directors in the country. Many famous 4th and 5th-generation young directors had received guidance and help from him. Every time Director Baohua filmed a new movie, more than a dozen top directors would personally step forward to help him promote it. 327 Chapter 327. A perfect ending. And now, Director Baohua has invited her to pick a role in his new film. She could choose a role that others could only dream of. Ding Shan felt so happy that she was about to faint. She was glad that she had made the call tonight. Although Director Baohua had a good impression of her and had even watched the variety shows she had participated in, as a director with such a high status, he couldn't take the initiative to ask a young actress like her to audition. If she had not made the call, she would probably not have had the chance to participate in Director Baohua's new movie. Ding Shan calmed her excited mood and put this matter in her heart. The night was getting darker and darker, and the first episode of Idol Creation Camp was coming to an end. There was no doubt that tonight was a night of revelry. A phenomenal talent show had attracted the attention of audiences all over the country. Because of the participation of 5 very famous coaches, many audiences who did not like talent shows even began to pay attention to this variety show. When the 100 trainees finished their performance, the audience thought the show was about to end. But at this moment, the host suddenly said, "The 100 students participating in this year's preliminary selection have already finished the mutual selection with our 5 instructors. Seeing so many outstanding students regret not meeting our instructors earlier, I'm also sincerely happy for everyone. However, the festival group has prepared a surprise for everyone. A mysterious person X will be participating in our competition." With the appearance of mysterious person X, the bullet screen set off a crazy wave. It's out! It's out! Oh my god, who is this? Which company are you from? He's too handsome. Where did the festival group find such a handsome guy? Is this a beauty that a human can possess? Mysterious person X walked to the center of the stage, his eyes cold with a hint of arrogance. Other trainees would more or less be a little nervous when they went on stage, but he treated the stage like his living room. When she saw the mysterious person X appear, Ding Shan subconsciously wanted to look away, but her eyes seemed to have their thoughts as they followed the man in the picture. Mysterious X did not perform like the other trainees. His mysterious identity caused a heated discussion among the audience. For a while, some people guessed that this mysterious person X was the second generation of a rich man or a star. Some people felt that the appearance of mysterious man X was unfair to the other trainees. In the audience's discussion, the first episode of the show came to an end. 7 hot searches, more than 200 million people participating in the discussion, and a new record for viewership ratings on Tomato Network this year. Ding Shan felt Yin Hui was probably going crazy with joy. Looking at Weibo's background page showed that her fans were also increasing. Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on her face. It seemed that after this variety show ended, her popularity would increase. At the same time, there was someone who could not laugh at all. Didn't you say that Ding Shan's singing was average? Do you know how popular her song is on music websites now? It's already in second place on the new song chart. Why didn't you tell me which song Ding Shan was singing earlier? Du Bing's angry voice came from the phone. Chen Tong's face darkened. You didn't ask me. I think that song was terrible. It's childish and old-fashioned. I don't understand why all those people praise her for singing well. Haven't you watched Little City Girl? Don't you know how popular this drama was back then? At that time, everyone around me was talking about this drama, and almost everyone in the country knew Ding Shan's name. And this song had set a record for sales back then. Chen Tong, I don't know if I should call you ignorant or stupid. Du Bing seemed to be about to faint from anger. Chen Tong's mood was already very irritable, and now that she was going to be scolded by Du Bing, her mood suddenly worsened. She's just an outdated female star, Chen Tong said through gritted teeth. Shut up. Is Ding Shan outdated? The number of people following her Weibo topic has already surpassed yours. Not to mention the ordinary audience who have watched Little City Girl. They are her potential fans. I don't want to explain this to you. Anyway, don't get into conflicts with her in the show's recording. She's very popular now, and if you go against her, you'll only die. Du Bing hung up the phone. Chen Tong turned off her phone and took a deep breath. The muscles on her face were tense. At this moment, the assistant rushed in and said in a flustered tone, Sister Chen, bad news. 328 Chapter 328. Best friend of the brand. What's the matter? Chen Tong's tone was murderous. The assistant trembled and stuttered. Kaipua just posted on Weibo, announcing that Ding Shan has become a close friend of Kaipua's brand. What did you say? Can you repeat that? Chen Tong sat up from her seat and looked at her assistant in disbelief. Kaipua was the top luxury brand in country Y. It was established in the 1930s and advocated novelty, excitement, and bold innovation. Kaipua had always been at the forefront of fashion, unlike many other fashion brands living off their old capital. Kaipua had always been committed to changing people's desire for luxury and the pursuit of novelty. As many international luxury brands had shifted their focus to the general public, Kaipua insisted on a non-commercial design and never compromised on the price. Currently, Kaipua is one of the most expensive high-end luxury brands, and its pioneer ideology has been carried out since the beginning of the brand. Chen Tong couldn't understand why such a high-end luxury brand would choose Ding Shan. The few superstars in Chen Tong's company usually couldn't even borrow a Kaipua haute couture piece. This brand never dealt with famous stars. The spokesmen were all top actors and actresses who had won top international awards. Logically speaking, at Ding Shan's level, she couldn't come into contact with a brand like Kaipua. After Chen Tong recovered from her shock, her face turned pale. The assistant was so scared that she quickly held her and comforted her in a low voice. It's okay, Sister Chen. She's just a close friend of the brand. She's not even the ambassador or spokesperson for a single product. I guess she was just lucky enough to be chosen by Kaipua. Chen Tong pushed her assistant away. Her eyes were red, and she shouted in a hoarse voice, Good luck. What kind of luck was this? Our entire company can't even borrow a single piece of Kaipu's haute couture, and she, a popular celebrity, has become a close friend of Kaipua's brand. Even if she was only a close friend of the brand, not even a spokesperson, this meant that the operations company of the Kaipua Asia Pacific brand had recognized Ding Shan. With Kaipua's approval, Ding Shan's fashion industry status would significantly improve. Some other big brands might even consider looking for Ding Shan as their spokesperson after seeing that Kaipua had approached her. Chen Tong knew very well that the rose princess she was wearing was not lent to her by Schiller. Any of the major international brands had not recognized her, but Ding Shan had suddenly become a close friend of the Kaipua brand. On the internet, the news of Ding Shan becoming a close friend of the Kaipua brand has also attracted the attention of some fashion bloggers. For ordinary people, a high-end luxury brand like Kaipua was still too far away. Many people didn't even know what brand Kaipua was, but some fashion bloggers knew the value of being a friend of the brand. Although Ding Shan was very popular in the past, she didn't get the favor of fashion brands, so these fashion bloggers didn't pay attention to her. They only classified her as a popular star and didn't think she was a solid female star with brand value or commercial appeal. This time, Ding Shan and Kaipua's first clash caused sparks to fly, and it was only then that they started to notice this extremely popular female star in the country. Many fashion bloggers reposted the official Weibo post of Kaipua. Someone even analyzed, Ding Shan has gained Kaipua's recognition. It's a good starting point. Although it's still challenging to be the spokesperson of Kaipua, she might be able to get the favor of other big brands in the future. Although the ordinary netizens did not understand the significance of Ding Shan and Kaipua's first collaboration, they were very interested in the poster of Ding Shan posted by Kaipua's officials. In the poster, Ding Shan was wearing thick and cold makeup. Her eyes looked extremely sharp, and her highly saturated lipstick made her look beautiful and dangerous. This photo was full of tension, and Ding Shan's temperament was very different from before. This proved that Ding Shan was a female star with great flexibility and expressiveness. Ding Shan's fans were as happy as the new year. As fans, the most comfortable thing was seeing their idol's beautiful photos every day. Not to mention that Ding Shan had an excellent performance in idol creation camp and was currently very famous in the music industry. 329 Chapter 329 The Fake Gown. The fans, who had been waiting so long, seemed to have returned to life after suffering. However, they did not become arrogant because of their happiness. They only admired their idol's unparalleled beauty in their small circle and did not go anywhere on the internet to disturb other netizens. Yang Lu, who was doing her makeup, was chewing gum while scrolling through her phone. She shook her head slowly. Ding Shan's fans are too obedient. If it were me, I'd show off in front of Chen Tong's fans 100 times and give them a good slap in the face. Yang Lu had seen how Chen Tong's fans had mocked Ding Shan. Although she didn't like Ding Shan, she hated how Chen Tong's fans did things. She even reported a few fan accounts that said disgusting things. Yang Lu's assistant, Nancy, smiled. Ding Shan's fans are just like her. They're all very cultured. You seem to like Ding Shan. Yang Lu turned her head and raised her eyebrows. I'm in a competitive relationship with her. How can you help an outsider? I watched Little City Girl when I was in school, so of course, I'm biased towards her, Nancy said. But don't worry, I'll still stand by your side if you have a conflict with Ding Shan. Yang Lu seemed to have thought of something and chuckled. She's not the kind of person who likes to cause trouble. She didn't fight with Chen Tong because she didn't want to bother her. Nancy was a little surprised. She knew Yang Lu and Ding Shan were fighting for the Best Actress award. She also knew that Yang Lu had been stabbed many times by Ding Shan's manager. However, from Yang Lu's tone, she didn't seem to hate Ding Shan that much. You sound like you're complimenting her. Why? You don't hate her anymore, Nancy said. In the past, all those disgusting things were done by her manager, Yang Hua. In the Ding family, she was just like a puppet. Why should I be calculative with her? Do I look like such a petty person? Yang Lu rolled her eyes. Her facial features were beautiful, and even when she rolled her eyes, there was still a flirtatious charm. Someone knocked on the door. After opening the door, the company staff handed over a box. This is the evening gown. Wear this. After saying that, the staff member closed the door and left. Nancy opened the gift box and looked at the clothes with confusion. Then she touched the material of the clothes, and her face suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Yang Lu walked over and asked. "The clothes have been changed. This isn't the one sent by the brand. I've seen that one before. It doesn't feel like this under natural light." Nancy's face turned pale. Yang Lu also frowned. She touched the material of the clothes and was silent for a while. Then, she put down her hand. "You can't wear this." She was attending a charity party tonight, and many celebrities would attend. She also had to be interviewed by reporters. If people discovered that she wore fake clothes, her reputation in the entertainment industry would be entirely ruined. These disgusting things. Not only did he take a commission, but he even dared to send a fake gown over. Nancy could guess that the actual gown must have been sold. Yang Lu sat back in her chair, feeling a little annoyed. She took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. In the smoke, her charming eyes revealed a trace of coldness. "Go and ask Anthony if he has any extra dresses. If he does, help me borrow one." Anthony was a stylist who had worked with Yang Lu before. He had a good network in the circle, and the two could be considered half friends. Annoyed, Nancy put the dress back into the box. "Okay, I'll go and borrow it." After a few seconds of silence, Nancy said helplessly, "When will such days end?" I've signed a 7-year contract with the company, and if I cancel it, I'll have to disappear from the entertainment industry for 3 years. I can't act in any shows, and I can't appear in the public eye. You know what that means to a celebrity." Yang Lu took a deep puff of the cigarette. The pungent smell made her eyes turn red. She put out the cigarette and said, "Don't overthink it. Haven't we been through this for the past 2 years?" Yang Lu looked at Nancy and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. You don't have to suffer with me." After all, Nancy had not signed a contract with the company. "I'm not an ungrateful person. I'm going to get angry if you repeat such things." Nancy smiled. "Okay, I'll go and borrow the dress. You can rest for a while." 330 Chapter 330 Sponsor. Xiao Zhao sighed in relief when she saw no problems with the comments on Kaipua's official Weibo. Initially, she was worried that Chen Tong's fans would go to Kaipua to announce that Ding Shan's Weibo had gone overboard. With Chen Tong's crazy fans, it was entirely possible that they would do something like that. "Sister Shan, you're so proud now. Chen Tong's fans were mocking your fashion resources, but what happened? Let's see if her fans still dare to say that now." Xiao Zhao held her phone and laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. Ding Shan smiled faintly, not taking this matter to heart. Thinking of something, a look of hesitation and doubt flashed across Ding Shan's face. After some thought, she asked Zhao, "Zhao, did Jeff contact you directly?" "Yeah, I was also a little surprised at that time. I almost thought that the other party was a scammer. Who knew that Kaipua sent them?" When Xiao Zhao thought of this, he felt it was unreal. "Sister Shan, I didn't expect that your fame would attract the attention of Kaipua." Ding Shan slowly shook her head. She knew that although she was pretty popular now, it was far from enough for a top fashion brand like Kaipua to extend an olive branch to her. "I think there might be some inside story. Do you remember? Jeff was casual with me when he signed the contract with us." It wasn't that Ding Shan was psychologically weak. She just felt that if Kaipua wanted to work with her, Jeff wouldn't be so casual about it. It was as if he didn't care about her at all and had only come to complete a mission. Jeff must have known that Ding Shan was trying to climb the social ladder by becoming a close friend of Kaipua's brand. He probably didn't think highly of a famous star like Ding Shan. After all, most of the people who endorsed Kaipua were top stars who had won international awards. It does seem like it, but that doesn't mean anything. It's normal for the staff of a big brand like Kaipua to be a little arrogant. Xiao Zhao consoled Ding Shan, "Sister Shan, don't mind his attitude. When you're more famous in the future, you can choose any endorsement for any big brand you want." Ding Shan smiled. She didn't take Jeff's attitude to heart, but she felt that this cooperation with Kaipua was a little strange. "I hope I'm overthinking it." Ding Shan couldn't understand, so she stopped thinking about it. "By the way, Sister Shan, the sponsor has invited you to dinner tonight. They said they wanted to talk to you about the endorsement deal. Do you want to go?" Xiao Zhao flipped through the memo and reminded Ding Shan. There were a total of 3 sponsors for Idol Creation Camp. The one who invited Ding Shan to talk about cooperation was a beverage brand called the Golden Sun. This brand was well known in the country and could be considered a household name. If the other party were sincere in discussing the endorsement with Ding Shan, the endorsement fee would probably not be low. Ding Shan took a sip of water and asked Xiao Zhao, "What do you think?" Xiao Zhao knew that Ding Shan must have her thoughts and asked her to test her. Xiao Zhao suddenly sat up straight and seriously thought for a while before saying, "The other party must have taken a fancy to your current popularity, Sister Shan. Moreover, you've now accepted the endorsement deal with Kaipua, so there will only be more big brands looking for you in the future, and the endorsement fee will also increase. As sponsors of variety shows, it's a brilliant choice for them to approach you to discuss cooperation at this time." Ding Shan nodded. Xiao Zhao smiled and continued, "The other party's offer should be pretty good as well, but I feel that Sister Shan doesn't seem to care much about money right now. If you want to make money quickly, when it comes to choosing scripts, you should directly choose those idol dramas and xianxia, leisure, dramas that offer high prices." Xiao Zhao's analysis was very organized. Ding Shan smiled with satisfaction. Xiao Zhao seemed to be working hard to become a qualified manager. Xiao Zhao thought for a moment and added, "Also, there was some news about this drink some time ago. Although it didn't blow up, who knows if there will be more in the future. So, I think it's fine even if we don't discuss this cooperation." "You're right, but I still have to go since they've invited me. After all, I'm the program's coach, and they are the sponsors, so I have to give them some face. The other party came to me in good faith to work with me. If I reject them directly, I will offend them and be more troublesome if news of me being a big shot gets out." Ding Shan sighed. Get ready. 331 Chapter 331. Offense. The sponsor had set the venue at a 5-star hotel near the film park. Before the banquet, Ding Shan picked out a long-sleeved black dress with a short silver jacket. The combination of black and silver was low-key but luxurious. When they arrived at the hotel, there were 3 sponsors. Ding Shan had seen one of them before. It seemed to be Wang Shi. Wang Shi was about 40 years old this year. He was about 1.7 meters tall, slightly chubby, and had a beer belly. His wrinkled face was oily, and his small eyes revealed cunning and guile. "Miss Ding, this way, please. It's a surprise that Miss Ding can come to the banquet." "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wang Shi, and this is Boss Lee." Both of them walked into the hotel as they talked. Ding Shan had a polite smile on her face. She was about to say a few words to Wang Shi when she realized that Wang Shi was very close to her. She could even smell the man's perfume and a hint of aromatic tobacco. Ding Shan's eyes turned cold. She took 2 steps back silently, trying to distance herself from Wang Shi. However, she did not expect Wang Shi to stick to her again. "Miss Ding, my parents like Little City Girl. They said that if I ever get the chance to see you, I must get your autograph," Wang Shi said with a smile. When they reached the elevator, the people in the elevator came out one after another. Wang Shi reached out as if to put his hand on Ding Shan's waist, seemingly gentlemanly to protect her from being hit by others. Following behind Ding Shan, Xiao Zhao also felt something was wrong. Before Wang Shi could place his hand on Ding Shan's waist, she pulled Ding Shan behind her and glared at Wang Shi like an angry lioness. "Mr. Wang, please watch your words. Speak when you want to, but don't move your hands." Wang Shi laughed awkwardly. Behind him, President Li also hurriedly chided Wang Shi. "Director Wang, don't scare Miss Ding." President Li took the initiative to stand between Wang Shi and Ding Shan, separating them. When the elevator arrived, he said to Ding Shan politely, "Miss Ding, please." Ding Shan furrowed her brows. At this moment, she didn't want to take this elevator anymore. Wang Shi's eyes that were glued to her made her feel disgusted. Xiao Zhao's expression was also hideous. She looked at the 3 of them coldly and said, "Is this your attitude when you talk about cooperation? I'm sorry if that's your attitude, but we don't want to talk anymore." Upon hearing this, President Li immediately became anxious. He glared at Wang Shi and said to Ding Shan sincerely, "Miss Ding, I'm sorry. Director Wang is usually careless and has accidentally offended you. I apologize on his behalf. I'll let him go immediately if you don't want to see him. We want to talk about cooperation with you." We've arranged the best scenes for you in the commercial. As for the cooperation price, it will not disappoint you. President Li's attitude was still acceptable. Xiao Zhao glanced at Wang Shi. Then please ask Director Wang to keep a distance from our Shan Shan. If he does anything overboard, we'll leave immediately. Since Ding Shan had already come to the hotel, it would be equivalent to having a falling out with the sponsor if she turned around and left. Xiao Zhao was also very clear that no matter what, she had to finish today's meal before leaving. When Wang Shi heard Xiao Zhao's words, his expression turned ugly. Seeing that Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao had no intention of backing down, he hesitated for 2 seconds, gritted his teeth, and took a few steps back, keeping his distance from Ding Shan. Ding Shan coldly looked at Wang Shi, and the group finally got into the elevator. The air conditioner in the hotel was on, and it was a little hot as they entered. There were already more than a dozen dishes on the table. Ding Shan placed her handbag on the table, tidied her clothes, and slowly sat down. Miss Ding, we don't know what your tastes are. These are the hotel's signature dishes. They should taste good. Try them first. President Li said enthusiastically. Ding Shan smiled courteously. I'm not having dinner. President Li, you guys can have dinner. President Li was stunned. How can that be? These dishes were all specially ordered for you, Miss Ding. Is Miss Ding still holding a grudge over Director Wang's matter? How about this? Let's have a drink, and this matter will be over. When we reach an agreement, I'll ask Director Wang to bring a gift to apologize to Miss Ding personally. Is that okay? As he spoke, the man sitting next to President Li filled the glass in front of Ding Shan. Our Shan Shan doesn't know how to drink. Mr. Li, aren't you making things difficult for her? Xiao Zhao frowned and said in dissatisfaction. Xiao Zhao could also tell that Ding Shan did not eat the food on the table because she was wary of these people. 332 Chapter 332. Unforeseen event. Should I order a glass of juice for Miss Ding? Wang Shi, silent all this while, looked at Ding Shan and said, Please forgive me, Miss Ding. I was too offensive just now. Ding Shan ignored Wang Shi. Xiao Zhao raised her voice and said, It's fine, our Shan Shan isn't such a petty person, and she didn't take Director Wang's matter to heart. It's just that female celebrities all need to maintain their figure, and it's our Shan Shan's habit to skip dinner, so please don't force her. You guys go ahead and eat, we'll talk about cooperation while we eat. Wang Shi stared at Xiao Zhao gloomily, his hands clenched into fists under the table. Why was Ding Shan's manager so annoying? Wang Shi forced a smile on his face. It's fine as long as Miss Ding doesn't blame me. Let me have a drink first to apologize to Miss Ding. With that, Wang Shi drank a full glass of white wine. Director Wang is forthright. Then let's forget about what happened just now, President Li said with a smile. Then, he looked at Ding Shan and talked about the endorsement deal. It's like this, Boss Li, Ding Shan said unhurriedly. Previously, a beverage endorsement came to me, and I'm currently discussing cooperation with the other party. If I accept your endorsement, I'm afraid there will be a conflict, so. Ding Shan's words weren't false. Before participating in the variety show, a dairy brand invited her to be their spokesperson. Ding Shan had initially planned to go to the manufacturing factory of this brand to inspect it before deciding if she wanted to accept this endorsement. After all, it was a food endorsement, and it would be a grave matter once something went wrong. She still had to be careful. The Golden Sun also had a dairy industry, and the two brands were competitors. A celebrity couldn't endorse two competing brands, so Ding Shan's reason for rejection was reasonable. President Li and Wang Shi looked at each other, then President Li showed a disappointed look and said regretfully, Looks like we're still a step too late. I'm also very sorry, but I'm very touched by your sincerity in coming to me, so I'm here to explain this matter personally. I hope you can understand my difficulties, Ding Shan said. Mr. Li nodded. Of course I understand, Miss Ding. You're being too polite, and I've even troubled you to make a trip here. We may wait for an opportunity to work with Miss Ding. It's fine, even if we can't work together, we can treat this meal as making friends. Let's eat first. Ding Shan's way of doing things and her attitude were perfect. President Li couldn't find a single flaw, and he couldn't even think of an excuse to pressure Ding Shan. The meal was quickly finished. Ding Shan stood up slowly and picked up her handbag. Thank you for your warm hospitality. I'll take my leave first. I hope there will be more opportunities to work with the Golden Sunday. Miss Ding, I'll see you off. Ding Shan had just walked to the door when she smelled alcohol. She turned her head and saw that Wang Shi was already approaching her. Wang Shi had drunk a lot of wine, and his cheeks were red, looking a little tipsy. Under the influence of alcohol, Wang Shi became even more unbridled. His eyes kept looking at Ding Shan's chest, and his expression was extremely wretched. Xiao Zhao was furious. Seeing that Wang Shi was about to pull Ding Shan's hand, she immediately pushed Wang Shi away. What are you doing? Stinky B****, get lost. Wang Shi had long found Xiao Zhao an eyesore. He grabbed Xiao Zhao's arm and threw her to the ground. Then, he turned his head and pulled Ding Shan's arm, not letting her leave. Ding Shan knew that this was going to be troublesome. She turned to look at President Li and the other man, only to find that the two men had no intention of stopping Wang Shi. Seeing that Ding Shan was staring at him, Mr. Li smiled innocently. Miss Ding, Mr. Wang wants to send you off. Please give him this chance. Xiao Zhao looked at Mr. Li in disbelief. She thought President Li was a reasonable man, but she didn't expect that this man was pretending all along. Xiao Zhao got up from the ground and was ready to fight Wang Shi. As long as she could still breathe, she would never let Wang Shi take Ding Shan away. Just as Xiao Zhao was about to rush forward, Ding Shan stopped her with a look. Ding Shan slowly gave up her struggle and turned to Wang Shi. Let go, you're hurting me. Although Ding Shan had only put on light makeup tonight, she was still gorgeous. Wang Shi felt as if his body was about to float to the sky when she looked at him. Seeing that Ding Shan had stopped struggling, he thought that Ding Shan would give in. He was ecstatic and immediately let go of Ding Shan's wrist, but his eyes were still fixed on Ding Shan to prevent her from running away. 333 Chapter 333. Phone call. Tell me, how much do you charge for a night? Name your price. Wang Shi said with an authoritative tone. Ding Shan furrowed her brows. A few guesses flashed through her mind. She asked tentatively, what did the others tell you? As expected, the slightly drunk Wang Shi pondered for 2 seconds. She said you're not expensive and can be bought with a few million. Shan, don't worry, I like you. If you're willing to be with me, I won't mistreat you. Ding Shan suppressed the anger and suspicion in her heart and said calmly, aren't you afraid of your wife finding out? Ding Shan had long noticed that Wang Shi was wearing a diamond ring on his ring finger. Wang Shi put his hands behind his back awkwardly. Why would I be afraid of her? Shan, I've liked you for many years. Since I found out you're on this show, I especially got the company to transfer me over. You don't know, but I have to look at your picture every night before I can fall asleep. Wang Shi took out his phone and showed it to Ding Shan. The wallpaper of his phone was a poster of Ding Shan. Ding Shan was about to vomit from Wang Shi's affection. Seeing that Ding Shan did not say anything, Wang Shi took out a box from his pocket. This is a little token of my appreciation to prove I'm serious about you. If you're willing to be with me, I'll buy you anything you like in the future. Wang Shi stuffed the box into Ding Shan's hands. Ding Shan was not interested in what was in the box and threw the box at him. Cut the crap. Didn't you say you were giving it to me? Still not leaving? Upon hearing Ding Shan's words, Wang Shi's eyes were filled with joy. He thought that Ding Shan had agreed to follow him. That person didn't lie to him. As long as he paid, he could sleep with any female celebrity in the entertainment industry. Seeing Ding Shan and Wang Shi leave the private room, Boss Li looks at another man. The other man asked in confusion, it's that easy? Boss Li was also a little surprised. After all, he didn't think Ding Shan was the kind of woman who would be attracted to money. This female celebrity was brilliant and vigilant. She wasn't the kind of person who was easy to fool. Who cares? As long as we've completed our mission, it's fine. Did you get the photos? Boss Li asked. Yeah, I got it. The man took out his phone and sent an email with 2 photos taken in the hotel lobby. Photos? What picture? Xiao Zhao felt her vision go dark and had a bad feeling. What should we do with this woman? The man looked at Xiao Zhao with a dangerous look. Ding Shan followed Wang Shi to a suite at the hotel's top. As soon as they entered, Wang Shi couldn't wait to hug Ding Shan. Ding Shan pushed Wang Shi, who reeked of alcohol, away and said in disdain, you're so stinky. Go take a shower. Wang Shi did not know why, but he liked how Ding Shan looked at him with disdain. This made him want to conquer Ding Shan even more. All these years, Wang Shi has played with many female celebrities. It was hard for him to be interested in ordinary female celebrities, but when he saw Ding Shan, he felt that he had found the feeling of being moved again. Let's shower together. Wang Shi's tone was ambiguous as his lustful eyes fell on Ding Shan's chest, revealing greed and hunger. This is the first time we are meeting. You should give me some time to get used to it, right? Ding Shan looked at Wang Shi coldly. Don't go overboard. Wang, you laughed sarcastically. I didn't expect you to be shy. It's okay, there's still a long night ahead of us, and we still have a lot of time to get to know each other. I'm going to shower. Wait for me, baby. Oh, right, don't even think about escaping. I've arranged 4 people to guard the door. Wang Shi went to take a bath. Ding Shan knew that she did not have much time. She hurriedly opened her handbag and took out her phone. Who should I call? Call the police. If the police were to be sent out, she was afraid that tonight's incident would not be kept a secret. Once word got out, even if she were innocent, she would be unable to explain herself. Ding Shan didn't want to ruin her career. Wang Shi wasn't worth giving up the career she had worked so hard to build. Calling the police would be the worst choice. Ding Shan decided to settle this matter on her own. At this time, she couldn't think of anyone to help her. Ding Shan was about to put her phone back into her bag when a note suddenly fell out. It was the note that Zhu Yang had given Ding Shan. On it was the contact information of Mysterious X. Ding Shan hesitated for a few seconds, but she still dialed the number on the note in the end. The call went through. Ding Shan did not wait for the other party to speak and said in a low voice, "Don't say anything. Listen to me." Not long after, the bathroom door opened. Shan, I'm done with my shower. Where are you? Are you playing hide and seek with me?" Wang Shi's voice was getting closer and closer. Ding Shan's heart was beating faster and faster. She hurriedly finished her last sentence and hung up the phone. 334 Chapter 334. Rushing to. A busy tone came from the phone. Xiang Hong's face was frighteningly gloomy, and his whole body exuded a trembling aura. He took his coat and hurried out. "Old Xiang, where are you going? What's wrong with you?" Yin Hui's questioning voice came from behind. Yin Hui didn't understand why Xiang Hong became like this after receiving a phone call. It was as if he was going to kill someone. He had never seen Xiang Hong so anxious before. What on earth had happened? The night was getting darker, and a silver car was speeding on the empty street. The car was at its maximum speed, and the navigation's mechanical voice kept indicating that it was speeding. Both of Xiang Hong's hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands were bulging, indicating that he was in a precarious state of mind. 10 minutes ago, when he picked up the phone, he heard Ding Shan's voice. After a moment of disbelief, his heart started to beat faster. However, before he could be surprised, Ding Shan said, "I don't know who to look for. I shouldn't have looked for you. I don't even know your name. Cut the crap, I'm in trouble now. I'm in room 2617 of the Wisteria Hotel. The situation is roughly like this. If you can contact Yin Hui, ask him to bring people to the hotel immediately. I am the program supervisor, and he is responsible for ensuring my personal safety. Also, don't call the police, for now, thank you." After saying this, a man's voice came from the phone. It should be the man named Wang Shi that Ding Shan had mentioned. The man's voice was disgusting and greasy as if he was slowly approaching Ding Shan. Ding Shan hung up the phone in a hurry. "Damn it! Hurry up!" Xiang Hong smacked the steering wheel hard, his eyes bloodshot and burning with anger. Xiang Hong did not even dare to imagine Ding Shan's current situation. She was just a weak woman. What could she do to protect herself? Perhaps now she. When he thought of this, Xiang Hong felt his heart was tightly clenched by an invisible hand. The suffocating feeling and the pain caused his body to tremble slightly. "Little fox, wait for me. Don't let anything happen to you. I beg you." Xiang Hong stepped on the accelerator, and the silver car flashed past like a lightning bolt. The 26th floor of the hotel was tranquil. There were 2 strong bodyguards in black suits standing at the door of a room. Suddenly, the elevator door opened, and a man walked straight over. When the 2 bodyguards realized that this person's target was room 2617, they immediately extended their hands to stop him. One of the bodyguards nimbly swung out his fist extremely fast. However, the man was even faster. After dodging the fist, he separated the other man's arm. His movement was so quick that only an afterimage could be seen. In less than 30 seconds, the two professional bodyguards fell to the ground, wailing in pain. Their bodies were curled up like cooked lobsters, convulsing non-stop. Xiang Hong's eyes turned red as he slammed his fist on the door. "Don't smash it, Mr. Xiang. Use the room card to open the door." The hotel's front desk receptionist, who had taken the spare room card, came out of the elevator and ran to Xiang Hong's side, panting. She then handed the room card to him. "Oh my God, is this the legendary young master of the Xiang group?" She could see such a legendary figure. Xiang Hong scanned the room card, turned his head, and said in a gloomy tone, "Stay here. If you dare to tell anyone about what happened today." The hotel receptionist shook her head frantically, but before she could make a promise, the man had already rushed into the room. As soon as he entered the room, Xiang Hong smelled the stench of blood. His heart sank, and he immediately rushed into the bedroom. The bed was very messy, the quilt and sheets were all crumpled up, and a man in pajamas was lying on the bed, motionless, his legs hanging weakly by the side of the bed. "Where's Ding Shan?" Xiang Hong's voice was hoarse as he said, "Ding Shan." Ding Shan raised her head in the corner and saw a man walking towards her. She moved her lips, but before saying anything, the man pulled her into his arms. Her body was warm, and the man's embrace was filled with a sense of security. Ding Shan's tensed body relaxed at once. She leaned against the man's broad and firm chest and said softly, "Why is it you? Didn't I ask you to look for Yin Hui?" Xiang Hong tightened his arms around Ding Shan as if he would only be at ease if he could have her in his body. His voice was hoarse, and there was a trace of anxiety and bitterness. "You don't believe me that much?" Ding Shan couldn't understand the man's anxiety. She even thought that he was acting strange. She opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Xiang Hong realized that his tone was too anxious. He was just depressed that the first person Ding Shan thought of was Yin Hui. Forget it, all these were not important. It was good that she was okay. Xiang Hong lowered his head and rubbed it against Ding Shan's soft hair. He said in a low voice, "I'm sorry I'm late. I wasn't able to appear at the moment you needed me the most." 335 Chapter 335. Already planned. Ding Shan could feel the man's passion that was about to overflow. After returning to her senses, she realized she had been greedy for his firm and warm chest. Ding Shan coughed awkwardly and struggled free from Xiang Hong's arms. Only then did Xiang Hong notice that Ding Shan's hair was messy and her clothes were wrinkled. She looked very messy. Xiang Hong looked at Wang Shi coldly and said in a gloomy tone, "He touched you." Ding Shan recalled what had happened in the room and felt a trace of panic in her heart. She took a deep breath and slowly shook her head. "I'm fine." Wang Shi saw that Ding Shan was weak and thought she could not resist. He did not expect that Ding Shan had been trained by a professional in martial arts. Wang Shi's body was bloated, and his reaction was slow, so he couldn't subdue Ding Shan immediately. As Ding Shan retaliated, she picked up the decorative vase on the bedside table in the room and smashed it on Wang Shi. Wang Shi fell on the bed, blood flowing from his forehead. His body twitched twice before he stopped moving. Ding Shan was also frightened then and almost thought she had accidentally killed someone. She suppressed her panic and tried to detect Wang Shi's aura. When she found he was still alive, she heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Shi's men were still guarding the hotel room door. Ding Shan could not leave immediately, so she could only stay in the room for the time being. Not long after, she saw Mysterious Person X rushing in. Ding Shan had only hoped that Mysterious Person X would ask Yin Hui for help, but she didn't expect him to come alone. "How did you get in? Are you hurt?" Ding Shan looked at Xiang Hong nervously. When she found no apparent external injuries, she heaved a sigh of relief. Xiang Hong smiled at her. His eyes seemed to have stars shining, and he raised his beautiful eyebrows. "Worried about me?" Ding Shan looked into the man's eyes and felt she was about to be sucked in. She looked away and tried to keep her voice calm. "After all, I'm the one who asked you for help. If you get hurt because you helped me, I'll blame myself. Anyway, thank you. I'll remember this favor." When he heard Ding Shan's polite words, Xiang Hong knew that the relationship between the two of them had not become closer. However, this incident finally connected the two of them. He was still pleased about this progress. However, he hoped that such a thing would not happen again. No matter how strong his heart was, he could not stand such a shock. He did not want to see her in any accident. I don't know where they took my manager. I'll be leaving first. Ding Shan was worried about Xiao Zhao's condition and was ready to go and find her. Wait, I'll help you find her. How long will it take you to find her alone? It'll be more troublesome if someone sees you. Xiang Hong stopped Ding Shan and instructed the hotel's front desk. He made 2 phone calls and then led Ding Shan to the hotel's surveillance room. After checking the surveillance cameras, they quickly found that Xiao Zhao was locked up in a utility room on a floor. Ding Shan hurried over. After opening the storage room door, Xiao Zhao cried and threw himself into Ding Shan's arms. She then hurriedly checked if Ding Shan was injured. Sister Shan, are you okay? You scared me to death, I thought. Xiao Zhao kept crying. It's all my fault. I should have taken you away in the hall. If we had left back then, none of this would have happened. I'm fine, don't worry. Seeing that Xiao Zhao was not injured, Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief and patiently consoled Xiao Zhao. Oh right, Sister Shan, I heard them talking about some photos. They must have planned this long ago. Xiao Zhao wiped her tears and said anxiously. Photos? Ding Shan frowned. Hey, who's that person at the door? Xiao Zhao saw a tall man standing at the door and asked with some vigilance. It's mysterious person X. He helped me today. Seeing the confusion and shock in Xiao Zhao's eyes, Ding Shan knew she couldn't explain it quickly. She just had to make Xiao Zhao believe in the mysterious person X. You're right. They must have planned this a long time ago. Besides, I'm guessing that they've already started carrying out their plan in the hall. If Wang Shi only wanted to get Ding Shan, he did not need to do those wretched and disgusting things to Ding Shan in the hall. That would only alert Ding Shan in advance. Then why did he do that? Ding Shan guessed in her mind, but she wasn't sure. Chapter 336. Photos exposed. Now that he thought about it, President Li had been acting as a good person from the beginning to the end. His purpose was to dispel Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao's guard. Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao had always been on guard against Wang Shi, but they thought President Li, who had accused Wang Shi, was good. Even if Ding Shan didn't want to have this meal with Wang Shi, she finally compromised because of the good person President Li's plea. Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao didn't expect that Boss Li had been pretending all along. The 3 of them were probably not good people. The anger and disgust of being schemed against made Ding Shan feel breathless. It was as if she had long been treated as prey, and a significant net tailored for her had trapped her firmly tonight, almost ruining her life. That D***MN Wang Shi and that Boss Li are not good people. Sister Shan, let's call the police and sue them. Xiao Zhao was trembling with anger. You can't call the police. The man's voice suddenly rang out. Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao turned to look at Xiang Hong. Xiang Hong walked out from the shadows and stood before the 2. He looked at Ding Shan and Yin Hui was speechless. What did you say? Can you repeat that? I treat you like a brother, but you say we're not close. Said, they might have left some photos as so-called evidence and are preparing to post unfavorable remarks about Ding Shan on the internet. If we call the police, it will only make the netizens suspect that something has happened between Ding Shan and that man. Moreover, even if the police stand on Ding Shan's side, the netizens who don't know the truth might not believe her. There was another important reason for not calling the police. Xiang Hong investigated Wang Shi's identity. He seemed to have some influence. If the police were to intervene, he might end up quibbling in front of the police and be acquitted. Rather than calling the police, it was better to let Xiang Hong solve this problem himself. Then what should we do? Is Sister Shan going to be wronged for nothing? Tears rose in Xiao Zhao's eyes as she asked in anger and helplessness. I won't let her suffer in vain. Xiang Hong looked at Ding Shan and said with certainty. The restless night passed, and the horizon gradually turned grey. After returning to the film park, Ding Shan looked for Yin Hui and explained the situation. When Yin Hui heard this, his eyes widened, and he sucked in the air. I'm sorry, Miss Ding. It's all my fault for not protecting you well and letting you encounter such a thing. Don't worry, I'll investigate this matter. That Wang Shi, Yin Hui's face was disgusted when he mentioned this name. He slammed the table and said, I will never let him off. He dared to touch his brother's woman in his territory. This Wang Shi was tired of living. Ding Shan looked at the mysterious ex, sitting at the side without saying anything, then looked at Yin Hui and asked, "You two are friends, right?" Yin Hui knew that he could not hide this matter any longer. He scratched his head in embarrassment and was about to answer when Xiang Hong glanced at him with disdain. "We know each other. We're not very close." Yin Hui was speechless. "What did you say? Can you repeat that? I treat you like a brother, but you say we're not close." Ding Shan wasn't very curious about their relationship. She thought for a while and said, "The most important thing now is to find out who else is related to this matter and who has the photos. Isn't this Wang Shi's doing? Who else could it be?" Yin Hui did not understand. "Wang Shi told me someone had said something to him before, which made him think of me. I can roughly guess who that person is, but I don't have any evidence yet. As for the photo, it might be in that person's hands." The image of Chen Tong standing with Wang Shi on the day of the commercial shoot appeared in Ding Shan's mind. "We'll have a result soon," said Xiang Hong. Then, he exchanged a glance with Ding Shan. Both seemed to have a premonition of what was about to happen. Sure enough, at around 11 p.m., a few blurry photos suddenly appeared on the internet. The entertainment marketing who exposed the news claimed that these photos were taken at a 5-star hotel near the film and television park of Idol Creation Camp. It seemed that the woman in the pictures, who only showed her back, was a female celebrity. In the photo, 3 men and 2 women were standing in front of the elevator. One of the men had his hand on the waist of a beautiful woman and was talking to her with his head lowered. The photo behind showed these people walking into the elevator together. Only the man's back was revealed. His body looked a little bloated, giving off the feeling that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man and the beautiful woman standing together made people uncomfortable, even slightly ridiculous. Chapter 337. Slander. Idol Creation Camp has been very popular recently. After the show was broadcast, the mentors and the trainees received much attention. As soon as these photos were posted, they attracted the attention of many netizens. Female celebrity. It can't be a female teacher, right? Of course. The trainees are all boys. The woman in the picture is a beauty just from her back. It's just that the angle of the photo was not very good, and the face can't be seen. Stop guessing riddles, choose one out of the two. Chen Tong or Ding Shan. At first, the netizens were still discussing which female mentor the female celebrity in the image was, but the discussion results were out very quickly. A few netizens used photo restoration software to restore the photo and determine the other woman's identity. Zhao Kei is Ding Shan's assistant in the previous company. She is also Ding Shan's current manager and assistant. Therefore, the female teacher with the man's arm around her waist was undoubtedly Ding Shan. For a time, the entire internet was in an uproar. Ding Shan? Impossible. This was impossible. Ding Shan is not that kind of person. If it isn't Ding Shan, could it have been our Tong Tong? I love our Tong Tong. It is the other female mentor who had a wild private life, but the netizens almost misunderstood her as our Tong Tong. The photo wouldn't lie. It's Ding Shan, and her manager is beside her. I'm guessing that Ding Shan's fans will say Ding Shan had been forced. How could the pure and innocent Ding Shan sell her body and soul for money? But look, the last few people in the photo went up the elevator together. It can't be that someone forced Ding Shan to go up the elevator with a gun, right? I don't want to believe that Ding Shan would do such a thing, but how do you explain these photos? I want to hear Ding Shan come out and explain herself. What's there to explain? She's been caught doing such an embarrassing thing. How can she still come out and explain? She was probably lying on some rich man's bed, serving someone else. What pure white jasmine, she's just a shameless whore. Chen Tong's fans, don't make things sound so bad. Things aren't clear yet. Can you guys shut up? The netizens were in an uproar. Some were shocked, some didn't believe it, and some were humiliating Ding Shan. This was the first time Ding Shan's scandal was exposed since she became a recluse. Among Ding Shan's fans, some fans who didn't know her well could not accept this and immediately announced that they would no longer like Ding Shan. Chen Tong's fans were spreading ridiculing remarks about Ding Shan. Seeing that Ding Shan's scandal was exposed, they were even happier than they were during the new year. Sister Shan, what should we do? Xiao Zhao looked at the insults directed at Ding Shan on the internet and trembled with anger. Should I ask the studio to make a statement? I can't let these people continue to slander you. Compared to the anxious Xiao Zhao, the current Ding Shan was terrifyingly calm. It turned out that those people had already taken these photos in the hall. These photos were taken from very tricky angles. From the perspective of the netizens, it was indeed easy to cause misunderstandings. Not to mention, in the end, Ding Shan went into the elevator with those people. This proved that Ding Shan did not resist at all. It would also make the netizens, not in the know, think she was willing to degenerate. This was indeed a vicious move. If Ding Shan couldn't explain this matter, her reputation would be ruined entirely. Xiao Zhao went out to take a call and came back with a pale face. Sister Shan, Kaipua called to ask about it. What should we do now? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the popularity of this matter still had not subsided. The related topic had been on the hot search for a few hours, and some netizens who did not pay much attention to the entertainment industry had noticed it. Under everyone's attention, Ding Shan finally posted a Weibo message with only a few words: I didn't do it. I won't admit it. The studio is gathering evidence. At the same time, Time Studio also issued a warning letter. However, Ding Shan and her studio's statement obviously couldn't stop the rumors. Those who hated Ding Shan became even smugger, saying that Ding Shan was just being stubborn, and in fact, she couldn't produce any evidence. Time Studio, which had appeared in the public eye for the second time, was also ridiculed. Someone posted a warning on Weibo and said sarcastically, "Are you going to send me a lawyer's letter? I'm so scared. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. And you won't let the netizens discuss it." 338 Chapter 338 Clarification. Affected by Ding Shan's incident, the Weibo comments section of Idol Creation Camp and the other 4 coaches also fell. The comments section was filled with angry comments against artists with lousy track records. The netizens were all asking for an explanation from the festival group. They didn't want an immoral female artiste appearing on the show. Someone asked Chen Tong on her Weibo if she had noticed that Ding Shan was with a rich man. Initially, Chen Tong could have chosen not to answer these questions because the other 3 mentors had chosen to ignore them. However, Chen Tong replied to this netizen, "I have a pretty good impression of senior Ding Shan. Maybe everyone has a different goal. Everyone, please don't blame her. She's already on the verge of a mental breakdown these days." Chen Tong's reply expressed her sympathy for Ding Shan and also showed her kindness. However, when Xiao Zhao saw Chen Tong's response, she only wanted to spit on the ground. Bah! Isn't she just trying to lead the netizens to think that Sister Shan had done those things? And an emotional breakdown? We've never even seen that before. Xiao Zhao growled. She wished she could teleport to Chen Tong and give her 2 tight slaps. Ding Shan did not get angry at Chen Tong's words. Instead, she laughed. "You can't hold it in anymore." However, at this moment, Ding Shan was a little confused. She initially analyzed that Chen Tong arranged everything that happened last night, but after seeing Chen Tong's stupid speech today, she felt that with Chen Tong's intelligence, she couldn't have thought of such a perfect plan. Could it be that there were other people involved in this? She could only investigate this slowly in the future. The most important thing now was to solve this matter. The evidence of her counterattack was almost sorted out, and it was time to release it. At 7:30 that night, Ding Shan posted a Weibo post, explaining in detail the identities of Wang Shi and the other 2 and explaining that she went to discuss the cooperation with the sponsor that night. Seeing Ding Shan's Weibo post, Chen Tong sneered. She couldn't have thought that these few words could explain the whole thing, right? If I don't believe it, will the netizens believe it? Ding Shan, it seems like you're done for this time. Who asked you to offend me? Chen Tong's smug smile didn't even last for a minute before Ding Shan posted another audio. Clicking into the audio, the content was the negotiation between Ding Shan and the other party at the dining table last night. Part of the audio was edited, but from the part of the audio that was released, Ding Shan did meet with the other party with the purpose of negotiation. In the audio, Xiao Zhao also questioned the other party for his harassment and offense against Ding Shan. The other party's representative, President Li, even apologized to Ding Shan for this matter. This audio was enough to prove that Ding Shan was a victim. She sincerely went to explain to the other party why she couldn't cooperate, but she was schemed against by the other party. Not only was she sexually harassed, but someone also secretly took photos and posted them on the internet, causing her to be insulted by the entire internet. This 180-degree reverse transfer was shocking to the netizens. Many netizens who had scolded Ding Shan for being shameless initially were speechless. The entire day after this incident had fermented, Ding Shan's fans were despised no matter where they went. The fans who had insisted on believing in Ding Shan were under tremendous psychological pressure. They did not choose to join the team that insulted Ding Shan. They believed in Ding Shan's character. Time Studio quickly came up with a long list of names. On it were the marketing accounts that had deliberately distorted the facts in this incident and some netizens who had launched personal attacks or cursed Ding Shan. Time Studio said, "Celebrities are allowed to be monitored by the public, but they are not allowed to be insulted and slandered without reason. Before the facts are investigated, the comments of these marketing accounts and netizens have constituted cyber violence. The studio reserves the right to sue. The internet is not an illegal place. Please speak with caution and abide by the moral bottom line." The scandal had been cleared up. The biggest victim of this incident, Ding Shan, had initially been insulted by the entire internet. After the evidence was released, many netizens who had misunderstood her apologized to her on her Weibo. At the same time, some of Ding Shan's loyal fans also posted comments. "For the entire day today, my world was dark and gloomy. I saw everyone insulting Ding Shan, and my friends even came to care for me after hearing about this, asking me not to be too sad. But I'm the only one who knows that Ding Shan isn't that kind of person. The world can choose not to believe her, but I believe in her. What made me happy was that she proved to the fans who persevered that she's still the original clean Ding Shan, no matter how dirty the industry is. She didn't let anyone down." 339 Chapter 339. Dealing with the King's Stone. After the entertainment party ended, there was news from the hospital that Wang Shi had woken up. Ding Shan didn't want to go to the hospital to see a person she hated the most, but things had to be understood. She also had some things to ask Wang Shi. Just as she was about to set off, her phone suddenly rang. When she picked up the call, Xiang Hong's voice could be heard. "Yin Hui and I are already in the hospital. You don't have to come over. We will settle this." Ding Shan was about to speak, but Xiang Hong seemed to know what she would say. "I'll get to the bottom of it before dealing with him. Don't worry, handle it." How was he going to deal with Wang Shi? Ding Shan always felt his tone was gloomy and scary when he said this word. Right now, in the ward, next to Wang Shi's bed, seeing Xiang Hong hang up the phone, Yin Hui, standing beside him, immediately said, "Do you want to do it, or should I do it? Why don't I do it? I'm afraid that you'll accidentally kill him. It's not good to let someone die." Upon hearing this, Wang Shi, whose mouth was taped shut, whimpered in horror. He struggled like a worm, but his hands and feet were tied, and he couldn't move. Xiang Hong walked to Wang Shi and tore off the tape. Wang Shi took a deep breath and said, "You dare to touch me? Do you know who my uncle is?" "Your uncle? Your uncle is nothing. Do you know who he is? Even the king of hell will praise your courage if you dare to touch his woman." Yin Hui directly slapped Wang Shi's head. "I advise you not to be so arrogant. Immediately treat yourself as a grandson. Who knows, you might be able to save your dog life." Wang Shi knew Yin Hui's identity. Hearing Yin Hui's words, this man's identity might be higher than Yin Hui's. Wang Shi suddenly felt a little guilty. He didn't dare to be presumptuous and hurriedly explained, "Don't blame me, it's all that bitch Chen Tong's fault. She told me to sleep with Ding Shan if I paid her. How would I know that Ding Shan is this man's woman? I didn't sleep with Ding Shan. She punched me before I touched her." Wang Shi spoke for a long time, and the general meaning was that he didn't sleep with Ding Shan, and the money he used to bribe President Li and the other two people were gone. In the end, he was even beaten up by Ding Shan. He was the most innocent one. Yin Hui glanced at Xiang Hong, and after half a second, he was so scared that he looked away. Xiang Hong didn't say anything harsh and just looked at Wang Shi calmly. However, Wang Shi felt that Xiang Hong's gaze was even more terrifying than the god of death. Being looked at like that, Wang Shi had the illusion that he was already a corpse. The next day, Ding Shan woke up to find a friend request on her phone. After accepting it, the other party didn't say anything. Ding Shan thought for a moment and asked, X. After a few minutes, the other party seemed to have finished their work and replied, "The Honorable Miss Ding doesn't want to add me as a friend. I have no choice but to take the initiative." His words sounded sour, and Ding Shan was a little embarrassed. She could only explain, "You know that my identity is prone to trouble, so I don't usually add unimportant friends." "Oh, I know. I'm not important." Ding Shan could feel the anger that was about to overflow from the other party's words, so she had to change the topic immediately. "I didn't mean it that way. By the way, how's Wang Shi? How did Yin Hui talk to him? I feel that his identity is not ordinary." Wang Shi? Xiang Hong didn't know how Wang Shi was doing, but he should still be on his last breath. In short, he wouldn't die. He's fine. There's still Chen Tong. What do you plan to do? Xiang Hong asked. Thinking of Chen Tong, Ding Shan felt a little troubled. From a personal point of view, she would never let Chen Tong off, but Chen Tong was also the program's coach. The show would be affected if she retaliated against Chen Tong without considering the consequences. Ding Shan did not want anything to happen to the variety show. Before Ding Shan could say anything, Xiang Hong said, "I know. You don't plan to do anything, do you?" Ding Shan was silent. Why did this mysterious person X seem to know what she was thinking? The feeling of being seen through at once was bizarre. "I'll deal with her, but it won't affect the show's broadcast." Ding Shan did not deny Xiang Hong's words. "If you trust me, I can help you." Xiang Hong remained silent for 2 seconds and then said indifferently, "You've already helped me a lot. I'm embarrassed to trouble you again." Ding Shan didn't like to owe too many favors, especially since Xiang Hong was different from the others. "Oh, then how could you have the nerve to trouble me that night?" The man's voice had a tinge of electric current on the phone, which was intense and pleasant to the ear. 340 Chapter 340, Music Festival. Ding Shan's ears immediately turned red when she heard, "that night." Why couldn't he forget about that? Ding Shan wanted to hang up the phone immediately, but she resisted this urge. She took a deep breath and was about to speak when Xiang Hong said, "I guess you're going to emphasize again that that night was an accident." Ding Shan was silent. She was indeed prepared to say that. Could this person be a mind reader? How could he guess her thoughts so accurately? "All right, I won't tease you anymore. I don't have any other intentions. It's just that I'm different from you. You don't want to take responsibility, but I'm not that kind of person. I want to help you, and I don't need you to repay me." "All right, I still have to rehearse. I'll see you later, Miss Ding." The man hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Ding Shan did not even have time to think about what he had just said. After returning to her senses, Ding Shan felt that she had been deeply misunderstood. What did he mean by she didn't want to take responsibility? He said it like she was a scumbag who played with his feelings. She didn't want to do that day. Sigh, I really can't explain it. Ding Shan massaged her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. "Sister Shan, most of the misunderstandings on the internet have been cleared up. Also, some netizens have found out Wang Shi's identity. His uncle is a high-ranking provincial official and is such a high-ranking relative. No wonder he dared to have ideas about you." Xiao Zhao had been paying attention to the news on the internet for the past 2 days. She was worried when she learned about Wang Shi's identity and background. "Do you think this matter will end up like this? The topics and terms about you on Weibo are trendy, but the real-time search list doesn't show them. HMPH, Wang Shi's uncle doesn't want this matter to involve him. I'm guessing he's the one who's suppressing the heat of this matter." Xiao Zhao growled. Hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Ding Shan laughed. "All right, don't be too angry. Anyway, I'd already beaten him up that day. He'll probably be in bed for a month or 2 before he can get up." Ding Shan knew that the world was unfair. She had to do her best to protect herself, but some people could safely leave after doing something terrible. On the surface, Ding Shan was comforting Xiao Zhao, but she was also reassuring herself. What else could she do? Was she going to die together with Wang Shi and the others? For the disadvantaged, perhaps the only way to achieve fairness was to have both sides suffer. "Oh right, Sister Shan, how did you get that recording? Did you?" Xiao Zhao looked at Ding Shan curiously. Ding Shan nodded. "In the main hall, I sensed that something was wrong. I was worried they would do something to us later, so I secretly opened the phone recording software. I didn't expect it to come in handy. The experience in the Ding family raised Ding Shan's awareness of danger, and she also learned to use some means to protect herself. After Ding Shan's sexual harassment incident sparked a wave of public opinion, many netizens also boycotted and criticized the Golden Sun brand. The netizens demanded that the Golden Sun apologize to Ding Shan and deal with Wang Shi seriously. The Golden Sun brand had been in contact with Ding Shan for the past 2 days, hoping she would make a public statement to appease the netizens. Ding Shan told Xiao Zhao to ignore the other party. Wang Shi caused this matter, but the Golden Sun didn't think about how to solve the source of the problem. Instead, they came to her, the victim, and she wanted her to solve it. In your dreams, Sister Shan, the festival team will be holding a small music festival at the film park on Saturday night. They've invited a few male idol groups. You'll be there too, so they're asking if you'd like to perform on stage. Xiao Zhao flipped through the schedule and reminded Ding Shan of her upcoming schedule. Ding Shan slowly shook her head. I won't be performing. The festival group organized this music festival to enrich the show's content and invite some famous idol groups to perform and set role models for the trainees. The trainees could learn a lot from being able to experience other people's stage performances up close. Yin Hui had indeed spent a lot of effort to invite these famous idol groups to perform. He was afraid that he had to spend a lot of money, as expected of young Master Yin. With such a high budget, regular programs wouldn't even consider it. Sister Shan, I'm afraid Chen Tong will be smug again if you don't participate in the performance. I heard she has prepared 2 programs as if she's afraid that people don't know she can sing. Xiao Zhao rolled her eyes, and her tone was full of disdain. 341 Chapter 341 Showdown. Chen Tong, Ding Shan's eyes narrowed, revealing a complex and dangerous look. Ding Shan was a person who didn't like to cause trouble, but there were always people who would take the initiative to find trouble with her. Chen Tong still didn't show any signs of repentance for this matter. Did she think she didn't have to bear any responsibility just because she wasn't found out? Soon, it was the day of the music festival, held in a nearby stadium. There were already several signboards and giant posters on the scene, with balloons and ribbons decorating the center of the venue. The stage was relatively small as it was only a small music festival held by the festival group. Behind the circular stage, an LCD screen was rolling out the festival group's promotional video. There were 2 long tables on both sides of the stage with all kinds of food and drinks on them for the trainees to take. Wow, the atmosphere is so good. If someone doesn't cause trouble, I think this variety show would be perfect. Xiao Zhao tasted a piece of cake and said emotionally. Ding Shan was standing next to Xiao Zhao. She wore a long dress of matching colors today, making her look exotic. As soon as she arrived, many trainees looked at Ding Shan in amazement. Soon, the MC walked up to the stage, picked up the microphone, and announced the official start of the music festival. After that, a few well-known bands went on stage to perform. As the coach, Su Yan went on stage to sing a song. Immediately after, Chen Tong, dressed up very dazzlingly, went on stage. This time, Chen Tong was well prepared. There were no mistakes in the 2 songs. She sang and danced on the stage, interacting with the camera as if this music festival was her small concert. After Chen Tong finished singing, she bowed to the audience with a smile. There was no panic or uneasiness on her face. After walking off the stage, Chen Tong asked her assistant breathlessly, "How was my singing?" "It's just like a CD player playing it directly. It's perfect." Naturally, the assistant did not dare to point out the flaws in Chen Tong's performance. After a bunch of words of praise, Chen Tong was indeed happy. She snorted, "Of course, I'm a professional. Look at that Ding Shan. She didn't even dare to perform live. I'm afraid she's guilty." Chen Tong asked her assistant to bring her another dress she had prepared. She had prepared 3 sets of clothes to be in the limelight on this day of the music festival. She might even have moved her closet over if the situation had allowed. After the assistant left, Chen Tong was about to go to the lounge to sit for a while. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of her eyes. Then, her arm was grabbed by someone, and she was dragged to the side of the stairs. Before Chen Tong could curse, she saw Ding Shan with a cold smile on her face. She asked, Did you just say that I'm guilty? You eavesdropped on our conversation, Chen Tong said in anger and shock. At the same time, she looked at the exit and prepared to leave. Ding Shan's gaze made her feel very uneasy. I've been waiting for you here all this time. It's just that Instructor Chen Tong was too proud and didn't notice me. But I'm baffled. If the perpetrator doesn't feel guilty, why did she say I, the victim, was guilty? Ding Shan slowly approached Chen Tong, her voice as cold as ice. What are you saying? I don't understand what you're saying. Chen Tong was a little flustered and roared. What, you're blaming me for almost being raped? I wasn't at the scene. What evidence do you have to prove that I did it? Before Ding Shan could say what it was, Chen Tong had already brought it up. Ding Shan sneered. Chen Tong, I haven't even said anything, and you're already so anxious. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. I have nothing to do with this matter anyway. Chen Tong lifted her feet and walked to the exit of the stairwell, ready to leave this place as soon as possible. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chen Tong's hair and dragged her back. Chen Tong screamed, but she was carried to the top of the stairs by Ding Shan. Chen Tong's body was suspended in the air, and she felt like she would fall down the stairs in the next second. She was so frightened that she screamed, Ding Shan, what are you doing? I'm a teacher. How dare you lay a hand on me? You dared to hit me. I'm just doing what you've done to me. You can't take it anymore. Ding Shan's voice echoed in the empty stairwell as if a ghost had crawled out of hell to take her life. Chen Tong was so scared that tears were about to fall. I admit that I did it, but I was forced. At this time, Chen Tong knew that denying it was useless, so she could only try her best to push the responsibility away. 342 Chapter 342. Mrs. Lin. Forced. What was the meaning of this? Seeing that Ding Shan still hadn't let go, Chen Tong panicked. If you don't stop, I'll call for help. I'll tell everyone that you bullied me. Hearing Chen Tong's words, Ding Shan laughed. Sure, then go ahead and say it. Thanks to you, the netizens now know that I've been sexually harassed. In everyone's eyes, I'm the most pitiful victim. You can say I'm bullying you, see if anyone will believe your nonsense. On the internet, Ding Shan was now the victim that everyone sympathized with. Now that Chen Tong said that Ding Shan was bullying her, the netizens would not believe Chen Tong's words, having learned their lesson from the previous incident. Chen Tong didn't expect that threatening Ding Shan would be useless. She suddenly felt guilty. She was afraid that Ding Shan would take revenge on her. Chen Tong also thought of another possibility. Could it be that Wang Shi raped Ding Shan? Ding Shan had yet to report this to the police, perhaps because she was afraid that once this matter blew up, everyone would know that she had slept with Wang Shi, so she chose to keep a low profile. If Ding Shan was forced to have sex with Wang Shi, then Ding Shan must hate her to death. If she went crazy, she might do anything. Chen Tong was nervous and scared. After hesitating, she said, You can only blame your bad luck. Who asked you to provoke someone you shouldn't have? This was the second time Chen Tong had mentioned a third party. Ding Shan frowned and tightened her fingers. Chen Tong suddenly screamed in fear. Who is that person you're talking about? Tell me, and I'll let you go, otherwise, don't forget, I still have something on you. And if I want to go against you, I can guarantee that even with Mr. Wang's protection, I can still destroy your reputation. Ding Shan's tone was very calm, but Chen Tong could hear its absolute ruthlessness. She knew that Ding Shan was not someone who liked to joke around. Chen Tong hesitated for a few seconds with a conflicted look in her eyes. Finally, she took a long breath and said, I'm not too sure about the other party's identity. It was Mr. Wang who asked me to do this at the last minute. However, he was drunk once and mentioned Madam Lin. I think it has something to do with this person. Madam Lin. Ding Shan's heart was shrouded in a cloud of suspicion. She didn't wholly believe Chen Tong's words for the time being, but she remembered the information Chen Tong had revealed. Whether or not Chen Tong was telling the truth, she still had to find out slowly. Ding Shan slowly let go of Chen Tong. Chen Tong's body suddenly lost support and almost fell. She grabbed the handrail of the stairs in a sorry state and looked at Ding Shan in panic and fear. Ding Shan glanced at her coldly. This is my last warning to you. Please don't mess with me in the future. Next time, I'm afraid you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Chen Tong gritted her teeth. She was unwilling but didn't dare to say anything in the end and left in silence. Seeing Chen Tong leave, Xiao Zhao, who was standing at the door of the stairwell keeping watch for Ding Shan, walked to Ding Shan's side and whispered, "Sister Shan, are we just going to let her go?" Indeed, compared to what Ding Shan had experienced, the price Chen Tong had paid was far from enough. "Then what else can I do?" Ding Shan said slowly. "Do you want me to do the same to her and frame her? I can't do that kind of thing. Besides, Chen Tong is afraid of me now because I still have something on her. If I push her too hard, she might do something crazy, which will be bad for me." To Ding Shan, it was enough to make Chen Tong not dare to go against her in the future. Chen Tong was an extreme person, and if she forced this kind of person to a dead end, she would only bounce back, and by then, she would be in big trouble. Xiao Zhao nodded in understanding. Besides, Ding Shan thought of something and looked into the distance. "Didn't he say he would help me? I'd like to see what he's going to do." The second episode of Idol Creation Camp was released soon. This episode was the training room version. The content mainly presented the scene of trainees training under the guidance of instructors. There was no excellent stage for this episode, only the practical life in the training room. Although this episode was not as gorgeous and exciting as the first one, the audience could witness the trainees' training process and feel each trainee's unique personality and quality. The audience could accompany the trainees they liked to slowly improve and obtain a kind of happiness of cultivation. The popularity of variety shows has always been high. The show's latest episode had just been released, and online viewers had reached 26 million. 343 Chapter 343. The second episode. Ding Shan was also paying attention to this episode of the show. As she watched the show, she analyzed the audience's current views on the show and the various trainees through the bullet comments. According to the comments, the already popular trainees still attracted a lot of attention. Some newcomers with good looks and abilities gained many fans quickly and became the dark horses of the show. Some of the trainees who had average performances but worked very hard also received the acknowledgement of the audience. Of course, some trainees exploded in popularity because of their oddities, and the representative of this type of trainee was Wang Le. Wang Le was just an ordinary worker kicked onto the stage by an entertainment company at the last minute. His passive performance in the training room formed a strong contrast with the other trainees. Initially, everyone thought such a trainee would be eliminated in the first round of audience voting. However, they did not expect that in this episode's bullet comments, the frequency of discussion about Wang Le had exceeded 90% of the trainees. The audience expressed, "Wang Le looks too much like me at work. He's practically the trainee version of me. That's so funny. I can tell that he wants to get off work. I guess he's the happiest out of all the contestants who were eliminated in the first round. No, I won't let Wang Le be eliminated. I love to see him being forced to work like this. I'm already a fan of Wang Le, so I'll get my friends to vote for Wang Le. I'll work hard to vote for you to make it to the last episode. Do you want to get off work? That's impossible. You're too despicable. You're in the rain, so you want to take someone else's umbrella. However, I also want to see Wang Le's expression when he discovers he hasn't been eliminated. I won't say anymore. I'll vote now." Ding Shan did not expect the netizens to be so interested in such a depressed and gloomy contestant like Wang Le. She flipped through the real-time voting rankings and discovered that Wang Le was currently ranked 31st. Although this ranking wasn't very high, for an ordinary person with no fan base and no acting experience, this could be said to be incredible. Ding Shan laughed helplessly. She was also a little touched by the audience's pranking mentality. She suddenly felt a little curious, if Wang Le, who had been happily preparing to be eliminated, saw his ranking, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Besides Wang Le, the other trainee whose popularity had increased explosively in the first episode was Mysterious X. In just one night, Mysterious X had become one of the top 3 on the leaderboard with his unquestionable super good looks and all-rounded ace performance. As the statistics on the leaderboard changed in real time, the other trainees' rankings kept fluctuating, but Mysterious X was firmly in the top 3. The speed of the votes was very stable and was getting increasingly faster. Oh my god, I have a feeling that this Mysterious X will become the hottest topic of this variety show. Sister Shan, if he's an artiste from our company, aren't we going to be rich? Xiao Zhao's tone was excited, and her eyes glistened with the greed of a money grubber. He's simply a walking money tree. Ding Shan thought, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Even if I sign Wen Xiu, I won't sign Mysterious X. At the same time, Yin Hui was also very excited. He looked at the data list, and his mouth was in an O shape. Old Xiang, why do you want to start a business? You should have joined the entertainment industry earlier. With your qualities, you're a natural idol. It's all my fault for not discovering your potential earlier. Don't worry, you won't be buried here with me. I'll train you to become a superstar in the entertainment industry. Yin Hui looked at Xiang Hong with his bright eyes. As he spoke, he gestured as if the man in front of him was no longer a person but a substantial gold mountain. Xiang Hong only glanced at the data list indifferently. There was no excitement on his face. Then he turned to look at Yin Hui as if he was looking at a strange creature, as if he was disdainful of Yin Hui's lack of knowledge. What was there to be surprised about? As long as Xiang Hong tried his best to do something, there was no possibility of failure. No need. I'm not interested in money, and I'm even less interested in you. Xiang Hong decisively shattered Yin Hui's beautiful images of the future. Yin Hui felt highly wronged. He looked at Xiang Hong with hidden bitterness and said sourly, right, you're only interested in someone, even if she doesn't know who you are. 344 Chapter 344 Malicious Score. Xiang Hong glanced at Yin Hui coldly, and Yin Hui suddenly felt a chill spread to his heart. He almost forgot that no one in this world could provoke Xiang Hong. If there was, Yin Hui hoped that someone could introduce him to him. I mean, why haven't you told her your true identity? Wouldn't that affect your progress? Yin Hui tried to beautify his arrogant attitude. However, Yin Hui was indeed a little suspicious. Previously, when Ding Shan asked about his relationship with Xiang Hong, it seemed that Xiang Hong did not want to reveal his identity. Hearing Yin Hui's question, Xiang Hong came up with an answer in his mind. However, he didn't plan to tell Yin Hui the answer because it would embarrass him. Ding Shan didn't seem to care about his identity at all. Perhaps Ding Shan had guessed that he wasn't an ordinary person, but she didn't have any unnecessary curiosity about him. Instead, she had been trying to draw a clear line between them. In the past, although Xiang Hong had never proven his charm in love, he had always been in a high position in human communication. He had never experienced being rejected and pushed away by others. For the first time, he wondered if he was not attractive enough to the opposite sex. Perhaps Ding Shan would not have unique feelings for a man like him. Perhaps that night at Ding Shan's place had no other meaning. Xiang Hong bit his lips, his index finger rubbing the button on his left sleeve. Many uncertain thoughts flashed through his mind, and at the end of these questions that he could not grasp, he gradually recalled Ding Shan's evasive eyes when she looked at him. After the second episode broadcast, many posts appeared on the internet. They analyzed the strength of the 5 coaches' teams and predicted which team would win the title of the strongest team. Ding Shan had also seen some posts, and there were still many people comparing her team with Chen Tong's team. These marketing accounts, eager to see the world in chaos, knew how to create contradictions and let the netizens actively participate in the discussion. Li Yang wasn't a celebrity, so she didn't have popularity. Su Yang and Chen 11 were only famous in the music industry. The two usually focused on their music and rarely appeared on the entertainment hot search list. There was no conflict between the two. Ding Shan and Chen Tong were both well-known female stars in the entertainment industry and frequent on the entertainment hot search list. Comparing the two was enough to make the audience want to discuss it, even if there was no breaking news. Just when the number of supporters for the two teams was equal, there was suddenly a tiny rumor. Chen Tong maliciously gave marks during the first evaluation and lowered the scores of the Ding Shan battle team members. It is suspected that the official score table has been leaked. The moment this news was released, it attracted the attention of many netizens. As long as the netizens had watched this variety show, they were all discussing the authenticity of this gossip. A screenshot of the score table was released, which was said to be given by the official internal mentors. After the analysis of netizens, this screenshot was highly likely to be true. For a time, Chen Tong's malicious rating became the hottest topic in variety shows. Chen Tong had always dreamed of being as popular as Ding Shan. Now, her popularity had finally arrived, but in a disgraceful way. Chen Tong's company quickly released a public statement, stating that these rumors were false and that Chen Tong did not do such a thing. The netizens naturally didn't believe it and started arguing over the statement. The fans of the other trainees expressed angrily, Chen Tong had maliciously given them a low score. Although it would not affect their idol's score, this meant that there was some unfairness in the show. If they did not care about Chen Tong's malice this time, what would they do if the other coaches maliciously gave their scores the next time? Chen Tong's fans had been denying it. Their reason was that the official website had not confirmed the actual screenshot. Someone must have been spreading malicious rumors behind Chen Tong's back. It could be a female mentor who was competing with Chen Tong. Some of the ordinary netizens saw that Chen Tong's fans still wanted to drag Ding Shan into this at a time like this, and their impression of Chen Tong's fans was terrible. Since the show started, I've never seen Ding Shan take the initiative to cause trouble for Chen Tong. However, Chen Tong has hinted at negative news about Ding Shan in her Weibo comment section. Chen Tong doesn't care about her fans and always lets them attack and insult Ding Shan. I'm not a fan of either of them, but from the looks of it, it's obvious who's the one with the worst character. 345 Chapter 345. Snatching the role. Seeing that the public opinion online was basically in Ding Shan's favor, Xiao Zhao was overjoyed and said to Ding Shan, "Sister Shan, look, Chen Tong and her fans are trying to defame you all day, but in the end, the ordinary audience has started to sympathize with you. The audience isn't a child, they can analyze and judge. Perhaps once or twice, they might be deceived by some false words, but after so many public opinions, they will be able to see the problem with Chen Tong and her fans." Ding Shan smiled calmly. She didn't even participate this time, but the netizens were all standing on her side. She was surprised and also felt flattered. When she thought about it this way, Chen Tong's previous slander of her had helped her to build up popularity in the hearts of ordinary people. Many ordinary netizens had also misunderstood Ding Shan before. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, many felt guilty for insulting and questioning Ding Shan. Although these people would not immediately become Ding Shan's fans, this guilt would make them consider standing on Ding Shan's side in future public opinion. We'll see what the officials say next. They'll have to give a response to this matter, or it'll affect the show, Xiao Zhao said. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Ding Shan, and the person who should have been worried was not Ding Shan. Xiao Zhao did not mention it again, but she thought of something and whispered to Ding Shan, "By the way, Sister Shan, I heard that Yang Lu went outside to borrow a dress without the company's knowledge." The two parties seemed to have a serious argument when the company found out. Yang Lu didn't have any new works released during this time. Even if she had a conflict with the company, netizens only discussed it in a small circle for 2 days. Soon, no one paid attention to this matter. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Zhao always paid attention to the big and small news in the entertainment industry, she probably wouldn't have known about this. Her company is indeed not good enough. Ding Shan gave a simple evaluation. The Ding family had scammed Ding Shan, but now she was out of it. Yang Lu, on the other hand, was not so lucky. She was still struggling with her garbage company. "Yeah, that's too much. I have a friend who happens to be working at Yang Lu's company. We talked about this, and she told me that Yang Lu has recently had a vital role, and she might lose it. It's that serious." Ding Shan frowned. For Yang Lu, good resources were too important. At her age, she was no longer at an advantage among a group of young girls who had just entered the entertainment industry. Unlike female stars like Ding Shan, who had representative works and continued to be popular, she was not much of a competitor. For Yang Lu, having an important role stolen from her was a significant event that could affect her career. Yeah, it seems that Yang Lu fought for that role herself. The company didn't care about her at all these years and even took on a lot of bad movies for her. She probably wanted to look for an opportunity on her own, but as soon as she found it, she was replaced by someone else. After the company found out that Yang Lu had privately borrowed a gown from someone else, they also found out that Yang Lu was going to use half a year to prepare for a new show. To them, Yang Lu's most significant value now was to shoot more commercial movies and TV dramas and take on more advertising endorsements. If they let Yang Lu spend half a year shooting a new show, the company would lose a lot of money. However, after the company learned about the movie, they felt it was not bad. If the box office and reputation were good after it was released, the role played by Yang Lu might also become popular. However, from the company's point of view, Yang Lu, who had borrowed the dress privately, had begun to challenge the company's authority. They were not prepared to let Yang Lu film this movie. In the end, before the filming started, the company found a new actress who also walked the same sexy and beautiful route in the company. She discussed with the director team behind Yang Lu's back to see if they could change her. They said that Yang Lu's schedule for the second half of the year was very tight, and she couldn't spare so much time to prepare for this film, and this newcomer wouldn't have this problem. The company also knew that the new drama was about to start shooting. It would be troublesome for the director's team to audition for a suitable role at this time slowly. In addition, the newcomer was also very capable. Although her acting skills were not as good as Yang Lu's, she had a good appearance and temperament. After some discussion, the two sides agreed. Yang Lu was replaced just like that. 346 Chapter 346. I'll help you. What happened to Yang Lu was a common occurrence in the industry. Ding Shan felt that she could still tolerate the humiliation and helplessness with her temper, but Yang Lu was a proud person. She was afraid that she would not be able to accept it if something like this happened to her. Ding Shan couldn't even imagine how Yang Lu managed to stay in this company all these years. If she were to work in a better company, Yang Lu's potential would definitely be developed to the greatest extent. Thinking of this, Ding Shan thought for a moment and said to Xiao Zhao, "Help me contact Yang Lu. I want to see her." Xiao Zhao looked at Ding Shan in surprise. "Sister Shan, are you going to comfort her?" Xiao Zhao knew that Yang Lu and Ding Shan had some conflicts in the past. She also knew that Ding Shan did not hate Yang Lu. However, their relationship was not good enough for them to be called friends. It was not Ding Shan's place to comfort Yang Lu. She's not someone who needs comfort. I'm looking for her for something else. A few days later, Ding Shan and Xiao Zhao took a plane to the city where Yang Lu was currently staying. When they arrived at a low-key restaurant, Ding Shan saw Yang Lu sitting at the dining table, flipping through a fashion magazine. "Sister Shan, you can chat first. I'll wait for you in the lobby." Xiao Zhao took Ding Shan's bag and the coat she had taken off. Ding Shan walked over to Yang Lu and sat down slowly. She took off her sunglasses and gave her a normal smile. "Long time no see." Yang Lu closed the magazine and raised her head. Although her makeup was still perfect today, Ding Shan seemed to be able to see the fatigue in the depths of her eyes through her light gray eyes. "It's been a long time indeed. If you didn't make the request, we wouldn't have to meet. Miss Ding is a popular variety show mentor now. I don't dare to claim connections with her." Yang Lu curved her red lips and looked at Ding Shan with a cold smile. Ding Shan knew that was Yang Lu's style of speaking, so she didn't argue with her. She ordered 2 cups of flower tea and looked like she was ready to have a good conversation with Yang Lu. "I don't like flower tea." Yang Lu frowned. "You can try it. The flower tea in this shop is different from the ones outside. It soothes the heart and lowers the heat." Ding Shan's last sentence obviously made Yang Lu think of something. Her face suddenly stiffened. "Did you come here today to mock me?" Yang Lu sneered and leaned against the back of the sofa indifferently. "That's right. I'm sure this little thing has already spread. It's normal for people to laugh at me after dinner. You should know that I'm not that kind of person. Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed to meet me today." Ding Shan was like a ball of cotton with a good temper. She was not affected by Yang Lu's bad temper at all. Yang Lu was like a boxer without an opponent. She had nothing to vent her anger on, and she was extremely depressed. "Don't be so smug. Do you still think that you have a good image in my heart? Don't think too highly of yourself." Yang Lu snorted. The waiter served 2 exquisite white porcelain teacups. Ding Shan took a sip and said slowly, "I won't beat around the bush with you. I know you're in a difficult situation. I have a way to help you get out of it." Yang Lu didn't look surprised, but the look in her eyes changed a few times. After a few seconds of silence, she looked at Ding Shan contemptuously. "What can you do? Why are you helping me? Don't tell me you're doing charity. There is a way, but I'm not the one who will help you. I can give you some hints, but you'll have to do the rest yourself. As for why I'm helping you," Ding Shan took out a name card and handed it to Yang Lu. Yang Lu took the business card. Time Studio was printed on it with its logo and cursive characters. Below it was Ding Shan's name and position. Yang Lu was stunned for 2 seconds, and her face finally showed a surprised expression. She raised her head and looked at Ding Shan. You? Yes, I'm the founder and boss of Time Studio. I would like to invite you to our studio, Ding Shan said calmly. Yang Lu took some time to calm down. She put the business card on the table, but she didn't keep it or return it to Ding Shan. Then I should call you Boss Ding. Your studio hasn't been established for long, right? I haven't heard much about it in the industry. Since you're here, I'll be more direct. Are you here to pick up trash or to poach? 347 Chapter 347. I guess you didn't bring an umbrella. If it was the former, it proved that Ding Shan only wanted to take Yang Lu away from her current predicament. She was afraid the treatment she would give her would not be very good. If it were the latter, the following conversation would be necessary to continue. Yang Lu was a person with dignity. She could accept Ding Shan's mockery, but she could not accept Ding Shan's charity. I'm here to invest. Ding Shan revealed a smile and did not have any intention to explain. Yang Lu seemed to have understood what Ding Shan meant. Her eyes became complicated and conflicted again. She looked at the name card on the table. After a long time, her tone relaxed. She did not answer Ding Shan directly but asked, "You said you have a way to help me. Tell me first." Hearing Yang Lu's words, Ding Shan knew that Time Studio had probably moved her initially. Ding Shan thought it would take some time for Yang Lu to relinquish her vigilance and doubts. However, after meeting Yang Lu, although Yang Lu's attitude was not very warm, the conversation between the two went on very smoothly. Yang Lu didn't seem to doubt Ding Shan's attitude. She also didn't raise any questions to test if Ding Shan was putting on an act. Did she trust her that much? Ding Shan didn't think Yang Lu was an innocent girl who didn't have her guard up. She also didn't know she had the leadership qualities mysterious person X had that made people follow him without hesitation. Perhaps just like how she acknowledged Yang Lu as a person, the other party also believed in her character. Of course, there is a way, but you must put in more effort. And the result is uncertain, said Ding Shan. There are risks. It's fine, as long as there's hope. Yang Lu did not look like she was in despair, but an undying flame was burning in her eyes. Ding Shan thought that perhaps Yang Lu's situation these years was worse than she had imagined. After chatting with Yang Lu for about 10 minutes, Ding Shan stood up. Go back and think about it. Let me know when you've made up your mind. I'll be leaving first. If you need anything, contact me. As Ding Shan walked away, Yang Lu picked up the business card on the table and touched the gold-stamped words. Then, she put the business card in the middle of her bag. Ding Shan returned to the film park. As she registered her information at the entrance, she saw a tall man standing under an inconspicuous tree not far away. That place was indeed inconspicuous at first, but after the man stood there, he became very conspicuous. Ding Shan looked up and noticed him. Ding Shan walked towards the other party. Why are you here? As expected of the mysterious person X, he came in through President Yin's back door. He wore his uniform and ran out. No photographer dared to follow him. He was in this vast film park, and he was as relaxed as if in the garden of his own house. The weather forecast said it would rain in the afternoon. I guess you didn't bring an umbrella. Mysterious person X raised his left hand, and Ding Shan saw that he was holding a dark grey umbrella. Ding Shan was silent for 2 seconds. Why did she feel that the mysterious man's tone made it seem as if the two of them were in a very close relationship? Not only did he pay attention to her movements, but he also paid attention to whether she was caught in the rain. He even took time to pick her up at the door. Please, they weren't even friends at the moment. He was so good to her that she even suspected he would carry a gunny sack and sell her at night. Ding Shan looked up at the sky. It was cloudy and didn't look like it was going to rain. Ding Shan suspected Mysterious X was making an excuse when he said it would rain in the afternoon. Let's talk while we walk, Ding Shan said. If it rained, Ding Shan could have asked the program team to send a car to pick her up. However, with Mysterious Person X here, she could only choose the most low-key way. Fortunately, no paparazzi were taking photos in the film park, and the control was rigorous. They would not spread it outside if someone found her walking with the team members. The two walked along the path by the man-made lake in the film park. Are you too busy with work? Xiang Hong asked naturally. His tone was so relaxed that it was as if they had known each other for many years. Under Xiang Hong's guidance, the somewhat awkward atmosphere for Dingshan became a little more comfortable and leisurely. The two walked along the shore and saw the hairy reeds swaying in the wind beside the artificial lake. The lake's surface was immaculate, and a few beautiful swans were swimming around. The wind was a little cold, but it felt very comfortable when it blew on their faces. "No, I went to see A. She's not even a friend." Dingshan did not want to reveal Yang Lu's identity, so she said that. Dingshan had a hunch that she might become friends with Yang Lu, so she said this to Xiang Hong on her own accord. 348 Chapter 348 Live Stream. This was strange. Dingshan and Yang Lu had only met a few times, but they seemed to know each other well. Dingshan and Chen Tong met each other every day, and Chen Tong still believed that she was a hypocritical and disgusting woman. "Oh, I see." Xiang Hong's tone was very calm, but several thoughts flashed through his mind. Still not a friend? It meant that they wanted to develop into friends, right? Was the other party a man or a woman? Dingshan didn't seem to have any work schedule recently, so who exactly did she go to see? Xiang Hong didn't want to interfere with Dingshan's freedom, so he knew that when Dingshan left the film park, he didn't send anyone to follow her. He respected her freedom, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have doubts and worries. However, Xiang Hong did not express his concerned and doubtful thoughts. He only nodded slightly in response, as if he was not curious about this matter. Dingshan recalled the news incident where Chen Tong had maliciously given her ratings. She turned to Xiang Hong. "You were the one behind Chen Tong's incident, weren't you?" Xiang Hong revealed a cold smile. "Today, the officials will release a Weibo post to admit to the malicious grading." When the official Weibo account admitted it, Chen Tong had utterly lost her reason to refute and could only realize that she had given marks maliciously. No matter how this matter ended, it would become a black mark in Chen Tong's career. It would be tough for Chen Tong to participate in other variety shows in the future. Although this matter would not force Chen Tong into a desperate situation, it would still greatly damage her vitality. "I've already taught her a lesson." Dingshan did not expect Xiang Hong to drag the festival group into this. If the judges gave unfair marks, the audience would also have a wrong impression of the program. "I didn't make this up, I'm just telling the audience the truth. You don't have to worry that Yin Hui will feel uncomfortable. He doesn't like many of Chen Tong's actions." As for the impact of Chen Tong's incident on the show, Xiang Hong felt that there was no perfect variety show in the world. Where there were people, there would be all kinds of schemes and intrigues. Since the slogan of Idol Creation Camp was true, it was better to carry it out to the end. When she heard Xiang Hong's words, Dingshan no longer felt conflicted. She thought for a while and said to Xiang Hong, "Thank you." The wind seemed to be getting stronger. Xiang Hong looked at Dingshan, and the wind blew her long hair. From his angle, he could see her quiet and beautiful side profile and a slight ripple on the lake's surface. "By the way, I went to look for Chen Tong. She told me that there's someone else behind this." Dingshan recalled what Chen Tong had told her. Xiang Hong had helped Dingshan, and she had developed trust in him, so she shared the information she had obtained with him. "Who's that?" Xiang Hong frowned and asked. "I think she's called Madam Lin, but I don't know this person. I don't understand why this Madam Lin is targeting me." Dingshan was perplexed. After her rebirth, she did not know anyone with the surname Lin, and she couldn't offend her. She could not understand why she would set up such a trap to destroy her. Madam Lin. Upon hearing this name, a person appeared in Xiang Hong's mind. He remembered that the wife of the head of the Lin clan was called Madam Lin, but Dingshan was a celebrity. How could she have anything to do with Madam Lin? For the time being, Xiang Hong did not have any clues, so he kept this matter in his heart. That night, Idol Creation Camp officially released a Weibo post acknowledging the authenticity of the mentor's malicious scoring incident. After apologizing to the audience, they said that it would actively accept the supervision of netizens in the future and opened the mailbox of the festival group. In addition, the festival group also announced that they would change all future programs to live broadcasts. The live broadcast would start from the first public performance to ensure the absolute authenticity of the program. The netizens had been making a fuss on the official Weibo for many days, asking for an explanation. Now that they had received an official response, the netizens' emotions had significantly calmed down. Someone expressed that the production team had changed the show to a live broadcast because of Chen Tong's malicious grading. Their attitude of admitting their mistakes was excellent. I originally planned to give up on this show, but seeing the sincerity of the production team, I will continue to watch. Some people started to mock Chen Tong. Why aren't Chen Tong's fans coming out now and saying that the whole world is framing your Chen Tong? The disgusting things she did were exposed, yet you say that others have wronged you. You act like a little white rabbit, but you're a black-hearted lotus. 349 Chapter 349 Withdrawal from the competition. Most of Chen Tong's fans didn't dare to argue and remained silent. Only a small group of crazy fans still trusted Chen Tong. They said that the festival group had decided to sacrifice Chen Tong for their reputation and that it was an extremely shameless act. Ding Shan didn't pay much attention to the storm on the internet. The first public stage performance of the festival group was coming soon, and she was evaluating the students' practice progress. Because of Mysterious X's unique identity, his team was training in a particular place arranged by the festival group. Even Ding Shan had no idea how their performance was going. Just as Ding Shan was worried about Mysterious Person X's mysterious team, she saw Yin Hui looking for the stage effects director to discuss the layout of the live broadcast. After they finished their discussion, Ding Shan walked over and greeted Yin Hui. Shan, I'm sorry, we didn't notice the problem with the score last time, so your team's overall score was a little low. Yin Hui scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Ding Shan laughed. It's fine. The fairness that came late is still fair. This is not your fault. I've also talked to the trainees of my team. They also expressed that they understand the festival group. Although the Ding Shan team's trainees didn't complain about the festival group, they had a terrible impression of Chen Tong. In the past few days, they were not willing to cooperate with Chen Tong when they were recording the interaction between the instructors and trainees. Shan, you're so generous. I hope someone can learn from you and stop giving me that face all day. Yin Hui thought of a specific person and showed a disdainful expression. He then said to Ding Shan, but it'll be a live broadcast from now on. This is your first time participating in a variety show, so I'm not sure if you'll be able to adapt. Yin Hui had planned to make this variety show live from the beginning, but the technical members and planning director of the festival team had rejected his idea and told him it was too risky. Under the persuasion of these people, Yin Hui also lost the courage to do a live variety show and had to change the program into a recorded broadcast. The malicious scoring incident once again ignited the idea of making the live stream more effective. He had 4 meetings with the members of the festival group and finally got everyone to agree to make the live stream more effective. Yin Hui was highly excited at this moment. This talent show of his was about to become the first live variety show in the country. If it was successful, he would become a person who would create a new era in the history of variety entertainment. Ding Shan did not notice Yin Hui's keen eyes. She asked, how's the preparation for Mysterious Person X going? No problem. Yin Hui shook his head in confusion. I don't know either. He kept it a secret from me. I don't understand what he wants to do. Hearing Yin Hui's words, Ding Shan became even more nervous. Mysterious X's song wasn't suitable for the first public stage, and he didn't seem to have any group performance experience. What if something unexpected happened on set? Why? Are you worried about him? Yin Hui blinked his eyes twice and revealed a meaningful smile. He's my team's trainee. Shouldn't I be worried about him? Ding Shan said. Yin Hui saw that Ding Shan's serious expression did not seem fake, and he suddenly gloated. It seems that Ding Shan doesn't care about Xiang Hong that much. What was this called? The one-sided love of an ice-cold CEO? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that bastard Xiang Hong would have such a day. What are you laughing at? Ding Shan looked at Yin Hui in confusion. Yin Hui immediately became severe again. Nothing. Shan, you're right. Yin Hui and Ding Shan chatted for a while, but he left in a hurry because he still had things to do. As soon as Yin Hui left, Ding Shan turned around and saw a person at the door who was secretly looking inside. Ding Shan furrowed her brows and walked to Wen Xiao's side. Is there something you need? Wen Xiao raised his head and looked at Ding Shan. His eyes were wet, and it was hard to tell if he was about to cry or had already cried. Ding Shan jumped in shock. What was this guy up to this time? Wen Ziyu's voice was hoarse and low as he said, "Teacher Ding, I want to withdraw from the competition." Ding Shan's mind was filled with question marks. In her opinion, the person who wanted to win the championship the most in the entire team should be Wen Ziyu. Ultimately, this person tells her he wants to withdraw from the competition. Why? My father is sick. His condition is severe. The doctor said that it's very likely. Wen Ziyu's voice was choked with sobs as if he was too sad to continue. Hearing this, Ding Shan fell silent. 350 Chapter 350, Scammer. The more Wen Ziyu spoke, the sadder he became. His usually sunny and energetic face seemed shrouded in a layer of haze, but his eyes revealed a trace of strong determination in his fragility. This contradictory feeling, on the contrary, made people want to protect him. Ding Shan's gaze shifted to a spot not too far away. Sure enough, there was a photographer taking photos. Although he did not record Wen Ziyu's words, he did record Wen Ziyu's expression. Wen Ziyu controlled his expression while secretly observing. Wen Ziyu had already used this tactic of pretending to be pitiful countless times. The facts had proven that women were quickly soft-hearted creatures. Some women might not immediately develop a strong love for him, but as long as they see his fragile and pitiful side, they will be inspired to sympathize with him. After thinking he was a weak and pitiful man, women would lower their guard against him, and their sympathy would quickly turn into a good impression between men and women. Wen Ziyu used this means to trick many women into loving him. After realizing that Ding Shan wasn't an easily moved woman, Wen Ziyu thought of this pitiful trick. However, Ding Shan was all too clear on Wen Ziyu's thoughts. Because Wen Ziyu's feigned weakness and pitifulness had piqued her sympathy in her past life, she could not refuse any of his requests. Like a prey that had fallen into a spider's web, Ding Shan had fallen deeply into Wen Ziyu's lie trap. Then, she was used by Wen Ziyu until the last moment of her life. Seeing Wen Ziyu continue to use his poor acting skills to lie in front of her in this life, Ding Shan's heart was numb, but there was also a trace of anger. She had initially thought that if Wen Ziyu did not treat her in those disgusting ways in this life, or if he chose to give up on her after seeing her cold attitude, she might not continue to cause trouble for Wen Ziyu. However, she underestimated Wen Ziyu's greed. Even though she had clearly expressed her attitude, Wen Ziyu was still thinking of various ways to entrap her. Ding Shan realized that whether it was her past life or this life, Wen Ziyu was a complete liar. This point would not change even with Ding Shan's rebirth. If it were any other woman in Ding Shan's position today, Wen Ziyu would have done the same thing. He would have deceived her true feelings and used her to pave the way for his future. The depths of Ding Shan's eyes grew increasingly colder. However, she only said surprisedly, "Oh, I'm sad to hear this news, but I can't decide on this matter. I'll discuss it with the festival group." There was nothing wrong with Ding Shan's answer, but Wen Ziyu could see that Ding Shan's eyes did not have the slightest bit of sympathy or care. Wen Ziyu clenched his fist and thought resentfully, could it be that this woman's heart was made of stone? According to his analysis of Ding Shan's personal experience, Ding Shan should have been a woman who was easy to deceive. She lacked love and company and had too many emotional weaknesses. However, after interacting with Ding Shan for a while, Wen Ziyu realized that no matter how hard he tried, Ding Shan's attitude towards him never seemed to change. Even when she smiled at him sometimes, there was no warmth in her smile. He could feel that the distance between their hearts had never been closed. "Okay, Miss Ding, I understand. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll go back to training. I hope you can keep this a secret for me. I don't want to affect my teammates' mentality." As he spoke, Wen Ziyu revealed a tired smile and blinked his eyes as if he was trying to hold back his tears. Even if Ding Shan was unmoved by him, there were still scenes to be shot later. It was worth it to trick a few more audience members. After Wen Ziyu left, the team leader of the film crew ran over and asked Ding Shan what Wen Ziyu had just said to her. "Wen Ziyu's condition hasn't been right since yesterday. It's like he's been dealt a blow. He even made a few mistakes while dancing. If this continues, it'll affect his performance on stage," the head of the photography team said worriedly. Hearing this, Ding Shan felt that it was very ironic. Had he already started laying the foundations? In the next few days, Wen Ziyu trained as usual. During this period, he maintained his pained state of suffering a resounding blow. Even Ding Shan felt tired of him. Ding Shan had fantasized about Wen Ziyu's withdrawal from the competition. She did not want to see this hypocritical ex-boyfriend anymore. 351 Chapter 351. The Damned Ding Shan. However, a fantasy could only be a fantasy. Ding Shan knew that Wen Ziyu's father had always been in good health. Wen Ziyu couldn't give up on this variety show. He was putting on an act in front of her. If she were to say, "Wen Ziyu, the festival group said that you can withdraw from the competition," she could guarantee that Wen Ziyu would immediately say that his father's condition had improved. He could even quickly shed fake tears in front of the camera. 3 days after Wen Ziyu's father was seriously ill, the first public stage performance came. At the venue, the audience was full of people. Many held light signs in their hands, on which words of encouragement for their idols were written. The lighting design of the venue was comparable to that of the Spring Festival Gala. There were 8 sets of unique effect lights and real-time live broadcast cameras in all directions of the venue. Ding Shan wore a light white feather chiffon dress with a bare shoulder design. The chest was made of white feathers gathered into the shape of a shell, and the tight belt outlined her extremely slender waist. Below it was a layered flowing chiffon dress, which changed into a psychedelic color under the illumination of the lights. The audience burst into screams and cheers as soon as Ding Shan appeared. After Ding Shan's incident, this was the first time that Ding Shan's fans had seen her in public. A few fans were waving light sticks and shouting Ding Shan's name with sobs. Chen Tong was also dressed up very beautifully today, but perhaps because she had not been in a good state recently, her exquisite makeup could not hide her fatigue and anxiety. Seeing that Ding Shan's appearance had attracted such exaggerated cheers, Chen Tong was jealous and angry. She walked to Ding Shan's side and gritted her teeth. "Ding Shan, I already told you last time that I'm not the mastermind behind this. Why are you still slandering me on the internet? I couldn't tell you're more skilled than anyone in backstabbing when you usually pretend to be virtuous." Chen Tong was mad with anger. Just because her malicious scoring was exposed, her reputation on the internet was now terrible. Her future career was also facing a significant threat. The audience's affinity was both necessary and unimportant. She had now lost the trust and favorable impression of the ordinary audience. Although the fans would continue to support her, this also meant that no matter how active she was in the future, it would be difficult for her to attract new fans. It was equivalent to her inability to move forward in the entertainment industry. "This damn Ding Shan." Ding Shan turned to look at Chen Tong with a calm smile. She even ran her fingers through her hair. "I didn't do this, but I'm thrilled. Chen Tong, no one is slandering you, it's just that what you've done has been exposed on the internet. As the saying goes, if you don't want people to know, then don't do it. I advise you to use your brain before you do anything in the future." At this point, Ding Shan looked at Chen Tong's head and seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. "But to be honest, I'm afraid you'll need a 64 GB USB flash drive in your head. In short, don't always think about doing bad things in the future. There will always be retribution for bad things." Ding Shan's tone was not intense, and her calm tone sounded like she was lecturing Chen Tong. From the camera, it looked like Chen Tong was angry about something, and Ding Shan was comforting and talking to her. Chen Ying was so angry that she almost smashed the teacher's sign in front of her. Her face was twisted, and her teeth were practically crushed. "Ding Shan, don't be so happy too early." Ding Shan laughed nonchalantly. "I'm not smug, and I don't care what you want to do in the future. Anyway, you should know my style of doing things. If others don't take the initiative to find trouble with me, I will never provoke them. If others want to harm me, I will pay them back double." It was as if sparks were about to be ignited between the two of them. Fortunately, the MC spoke up and interrupted the confrontation between Chen Tong and Ding Shan. After the MC read a long string of passionate words, she introduced the public performance rules. After that, the teams began to perform on stage. This was the first time the trainees had performed on stage alone. The brilliance of the performance was closely related to the individual performance and depended on the level of team cooperation. In many teams, 1 or 2 people performed outstandingly while the others sang out of tune. In the eyes of the audience, this kind of disharmony was simply a disaster for live performances. As for some teams, Although they didn't have outstanding members, everyone cooperated well and didn't make any mistakes. The overall performance made the audience very comfortable. 352 Chapter 352 New Prey. The performances went on one by one. There were surprising dark horse teams and teams that made mistakes that made people feel pity. Among them, Lion performed by the Wenzayu group was perfect in terms of completion. Before tonight's live broadcast, the trainees' first public performance had been uploaded to the internet in advance. The netizens had noticed that something was wrong with Wenzayu's condition. No one knew who had revealed the news of Wenzayu's father's illness, but many netizens were very distressed that Wenzayu had to endure the worry for his loved ones and continue to practice. Especially Wenzayu's fans were madly posting, "My heart aches for my brother is too dedicated, and my heart is about to break when I see him frowning." There was also a portion of the audience that was worried that Wenzayu's poor state might affect his performance. However, in the stage performance of Lion, Wenzayu's performance was very eye-catching, even more outstanding than the performance of the center spot. In an instant, the bullet screen was filled with Wenzayu, the only king of the stage. "He's the well-deserved Lion King. He's so handsome. Wenzayu, you're my god to be able to perform so well in such a state." The strong rhythm ended abruptly, and the trainees dancing passionately to the music gathered in the center of the stage, posing in a handsome and aggressive lion stance. Wenzayu revealed a fierce and sinister hunting expression. His fingers turned into sharp claws, and his keen eyes stared at the camera. There was a hint of charm in his dangerous aura, causing the audience to boil with excitement. Countless people were shouting Wenzayu's name. The Lions team has the best performance, and the audience's response is also excellent. Chen 11 commented from the side. Su Yang nodded. It might be the team with the highest votes today. Ding Shan had a calm smile on her face. She didn't express any opinion and calmly clapped with the other instructors. Although Wenzayu was a hypocritical liar, she had to admit he was mighty. Ding Shan felt that if Wenzayu had chosen to be down-to-earth and develop his career in the entertainment industry, he might have achieved a lot. However, he had put all his thoughts on being opportunistic and could not continue exploring his potential and talent. However, all of this had nothing to do with Ding Shan. In her past life, Wenzayu was considered her enemy, but in this life, the two of them were still incompatible as fire and water. After the performance ended, Wenzayu turned his gaze to the coaches' seats and revealed a bashful yet sunny smile. Ding Shan felt that something wasn't right. Wenzayu didn't seem to be smiling at her. Ding Shan followed Wenzayu's gaze and finally noticed the eye contact between him and Chen Tong. No wonder Chen Tong showed an infatuated expression when Wenzayu shone on stage just now and even applauded hard. Could it be that Wenzayu had decided to give up on Ding Shan and choose Chen Tong as his prey? Ding Shan didn't know whether to be happy or speechless. Although Chen Tong had offended her many times, Ding Shan still didn't want her to be deceived and used by someone like Wenzayu. Her ending in her previous life was so miserable. If Chen Tong were to be targeted by Wenzayu, it would probably not end well for her. Chen Tong and Wenzayu's gazes were vaguely ambiguous, but they did not look at each other for too long. The host took the microphone and walked to the side of the trainees, asking them how they were feeling. "I think our performance was very successful." Wenzayu immediately stood up and spoke into the microphone. The trainee next to Wenzayu was the true center of this group. When he saw that Wenzayu was the first to answer, his expression turned slightly ugly. However, on the stage, it was not convenient to be calculative about such things. Wenzayu and the host chatted for more than a minute. After being in the limelight, the others said a few simple words. Finally, this group of trainees went to wait below the stage. When Wenzayu got off the stage, he put his index and middle fingers together on his forehead and raised his finger at the audience. At the same time, he blinked and smiled. This incredible action made Wenzayu's fans scream even more incensed below the stage. "It seems like Wenzayu is very popular." Li Yang lowered her head and whispered to Ding Shan, "If there's no accident, they should be the first place in the first public performance." An accident? Ding Shan thought of a certain someone. Would there be no accidents? Very quickly, the MC announced that the last group for the first public performance would be coming on stage. The song they would be performing was not just a song. The lights dimmed, Unlike the explosive atmosphere of other passionate songs, this song was very gentle. The first note quieted the noisy venue. I crossed the mountains just to meet you here, to solve the mystery you buried for me. 353 Chapter 353. Not just an interlude. His low and magnetic voice had a unique and recognizable tone, penetrating the eardrums like an electric current. Ding Shan could feel the audience behind her taking a deep breath. She lowered her voice and said to the person next to her, "It's so nice." Sitting in the instructor's seat, Chen 11 looked a little surprised. He had heard the original version of the song. The first sentence was not in this tone. The song seemed to be adapted. Not only the tune but even the lyrics had been adjusted. The song was initially a little sad, as if it was telling a beautiful story that had ended long ago. After the adaptation, the song became gentle and emotional. It was more like the beginning of a story but also like a subtle confession. The light fell on the person who sang the first line. The light illuminated his facial features, which the creator favored, and even his long eyelashes. He raised his head and looked in a particular direction. As he sang, he revealed a faint smile. Fuck, old Xiang had this up his sleeve. I thought he was born to be good at mergers and negotiations. I didn't expect him to be so good at lying to little girls. In front of the screen, Lu Chen slapped his thigh and exclaimed. Yin Hui laughed smugly. Thanks to my show, I managed to invite Ding Shan. That's why you can see Xiang Hong, this iron tree, bloom. I was wondering why he chose this song of all songs. So this is the reason. Lin Sai, who was next to the two, looked at the screen thoughtfully. He did not say anything and just watched the live broadcast quietly. At the live broadcast, Ding Shan was looking at Mysterious X. Although they were far apart and it was difficult to focus their eyes on each other, she didn't know why, but she could feel that Mysterious X was looking at her. His voice seemed to penetrate the crowd and the thin air, reaching the depths of her heart. Ding Shan had a strange illusion this song was sung for her, and he was here for her. Ding Shan almost forgot to breathe. She hoped that she was overthinking, but she could not ignore the man's deep and passionate eyes. The blurry details of that night gradually became clear. Under the faint moonlight, she closed her eyes tiredly and fell into a deep sleep. He leaned against her and looked at her through the darkness. The relationship between the two was unfamiliar, but the atmosphere was warm, as if they were meant to be in this kind of relationship. At that time, Xiang Hong had not realized the meaning of that night. It was not until he saw her again and saw her appearance that he realized that that night might not have been an abrupt accident but an encounter arranged by the gods. That was the beginning of their relationship. Therefore, when Xiang Hong saw the song not just a song, an interlude, he did not hesitate to choose it. It wasn't just an interlude between them. He wanted to come into her world without any doubt and run through every minute and second of her future. It's a pity that I didn't meet you earlier. Please be sure to keep my restless heart, the song continued. The other trainees slowly walked out of the darkness and took turns singing the rest of the lyrics. The beautiful and smooth melody awakened the most profound memories in everyone's heart. Many of the people present were touched and even forgot to discuss it. They just quietly enjoyed the song. 10 seconds later, the light changed and fell on a white piano. No one knew when Xiang Hong had sat next to the piano. As he played the piano, the other trainees surrounded him. Suddenly, white petals fell from the sky, rendering the emotional atmosphere of the entire performance to the extreme. It was so magical that I met you on that day. You were my secret. Xiang Hong sang as he played. When Ding Shan heard this, it was as if her entire body had been frozen, and her face gradually became hot. This song initially did not have this line of lyrics. Ding Shan didn't know if this was a hint, and as much as she didn't want to admit it, the lyrics were too similar to describing that night. As the song gradually ended, everyone began to sing together. Some of them were responsible for the high notes. When the melody reached its peak, Xiang Hong squinted his eyes as if he was drunk. He slowly sang, when the sea turns into ice, when the sun no longer rises as usual, when people forget their names, I will still love you as much as I do now. Perhaps this is the meaning of my existence. 354 Chapter 354. Voting. At the end of the performance, thunderous applause suddenly broke out in the venue. Ding Shan heard countless people shouting X. The decibel of their screams was even higher than the cheers that the most popular Wen Xiao had received. In less than a month, Mysterious X had already become so popular. Ding Shan looked at the stage. Mysterious X and his teammates were standing in the middle of the stage and were being interviewed by the host. Mysterious Person X didn't seem to want to be in the limelight. He gave the opportunity to speak to his teammates. When the host asked him, he only replied with a few words. His attitude wasn't enthusiastic, but it didn't seem perfunctory. It was more like he didn't like to talk much. In the eyes of Yin Hui and the others watching the live broadcast, Xiang Hong's stern look was the most normal. Xiang Hong did not speak much to outsiders and even in front of his good friends. However, Yin Hui and the others did not quite understand. Why did Xiang Hong and Ding Shan always look like they had something to talk about when they were together? Could all of Xiang Hong's social skills have been used on Ding Shan? After the host's interactive session ended, the vote tally for the dozen teams was almost over. After each team's performance, the audience had 2 minutes to vote, so many teams' trainees would use these 2 minutes to ask for votes. However, some experienced trainees knew that it was useless to ask for votes. They might even cause the audience to dislike them, so it was better to say some light-hearted and humorous words to improve the audience's impression of them. When Xiang Hong walked off the stage, a trainee on the same team said with pity, "If only X had said a few more words just now. He's so popular. He might have been able to get more votes." The other trainee laughed. "Don't force X. He's already exhausted these days to make our performance better. Do you still think that our team's votes can surpass that of Lion?" As the overall strength of Mysterious Man X's team was relatively poor, he had developed a detailed training plan for everyone these days. He even personally participated in the song adaptation. In addition to his practice, he had an average of fewer than 3 hours of sleep daily. "Why can't we surpass the Lion? I think we've done our best today. I didn't make any mistakes I usually make, and you all performed perfectly. Didn't you hear the applause from the audience?" Someone retorted in dissatisfaction. "The audience's applause is for Person X, right? He's so popular on the internet right now. No matter how many votes our team gets in the end, he'll be able to advance. As for us," his voice gradually became softer, and the disappointment in his tone was unmistakable. The others also fell silent. The festival group arranged 2 voting segments. The first segment was to vote for each group's performance. The second segment was to let the audience vote for your favorite trainee after all the performances ended. The votes in the second segment would be counted as the personal votes of the trainees. In addition to the live audience, the audience participating in the voting would also randomly select audience members online to vote to ensure the fairness of the process. The atmosphere in the group was a little depressing. Xiang Hong looked at the few members beside him and said calmly, "I didn't finish this performance alone. The audience's applause is for the entire performance." Was Xiang Hong trying to comfort them? The other trainees were stunned. It was probably because Xiang Hong usually looked cold and indifferent, so although everyone acknowledged his strength and leadership ability, there had always been a barrier between them. Their relationship could not be considered close. When they heard Xiang Hong's words, they felt flattered, and at the same time, they also felt a trace of warmth. Besides, Xiang Hong looked at a team not far away, and a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. "The team that ranks first will get additional votes from all the group members, right?" The number of votes for the team in the first place far exceeded that in the second and third places. If Xiang Hong's team got first place, then the less popular members of the group might be able to avoid being eliminated. However, in the first place, could they do it? 355 Chapter 355. Second place. Today's performance was truly wonderful. I believe that everyone had a wild night. Right now, I'm holding the voting results of all the teams tonight. A competition is a competition, after all. There is competition, and there is elimination. The MC took out an envelope with a nervous and mysterious expression on her face, causing the tense atmosphere to reach its peak. After that, the rankings were announced. The rankings were announced from the back to the front. After the ranking of each team was announced, the individual votes of the group members would be announced. At this time, the fan base was significant. Some teams might not have many votes, but if a group member was trendy, he he would not be affected by the team ranking and could still advance. Although some teams had high votes, there were always a few rookies that the audience was unfamiliar with. Their votes were meager. If they did not get enough additional votes in the end, they would face the danger of being eliminated. As the host announced the rankings one by one, all the trainees on the stage revealed different expressions. Some trainees who already knew the team ranking and their votes were happy, while others were sad. Those who still did not know looked nervous. Some people had a hunch that their votes would not be high and looked pained and desperate. The camera of the live broadcast slowly shifted to one of the trainees. This trainee's reaction was different from all the other trainees. There was no expression on his face, as if he was in a daze. He was like a listless employee at work. This person was naturally Wang Le. At this moment, in the bullet comments of the live stream, someone speculated, Wang Le probably thinks that he'll be eliminated, right? Anyway, he doesn't want to continue being a trainee. Just look at his expression. You can tell he's already thinking about when he can get off work. Wang Le's off work has become a hot topic on the internet, and his photos have become a hot emoji package. Many people felt that Wang Le was the trainee version of themselves. He was unwilling to go to work, but he had to persist because of life. When it was time to announce Wang Le's vote, the host paused for a moment, then read out, Wang Le, 17,849 votes, rank 22nd. After the host finished speaking, Wang Le's unfocused eyes slowly regained focus. He seemed to be trying to understand the ranking. Then, he revealed an expression of disbelief, shock, and a trace of pain. Why was he in 22nd place? Didn't this mean that he had to continue staying here? Oh my god, when can I go home? Wang Le's expression amused the netizens, and the bullet comments were all laughing. Some people said they would vote for Wang Le until the last moment, hoping he would continue to work hard in idol creation camp and fight for the last chance to stand out. After the cheerful atmosphere of teasing Wang Le ended, the host continued to announce the rankings. After announcing the rankings of a few more teams, only the top 3 were left to be announced. The remaining teams were the Lion team, Not Just a Song team, and I Lose Control team. The host took a deep breath and read, 3rd place, I Lose Control. Congratulations. The audience applauded, and the group in 3rd place bowed in thanks. Some group members looked quite happy, probably satisfied with their ranking. Some did not show much expression, but it was apparent that they wanted to aim for a higher ranking. Finally, it was time for the battle between 1st and 2nd place. The audience was getting nervous. Ding Shan also did not expect that Not Just a Song, which no one had been optimistic about, would reach the end. Although this was not a miracle, it was enough to shock everyone. The creator of this accident should be the calm-looking mysterious person X. Mysterious person X seemed to have a calmness that exceeded his age. Compared to his nervous teammates around him, he did not show any emotional fluctuations. People who did not know would think he had already known the result. However, Ding Shan knew that this man had always been like this. He seemed to have gone through countless ups and downs and had rationality and restraint that amazed her. This was also one of his unique charms when compared to other men. Although the MC already knew the result, she still looked earnest under everyone's gaze. I at this moment announced that the 2nd place for the first public performance is 356 Chapter 356. 1st place, Lion. After the host announced the rankings, he did not say anything. It would be too weak to say anything about 2nd place in the competition. There was a round of applause, but everyone knew that the applause was not for the Lion group but for the 1st place of the public performance. Even though the host had not announced it, everyone knew the final result. Not Just a Song had defeated all the other teams and taken 1st place. In the audience's applause, the mysterious person X team trainees showed ecstatic expressions. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Lion team seemed a little heavy. Wen Xiao's expression was hideous. He had never expected that the Lion would lose to a song that no one was optimistic about. Wen Xiao couldn't help but resent his teammates. He thought that if he had been chosen as the center spot back then, the votes for Lion might have been higher. What a bunch of stupid trash. The host continued to announce the votes for each member of the Lion group according to the usual procedure. Among them, Wen Xiao was in 1st place with 89,645 votes. He was also the trainee with the highest number of votes so far. Previously, when Xiao's tactic of acting pitifully in front of the camera was effective, initially, his popularity was not the highest among the trainees, but the number of people supporting him increased. Many people voted for him out of sympathy. Next, the host announced first place in the public exhibition match. Although the audience already knew the result, the host still said in a hot-blooded and passionate tone, "Let's congratulate the Not Just a Song team. They're tonight's first place winners." Amid the cheers, the host looked at the unreleased personal data of the trainees, and a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes. After announcing the individual votes of the other trainees in the Not Just a Song group, the host looked at Mysterious X and announced in an excited tone, "Mysterious X, 144,925 votes." Ding Shan was stunned by the number of votes, and the other 4 instructors were also shocked. How could Mysterious X's votes be so high? Logically speaking, even if there was a difference in the votes between the first and second place, it shouldn't be that big. Looking at the calm expression on Mysterious X's face, Ding Shan finally understood why he had such a high number of votes. Mysterious X was too unique. In today's era, where idol celebrities are produced fluidly, Mysterious X's unique temperament could distinguish him from the other trainees at a glance. Other than the fans, the trainee that the general audience had the most profound impression of was probably Mysterious X. During the voting, the other trainees might only have their fans voting for them, but the ones who voted for Mysterious X were the fans and the general audience. This was similar to Ding Shan's fans. Although she did not have as many fans as some celebrities, she had acted in the famous Little City Girls since she was young. Almost the entire country's audience knew her, and her popularity in the country was far from comparable to other celebrities. However, the other judges could not understand why Mysterious X had several such votes. Chen Tong even suspected that the number of votes was fake. Wen Xiao had less than 100,000 votes, so how could Mysterious X have 140,000? The festival team had probably guessed that many of the audience members would have the same doubts as Chen Tong, so the host continued, "As for the votes, the following segment group will upload the recording of the entire counting process on the official website. The segment group will uphold the principle of fairness and openness and accept the supervision of every audience." The festival group was willing to disclose the counting process. They were not afraid of the audience verifying the authenticity of the votes. Chen Tong stopped talking, and the audience also stopped talking. The first public performance ended successfully, and the show's biggest dark horse suddenly became the top entertainment search. Mysterious X, the king who deserves his title. This hot search was not bought by any entertainment company but was pushed to the top of the hot search list by netizens. Overnight, photos of Mysterious X went viral all over the internet. Some said that Mysterious X was the peak of the entertainment industry's beauty, which was hard to come by in 100 years. Others noted that Mysterious X would become the top male idol in the country and even possibly go international. The terrifying popularity caught the festival group off guard. Yin Hui was even worried that if Xiang Hong became too popular, it would attract the attention of the Xiang family, so he hurriedly arranged for people to take down the hot search related to Mysterious X. At this moment, the person who was the focus of public discussion disappeared from the public sight. At the quiet exit, Xiang Hong blocked Ding Shan's path, his unruly smile carrying a trace of gentleness, fascinating and dangerous. 357 Chapter 357 Confession. Ding Shan's heart was beating very fast. She had been in a panic since she heard him sing that song. After the live broadcast of the program ended, she prepared to leave through the internal passageway. Her footsteps were hurried as if she was running away from something. Unfortunately, she was unable to escape. Xiang Hong seemed to have anticipated this and had been waiting at the exit. She did not know what method he used, but no staff member was around. There were only 2 of them. "What are you running for?" The man's deep magnetic voice rang in her ears. "Run. My work is over, I'm just getting off work." Wang Le probably influenced Ding Shan, and she blurted out the word "off work." "Oh, you even rejected the interview." Xiang Hong seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He still had a faint smile, and his clear, obsidian-like eyes only reflected Ding Shan's figure. Ding Shan was speechless for a moment. She was indeed not prepared to participate in the interview. After the show ended, Ding Shan saw Mysterious X standing below the stage. The man's eyes followed her as if he would walk towards her in the next second. At that moment, Ding Shan only wanted to run away. Because Ding Shan didn't say anything, Xiang Hong didn't force her and changed the topic. I adapted the song. Do you like it? Ding Shan was stunned. Did he mean not just a song? If he had only asked if the song was good, Ding Shan would have said it was good. But they all knew that Xiang Hong did not mean this. Ding Shan's heartbeat became even more chaotic. She didn't know how to answer. She had never experienced such a scene in her life. No, she had never experienced it in her previous life. Xiang Hong slowly approached Ding Shan, his eyes twinkling like stars. He looked at Ding Shan, but she kept her head down. When she felt him coming, she even took a step back. You're always like this. You look easy to get close to, but no one can get into your heart. As Xiang Hong spoke, he sighed. Ding Shan, if it's possible, I hope to get to know you when you're not so guarded against this world. However, our story ended in the opposite direction. Ding Shan's mind was blank. Although she knew what the man was saying, she couldn't understand what he was saying. Everything I wanted to say was in that song. I've changed the lyrics many times, but I don't know how to write it so that you can understand my feelings and give me a chance. Xiang Hong took another step forward. I know you're not ready yet, but I still want to ask you, because I'm worried that I can no longer control my heart. Ding Shan, are you willing to let our story start from this moment? Xiang Hong's voice rang in Ding Shan's ears. It was gentle, but there was a hint of caution in it. It was as if he feared he would scare her away if he used such a firm tone. Ding Shan's mind seemed filled with countless fireworks that instantly rose into the night sky, and then all of them bloomed. The brilliant light made her dizzy, and she almost forgot how to breathe. Her vague guess had finally become clear. He liked her and was not just playing around. He was a proud person, but he wanted her thoughtfully and carefully. After Ding Shan's shock, she felt even more incredulous. She opened her mouth and asked, what do you like about me? Looking at Ding Shan's dazed and terrified eyes, Xiang Hong's heart ached. What had she experienced? Why would she reveal such a panicked and disbelieving expression when someone confessed their love to her? Did she not think that she was worth it? If I have to list out reasons, I can list many. For example, you're young and beautiful or brave and calm. These are all qualities that I admire. Xiang Hong revealed a comforting smile and continued, but I don't think that's why. There are many young and beautiful people and many brave and calm people, but I don't like them. My heart will only beat faster when you get close to me. Which woman could stand a man like him saying such sweet words to her? Ding Shan's face turned red. Feelings can be analyzed if I can clearly understand why I like you. For a rational person like me, it's a controllable factor. But the truth is, I can't control my love for you. It's like a program that has been set up in my soul. It was triggered after meeting you, and I can't stop it. Ding Shan couldn't take it anymore. Her heart was beating so fast it felt like it was going to explode. How could he say such flirtatious words in such a calm and serious tone? 358 Chapter 358. Because I miss you. A gust of cold wind blew, but Ding Shan did not feel cold. Her heart felt like it was on fire, and her body temperature was very high. Her face seemed to be burning. She felt herself wrapped up by the man's passionate emotions, almost melting into that gentleness and deep affection. After that, Ding Shan asked, I still don't know your name. Xiang Hong was also stunned for a moment. He then revealed a smile. You're curious about me now? Ding Shan did not say anything. Xiang Hong called out his name. Xiang Hong. Ding Shan repeated the two words Xiang Hong in her heart a few times, and it felt a little sweet. Xiang Hong. Ding Shan said his name and pondered for a while before saying, I can't give you an accurate answer now. My heart is a mess. I don't want to make an irresponsible decision in this state. I think, for you, not rejecting means you don't hate me, right? Xiang Hong suddenly grabbed Ding Shan's hand and smiled. I'm thrilled. You have a good impression of me. I noticed that you were looking at me when I was on stage. Ding Shan was shocked when he grabbed her hand. His sudden approach made her panic. Upon hearing Xiang Hong's words, Ding Shan thought to herself, you were so dazzling on stage. Other than me, everyone else was looking at you. However, Xiang Hong seemed very happy because of Ding Shan's attention to him. He held Ding Shan's hand, and when he saw that Ding Shan did not push him away, he felt more comfortable and happy than ever. Ding Shan's hand was not big and was soft, just enough for Xiang Hong to wrap it around his palm. He greedily felt the touch of Ding Shan's skin. Even if Ding Shan wanted to pull her hand back, he would not let go. Ding Shan was embarrassed and helpless as she looked around nervously. Fortunately, no one nearby saw him. 2 hours after the first live public stage performance of Idol Creation Camp ended, when Xiao Zhao saw Ding Shan walking over from the waiting area, she sighed in relief. "Sister Shan, why did you come out so late? Isn't it just an interview? Did those reporters and media make things difficult for you?" "No, I had something else to do." Ding Shan's face was still a little red. She didn't know how to tell Xiao Zhao about Xiang Hong's matter. After she finished, she fell silent as if she was still in a daze. Xiao Zhao did not notice Ding Shan's abnormality and thought she was too tired from the recording. Xiao Zhao passed the thermos cup in her hand to Ding Shan, and the two returned to the instructor's residence. After washing up, Ding Shan lay on the bed. Although her mood was still fluctuating, her biological clock was always very regular. She was sleepy and about to sleep when her phone screen lit up. She turned on her phone and saw that Xiang Hong had sent her a message. "Are you asleep?" "Not yet," Ding Shan replied. "I'm not sleepy because I miss you. What about you?" Xiang Hong's tone was somewhat intimate. Ding Shan was not used to the sudden closeness of their hearts. When she saw the words "miss you," her face immediately turned red. She couldn't imagine what Xiang Hong was thinking of her. She felt like she was a newbie in love who hadn't entered the correct state yet, while Xiang Hong had long been prepared for love. "I'm thinking about my future work arrangements," Ding Shan lied. She was too embarrassed to say that she had been thinking about Xiang Hong since she returned. Xiang Hong seemed to be a little disappointed. After a dozen seconds, he replied, "It seems I won't be valued in the future. It's okay, I'll get used to it, as long as you have me in your heart." Ding Shan's heart beat faster when she saw the last word. Why did Xiang Hong's aggrieved tone carry a hint of coquettishness? Ding Shan couldn't handle it. "All right, you should sleep first. Female celebrities can't stay up late," Xiang Hong said. Ding Shan sent an okay sign. She had been working the entire day and was deeply triggered by Xiang Hong's sudden confession. At this moment, she was both physically and mentally exhausted. However, Ding Shan felt a little sweet in her heart. She always thought that this night was completely different from the previous nights. What was different? She couldn't explain it clearly. Perhaps the moon outside the window was gentler. "Old Xiang, why are you smiling like that at your phone? It's too terrifying." Yin Hui pushed open the door and walked in. When he saw Xiang Hong with a smile on his face, he immediately shivered. Yin Hui had rarely seen Xiang Hong smile other than sneer and ridicule in his life. 359 Chapter 359. "I'll make you fall in love with me." Xiang Hong raised his head and returned to his usual expression when facing Yin Hui. He glanced at him indifferently and said, "What's the matter?" Yin Hui nodded and walked to Xiang Hong's side. He took a stack of printed documents and handed them to Xiang Hong. "I've checked Wang Shi's side, but I suddenly felt something was wrong." Xiang Hong flipped through the document. It showed Wang Shi's call history during this period. During the incident, Wang Shi often contacted a number from Country K. At the back of the document was the transfer record of Wang Shi's bank account. There was a large sum of money from Country K. Xiang Hong frowned. Yin Hui sat on the table casually, his fingers tapping as he analyzed. "You also think something is wrong. There's something else that's not right. I went to check the account number of the money transfer and found out that it was an underground money house in Country K. That money house is not an account that ordinary people can open. The threshold is an astronomical number. How do you think Wang Shi could have come into contact with such a big shot?" A memory fragment flashed through Xiang Hong's mind. He remembered that Ding Shan had once mentioned a person called Madame Lin. "You don't have to worry about this, I'll investigate." Xiang Hong's tone carried a trace of coldness. After getting closer to Xiang Hong, Ding Shan would subconsciously lower her head whenever she saw him, as if she was afraid that the people around her would see through their relationship. Xiang Hong didn't even try to hide it. He called her teacher Ding, and he didn't mind staring at her in front of everyone. Ding Shan was angry and helpless. She could only secretly glare at him when no one was paying attention. The training was still going on intensely. The second public performance would be separated from singing, dancing, and rap, giving each trainee a chance to show off their most prominent advantages. The video of Xiang Hong playing the piano in his first public performance was widely spread on major social media platforms. The video had more than 50 million views. The original author of Not Just a Song also posted on Weibo halfway, praising the song's great adaptation. According to this Weibo post, netizens also found out that the editor of the song was Mysterious X. For a time, Mysterious X's creative talent caused widespread discussion. You can even arrange songs. Ding Shan was a little surprised when she saw the netizens' discussion. She asked about it when the two of them were taking a walk that night. I don't know, I just learned it. Xiang Hong's tone had no intention of showing off, but Ding Shan was deeply shocked. What? Did he learn it on the spot? He knew how to adapt a song in less than a week, and even the original author praised him. Ding Shan felt a little dizzy for a moment. She gritted her teeth and looked at Xiang Hong. Can you tell me what you can't learn? Xiang Hong revealed a smile. Yes, I do. I still haven't learned how to make you fall in love with me. Ding Shan was speechless. With the experience of his first time adapting a song, Xiang Hong seemed to have found a path that he was good at. He signed up to participate in the creative team for the second public performance and performed an original song of his own on the stage. The song's name was My Planet is Suitable for You to Live, and it sounded like a refreshing love song. The melody of this song was simple, and the lyrics were sweet. After the second live broadcast on the public stage, it quickly became a hit and the background music of a popular video. Countless online singers covered this song, and it was even called the Confession Song. Ding Shan looked at the lyrics of the song. She suspected that Xiang Hong had written them down on the night of his confession. Many of the words in the lyrics matched the scene from that night. Even though Ding Shan had her suspicions, she was too embarrassed to ask Xiang Hong. She was afraid that Xiang Hong would ask her again, "Do you like this song?" That man was too good at stirring up people's hearts. Sometimes, Ding Shan even wondered if he had been in many relationships. However, Xiang Hong said that he had only had one woman in his life. It's that heartless woman who stole my purity that night and tried to use money to get rid of me. Xiang Hong's lips curled into a smile as he turned to look at Ding Shan. Ding Shan was too embarrassed to show her face. Don't tell me you'll keep this up for the rest of your life. Due to his extremely high popularity, Xiang Hong successfully advanced to the final round. By the end of the final round, there were only 25 trainees left, and the competition was getting more intense. At the same time, Ding Shan was surprised to find that Wen Xiao had not been looking for her for a while. Instead, he had been contacting Chen Tong in private. Xiao Zhao even mentioned that she had seen them leaving the film park together. 360 Chapter 360 Exposure. Ding Shan didn't expect that in this life, after Wen Xiao failed to deceive her, he would turn around and deceive Chen Tong. Wen Xiao did not know that Chen Tong was also a female celebrity who needed to rely on the capital behind her back. Although Chen Tong looked very popular, her entertainment industry foundation was unstable. The help that she could bring to Wen Xiao was minimal. Moreover, Chen Tong experienced a few blows from public opinion. She was now at the bottom of her career, and her future development path would only become more and more difficult. Although Wen Xiao had the intelligence to speculate, he did not see far. Ding Shan could almost guess how Wen Xiao had managed to hook up with Chen Tong. Chen Tong's state of mind was terrible during this period. She had previously failed to frame Ding Shan, so her boss must have blamed her. Chen Tong's heart was weakest, and she needed someone to comfort and accompany her. At this time, Wen Xiao's fake gentleness quickly moved Chen Tong. As for the matter between Chen Tong and Wen Xiao, Ding Shan had no intention of interfering. Even if she wanted to interfere, she couldn't. Chen Tong hated her so much. Even if she reminded Chen Tong, she would not believe her. However, Ding Shan did not expect that just a week before the third public performance, Chen Tong and Wen Xiao's secret relationship was exposed. Not only were they exposed, but the matter was also blown up. Many Weibo marketing accounts posted news of the two dating at the same time. Ding Shan felt something was wrong, as if someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Just as she was feeling suspicious, Yang Lu gave her a call. After Ding Shan picked up the call, the first thing Yang Lu said was, "How is it? Are you satisfied? You're the one behind Chen Tong's incident." Ding Shan was stunned for 2 seconds before asking. It was indeed Yang Lu's doing. She often went to the hotel where Wen Xiao and Chen Tong stayed. That day, she saw the two of them when she went downstairs. Although both of them wore hats and masks tightly wrapped, Yang Lu could still recognize them. Yang Lu asked her assistant, Nancy, to secretly pay attention to the movements of the two. Initially, Yang Lu thought the two were having an affair while recording a variety show. For privacy and safety, they should at least change hotels every time for their dates. However, she didn't expect that they would go to the same hotel 4 times in a row. This made it easier for Yang Lu to get evidence. She got the paparazzi to take photos and sent them to several marketing accounts, which caused the sensation when Wen Xiao and Chen Zhao's relationship was announced. Yang Lu had been fighting with her lousy company for so many years. She had some connections in the entertainment industry and often dealt with many marketing accounts. She was quite skilled in doing this kind of sneak attack. "Do you have a grudge against Chen Tong? Such a ruthless move." Ding Shan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I told you to prepare for the exam. What have you been doing all day?" "I don't have any enmity with her, but didn't she offend you before? I'm guessing a little fairy like you wouldn't want to deal with someone like her, so let me do this kind of dirty work. It's always right to please the future boss in advance, right?" Yang Lu said proudly. "How's your exam preparation going? How confident are you?" Ding Shan smiled helplessly and changed the topic. "It's all right. At first, I couldn't remember anything and was so anxious that my hair fell out all day. Later, I found some tricks, and it became much easier. I can't say that I'm 100% sure, but looking at the simulation test results, I still have a good chance if I work hard." Yang Lu answered honestly, then sighed, "You're amazing. You thought of this method to get me out of the company." When Ding Shan negotiated with Yang Lu last time, she said she had a way to help Yang Lu get out of the trashy company. The solution she thought of for Yang Lu was to take the civil service examination. Exams had nothing to do with celebrities in the entertainment industry, so many didn't even know there was such a way. Few people knew about a loophole in the celebrity civil service examination. According to the relevant regulations, after a celebrity passes the examination to become a civil servant or a career editor, they could terminate their contract unconditionally. This was because the country's special laws protected the rights and interests of civil servants. If Yang Lu could pass the examination to become a civil servant, her current predicament would be completely solved. When Yang Lu heard about Ding Shan's plan, she was shocked too. Ding Shan's plan allowed Yang Lu to see a ray of hope. It just so happened that a role in a new movie she was going to film was snatched away. She had no other work arrangements, so Yang Lu cancelled all her schedules and focused on preparing for her exams. 361 Chapter 361. The night of the finals. Ding Shan was relieved to hear Yang Lu's words. After Yang Lu becomes a civil servant, she can work in her studio. In Ding Shan's opinion, Yang Lu had potential. She was ready to give some of the resources in the studio to Yang Lu. She believed that Yang Lu would not disappoint her. On the night before the finals, Chen Tong and Wen Xiao's scandal had a significant impact on the two of them. There was no need to talk about Chen Tong. She had relied on the support of her sugar daddy to get to where she was in the entertainment industry. Now that she dared to go behind her sugar daddy's back and date a pretty boy, she naturally had to pay a heavy price. On the other hand, Wen Xiao was also in a miserable state. To put it nicely, he was an idol, but to put it bluntly, he was a trainee who had not debuted yet. In China, it was tough for fans to accept the relationship between an idol and a trainee. Idols and trainees weren't capable stars, and it wasn't easy to get good resources when they weren't popular. They didn't have a solid foundation in the entertainment industry, and if they wanted to survive, they could only rely on fans' support. In the eyes of fans, they spent money to see their idol work hard to develop his career, not to see their idol use their money to fall in love or have a woman, not to mention the fans who fantasized about their idols as their virtual boyfriends. It was even more difficult for them to accept their idols in love. This time, when Xiao was walking at a dead end, he had lost many fans, and his popularity had plummeted. He had dropped from 2nd place to 8th place on the voting list. Soon, it was time for the third public performance. This was the last program of the festival group, also known as the final night. On this night, the audience would vote for 9 members to form a male idol group. Among the 9 outstanding members, the team with the highest ranking would become the strongest team in this year's idol creation camp after the votes of the trainees from the same team were added up. The instructor would also be awarded the title of the strongest instructor. 3 days before the competition, Ding Shan had barely seen Xiang Hong. She guessed he was busy preparing for the program on the night of the final. Although they could not see each other, Xiang Hong would still chat with her on the phone daily. Good morning and good night were never absent. Only now did Ding Shan finally feel the reality of being in love. Every day when she woke up, she would receive a good morning, and someone would always be by her side. Morning to night, from the present to the future, Ding Shan was looking forward to seeing Xiang Hong again after the finals. She had already thought of her answer and wanted to tell him herself. The night of the finals finally arrived. Today, the usually lively online world seemed to be even more vibrant. The news about the finals of Idol Creation Camp spread to various social media platforms. The fans of the trainees made many posters and promotional videos to campaign for votes for their idols. Some ordinary audience members had also finished their other things early and were waiting for the live broadcast to start. As the live stream's countdown went from 10 seconds to 0, the night of the final officially began. The stage for the final night was located on the open-air beach. The festival group had spent considerable money on building a stage space. 3 giant circular screens showed the trainees' performance in all directions, and the excellent lighting made the night as bright as day. With the vast night sky above them, the open-air atmosphere made the audience feel even more excited. Everyone was loudly shouting the countdown numbers. When the countdown reached 0 on the screen, all the lights came on, and the special effect fireworks around the stage suddenly shot into the sky. The entire venue was in a wave of carnival. There was a wide space in the audience stand, and the 5 instructors sat in their seats. Ding Shan appeared grandly today, wearing a limited edition dress sponsored by Kaipua. The bright red dress set off her noble princess-like temperament, and her hair was tied up high with a mini crown. She was lively and cute but also had a low-profile luxury like a noble. Even without the luxurious dress, Ding Shan's beauty was enough to make her the event's focus. She wore the exclusive Kaipua limited edition dress that only international superstars could wear. After she got together with Xiang Hong, Ding Shan discovered that Kaipua had come to work with her because of Xiang Hong. At that time, she felt like she was living off a man. However, Xiang Hong told her that Kaipua was already preparing to make her the spokesperson for the next half of the year. He did not interfere with Kaipua's decision. If Kaipua were not satisfied with Ding Shan, they would not work with her a second time, even if they did so initially for Xiang Hong's sake. Ding Shan had proven her popularity and value, and that was why Kaipua continued to choose her. 362 Chapter 362 I'm still me. I helped you back then because I liked you. I didn't want you to suffer because of the lack of resources, but I knew that even without me, you would one day reach the position that belonged to you. Xiang Hong said. Ding Shan knew that Xiang Hong was taking care of her self-esteem. She felt warm in her heart. She wasn't stubborn and pretentious, so after listening to Xiang Hong's explanation, her heart was already very calm. However, Ding Shan did not think that she would not have to struggle after being with Xiang Hong. Instead, she felt that she had to become stronger and more outstanding to stand in front of him more confidently. You see, I'm not attached to you. Although I like you, I'm still me, an independent and powerful individual. Compared to Ding Shan, who exuded a confident aura, Chen Tong seemed in a terrible state. Her eyes were dull, and she couldn't even squeeze a smile on her face. Due to the scandal, Chen Tong had not recently had a good night's sleep. Several variety shows she was scheduled to participate in had contacted her to terminate her contract. The boss who supported her had also frozen all the bank cards he had given her. When she returned to the company after the variety shows ended, what awaited Chen Tong would be an even more terrifying crisis. How could Chen Tong laugh at this moment? With the host's announcement, the night of the finals officially began. Tonight's live broadcast would be 3 hours long. Not only would the trainees present stunning performances, but the festival group had also invited many famous bands and singers as guests, instantly bringing the program to a new level. So far, Idol Creation Camp has set many new records for online variety shows and has become the veritable ceiling of talent shows. Under the strong influence of Idol Creation Camp, the popularity of another talent show broadcast in the same period was very bleak, with almost no hot topics. After a few groups of guests finished their performances, the atmosphere became lively. Next, the trainees who had reached the final round began to perform. Ding Shan's team's mysterious ex, Wen Xiu, and Wang Le had all reached the finals. Wang Le's ability to reach the finals was something no one had expected. He also caused a lot of controversies. Many fans of the other trainees felt that not only did Wang Le not have a professional attitude, but his performance on stage was also very poor, and he was utterly unworthy of entering the finals. The officials didn't respond to these disputes directly. They only posted the daily voting data on Weibo to prove that the festival group wouldn't interfere with the voting results. Which trainee could enter the finals was entirely up to the audience's choice. Before the competition, Wang Le's mood was naturally very nervous. He usually stood at the back of the team when he sang and danced. This time, he suddenly had to prepare a stage performance alone. He was terrified and uneasy as if he was about to lose face in front of the entire country. Ding Shan had no other choice. After all, Wang Le was still a trainee on her team. If Wang Le lost face, it would be the same as losing face for her. She could only ask Xiang Hong to help Wang Le more before the finals so that he would not perform too badly on stage and be laughed at by the audience. Tonight, Wang Le was preparing to perform a song from his hometown, which was a continuation of his performance style on the first stage. Although there were no surprises, the overall level was much better than the first stage. The song was not out of tune, and some simple dance moves looked like a complete performance. Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, Xiang Hong had his way of training people. Wang Le had undergone such a massive transformation in just a few days. Because Wang Le did not want to step out of the spotlight, he usually did not dress up meticulously when he went on stage. This time, Xiang Hong gave him a styling set and had someone cut a slanted fringe covering half of his eyes. Wang Le instantly had a trace of cold and charming temperament and looked quite decent. Xiang Hong did not want to care about Wang Le. He agreed to Ding Shan's request because Wang Le's votes would also be counted in the instructor battle team. To let Ding Shan sit firmly on the strongest instructor chair, Xiang Hong was willing to help Wang Le complete the stage performance. When it was Wen Xiu's turn, the smile on Ding Shan's face faded. When Wen Xiu went on stage, although there were still audience members shouting his name, his voice, and aura were not as good as the other trainees who were not very popular. After his relationship with Chen Tong was announced, many fans decided to give up on him. After the live tickets for the night of the finals were sold online, the price was speculated to be over 10,000 yuan. To witness the most critical moment of their idol, fans would desperately spend money to find channels to buy live tickets. However, on the eve of the finals, Wen Xiu's fans were selling live tickets at a crazy low price on the internet. 363 Chapter 363 The Song I Wrote for You. Wen Xiu's fans angrily expressed that they would no longer like Wen Xiu and did not want to see him again. Wen Xiu was not worthy of their sincerity. As a result, very few fans came to cheer for Wen Xiu in the audience. On the stage, Wen Xiu's performance was still at a high level, but his dance moves were soulless, like a puppet. His voice was also dry. In short, nothing could be remembered from the entire performance. What a pity, Li Yang sighed. He was a good seedling. Why did he have to date the teacher? Hearing Li Yang's words, Ding Shan felt a little guilty. Wen Xiu was not the only trainee in a relationship with the instructor. There was also Xiang Hong. However, unlike Wen Xiu, Xiang Hong's purpose in participating in this program was not to become famous, but to. Ding Shan blushed at this thought. The match continued, and soon, it was Mysterious X's turn. Mysterious Person X had yet to appear, but the shouts below were getting louder and louder. The lights instantly focused on a person. Ding Shan looked at the stage and saw Xiang Hong in a white suit, sitting beside a white piano. He looked like a prince from heaven, exuding a charm that was more dazzling than any light. The screams at the scene almost shot into the night sky, and countless people shouted X crazily. The big screen showed a close-up of Xiang Hong's hand. He slowly raised his hand, placed his long and beautiful fingers on the piano, and started to sound the notes. Soft music started playing, and the beautiful and romantic melody was transmitted to all directions of the venue through the top sound system. This song was called A Song I Wrote For You. Just from the name, one could tell that it was a love song. Standing beside Ding Shan, Li Yan sighed, "Is this mysterious person X planning to create love songs?" The songs on the 3 stages were all love songs. No young girl can stand him singing a love song with that face of his. No wonder he has so many female fans now. Many people say they want to marry him on the internet. Hearing Li Yan's words, Ding Shan's emotions were a little complicated. Indeed, Xiang Hong sang 3 love songs on the show, and Ding Shan was the one who couldn't stand it. The first 2 love songs were related to her. If there were no accidents, this song should also have been written for her. As Ding Shan listened to the lyrics, she became more and more confident in her guess. "Forgive my fingers for shaking. I treated the black key as your hand. When did I start to lose control? I started to be less than myself. Did the impossible for you, played the piano, and wrote lyrics for you." On the big screen, Xiang Hong, who was singing, suddenly turned his head as if he was looking at someone. Xiang Hong's gaze was intense and ambiguous, causing the entire place to erupt with crazy screams. Some of the audience could not take the shock, and Ding Shan saw that a young lady nearby was so excited that she was about to faint. Xiang Hong didn't need to search for her at all. He could locate Ding Shan's position in the crowd with just a glance. There was no doubt that Ding Shan's beauty tonight was impossible to ignore. She was the most eye-catching existence in the night sky. Their gazes met for a moment, and a smile appeared on Xiang Hong's face. It was as if he had confirmed that someone was still looking at him, and there was a trace of satisfaction in his smile. Even Ding Shan was about to faint from Xiang Hong's smile, let alone the screaming fans in the audience. F***ck, is this guy showing off his peacock tail? Li Chen, who was in the best seat in the audience, was shocked. He rubbed his arms in fear. "I'm getting goosebumps. Is this a man in love?" I couldn't tell that Xiang Hong was so obsessed with love. Yin Hui nodded in agreement. "I didn't notice it either, but I think it's pretty good for him to be like this. It's better than looking at everyone like they're all idiots." Lin Sai, who had his arms crossed in front of his chest, glanced at Yin Hui with a smile. "Don't have any wishful thinking. He will only look at Ding Shan like this. He will still look at you like he's looking at an idiot." Lin Sai's words triggered Yin Hui's self-esteem. He glared at Lin Sai angrily. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." On the stage, Xiang Hong slowly played the last note. After a sentimental flute performance, the song ended. Thunderous applause rang out in the venue. Xiang Hong stood up and bowed to the audience in a gentlemanly manner. His movements were elegant and carried a kind of noble temperament. After all the trainees had finished their performances, the live audience and the audience in the live broadcast room would vote. The voting time was 3 minutes. These 3 minutes were very short but seemed very long for some people. 364 Chapter 364. The result. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room increased crazily in these 3 minutes. Many trainees fans directly asked for votes for their idols in the live broadcast room, and ordinary viewers began to play guessing games, guessing which trainees would be the last to debut. Many people mentioned Mysterious X's name in the speculation about the champion. An audience member said in the bullet screen, "I suddenly remember that we still don't know the true identity of this mysterious person X." The bullet comments in the live broadcast room rolled out on the small screen next to the big screen. Ding Shan also saw the bullet comments discussing Mysterious X's identity. She thought, when the final results of the competition are out, will Xiang Hong reveal his identity? If the audience knew that the Mysterious X was the president of the Xiang group, would they feel that it was magical? Then, they may think, even the president is a trainee now. It seems that the competition in the entertainment industry is fierce. While Ding Shan's thoughts ran wild, the voting ended. The host held 9 envelopes that the program team had sent up. In the close-up shot, the letters were sealed with wax seals. The letters were numbers 1 to 9 in ancient Chinese. These numbers represented the trainees' ranking. The host seemed to be very nervous as well. She took a deep breath and opened the envelope with a 9 in anticipation and curiosity. Standing on the stage, Wenxiu clenched his fists nervously when he saw the MC open the envelope. In the past, Wenxiu did not care about any other ranking besides first place. However, his popularity had plummeted. He knew very well that the scandal with Chen Tong had caused a significant loss of his fans. In the early stages of the finals, his vote ranking had dropped by several places. In today's live voting, his situation was also hazardous. It's possible that he may not even enter the top 9. Wenxiu gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Tong with some resentment. At first, he had hoped to get some benefits from Chen Tong, but after he got into her good books, he discovered that she had no resources in the entertainment industry. She was just a puppet controlled by the company. It was all this woman's fault. Wenxiu began to regret his decision. He shifted his gaze to Ding Shan, who stood beside Chen Tong. If he had continued to attack Ding Shan, would the situation have been different? Would Ding Shan eventually be moved and fall in love with him? When Wenxiu saw Ding Shan's attitude towards him was icy, he gave up on Ding Shan out of helplessness and anger. However, Chen Tong and Ding Shan could not be compared. He heard that Ding Shan had even set up her studio and would be her boss in the future. Just this point alone was much better than Chen Tong's. At this moment, Wenxiu's expression was constantly changing. He was usually very sunny and handsome, but at this moment, he revealed a bit of fierceness and gloominess. When the camera swept across his face, he seemed in a terrible mood. The host announced the trainees from the 6th to the 9th place, but Wenxiu was not among them. Wenxiu's heart grew increasingly colder. He knew that he couldn't rise in the ranking with his current popularity. If he were not in the 6th to 9th place, then it would be more impossible for him to get into the top spots. All the confidence and hope in Wenxiu's heart gradually collapsed. His ears began to ring, and he almost couldn't hear what the host said. The host continued to announce the rankings. 4th, 3rd, 2nd. When she heard that Wenxiu was not in 2nd to 9th place, Ding Shan did not feel excited or overjoyed. She was very calm. She wouldn't be angry even if Wenxiu left his Taoist, characteristic, path today. Because Ding Shan suddenly understood that God had let her be reborn, not to let her cling to the past but to let her get something more precious. From now on, Wenxiu was just a stranger to her. Wenxiu did not manage to deceive her in this lifetime and had even made the wrong choice. Today, he had lost the chance to escape the entertainment industry. From now on, his future in the entertainment industry will only get more demanding and challenging. There was no need for Ding Shan to continue taking revenge on him. He was not a healthy person, to begin with. After this incident, she was afraid that his mental state would collapse. After announcing the 2nd place, the host's voice became increasingly excited. She began to announce the 1st place voted by the trainees on the night of the final. Even though many of the people present had predicted the final result, everyone still slowed their breathing and waited for the dust to settle. Mysterious X, 1st place, the host announced loudly. The crowd erupted in wild cheers and applause. The entire stage's lights shone and focused on Mysterious X. Golden flashes floated down from the sky. At this moment, everyone's attention was on him, as if the whole world was crowning this man. 365 Chapter 365. Not the ultimate goal. Ding Shan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiang Hong, clapping her hands. He did it. Ding Shan, congratulations, all 3 of your team members have stepped out of their days. It's a pity that Wenxiu didn't step out. Otherwise, it would have been 4. Li Yang said to Ding Shan while clapping. Yeah, there's no doubt about the title of the strongest team this time. Chen 11, who was beside them, also chimed in. I just asked the staff, and they told me that Mysterious Excess votes exceeded the 2nd place by more than 700,000 votes. It's incredible. Therefore, if there were no surprises, the total votes of Ding Shan's team members would be 1st. Ding Shan wasn't too attached to the title of the strongest team. She had already achieved her goal of coming to this show. Now she was extremely popular on the internet and had a good reputation. She had also successfully changed her style in the show, letting the audience see her growth and massive potential for future development. From now on, Ding Shan's path in the entertainment industry might not be smooth sailing, but at least it was guaranteed to be an uphill road. After announcing the results, the MC passed the microphone to Mysterious X, asking him to share his thoughts on winning first place. "I haven't decided yet, let them go first." Mysterious Person X did not take the microphone. The host was stunned for a moment, but she quickly changed the order of the interview at the last minute and let the ninth-ranked person start with his thoughts. "I didn't expect to be able to step out of the sect. I've never been confident, but after joining teacher Ding Shan's team, she talked to me many times. She's really like my sister. She saw the strengths of every member of our team and encouraged us to pursue our dreams, not to forget our original intentions, and not to lose ourselves. Even if I failed today, I learned much from teacher Ding Shan's team. I'm very grateful to her. Teacher Ding Shan, I love you." The trainee in ninth place was highly excited. Tears fell as he spoke, and his voice cracked when he shouted the last sentence. Ding Shan was also a little surprised. She didn't expect her team's trainee to always talk about her. She stood up, took the microphone, and said, "Your achievements today result from your hard work. I believe that you will go even further in the future. All the best." After she finished speaking, Ding Shan blinked her eyes playfully. "Also, everyone, please don't misunderstand the last sentence of this trainee." The trainee in ninth place finally remembered what he had said. He blushed and quickly returned the microphone to the trainee in eighth place. He lowered his head and was too embarrassed to speak. Ding Shan heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Xiang Hong. Xiang Hong raised his eyebrows and looked back at Ding Shan. When the trainee suddenly confessed to Ding Shan, Xiang Hong was surprised. When he heard the last sentence, he almost couldn't hold it in. Ding Shan probably noticed the change in his eyes, so she added the last sentence to prevent the audience from misunderstanding. However, Xiang Hong would never admit to this. Would he be afraid of a love rival? What a joke. The other trainees gave their comments individually, and it was finally Mysterious X's turn. The host looked at Mysterious X expectantly and was about to ask a few questions. The host knew Mysterious X was a man of few words, but it was okay if he didn't usually talk much. Today was the night of the finals, and he was in the first place. How could he not say a few more words? However, to the host's surprise, Mysterious X took the microphone and nodded politely at the host, indicating that he would like to speak alone. The MC was elated to see that Mysterious Person X had something to say. This saved her the trouble of finding a topic in her mind. The MC quickly stepped aside. Xiang Hong was holding the microphone. The stage lights shone on him, making him look dazzling. He slightly squinted his eyes, and his expression was relaxed with a hint of sloppiness. His gaze did not hesitate to lock onto a person in the sea of people as if this person was the center of his entire world. "First of all, I would like to explain something. I came to this show to get first place, and now that I've done it, I'm very grateful to the audience for their support. However, my ultimate goal isn't to leave the way. I'm here for a person." Mysterious Person X's words stunned everyone present. Even the netizens in the live broadcast room were shocked. Rows of question marks flashed across the bullet screen. 366 Chapter 366, Courage. The three songs on the stage were all sung for her. Xiang Hong continued slowly. "I'm usually very rational and calm, so participating in this show is probably the craziest thing I've ever done. Luckily, I succeeded." Some people crazily asked on the bullet screen, "Is this a confession? Who is the Mysterious Person X confessing to? He came out of more than 100 trainees to get first place in a variety show, and it was actually for love. Oh my god, even the most daring script writer can't write such a script, right? Let's make a guess. It can't be Chen Tong, right?" Someone immediately retorted, "How could it be Chen Tong? She's just been in a scandal recently. How could the Mysterious be *starred like her? Be more daring? Could it be the other female teacher, Ding Shan?" At this moment, Ding Shan's fans were also panicking. Ding Shan had never mentioned that she was in a relationship. Moreover, Ding Shan had never been involved in any scandals with any male artists. Ding Shan's fans all knew that Ding Shan was a female star who was very focused on her career, so she didn't like to use scandals to gain attention. Ding Shan's fans were still hesitating if they should clarify that Ding Shan would not be in a relationship with a trainee. However, the Mysterious Person X on the stage continued, "I'm very grateful to the voting audience for their support, so I'll continue writing songs in the future and release a single every year to express my gratitude to everyone for choosing me today. However, I won't enter the entertainment industry. There's no place in the world that's more prosperous than her eyes. I don't want to be liked by more people. I want her to like me." After he said that, the live broadcast room went into an uproar, and countless viewers screamed wildly at the scene. What kind of speech was this? This was a confession, confessing in front of the entire country. Did he have to be so high profile? This was too romantic. On the stage, after Mysterious X finished speaking, he did not look at the dumbfounded host and other trainees or pay attention to the screaming audience. He slowly walked down the stage and along the audience's passage to the front of the coaches' seats. Ding Shan looked at Xiang Hong in a daze, her mind blank. Only then did she remember what Xiang Hong had asked her before. So he had planned this all along. Previously, Xiang Hong had asked her if their relationship could not be made public since she was a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Ding Shan thought for a moment. It's not impossible. To be precise, my real profession is as an actress. I made it in the entertainment industry with my strength, not by marketing my image as a single person. Upon hearing Ding Shan's words, Xiang Hong seemed relieved, as if he had received some promise. His mood instantly became better. So, Xiang Hong asked her this question in preparation for today. Ding Shan's mind was spinning with difficulty. Before she could recover from her shock, Li Yang, who was sitting on the instructor's seat, pulled her up and pushed her towards Xiang Hong. "Oh my god, so you guys. Yeah, I should have thought of this earlier. I'm so stupid. What are you still standing there for? Your Prince Charming is here to find you. Go." Li Yang pushed Ding Shan to Xiang Hong's side, and she looked at Xiang Hong in a daze. Xiang Hong looked at her quietly. After a while, he slowly took out a small antique-style octagonal ring box from his pocket. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiang Hong opened the box, revealing a dazzling sea sapphire ring in the middle of the black velvet. He knelt on one knee and held Ding Shan's hand, speaking gently. "Miss Ding Shan, please forgive my abruptness, but I've thought about it for a long time, and I feel that there's no time more formal than now. I want to ask you to be my girlfriend officially, and everyone here can see my sincerity. I know many people like you, but my selfishness makes me want to tell everyone I'm different from those who like you. I am your lover." Ding Shan had never expected Xiang Hong to be so brave. Xiang Hong's identity was more complicated than hers, who was just a tiny star in the entertainment industry. His big family had complicated interpersonal relationships, and they were very strict with the marriage of their juniors. Yin Hui also revealed to Ding Shan that Xiang Hong was being trained to be the future successor of the Xiang clan. The clan had already taken a fancy to some young ladies from some prominent families for him and was ready to choose one of them to marry Xiang Hong. Ding Shan knew that some rich and powerful families were prejudiced against the entertainment industry, so Xiang Hong's family would not accept her immediately. She thought they could get together privately, then slowly tell Xiang Hong's family about this. However, who knew that Xiang Hong would be so high profile? On the night of the final, he confessed to her in front of the entire country's audience. 367 Chapter 367. I like you the most. At this moment, Xiang Hong's heart was beating very fast. He was worried that Ding Shan would be unhappy. He did not discuss it with her in advance and did this. Even though Ding Shan said that she was an actress and didn't mind going public with her relationship, he couldn't guarantee that she would accept it in such an elegant way. Xiang Hong had to admit that he was selfish. Every time he liked her a little more, he would think thousands of people also liked her. This made him wonder if so many other feelings would drown out his love. Xiang Hong knew his thoughts were childish and not something a mature man should have. However, this thought had always been buried in his heart. He wanted to make himself special to Ding Shan. He wanted her to know that even if countless people liked her, he would be the one who liked her the most. Xiang Hong didn't discuss Yin Hui about his sudden confession today. He didn't tell anyone and just did it. He had to admit that after he met her, his life had been off track, and his thoughts had become crazier and crazier. However, he was pleased. He had never felt so free in the past 20 years. However, he still did not know if Ding Shan could understand the reason for his actions. Would she think that he was too impulsive? Just as Xiang Hong looked at Ding Shan nervously, thinking she was about to get angry, Ding Shan revealed a weak but sweet smile. She slowly reached out her hand and waved it before Xiang Hong's eyes. "What are you daydreaming about? Put it on for me." Xiang Hong was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes bloomed like fireworks and were filled with surprise. He took out the ring and put it on Ding Shan. He then smiled in satisfaction. "The size is just right." The scene of Xiang Hong's successful confession was recorded by the camera and played in front of an audience all over the country. Everyone ate a big bowl of dog food. Some people crazily sent out their hearts to express their blessings on the bullet screen, while others sadly said, "The new husband that just appeared is gone." Sigh. However, it was undeniable that the audience felt the romance and passion of love. In this dazzling era, there was someone who could overcome so many difficulties to tell one person, "I like you. I like you the most in the world." At that moment, Yin Hui was giving orders to the public relations team of the festival group as he cursed, "Detestable. Why didn't he tell me in advance? What did he mean by that? Is he not going to do my show anymore after finding a wife? He won first place, but he still didn't step out. Oh my god, the audience won't curse me to death, will they?" Lin Sai and Li Chen, watching the show from the side, laughed without sympathy. Li Chen patted Yin Hui's shoulder and said, "Aya, work a little harder. Consider it, you're the matchmaker for Ding Shan and Xiang Hong. You played a significant role in Xiang Hong's success in wooing his wife. Don't worry, he'll treat you well in the future. You're the matchmaker." Yin Hui pushed Li Chen's hand away. Lin Sai was watching the two men bickering. He looked into the distance with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Although he initially did not think well of Ding Shan and Xiang Hong, he had to admit that they were both very courageous. Xiang Hong dared to disregard his family's opinion and confess his love to Ding Shan on his own accord during the live broadcast, while Ding Shan dared to respond openly to Xiang Hong's love. This was a two-way run. Lin Sai laughed at himself. Was he jealous? Unfortunately, he was not Xiang Hong. That person was not Ding Shan. On the night of the final, Idol Creation Camp officially announced that mysterious person X had given up his first place in the temple, so the trainee who was in 10th place was replaced by the 9th. The 9 trainees stepped out. Although Xiang Hong and Ding Shan's love affair had blown up the entire entertainment industry on the night of the final, causing the other trainees to receive less attention, Starshine Entertainment vigorously promoted the newly established male idol group and immediately held 20 national tours. They were also preparing to release their first original album this year. After Ding Shan and Xiang Hong's announcement of their relationship died down, the entertainment industry gradually regained its calm. However, Ding Shan and Xiang Hong's love story was still widely circulated in the entertainment industry. Countless secondary works were based on the two of them. Some people even adapted the reality of a beautiful and gentle female celebrity and a cold and proud undercover trainee into a novel. Ding Shan went from the entertainment industry to the novel industry. The male idol groups, even formed by 9 trainees selected from Idol Creation Camp, gradually became a first-class male group in China and progressively went international. Chapter 368. Break up. However, there were still some passers-by who sighed at times. "Sigh, I liked X then and hoped he could step up. He was like a superstar in my heart. It's a pity that he wasn't interested in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he was still Mysterious X and didn't announce his name." Later, there were rumors that his identity was not ordinary, but we did not know if it was true. The second season of Idol Creation Camp is about to start. I will probably continue to follow it, but I will never see a contestant like Mysterious X again. Later on, there were some speculations about the identity of the Mysterious X on the internet, but there was no way to verify them. Mysterious Person X was like a dream. He appeared in the entertainment industry for a moment, leaving behind a beautiful romantic love story like a fairy tale that disappeared overnight. The second year after Idol Creation Camp was broadcast, the domestic A-list female star Ding Shan suddenly posted a link to a song with the caption, "Mysterious Person X's new single, welcome to the show." The number of comments under this post increased rapidly. "Oh my god, Mysterious Project X agreed to release one song yearly. Back then, I pulled everyone in the dormitory to vote for him. It's such a pity that he didn't make a comeback in the end, but if I could hear his songs every year, I think it wouldn't be bad. I'll go and listen to them now." Didn't you guys notice that Ding Shan released Mysterious X's new song? What does that mean? What else can it mean? It just means that the couple is still sweet. Don't you see that this song is a love song? I didn't even hear it, but I knew it was written for Ding Shan or to commemorate their love. Sigh, I ate dog food last year, and I'm going to eat it again this year. I'm back after listening to the song. It was such a sweet song. I'm sure their relationship is perfect now. In the many comments, Ding Shan's fans also expressed their blessings. Seeing that the girl they had liked for so many years had finally found her love, they felt a sense of relief, as if their daughter had been married off. Ding Shan's mysterious boyfriend would write a love song for her every year for the next 2 years. However, the song was not released on time in the 3rd year. In the past, the songs were always released on the anniversary of Idol Creation Camp, so the netizens who were waiting for the new song as promised suddenly felt a little nervous. Some people guessed that Ding Shan and her boyfriend had broken up. Ding Shan's Weibo hadn't been updated for half a year. The released drama was shot last year, and there was no news of her schedule for the year. Could it be that because the two of them had broken up, Ding Shan was depressed and no longer had the heart to work? Ding Shan and Mysterious Person X were the most legendary couple in the entertainment industry in the past few years. The couple's fans were increasing and accounted for many Ding Shan fans. If the news of Ding Shan breaking up with her boyfriend was to spread at this moment, many netizens would be heartbroken. In reality, love was a luxury. It was not easy for them to see a fairytale-like couple, and they had been looking forward to their being together. Some people denied this statement, while others asked on Ding Shan's Weibo. A month later, Ding Shan's Weibo, which had been silent for over half a year, finally updated. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting. The link to this year's new song has already been posted in the comments section. At the same time, I would like to share some good news with everyone. My wife, Ding Shan, safely gave birth to a pair of twins last night. To commemorate this special day, a new song has been chosen to be released today. I appreciate your support. The picture attached to the Weibo post was of 4 hands stacked together, 2 of which were small, and it was obvious that they were the hands of newborn babies. Evidently, this Weibo post was not posted by Ding Shan but by Mysterious X. After the Weibo was sent out, the whole internet was shocked. Entertainment marketing accounts immediately reposted it crazily. The top actress Ding Shan gave birth to twins last night quickly occupied the headlines of the entertainment list. The current Ding Shan could be said to be one of the most popular female stars in the country. She had transformed from an idol to a capable actress in just 3 years. In the first year, Zujun, the desperate and crazy housewife in White Fireworks, showed the audience Ding Shan's superb acting skills. Her performance had levels of explosiveness and was full of spirit. She gave a character that was not easy to be an outstanding soul. Not only did she make the audience sigh with emotion at this hateful and pitiful woman, but she also showed the psychological difficulties of modern women in marriage and family. White Fireworks broke 1 billion at the box office and became the most famous literary film of the year. Chapter 360. Achievements in the Business. After Ding Shan's movie was aired, she won the praise of countless film critics and audiences with her superb acting skills. The following year, she won the Golden Horse Award for Best Supporting Female Lead for the role of Zujun. The following year, Ding Shan worked with a famous director in the country, Jia Rui. The movie 10,000 Kilometers became the country's top box office and was nominated for 3 international awards. This movie flowed with the tragic collision of the times and a person's fate. It was a genius work that director Jia Rui had been polishing for 10 years. With this movie, Ding Shan swept away 3 domestic film awards and set a record for the highest number of awards for a single film in the country. In the 3rd year, The Peaceful Era, with Bao Hua as the scriptwriter and director, broke the record for the highest viewership ratings in the past 10 years. This TV series told the changes in the fate of 3 generations of medical families in various periods over the past 100 years. It involved the secret history of officialdom, family turmoil, love and hatred, and the ups and downs of the business world. It was like a grand epic. In her youth, Ding Shan played the female lead in The Age of Peace. Although she only appeared in 8 episodes, she showed no weakness among the top veteran actors. Instead, She used her emotional and superb acting skills to stand out among famous actors. After the TV series was aired, the actress for the female lead, a 45-year-old legendary senior in the entertainment industry, praised Ding Shan in an interview as a true actress, giving her hope for young actors. With such high praise, Ding Shan officially entered the ranks of capable actors. In the same year, she participated in producing a low-budget film, The Genius Novelist, which became the famous work of the young director Li Dan. Ding Shan's influence and popularity soared again, becoming the most dazzling movie star in the country and winning the Golden Palm Tree Award for Best Female Lead with this film. At this point, Ding Shan became the first actress in Chinese film history to have won all 5 awards for an actress. She was also selected for the top 10 most beautiful people of the year by the international media. At this stage, the audience looked forward to Ding Shan going international and creating more legends. However, they didn't expect any news of Ding Shan for nearly half a year at her peak. Only today did the audience discover that Ding Shan was already married and had children. Many people wished Ding Shan well, but at the same time, they were worried that she would return to her family and give up her career. 3 months after her pregnancy became a hot topic, Ding Shan's Times Studio released a picture of Ding Shan's schedule for the year's second half. Only then did the fans feel relieved. It seemed that Ding Shan would film abroad in the second half of the year, and she might be working with a foreign director. It appeared that Ding Shan had no intention of giving up her career. At the same time, Ding Shan's Times Studio was also developing very well. The young actors in the studio, represented by Yang Lu, had become the backbone of the domestic film and television industry. Ding Shan's studio style was the same as hers, rigorous, practical, and never involved in any unspoken rules or shady operations. She wanted to make the other party pay for his evil deeds at all costs. When the actors in the studio were threatened by capital with unequal party treaties, Times Studio directly contacted their legal team to take the other to court. The lawsuit lasted 2.5 years and cost tens of millions. Under the influence of Times Studio, many domestic talent agencies were also slowly regulating their behavior. As she said, Ding Shan began to use her small power to change the industry slowly. At the end of the year, Ding Shan finished her filming overseas and returned to the studio to celebrate with her employees. Yang Lu had set the venue for the gathering. After Ding Shan arrived, Xiang Hong called and said he would be coming too. "What about the children?" Ding Shan asked, a little worried. After she gave birth, she went out to work. Usually, Xiang Hong was the one who took care of the children. He had specially set up a well-equipped children's room in his office. He worked while taking care of the 2 children. Because of this incident, many people in his company called him the president's nanny. Yin Hui even laughed at him crazily in private. However, Xiang Hong himself did not care about these things. On the contrary, he enjoyed intimate time with his 2 children. His only regret was that Ding Shan was always too busy with work and could not accompany him. But he also understood Ding Shan. Ding Shan had her dreams and pursuits. He was willing to stand behind her and guard her. This was also his promise to her when they were in love. "I was going to send them to Zhu Yang's house, but my parents insisted that I send the children over, saying they missed their grandchildren," said Xiang Hong with a smile. When Ding Shan wanted to marry Xiang Hong, the Xiang family unanimously opposed it. Without a second word, Xiang Hong had written a declaration of abandonment of his right of inheritance. Chapter 370, The End. After that, Xiang Hong held a wedding and invited some friends to marry Ding Shan. At first, Ding Shan thought that this was not a good idea. She wanted to wait for Xiang Hong's parents to agree, but Xiang Hong said, "You're marrying me. What does it have to do with them?" In the end, the 2 of them got married. Soon after they got married, they had 2 children. After the children were born, Xiang Hong's parents seemed to have the intention to relent. They even mentioned that they wanted to see their children. However, Xiang Hong's attitude was firm. He said, "Ding Shan gave birth to the children. Never look at your grandchildren again if you don't acknowledge Ding Shan." These words angered the 2 old people to death. After a while, the 2 old couple thought that since Ding Shan and Xiang Hong were already married and had children, and Ding Shan's reputation in the entertainment industry had been very good all these years, many of their old friends also liked to watch Ding Shan's movies. At the thought of this, they finally lowered their heads and personally invited Ding Shan and Xiang Hong to bring their children home to acknowledge their ancestors. However, Xiang Hong still seemed to have some opinions about how his parents had made things difficult for Ding Shan in the past. He didn't want his two children to follow their grandparents, so the two elders had difficulty seeing their grandchildren. "All right, then, come over." Ding Shan was relieved. Ding Shan drank 2 glasses of wine at the banquet and was soon drunk. Xiang Hong helped her to rest when he suddenly received a call from Lin Sai. "Uncle left 2 days ago," Lin Sai sighed. He read Ding Shan's letter and cried before he left. He said that he had let her down. Xiang Hong lowered his head and looked at Ding Shan in his arms. "Got it, I'll let Ding Shan know." Xiang Hong recalled some things from the past. After the idol creation camp competition ended, Ding Shan and Xiang Hong officially got together. During that time, Xiang Hong investigated the identity of Madame Lin, who had tried to harm Ding Shan. He found out that Madame Lin was the eldest aunt of Lin Sai, but she was only the second wife. Lin Sai's eldest uncle was also the heir to the Lin family. Back then, his first wife had given birth to a daughter. However, the policy at that time only allowed 1 child. Lin Sai's eldest uncle was an official of the central government, so he could not break the rules. Therefore, he secretly sent the child away. When his first wife found out, she almost went crazy. She was in pain all day and died in less than 2 years. Later on, Lin Sai's uncle married his current wife, but unfortunately, she had 2 daughters and no boys. Uncle Lin probably thought it was karma that he did not have a son. As he grew older, he wanted to find his wife's daughter to repent. He had searched for many years but to no avail. The child had encountered human traffickers after being sent to a foster family, and no one knew where she had been sent. Xiang Hong suspected that Ding Shan might be the child and someone might have deliberately arranged the human traffickers. That was why Madame Lin targeted Ding Shan after discovering she had become a big star. Madame Lin didn't want Ding Shan to return to the Lin family and compete with her 2 children for the inheritance. If Ding Shan were willing to return to the Lin family, they would talk about it. Xiang Hong told Lin Sai about this matter. Lin Sai was shocked, but Xiang Hong told him not to tell the Lin family. After Ding Shan found out about this, she was silent for a long time. Ultimately, she rejected Lin Sai's request for her to do a DNA test with his uncle. She smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm living a good life now. I have a husband and children. That's enough." After all, this was the decision of the person involved, and Lin Sai was helpless. Later on, Ding Shan found out that Lin Sai's uncle was seriously ill, so she wrote a letter and asked Lin Sai to pass it on to his uncle. The letter's content was straightforward: "I don't hate you." It was a very calm and indifferent sentence. Sleeping in Xiang Hong's arms, Ding Shan woke up in a daze. She opened her eyes and found herself in Xiang Hong's parents' house. The 2 children were playing with a tablet on the carpet beside her. In her daze, she thought that her rebirth was a dream. "You're awake?" the man's gentle voice sounded, and then a kiss landed on Ding Shan's forehead. Ding Shan hugged Xiang Hong tightly, fearing that this beautiful dream would shatter. Ding Shan occasionally revealed such a worried and confused expression, and Xiang Hong was already used to it. He ruffled Ding Shan's hair and hugged her tightly to comfort her. "Dad, I see you." The little boy suddenly shouted in surprise and then showed the tablet to his parents. It was an edited video of a variety show that was very popular a few years ago. In the video, the man in the spotlight firmly walked step by step toward the woman in the audience, his eyes full of passion. Below the stage, countless audience members were screaming and cheering, witnessing their love.